Chapter 174. The Winds of Change. Zhu Jianshen acted decisively and swiftly, providing no opportunity for the interest groups to react, nor any room for negotiation. In just over a month, he completely dismantled the smuggling syndicates in Jiangnan. Yet, this victory was not absolute. A series of subsequent troubles awaited resolution, particularly concerning the interest groups led by military generals and nobles who required appeasement. Thus, the plan to reform the local governance was placed on the agenda. Zhu Jianshen aimed to offer these aggrieved military officials and nobles a chance to achieve merit and recover their losses. In this instance, he demonstrated significant sincerity by releasing several titles for nobility. Concurrently, taking advantage of the restructuring of the Western Depot, Zhu Jianshen reassigned Wang Zhi to the position of military supervisor, overseeing the suppression of the local chieftains. Wang Zhi, as the head eunuch of the Imperial Horse Supervisory Office, already held military authority, making this arrangement both reasonable and beyond reproach. Moreover, the civil officials welcomed this, as it was preferable for the military to face troubles rather than themselves. However, the military officials harbored grievances, just as they saw a chance for compensation. Wang Zhi appeared to share in the spoils, which felt excessive. Nevertheless, with the titles for nobility on the table, they had to endure their discomfort. Who wouldn't covet the long-term benefits offered by the Ming Dynasty? Given the limited number of titles, they could neither oppose Wang Zhi nor afford to be impolite towards him. After all, he was the military supervisor. Despite their dissatisfaction for the betterment of their descendants, they had to approach this campaign with seriousness. The cost of military engagement within the Ming was not substantial. One could say there were granaries everywhere, eliminating the need for costly long-distance supply lines. The expenses of warfare domestically were significantly lower compared to foreign engagements. In Yongning Palace, seizing the opportunity during a casual conversation, Zhun delicately remarked, "Your Majesty, Wang Zhi is young and ambitious, and now that he possesses military authority, he may resort to excessive violence in pursuit of merit, which ultimately serves no benefit to your grand plans." Zhu Jianshen chuckled lightly. "I have a knack for discerning people. Wang Zhi will not act in such a manner." Zhun shook her head. "That may be true, but should he resort to extreme measures, it might appear as if I, a mere servant, am meddling in your affairs, which I wish to avoid, lest your efforts be in vain." After a pause, she added, "Even if Wang Zhi refrains, those military officials," Zhu Jianshen laughed. "Now we are getting to the heart of your concerns, are we not?" Zhun blushed, awkwardly responding, "Your Majesty is wise. You have promised several titles for nobility, and in the pursuit of merit, the military officials will surely exert themselves to expand their victories, which may cause more harm than good." Zhu Jianshen replied calmly, "What you can conceive, I can certainly foresee. This is unavoidable and not necessarily detrimental. With any reform, it is natural to provoke the ire of vested interests. This has been the case since time immemorial. Therefore, it is essential to engage in a few fierce battles, the more intense the conflict, the higher the cost of resistance for the local chieftains, thereby diminishing their willingness to revolt. A lukewarm conventional approach would require a complete overhaul, which would not only be time-consuming and costly, but would also fail to achieve the intended deterrent effect," Zhu Jianshen remarked, "to instill shock and fear in those chieftains. The subsequent implementation of the reform from local governance to central control will be more effortless and yield greater rewards at a lesser cost. Do you understand?" Zhun paused, then acquiesced, "Your Majesty is indeed wise." "Of course I am wise," Zhu Jianshen replied with a slight smirk, continuing, "I recognize your intentions are noble, yet some matters are beyond your concern. Remember this." "Yes, I acknowledge my error," Zhun said, her demeanor serious as she bowed in apology. Zhu Jianshen helped her up, gently saying, "Let this be a lesson. I am not truly angry with you. I comprehend your worries. You fear that Wang Zhi's sharpness may eventually lead to my inability to accommodate him, or perhaps that I might sever ties once he has served his purpose to quell public dissent, correct?" "Indeed," Zhun nodded, candidly acknowledging her fears. The acumen of the little sovereign now surpassed her own, and any further cleverness on her part would indeed be foolish. Zhun was not a simpleton. "Your Majesty perceives this. Quite impressive," she flattered. "Still trying to be clever with me?" Zhu Jianshen shot her a glare and huffed. "Rest assured, I have promised you a favorable outcome for him, and I shall not go back on my word." A sense of relief washed over Zhun. The emperor was benevolent. Although Wang Zhi was a eunuch, she had raised him as a son, and she did not wish for this youth to meet a fate akin to that of Wang Zhi. Zhu Jianshen shook his head with a sigh. "I am not benevolent. A benevolent emperor is not a good emperor. Zhener replied, is it wrong to praise you? The little sovereign was indeed becoming increasingly difficult to please. In March, with military preparations complete, Zhu Jianshen found a pretext to formally launch an attack on the chieftains. Simultaneously, he dispatched orders to Li Hong to ensure preparedness against the Japanese pirates. Zhu Jianshen dismantled the smuggling industry, adversely affecting not only the officials and gentry of the Ming, but also the smugglers of Japan, who now found themselves without profit. Desperation could lead to theft, and this could not be overlooked. The Ming stirred with ripples, while Japan faced its own tumultuous changes. Hosokawa Toyohisa returned, this time exhibiting greater courtesy, for he had already paid, yet awaited his goods. I hope you will keep your promise and spare no effort in assisting us against the Yamana clan, Hosokawa Toyohisa pledged. After the battle, my clan will take no share of the spoils and will publicly acknowledge the legitimacy of your faction. Li Qing smiled and inquired, how many warriors will you mobilize? 7,000 samurai. Hosokawa Toyohisa declared with pride. Such a scale of warfare was truly unprecedented in all of Japan. Few could muster such formidable forces, which demonstrated the terrifying power of the Hosokawa clan. 7,000 samurai. Li Qing pondered for a moment, then stated, even with our contingent of 1,500 warriors, it would be exceedingly difficult to subdue the Yamana clan. While our soldiers are exceptionally brave, it is indeed a challenge to besiege a city. Hosokawa Toyohisa, feeling somewhat exasperated, retorted, do you think the Yamana clan is made of clay? It is not so easily conquered. If we are not to besiege the city, what then? Li Qing frowned. Are we merely to play at it? Hosokawa Toyohisa bristled, unable to contain his irritation while negotiating with Li Qing, who was simply too infuriating. However, as the weaker party, he had to suppress his anger and explained, naturally. We will loot wealth and supplies, seizing resources as much as possible. Fear not. Our Hosokawa clan is substantial. We shall not encroach upon your gains. Li Qing felt a sense of disappointment. So, in essence, it is merely pillaging? Indeed, Hosokawa Toyohisa nodded gloomily. I should not have harbored illusions about the people here. From top to bottom, they exhibit a mindset akin to that of robbers, lacking any semblance of strategy. Li Qing couldn't help but rub his forehead. From a broader perspective, this situation may be beneficial, yet it simultaneously complicates Li Qing's opportunity to exploit their weaknesses. The Hosokawa clan is not intent on annihilating formidable foes. They merely seek to plunder, with no plans to besiege the city, thus their losses will likely be minimal. All the valuable resources lie within the city. Deploying such a large force without attempting to breach its defenses seems a foolish endeavor. Li Qing aimed to provoke the ambitions of his adversaries. However, Hosokawa Toyohisa confidently asserted, rest assured, we have calculated that this venture will be unequivocally profitable. He paused and added, profoundly so. Li Qing noted that the Hosokawa clan had mobilized 7,000 warriors. A considerable force indeed. The issue, however, lay in their intention not to engage in battle, but to commit acts of theft. This would result in a very brief conflict with minimal casualties. Consequently, Li Qing's ambition to conquer the Hosokawa clan became exceedingly challenging. Observing Li Qing's contemplative silence, Hosokawa Toyohisa's expression darkened. Are you perhaps considering breaking your promise? Not at all, Li Qing sighed softly. I merely feel a sense of disappointment. I had anticipated the Hosokawa clan would be fiercely ambitious, intent on utterly dismantling the Yamana family, yet it appears they are rather short-sighted. Hosokawa Toyohisa's face flushed with indignation as he retorted, the Hosokawa clan ultimately intends to consume the Yamana, but not at this moment. This matter does not concern you, as you need only to uphold your promise. Rest assured, I shall honor my word, Li Qing replied with a smile. When do we set forth? The sooner, the better. Hosokawa Toyohisa responded, I have already begun mobilizing the warriors. I trust they have already departed. I hope you will follow swiftly. Shall it be tomorrow? Indeed. Hosokawa Toyohisa felt elated to finally hear a decisive affirmation. He inquired, this time, I will accompany your force. Whom do you appoint to lead the warriors? Inoue Saburo, came the reply. Hosokawa Toyohisa was even more pleased, as he had some understanding of Li Qing's troops and knew that Inoue Saburo was second only to this great leader. This indicated that Li Qing harbored no ulterior motives. That is most reassuring. You can trust that the Hosokawa clan values its promises, he assured earnestly. As long as your forces display valor in battle, you shall not be treated poorly afterward. Li Qing merely smiled, finding such empty words unworthy of his attention. Someone, please arrange a fine guest room for Lord Hosokawa. Thank you. Hosokawa Toyohisa rose, bowed, and reiterated his commitment. We should retire for the night. Li Qing interjected, disliking such formalities, especially from someone of Japanese descent, which he found rather irksome. The expression of Hosokawa Toyohisa stiffened, but he chose not to dwell on it. Farewell. He mimicked the Han custom of bowing and exited the guest hall, accompanied by a warrior. Li Qing exhaled a sigh of frustration, contemplating. It seems the plan must be altered. Nonetheless, the strategy of using a mantis to catch a cicada while a sparrow lurks in the background remains applicable, though the target must change. The hope of subduing the Hosokawa clan seems bleak. The focus must shift to the Yamana clan. However, this would necessitate relinquishing the current territory. Summon Inoue Saburo and Murakami Takumi to see me. Li Qing called out. Yes. A quarter of an hour later, the two entered, bowing respectfully. Great God. Li Qing rose and said, let us speak in the inner hall. The two paused for a moment before hastily following him. Upon entering the inner hall, the last to arrive, Murakami Takumi, closed the door and stepped forward to inquire, Great God, are we to change our plans? Indeed, we shall, Li Qing nodded. Sighing. He spoke in a solemn tone, we shall not target the Hosokawa clan any longer. It is time to confront the Sanami clan. Chapter 175. Insufficient armament. Resorting to force upon hearing this, the two were momentarily taken aback. Inoue Saburo voiced his concerns. Great God, should we proceed this way? If we fail, we will have no room for retreat. Indeed, Murakami Takumi also perceived the risk. Great God, perhaps we should adhere to the original plan. Even if we do not succeed, we can still withdraw. He reasoned, failing against the Hosokawa clan would not be catastrophic. With our current strength, even if they mobilize 5,000 warriors, they cannot overpower us. They would dare not send more. However, if we fail against the Sanami clan, all our previous efforts would be in vain. Li Qing replied calmly. I am not consulting you. I am issuing a command. The two stiffened and promptly responded with deference. Li Qing's expression softened slightly as he explained. Attacking the Hosokawa clan is challenging, for they are merely raiding and can quickly return for support. However, striking at the Sanami clan presents an easier task. The 7,000 warriors of the Hosokawa clan are akin to our allies. Once the plunder begins, the Sanami clan will undoubtedly take action. While they are engaged in fierce battle, we shall seize the opportunity, and the outcome will be decided. Is that so? Inoue Saburo scratched his not-so-bright head. Yet, Murakami Takumi held a differing view but dared not voice his dissent. He merely stated, Great God, both sides are colossal forces, and it is not a life-and-death struggle. Even if we manage to break in, the Sanami clan will swiftly return for support, and their speed will be even quicker than against the Hosokawa clan. Not a concern. Li Qing smiled and inquired, who is stronger, us or the Sanami clan? Murakami Takumi awkwardly replied, in the future, we shall undoubtedly be the stronger. Li Qing nodded with a smile. It is undeniable that, compared to the armed might of the Sanami clan, we are still too weak, at least for now. I ask you again, does the Hosokawa clan view us as their formidable opponents, or do they regard the Sanami clan as such? The Sanami clan. Inoue Saburo understood clearly. Li Qing affirmed, precisely. Thus, once we infiltrate the city, the Hosokawa clan will cling tightly to prevent the Sanami clan from providing aid. From their perspective, regardless of whether we conquer the city, as long as we breach their defenses, chaos will ensue. From their standpoint, irrespective of the outcome, the only party to suffer will be the Sanami clan. Therefore, the Hosokawa clan will undoubtedly hold fast to the Sanami warriors, further weakening this formidable adversary. Inoue Saburo questioned, do they not fear us becoming the city lord? Li Qing. However, Murakami Takumi had come to a realization and explained, from the Hosokawa clan's viewpoint. Even if we become the city lord, it is more advantageous than harmful, as dealing with us is far simpler than contending with the Sanami clan. Moreover, on the surface, our chances of success seem slim, and it is likely to result in mutual destruction. Hence, the Hosokawa clan will surely act as you have described, clinging to the Sanami clan and preventing their support. Is that so? Inoue Saburo finally comprehended, marveling, Great God, you are indeed wise. Murakami Takumi nodded in agreement, fully convinced. Li Qing raised his hand to silence the flattery of the two, stating solemnly, Saburo, your role in this endeavor is paramount. Great deity. Just tell me what I should do, Inoue Saburo replied, undaunted and filled with inexplicable excitement. Li Qing continued. Firstly, you must strike with as much force as possible. Secondly, aim to expand your successes to tempt the Hosokawa clan, delaying their retreat and making it difficult for them to leave. After pondering the map for a moment, Li Qing added, I anticipate arriving at the foot of Yamana Castle approximately 15 days after your looting begins. Keep track of the time, and gather your forces when the moment arrives. Li Qing emphasized, you may heed the commands of Hosokawa Toyohisa, but it is imperative that the samurai follow your orders. You must not relinquish command to him. This is a non-negotiable principle, understood? I understand. Inoue Saburo nodded earnestly. Rest assured, I am not foolish. Remember. Li Qing turned to Murakami Takumi, instructing, as soon as they depart, you must immediately seize all available resources. Though we won't remain here, we must take our wealth with us. Understood. Murakami Takumi replied solemnly. Li Qing sighed in relief, saying, all right then, go and rest. The two stood and bowed before exiting. Li Qing stretched leisurely, remarking, first, we shall take Yamana, then attack Hosokawa. If all goes well, we will launch a full-scale assault on the Muromachi shogunate by year's end. He had many tasks ahead and did not wish to waste excessive time in Japan. Once he had overthrown the shogunate and severed the emperor's lineage amidst the ongoing turmoil in Japan, he could retire in peace. The world was vast, and there were wonders yet to behold. The next day, Inoue Saburo set forth with 1,500 samurai alongside Hosokawa Toyohisa. Simultaneously, Murakami Takumi began a large-scale accumulation of wealth. Meanwhile, Li Qing remained remarkably relaxed, devoid of any sense of urgency as he prepared for a decisive confrontation. During his tenure as a military overseer, he had commanded tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of troops. How could he feel pressured by the current scale of conflict? Moreover, they were not his own men. He felt no remorse over their exertions. In the blink of an eye, over 10 days had passed. Li Qing gathered the remaining 2,000 elite warriors and embarked on his campaign. His armed forces were not merely impressive. Among the 2,000 samurai, 1,200 wielded katana, with 600 clad in armor, and a formidable cavalry unit of 200. Though they numbered only 200 in the context of Japan's warfare, this constituted a significant force capable of accomplishing much. 7 days later, Li Qing circumvented the battleground and arrived at the castle occupied by the Yamana clan. It must be said that at the level of the four great generals of the shogunate, their power was indeed substantial, resembling something of a dignified presence rather than merely a provincial official barely scraping by. Indeed, their administrative reach is comparable to that of a governor. Li Qing mused to himself before proclaiming, form a tapered formation, heed my command. With that, he charged forward, leading the way. With insufficient numbers, he relied on sheer force. The assault fell solely upon Li Qing's shoulders. With only 2,000 men at his disposal and the exact number of defenders within the castle still unknown, Li Qing could only strive to minimize his losses and conserve his strength. As Li Qing's armed forces stood poised at the city's gates, the defenders, fully aware of the situation, assumed a defensive stance. However, they refrained from launching an attack, perceiving Li Qing's presence merely as a challenge, an empty display of bravado. With no intent to besiege the city, one man against a fortified city? It seemed absurd. Their focus was drawn to the 2,000 warriors behind Li Qing, mounted troops clad in armor, wielding swords, indications of a formidable adversary, prompting them to exercise caution. The commander of the defenders swiftly dispatched messengers for reinforcements while organizing his men. Suddenly, a tremor resonated through the ground. A resounding thud echoed, causing the battlements to shudder. Drawing his gaze downward to the city gate, what he beheld nearly left him speechless. A massive wooden plank, the size of a chopping board, had been effortlessly cast aside by Li Qing, followed by a powerful slap. The seemingly delicate hand, pale and unassuming, struck with a force akin to crashing waves, leaving the commander in a state of shock. The defenders atop the walls were equally astonished. How could the sturdy gate be shattered so easily? Yet, the reality was undeniable. The gate had indeed been obliterated with alarming ease, as though it were nothing more than decayed wood. Archers, fire! Quick fire! The commander screamed, his voice cracking with panic. The sheer might of such a force, should they breach the city, would unleash devastation beyond comprehension. 2,000 men. Even though this would not equate to a change of leadership, it would still inflict significant turmoil upon the mountain clan. Arrows flew, but were effortlessly deflected. followed by the ominous sound of slapping palms, each strike resonating as if it were landing upon the very hearts of the defenders, tightening their chests and quickening their breaths. More arrows. More arrows. Yet, with a thunderous crash, the gate succumbed, silencing the commander's desperate pleas. Charge! The clarion call rang out, and the 2,000 warriors arrayed in the distance sprang into action, advancing rapidly toward the now open gates. Block them! Stop them! The commander bellowed, his eyes wide with desperation. But it was too late. The gates swung wide, leaving no time for resistance. As a mere 100 defenders rushed down, the 2,000 warriors surged forth like an unstoppable flood, overwhelming all in their path. Those who attempted to resist were swiftly annihilated, leaving the remaining defenders paralyzed with fear. Incapable of mounting any opposition, Li Qing pressed forward without hesitation, making a beeline for the heart of the city. The 2,000 warriors coalesced into a sharp spearhead, charging ahead with an unyielding momentum, none daring to impede their path. Li Qing led the charge, traversing the streets as if they were empty. Wherever he went, enemies scattered in retreat. However, this fortunate streak was short-lived. Within a mere quarter of an hour, they encountered an armed force of over 1,000. Kill! Kill! The 2,000 warriors followed Li Qing's lead, crashing into the opposing 1,000 with ferocity. The battle ignited, and Li Qing wielded his great sword with devastating efficiency, leaving chaos and carnage in his wake. In less than 15 minutes, over 100 foes had fallen to his blade. The warriors at his back displayed equal ferocity, each akin to a bloodthirsty beast, their eyes ablaze with the thrill of battle. Such a ferocious army indeed instills dread. The armed force of over 1,000 quickly suffered a loss of 1/3, followed by a hasty retreat. Li Qing refrained from pursuing, opting instead to regroup and rest, awaiting the weary enemy. Unsure of the exact number of armed foes, he estimated they would not exceed 5,000. On the battlefield of the Hosokawa clan, there were a formidable 8,500 samurai, and the Yamana clan would not deploy significantly fewer. Given the fortitude of this castle, leaving 5,000 samurai to defend it rendered it nearly impregnable. 2,000 against 5,000. Clearly, the advantage lay with him, even if there were a few more enemies. Li Qing held steadfast confidence in his forces. Soon, Inoue Saburo would arrive to aid him. He felt no urgency. In this realm of cold weaponry, his forces stood as paragons of invincibility. With aspirations to conquer the Yamana clan, Li Qing would truly possess the means to overthrow the Ashikaga shogunate. The landscape of Japan was on the brink of a complete upheaval. Chapter 176. You within me, I within you. The samurai stood ready, consuming their rations while polishing their swords, their spirits aflame with martial fervor. Minutes turned into an hour, and soon the enemy approached. Over 5,000, with no fewer than 1,500 wielding swords, emanated an overwhelming aura of ferocity, unmistakably the elite troops of the Yamana clan. Li Qing, sword in hand, calmly commanded, "Form up." Yes, the 2,000 samurai maintained their previous conical formation, their eyes fixed on the advancing enemy, undeterred by fear. Attack! With another terse command, Li Qing urged his steed forward, leading the charge. Kill! The cavalry, as the spearhead of the formation, surged after him, with the infantry closely following, advancing like a relentless tide. In an instant, the distance of several hundred meters vanished, and without a moment's hesitation, the 2,000 warriors collided fiercely with the 5,000 adversaries. Leaning forward, Li Qing's heavy blade quivered, slicing through the air with a resounding hum. Clang! The sound of steel meeting steel rang out as he cleaved through foes with seamless grace, as effortless as autumn leaves falling before the wind. The thunderous hooves of his steed trampled onward, crushing all in their path. The cavalry unit followed closely, ceaselessly charging. Though 200 cavalrymen may seem few, their impact in such a skirmish was profound. The elite forces of the Yamana clan, lacking cavalry to counter the charge, suffered immediate setbacks. Though they possessed their own cavalry, numbering over 500 as a top-tier power, those forces had been dispatched to confront the pillaging Hosokawa clan. They had never anticipated that someone would dare to attack them, let alone breach the castle's defenses, leaving them utterly unprepared for such an incursion. In Japan, cavalry was not commonly utilized in warfare, and thus there was no concept of defensive formations against cavalry charges. Once the cavalry's momentum surged, they moved effortlessly forward, their path unimpeded. With a divine presence paving the way, the resistance they faced was pitifully minimal. In this region, where the average height of the populace scarcely reaches 1 meter and 60 centimeters, the advantage of cavalry is profoundly significant, especially considering they are ironclad horsemen. The comparison of wolves entering a flock of sheep is far from an exaggeration. At high speeds, they need not even wield their swords. They can simply harvest the lives of their adversaries by virtue of inertia. The rhythmic pounding of hooves echoes as they surge forward. After a single charge, 200 iron cavalry sustain a mere 50 losses, while the spearheads, propelled by the momentum of the cavalry, pierce into the ranks of the Yamana clan's warriors. Facing 2,000 against 5,000, they exhibited a ferocity akin to 20,000 against 5,000. Such a reckless and desperate approach is truly terrifying, and before long, the Yamana warriors began to waver in their resolve. For just a meager sum each month, why risk their lives? The disparity in mindset naturally translates to a difference in combat effectiveness. The hired army and the entrepreneurial army are worlds apart, and the quality of the warriors on Li Qing's side is inherently superior. The 5,000 armed forces of the Yamana clan, having suffered barely 700 losses, began their retreat, their commander unable to stem the tide, and was left with no choice but to order a withdrawal. They still had a route of escape. Retreating to the inner city to hold their ground, and several miles away, there were thousands of reinforcements ready to support them. Once they executed a pincer movement, even if these 2,000 were clad in iron, how could they stand against their might? The situation appeared manageable. With 5,000 men fortifying the city, they shrank back within, preparing to await the return of their allies and employ a tactic of overwhelming numbers to subdue this armed force. Observing this, Li Qing chose not to assault the city, as such an approach would be too costly. He led nearly 2,000 men back to the outer city to hold their position. You defend the city, and I shall do the same. The situation suddenly became intriguing. Li Qing was guarding the outer city while the Yamana clan secured the inner city, with the Hosokawa, Yamana, and Inoue Saburo clans embroiled in continuous skirmishes outside. Each faction intertwined with the others, creating a complex tapestry of conflict. Li Qing remained remarkably composed, confident that the Hosokawa would surely keep the Yamana at bay. As for supply issues, he had no cause for concern. With such a vast city to defend, how could their provisions run dry? Even if the Yamana attempted to adopt the scorched earth policy, they would lack the time, and once they emerged from the inner city, Li Qing could lead a counterattack. Li Qing was in no hurry. The Yamana were also unhurried, believing that their dispersed forces would soon return to provide support, at which point it would be the end for this overconfident army. However, as they waited, the reinforcements failed to appear. Why have they not retreated? Wasn't an order issued? The leader of the Yamana clan was perplexed, reasoning that they should have returned by now. Outside the city, Hosokawa Toisa felt invigorated. The great deity had truly shown favor, as they had mobilized their entire force and headed directly for the Yamana stronghold. This was indeed a blessing for the Hosokawa clan. He was fully aware that the opposing forces were not aiding him, but rather harboring the intention of reaping the benefits from their conflict. Nevertheless, in his view, this was no more than a fool's dream. According to his calculations, the Yamana within the city numbered at least 5,000 and held the advantage of home ground, making them nearly impossible to conquer. Very well, I shall lend you a hand. Hosokawa Toyohise smirked coldly. Great deity, I hope you truly possess divine prowess. At the very least, may you help the Hosokawa clan wear down the Yamana forces. Suddenly, a warrior on horseback galloped forward, quickly dismounted, and bowed, reporting, General, Inoue Saburo has taken his troops away from us and is heading into the city. Didn't we say we should keep an eye on him? Hisoka Toyohisa furrowed his brow, then quickly smiled again. Well, Inoue Saburo is indeed quite loyal. He fought valiantly, without reservation. Whether he enters the fray or fights from here, it matters little. He is still exerting his strength for us. As he spoke, he suddenly paused, gazing into the distant battlefield with a flicker of his eyes. General, shall we continue to prolong this? The vice commander inquired. Prolong, of course, Hisoka Toyohisa replied with a cold smile. If someone is crafting a wedding garment for us, we must certainly lend our support. The vice commander hesitated, saying, but if the battle drags on too long, our gains will gradually diminish, and we may even incur losses. Hisoka Toyohisa chuckled softly, shaking his head, and said leisurely, the Han people have an ancient saying, when the snipe and clam struggle, the fisherman benefits. This so-called deity is intent on fighting us to seize the city for himself. That is precisely the point. However, he mocked. He is utterly unaware of his own insignificance. We, the Hisoka clan, are the true fishermen. After a moment, Hisoka Tohisa spoke solemnly. The era belonging to the Hisoka clan has arrived. You must hasten to inform the clan leader to gather all warriors for battle. Such a splendid opportunity must not be missed. The vice commander was slightly startled. Do you mean we should consume the Yamana clan in one bite? Precisely. Hisoka Toyohisa's eyes gleamed. That deity evidently has ulterior motives, so the 1,500 men under Inoue Saburo's command are surely not elite troops. Yet even so, their combat strength is not inferior to our main force. The ferocity of their other contingent can be anticipated. The fact that 2,000 of them could breach the city is ample proof. Let them stir up trouble. The more chaotic it becomes, the more advantageous it is for us, Hisoka Toyohisa remarked cheerfully. That deity possesses some skill, but not much. Have you not heard the Han saying, the heart of man is insatiable, like a snake swallowing an elephant? The vice commander hesitated once more. But what if by stalling them, we inadvertently aid him? There is no what if. Hisoka Toyohisa asserted firmly. Do you truly think the Yamana clan is without merit? The garrison within the city is surely over 5,000. 2,000 against 5,000. Who is stronger and who is weaker? Ah, indeed, General speaks wisely. The vice commander chuckled awkwardly. I merely feel that this armed force is rather peculiar, and the rumors regarding that deity are likely exaggerated. Hisoka Toyohisa replied with a calm smile. If he were truly omnipotent, would he require armed forces? Moreover, let us consider hypothetically, if he were to defeat the Yamana clan. What would it matter? How many of his men would remain? Could they withstand our full-scale assault? Upon hearing this, the vice commander no longer hesitated, bowing deeply. Your wisdom is unmatched, General. I shall return to inform the clan leader at once. Make haste. Hisoka Toyohisa urged, his tone serious. The Han military strategy states, speed is of the essence in warfare. Such an excellent opportunity may not arise again. Understood. Hisoka Toyohisa took a deep breath, drew the samurai sword from his saddle, and swept it forward with determination, shouting, fight with all our might. Inoue Saburo hurriedly made his way to the foot of Yamana Castle. Upon looking up, he saw the deity beckoning him. He was astounded to find that they had truly breached the defenses. He knew the deity was formidable, yet he hadn't anticipated such overwhelming prowess. Requiring no assistance from him, his blood surged with excitement. How could he not be thrilled? He was on the verge of joining the ranks of the top powers, and he would become the foremost figure beneath the deity. One man beneath, above 10,000. Quickly, let us enter the city. The clear sound drew Inoue Saburo back to reality. He steadied himself and waved, commanding, let us enter the city. Upon arrival, Inoue Saburo realized that calm had not yet settled within the city. The Sanomitsu clan still had a formidable number of warriors ready for battle. However, he felt no fear. With the two armies united, boasting a force of 3,000 warriors and led by the divine general himself, victory seemed assured. When shall we commence the battle, divine general? He inquired. Patience. Li Qing gestured toward the dilapidated city gate below. Have someone build a wall to block this main entrance. Understood. Inoue Saburo promptly dispatched orders and soon returned to report on the situation regarding Hosokawa Toyohisa. After listening, Li Qing nodded slightly, pleased. Hosokawa Toyohisa has indeed lived up to my expectations. However, if I am not mistaken, he will surely urge the head of the Hosokawa clan to fight with all their might to seize this grand city in one fell swoop. Therefore, do not become overly complacent. A challenging battle still awaits us. Upon hearing this, the joy on Inoue Saburo's face faltered, replaced by unease. With formidable enemies both inside and out, facing the combined might of two of the four great clans, even his audacious nature could not suppress a shiver of trepidation. Are you afraid? And no, not at all, Inoue Saburo stammered, shaking his head. Given the current situation, what shall we do? Li Qing smiled reassuringly. Do not panic. We still have time to strategize. Indeed, Inoue Saburo managed to smile, albeit a bitter one. However, seeing the divine general's calm demeanor eased his anxiety somewhat. Divine general, how shall we respond? Inoue Saburo hesitated. Merely blocking the gate may not suffice. Li Qing nodded. To repel external threats, we must first secure the internal situation. We must take this city completely before the Hosokawa clan launches their attack. Inoue Saburo hesitated. Divine general, since the ultimate goal of the Hosokawa clan is this grand city, will they still assist us in holding off those outside? They will, Li Qing replied with a smile. For them. Engaging in battle outside is far easier than allowing the Sanamitsu clan to enter and fortify themselves within the city. Inoue Saburo scratched his head. What if Hosokawa Toyohisa fails to grasp the implications of this? Rest assured, he is smarter than you. Li Qing rolled his eyes. If I say he will, then he certainly will. Very well. Inoue Saburo ceased to ponder further. Once the wall is built, shall we attack the city? Not yet. Let them come out to fight us. Li Qing commanded. You take a group to raid. Remember, only target the wealthy, spare the common folk. I excel at that. Inoue Saburo grinned. And then? Li Qing replied. There is no and then. The affluent within the city are also part of the Sanamitsu clan's wealth. They will not stand idly by while we plunder them, especially as they believe reinforcements are on the way. I see. Inoue Saburo nodded slowly. Shall I proceed to raid now? Go ahead, Li Qing affirmed, adding a cautionary note. Keep an eye on the warriors. This time, we only seize wealth. Do not let the sight of women distract you. We will take whatever we desire from the main city. Do not indulge in fleeting pleasures. Yes. Inoue Saburo bowed in acknowledgement and hurried down from the city wall. Li Qing stood atop the city wall, gazing into the distance while softly murmuring to himself. The Hosokawa clan will not reach the gates for at least half a month. That should provide ample time for preparations. Yet, I am uncertain when the warriors of the Sanami clan will return to aid us, and whether Hosokawa Toyohisa will follow suit. This decision is indeed fraught with peril. But should we withstand the pressure, the rewards could be monumental. Fortune favors the bold, yet it can also lead to ruin, though the odds of failure are high. Should we lose, we will simply begin anew. Li Qing devised a contingency plan, for the wealth scavenged by Murakami was sufficient to enable his resurgence. To ensure his safety, he had chosen a secluded mountain as a refuge on his journey, preserving a means of retreat. Nevertheless, Li Qing yearned to seize this city. He despised the notion of starting over, as it would be a grievous waste of time and contrary to his ambitions. As Li Qing anticipated, on the third day after Inoue Saburo's pillaging, the Sanami clan could no longer remain passive. The affluent were regarded as their private property, and they could not allow outsiders to seize them. While the Hosokawa clan raided from outside, Li Qing plundered within, and even the mighty Sanami clan could scarcely withstand such a siege. Reluctantly, they resolved to fight. The Sanami clan was not overly alarmed. They believed their warriors would return from the outside within days, rendering any hesitation unnecessary. Furthermore, they still possessed over 4,000 fighters, and if they fought with determination, victory was not beyond reach. Thus, they emerged from the city. Upon receiving news from his scouts, Li Qing instructed Inoue Saburo to hasten the looting, creating an impression on the Sanami that he felt outmatched and sought to make a grand escape. On the surface, it appeared reasonable for his 2,000 to 3,000 men to be unable to contend with the Sanami clan. Observing this, the Sanami clan's courage surged, and they rallied their forces to drive Li Qing away. Little did they know, this played perfectly into Li Qing's scheme. The battle was reignited, albeit with a different dynamic. Previously, 2,000 against 5,000, now 3,000 against 4,000. Within mere moments of engagement, the Sanami clan regained their composure, realizing they could not prevail. However, this time, Li Qing did not afford them a moment to retreat. As soon as the battle commenced, he personally led a cavalry unit to strike at their rear, subsequently launching a counterattack. He granted them no opportunity for escape. With no means of withdrawal and no hope of victory, the morale of the Sanami clan plummeted. Ultimately, after suffering over 1,000 casualties, they collapsed entirely. They scattered in all directions, with Yamana Masatoyo, the son of Yamana Tokiyoshi, shouting hoarsely, yet failing to maintain control. In the end, only a few hundred loyal retainers and desperate warriors continued to fight to the death, their fate all but sealed. Nonetheless, Yamana Masatoyo displayed commendable resolve, refusing to surrender and opting for seppuku. Following this engagement, Li Qing's fighting force dwindled to a mere 2,500, weary. Yet, he merely took a brief respite before advancing toward the inner city. During this process, he encountered another faction. Yamana Tokiyoshi's second son, Yamana Toyohisa, arrived with a retinue of retainers and desperate fighters, numbering in the hundreds, ready to confront him. Another fierce battle ensued, with Li Qing personally entering the fray, yet, inevitably, he suffered the loss of over 100 warriors. At this juncture, his remaining fighting force had dwindled to 2,300. Li Qing, trembling with apprehension, promptly began to post notices to placate the populace, instructing Inoue Saburo to return all the plundered wealth. Otherwise, should the entire city rise in rebellion, he would find himself compelled to abandon his stronghold even before the Hosokawa clan laid siege. A fierce dragon does not suppress a local serpent. Thus, Li Qing had no choice but to adopt a humble demeanor. Fortunately, the wealth of the Yamana family was astonishingly substantial, and after generously rewarding and compensating his followers, he had expended barely 30% of it, leaving him unconcerned about provisions. Following the bountiful rewards, Li Qing promoted all the samurai, elevating even the least among them to the rank of 7th-level warriors, while the core group ascended to 3rd-level warriors. Although such promotions would inflate military expenses, Li Qing was unfazed. With formidable foes at the gates, he had no time to lament over finances. Moreover, his ambitions did not center around monetary gain. Once these matters were settled, Li Qing commenced the recruitment of samurai, offering enticing 9th-level warrior benefits right from the outset. He disseminated notices far and wide, making the promotion incentives public knowledge. In just a few days, nearly 1,000 individuals flocked to his cause, with the majority being defeated remnants of the Yamana clan. Li Qing exhibited remarkable leniency towards these former adversaries, disregarding past hostilities and providing them with additional support, integrating them directly into the samurai ranks with expedited promotions. However, to maintain the superiority and ambition of his loyal followers, he ensured that these recruits were not grouped with the core faction, thereby preventing them from exploiting the advantages of being in proximity to the elite samurai. 3 days later, the total number of recruits surpassed 2,000. At this point, Li Qing finally felt a sense of clarity. A force of 4,000 against 10,000 was not excessively daunting, especially since he was the defender of the city, which filled him with a sense of calm. Another day passed, and Inoue Saburo rode in with alarming news. Thousands of armed men from the Yamana clan had arrived at the city gates, accompanied by Lord Hosokawa Toyohisa and his own contingent of several thousand samurai. The total numbers approached 10,000. This did not even account for the subsequent reinforcements from the Hosokawa clan. If calculated, Li Qing was facing an armed force of no less than 15,000. The disparity in troop strength, nearly fourfold, was indeed significant, and the city itself was far inferior to the might of the Ming Dynasty, let alone its fortified borders. In a siege, an advantage of just over 2 times would suffice. The city was small and weak, incapable of supporting a large number of defenders. Furthermore, elite factions like the Hosokawa clan possessed artillery. Though less powerful and with shorter range, it was still artillery and could prove remarkably effective in siege warfare. Upon ascending the city walls and gazing upon the dark mass of warriors below, Li Qing felt a surge of trepidation. Of the 4,000 men under his command, only just over 2,000 were truly trustworthy. The rest were unreliable, as those who had pledged allegiance to him could just as easily turn to others. Lord Hosokawa Toyohisa. Li Qing's resonant voice echoed clearly, reaching the ears of all present. If we coordinate our efforts, we can decisively defeat the Yamana clan and eliminate any future threats. Hosokawa Toyohisa sneered and retorted loudly. Though the Hosokawa and Yamana clans have had their conflicts, we are of the same bloodline, both serving the shogunate. You, however, are but an outsider. Do not expect us to turn on one another. The two factions, once embroiled in battle, now stood united, perfectly illustrating the adage, there are no eternal friends nor eternal enemies, only perpetual interests. Hosokawa Toyohisa was taken aback. He never anticipated that Li Qing could truly succeed. Simultaneously, he felt an even deeper apprehension towards Li Qing. Such a figure, if allowed to establish a firm foothold, would undoubtedly become a nightmare for the Hosokawa clan. It was imperative to eliminate him. Li Qing, feeling helpless, retorted, "Wasn't it your idea to attack the Sanmei clan? I merely intended to borrow some money from their allies. Who prompted you to invade the city?" Hosokawa Toyohisa, lacking any sense of shame, scoffed, "Now, I must seek justice for the brothers of the Sanmei clan." Li Qing turned his gaze towards the commander of the Sanmei clan and mockingly inquired, "Do you truly believe his words?" "What choice do I have?" The commander bellowed. "Where is our lord, Sanmei Masayoshi?" Li Qing rubbed his nose, realizing that inciting internal conflict was futile. He decisively declared, "He is dead. If we must fight, let us fight." With that, he swiftly drew his bow and released an arrow aimed at Hosokawa Toyohisa. Alas, the shot went awry. The speed of Li Qing's actions, combined with his formidable strength, should have ensured that the arrow struck true. However, the quality of the arrow was woefully inadequate. As it flew, the trajectory deviated slightly, resulting in a miss by half a meter. Nonetheless, there was some gain. While Hoshikawa Tohisa remained unscathed, his aide was struck through the head by the arrow, dying instantly without a sound. Hoshikawa Tohisa's pupils constricted in shock. He had not expected Li Qing to be capable of killing from over 20 paces away with such might. He quickly crouched down and shouted, "Attack the city!" "Damn it," Li Qing cursed. "Fire arrows, hurl stones." The enemy forces, standing so densely packed, required no precise aim. A mindless barrage would suffice. After several rounds of arrows, they had managed to inflict casualties upon over 200 foes, but soon, the arrows were exhausted. They could only resort to throwing stones thereafter. Feeling the tremors of the city walls, Inoue Saburo swallowed hard and said, "Great God, shall we fire the cannons?" After breaching the Sanmei family residence, they had seized 2 cannons and several dozen shells, which Li Qing had hastily brought to the city walls. "Patience, let us wait," Li Qing calmly replied. "They cannot breach us just yet. We'll deal with the stones once we run out." Glancing back at the 2 cannons, Li Qing couldn't help but smile wryly. Goodness, this battle is truly dismal. Recalling the days spent with Zhu Laosi during the northern expedition, when shells were abundant and the bombardment relentless, he sighed. Cannons firing, cavalry charging. That was a time of unparalleled wealth. Now, even a handful of shells felt like a luxury. The circumstances of this moment were markedly different from the past. Defending such a fortress provided no sense of security. Each assault from the enemy felt as if the walls could collapse at any moment, with dust from the cracks falling with every impact. Not only his warriors, but even Li Qing himself felt uncertain. The walls were neither high nor thick, and thankfully, the stature of the Japanese was diminutive. Had it been the Ming army, they could have easily scaled the walls. Fortunately, the Hoshikawa and Sanmei clans lacked siege weaponry, and their makeshift rams had proven ineffective. After over an hour of assault, they had suffered over 300 casualties without gaining any ground. Upon witnessing the situation, Hoshikawa Toyohisa commanded the withdrawal of his troops and sent emissaries to the city to persuade surrender, attempting to unsettle the morale of the defenders. However, the soldiers under Li Qing's command were not so easily swayed, since their allegiance to the great god. They had not tasted defeat and had cultivated an unwavering belief in their invincibility. Regardless of the cries from below, nearly 1,000 warriors atop the walls remained unmoved. As for the recently joined warriors, Li Qing had not permitted them to ascend the battlements. Instead, he assigned them to diligently craft defensive implements. At last, tranquility descended. Inoue Saburo exhaled in relief and remarked, "Great God, should the Hoshikawa retainers arrive, it is highly probable we shall not hold out. We shall defend as best as we can. If we cannot hold, we will retreat to the inner city," Li Qing replied, withdrawing his gaze. "You shall lead the newcomers to organize and gather into the inner city, informing them that the Hoshikawa are on the verge of breaching the walls, which will result in ruin for both lives and wealth. Such a vast city, I fear we may not have enough time," Inoue Saburo expressed. Li Qing pondered for a moment and stated, "Let us target the affluent households, instructing them to bring their wealth and provisions into the inner city. Assure them that if they comply with our orders and enter without hesitation, they shall not lose a single coin. After we repel the Hoshikawa, they may return. However, for those who resist, we shall show no mercy. These supplies are valuable, and I do not wish for them to fall into enemy hands. Mobilize starting with the wealthy," Li Qing instructed, advising the newcomers that if they performed their duties well, they could be promoted to 8th-level warriors. Conversely, disobedience or hesitation would result in immediate execution. He paused and added, "Take cavalry with you as a show of force." "Understood." Inoue Saburo bowed in agreement and glanced at the throng of enemies below, expressing his concern. "Great God, there is no need for you to worry," Li Qing replied calmly. "Before the arrival of the Hoshikawa reinforcements, they shall not breach our defenses. After all, this is a city, not made of paper. We can hold out for several days. However, the battlements are too narrow to accommodate many defenders, and our defensive implements are somewhat lacking. Otherwise, the allied forces of Hoshikawa would not have suffered only 300 casualties after over an hour of siege. Fortunately, the enemy lacked siege equipment, and even bows and arrows were not prepared, resulting in no losses on Li Qing's side. Though the enemy was not vanquished in large numbers, every enemy slain was a profit. "What should I do?" In no way, Saburo inquired. Go ahead, Li Qing nodded. Remember, do not covet wealth. The external threat looms. If we provoke the wealthy within the city, we may find ourselves in dire straits. As long as they comply and move into the inner city, we must not trouble them. Understood. In no way, Saburo bowed deeply and departed. Li Qing stretched and muttered. If I had a general's cannon in hand, it would be a wonder if you all did not lament. In the afternoon, the Hosokawa allied forces launched another assault, and Li Qing continued to defend the city. After over an hour, having lost several hundred men, the Hosokawa withdrew without success. That night, they attempted another attack. But due to Li Qing's implementation of a two-shift system, they again achieved nothing. After 3 consecutive assaults resulting in over 1,000 casualties, they learned their lesson and refrained from further attacks, choosing instead to wait outside the city for reinforcements to arrive, ready to strike with renewed vigor. Li Qing remained industrious, diligently crafting arrows, gathering incendiary oil, and scouring for stones and logs to fortify the city. The castle walls were soon brimming with supplies, while he personally calibrated 2 cannons, positioning them to target the city gates below. On the morning of the 5th day, the reinforcements from the Hosokawa clan arrived, prompting Li Qing to swiftly order Inoue Saburo to retreat within the inner city and quickly mobilize the samurai to prepare for defense. To be frank, the pace was far slower than Li Qing had anticipated. However, upon surveying the enemy's formation, he finally comprehended why their arrival had been so delayed. The enemy came equipped with siege vehicles, ladders, catapults, 3 cannons, and a wagon full of ammunition, alongside 500 cavalry warriors. The Hosokawa clan was evidently committed to this endeavor, abandoning any semblance of normalcy. At this moment, the forces amassed beneath the city totaled 15,000, an intimidating sight indeed. Within the confines of Japan, such a scale of warfare could undoubtedly be regarded as a historic confrontation, one that would etch itself into the annals of Japanese history. Yet, for Li Qing, this force seemed rather ordinary, truly quite unremarkable. He had to concede, however, that he could not withstand such an assault, for his own forces were even more modest, as were his defenses and fortifications. Were Li Hong to learn of his godfather's predicament, he would undoubtedly be moved to tears, lamenting the pitiful state of his preparations for war. After all, it was merely cannon fire, something he had in abundance and could produce at will. Hosokawa Toyohisa approached the city gates, shield in hand, and called out, "There is an old saying among the Han. Those who understand the times are the true heroes. If you surrender and come forth, you may save your life. Should you remain stubborn without hesitation," Li Qing knocked an arrow and loosed it. Whoosh! Alas, it went awry. Frustrated, Li Qing cursed, lamenting the poor craftsmanship of his arrows. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, "Archers, prepare the catapults. Stones, logs, and incendiary oil, do not let them breach our walls." With a flurry of arrows raining down and stones whistling through the air, Li Qing issued a series of commands and personally ignited the fuse of the gunpowder. The fuse burned quickly, yet the cannon failed to fire, a dud. Li Qing's irritation mounted, and he replaced it with another, only for it to yield the same result. He tried once more. Boom. At last, it detonated. A sense of relief washed over Li Qing, as if he had regained some semblance of control, though the explosion's impact was disappointingly feeble. In such a tightly packed formation, where warriors stood nearly shoulder to shoulder, the blast claimed only 1 life and injured 3, one of whom merely dusted himself off and continued to fight. The effectiveness of this secret weapon was laughable. Fortunately, both sides possessed firearms of comparable caliber. Li Qing observed the enemy as they reloaded their weapons, also encountering misfires, which elicited a chuckle from him. It was a scene of absurdity that brought a smile to his face. As Li Qing defended the castle, the enemy launched their assault, hurling stones and shooting arrows at the walls. Yet, the lethality of their attacks proved rather mediocre. This was due to the limitations of their craftsmanship. While they could effectively project from above, their efforts from below appeared lackluster. Moreover, the defending samurai were predominantly clad in armor, resulting in a significant disparity in casualties between the two forces. However, the numerical advantage of the defenders was even more pronounced compared to the attackers. On the city walls stood scarcely 1,000 defenders, while an overwhelming force of 15,000 assailants sought to breach its defenses. Such a staggering disparity in numbers rendered any hope of compensating through attrition nothing more than a delusion. Within less than half an hour, the scaling ladders were affixed to the battlements, And it was at this moment that Li Qing abruptly confronted an unbearable truth. The walls were alarmingly low, and the enemy ascended with astonishing speed. Moreover, should anyone tumble from the ladders, fatalities were rare. Most would simply dust themselves off and continue their ascent. The water-soaked ladders, even when doused in oil, proved difficult to destroy, while the samurai's blades, sharp yet brittle, could inflict only limited damage upon the drenched wooden structures. Thus, the most effective strategy lay in forcefully toppling the ladders, compelling the enemy to climb anew, yet failing to inflict significant casualties. As the number of climbers increased, the task of pushing the ladders became increasingly arduous, and the defenders began to flounder in disarray. Initially, Li Qing had believed they could inflict a loss of 2,000 upon the enemy, but they had only achieved half that, and the adversaries began to swarm the walls. Concurrently, bolstered by siege engines and artillery, the already fragile fortifications teetered on the brink of collapse. Retreat along the designated route. Li Qing commanded decisively. The samurai, receiving the order, descended in an orderly fashion, commencing the execution of their contingency plan. They remained unperturbed, for they had faith in their deity. Throughout this ordeal, Li Qing had become a symbol of spiritual fortitude. Despite the enemy's formidable numbers, they could not shatter the defenders' mental resolve. In their minds, victory against overwhelming odds was still within reach. While Li Qing's subordinates retreated, he himself did not. Facing cavalry, he needed to buy ample time for their withdrawal. These were elite warriors, and should they be cornered, the subsequent onslaught of over 10,000 would spell disaster. Though Li Qing stood alone, he embodied the indomitable spirit of a lone warrior defending against a tide of foes. For every enemy that approached, he dispatched them. For every two, he claimed two more. A formidable force. His internal energy surged violently, and this time he had ample scope to unleash his potential, previously constrained by a lack of targets. He now found himself overwhelmed with adversaries to vanquish. The hefty steel blade, weighing dozens of pounds, soon bore the marks of his relentless strikes, with chips and fissures emerging, ultimately breaking apart. Yet Li Qing did not retreat. In this chaotic scene, the circumstances favored him, for the enemy did not converge in a singular wave, but rather engaged in a relentless series of assaults. Indeed, the foes ascended rapidly, yet Li Qing's retribution was swifter, allowing him to maintain a tenuous equilibrium. A flurry of arrows whistled through the air, yet Li Qing did not flinch. At that moment, his energy surged uncontrollably, and the projectiles from below lacked the force to threaten him, making it entirely feasible to endure their impacts. Hisakawa Toyohisa stared in astonishment at this spectacle, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Was this man made of iron and steel? At last, he understood why Li Qing was revered as a deity. Truly, he seemed beyond human. Not only was he astonished, but so too were the heads of the Hisakawa and Yamana clans, rendered speechless and aghast. What did they witness? A single man grasping a samurai by the ankle, seemingly without exerting effort, yet spinning with the ferocity of a reaper, harvesting lives with each deadly sweep. Under the relentless onslaught of two humanoid weapons, it quickly became apparent that only a severed calf remained. The individual then switched to two more humanoid weapons, exhibiting an alarming level of fury. Chapter 179, Record-breaking. Is this still human? Such thoughts echoed in the minds of all present. Even the warriors ascending the siege ladder found their legs trembling. It had been nearly a quarter of an hour, yet not a single soul managed to maintain their footing on the battlements. Had there been numerous defenders engaged in fierce resistance, it would have been one thing. But the fact that only one person guarded the city was truly unsettling. In light of this, Hisakawa Toyohisa bellowed at the top of his lungs, 10 gold coins for those who ascend the city, 100 for the one who injures the enemy leader, and 1,000 for the one who slays him. Surely, under such generous rewards, brave men would emerge. Upon hearing such bountiful incentives, the previously hesitant warriors found renewed courage. Although the lone figure atop the city was ferocious beyond measure, he too was merely human, and they firmly believed that such an intense expenditure of strength could not endure indefinitely. With a resounding crack, Li Qing equipped himself with 2 new humanoid bludgeons, swinging his arms in wide arcs. Any unfortunate soul struck by these weapons either suffered broken bones or met an immediate demise, rendering them instantly incapable of combat. The bodies littering the battlements had surpassed 200, sprawled in disarray, leaving little space to maneuver, yet Li Qing remained undaunted. Today, he aimed to break records. After yet another quarter of an hour, Li Qing's stature appeared to rise once more, not due to growth, but because the number of corpses beneath his feet had increased. The count of enemies who had perished at his hands had exceeded 400. Concurrently, the bounty offered by Hosokawa Toyohisa had doubled, driven by a vow to eliminate Li Qing. Such a formidable opponent, if left unchecked, could become a dire threat in the future. The potential consequences of allowing his power to flourish were too grave to contemplate. Regardless of the cost, he must be vanquished, despite the continuous stream of assailants. And the fact that none had survived more than 10 breaths atop the city thus far, it was evident that the Slayer's strength was waning. As he began to gasp for air, further confirming their suspicions, this man was not a deity. He could be killed. If he could be slain, why not by my hand? Faced with overwhelming temptation, individuals often overestimate their capabilities, and in numbers, their courage swells, causing them to shed their initial fears. With a resounding crash, Li Qing hurled 2 severed calves, striking 2 warriors who had just reached the parapet, sending them flying before they could regain their balance. The sound of broken bones echoed through the air as blood gushed forth, and they perished before touching the ground. With a swift sweep of his leg, Li Qing cleared a 2-meter radius around him, creating a brief moment of vacuum. Seizing this opportunity, he grabbed a samurai sword and leaped several meters, executing a powerful sweep. As time progressed, after 1/4 of an hour, then 2, Li Qing's elevation continued to rise, yet his efficiency in dispatching foes began to diminish. His vital energy and stamina were waning significantly. With the passage of time, his breath became increasingly labored. Even centuries of vital energy could not defy the limitations of flesh. He was no immortal. However, he had already claimed a staggering number of lives. The enemy's corpses were nearly stacked to the parapet, the exact number impossible to ascertain, but certainly not fewer than 800, if not 1,000. At this juncture, Li Qing finally achieved his strategic objective of inflicting a loss of 2,000 men upon the enemy before their entry into the city. After calculating the time, it was evident that his warriors had established an absolute distance of safety, rendering any further engagement unnecessary. Although they still possessed the strength to continue fighting, it was prudent to conserve their energy in the face of a formidable adversary. Just then, the sound of crumbling bricks echoed, followed by a chorus of cheers. Witnessing this situation, Li Qing no longer hesitated. He leapt down from the city wall. "Pursue him, eliminate him," roared Hosokawa Toyohisa, desperation in his voice. "Kill him, and I shall reward you with a fortune." After incurring such significant losses, they had finally worn down their opponent, and allowing him to escape would render their sacrifices futile. Soon, a throng of men surged into the city, yet they didn't even catch a glimpse of Li Qing. What a pity! Hosokawa Toyohisa gritted his teeth in frustration. Hosokawa Katsunari advanced calmly and remarked, "Let it be. We shall enter the city first. How many armed men does he have left?" Hosokawa Toyohisa managed to regain some composure and responded respectfully. "They number just over 3,000. Inoue Saburo has helped us eliminate around 500. Considering their assault on the city, the forces of the Yamana clan should be fewer than 2,000, especially with the few remaining on the walls." He paused, lowering his voice. "What shall we do about the thousands of Yamana warriors now?" Upon hearing this, Hosokawa Katsunari furrowed his brow and replied quietly, "This is indeed a conundrum. You are well versed in military strategy. Do you have any countermeasures?" After pondering, Hosokawa Toyohisa suggested, "We could employ a delaying tactic, promising that this city will remain under their management, provided they pay us a certain tribute each month." "That is far too lenient on the Yamana clan," Hosokawa Katsunari retorted. "Dissatisfied. They are but 4,000 strong, while we outnumber them by more than 2-fold. We have already invested our resources. How can we settle for so little?" Hosokawa Toyohisa urged, "This is merely a temporary measure. The most pressing concern is to eliminate that formidable figure. Once he is dealt with, subduing the Yamana clan will be far simpler." No, Hosokawa Katsunari countered. "The Yamana clan has held sway here for far too long. Your delaying tactic is akin to letting a tiger return to the mountains. While that so-called formidable figure is indeed powerful, his forces are scant, and he lacks a solid foundation in this locale. Establishing a foothold here will be exceedingly difficult for him." Hosokawa Toyohisa sighed in exasperation, a bitter smile crossing his lips. "With his terrifying combat prowess, should he regain his breath, he will undoubtedly become our primary adversary. But have you considered this vast city? If he is intent on fleeing, how can we possibly capture him?" Hosokawa Katsunari retorted. Hosokawa Toyohisa faltered. The martial prowess displayed by Li Qing was almost superhuman, despite their numerical advantage. He doubted they could apprehend him. All indications suggested that as long as this formidable figure wished to escape, no one could hinder him. It was not a matter of being unable to kill him, but rather of being unable to catch him. Therefore, heed my counsel, Hosokawa Katsunari declared. You need not employ your usual rhetoric. This is a falsehood. We must let them take the lead, and once the obstacles are cleared, we will strike decisively. His ambition was palpable. This city shall be mine. Let them take the lead? They may not agree to that. Hosokawa Toyohisa objected. Hosokawa Katsunari scoffed. Do they have a choice now? Very well, I shall test the waters. Hosokawa Katsuyuki nodded. Now that we have entered the city, there is no need to rush onward. After such a protracted siege, it is imperative for the samurai to rest, to be well fed and rejuvenated before we continue. Once they have recuperated, they will possess the strength to vanquish our foes. After all, the city is here and cannot flee. Indeed. Hosokawa Toyohisa bowed deeply and turned to depart. Quickly inform Inoue Saburo to bring the troops forth, Li Qing instructed solemnly, and ensure he brings all the samurai. Understood. 2 hours later, Inoue Saburo arrived in haste with all the samurai. Upon seeing that Lord Okami was unharmed and that the core samurai had suffered minimal losses, he exhaled a long sigh of relief, though he remained puzzled. My lord, are we not to defend the city? We will not defend, Li Qing replied, gently shaking his head. The inner city is far more challenging to protect than the outer. If we cannot hold the outer city, the inner will fare no better. Through this battle, I have discerned that defending this city is no simple task. There are no impregnable fortifications, no heavy artillery, and even the most basic defensive weaponry, such as arrows, leave much to be desired. Guarding these walls, which are hardly taller than those of a wealthy household in the Ming Dynasty, is hardly a viable strategy. It would be far better to engage directly. Inoue Saburo spoke softly. My lord, those newcomers may not be entirely trustworthy. If they betray us during the battle, we would be in dire straits, particularly since our adversaries also possess warriors from the Yamana clan. Li Qing nodded. It matters not. Inform them that we shall not engage the Yamana clan, but will solely confront the Hosokawa clan. What if the Yamana clan attacks us? Inoue Saburo hesitated. After all, we have already annihilated the Yamana family. There are no eternal enemies, only perpetual interests, Li Qing replied calmly. If the commander of the Yamana clan were truly driven by emotion, he would not have come to broker peace with the Hosokawa clan. He may not be aware of the proverb about the lips and teeth, but he certainly understands that if we falter, his fate will be equally grim. The Hosokawa clan has already laid bare their resources. Would they not seize the opportunity to claim this bountiful prize? Inoue Saburo did not fully grasp the implications, but nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall proceed at once. He paused, then inquired, My lord, how many have we lost? Not fewer than 2,000. That is still manageable. Inoue Saburo felt a renewed sense of confidence and left with a cheerful demeanor. Li Qing focused on regaining his energy while discreetly calculating the odds of victory. At present, his forces numbered 4,000, while the enemy appeared to total around 12 to 13,000. However, not all of these were his adversaries. For instance, the 3 to 4,000 from the Yamana clan, as long as they are not foolish, would not assist the Hosokawa clan against him. Li Qing did not harbor the expectation that they would aid him. He simply hoped they would refrain from aiding the Hosokawa clan. As for the newcomers, he was not overly concerned. They were not being asked to fight against their former lord, but rather against an old nemesis. And the price offered by their former lord was far less enticing than his own. Even if he were to suffer defeat, these individuals would still have an avenue for retreat, having not attacked the Yamana clan. Based on this, it is feasible, excluding the Yamana clan. The odds would be 4,000 against 9,000. Not a significant issue, Li Qing sighed deeply. The following morning, the allied forces of the Hosokawa clan arrived, dragging their siege machinery at a leisurely pace. They subconsciously believed that Li Qing would still defend the city. Little did they know, Li Qing was prepared to confront them in open battle. Upon witnessing an imposing force of 4,000 armed men before him, Hosokawa Katsuyuki's expression shifted subtly, and he exclaimed in a mix of astonishment and ire, Toyohisa, did you not assert that our forces were insufficient, numbering less than 2,000? What is the meaning of this? Stammering, Hosokawa Toyohisa replied, it appears they have hastily assembled additional troops. Fear not. Once the battle commences, these makeshift soldiers will undoubtedly scatter. Let us hope so, Katsuyuki retorted with a huff. Go, instruct Yamana Toritaro to take the lead, and you shall oversee the operation personally. Aware of his shortcomings, Toyohisa reluctantly acquiesced, approaching Yamana Toritaro with a mix of persuasion and insistence, ultimately convincing him to assume the role of vanguard. Charge! Toyohisa drew his katana and, alongside the warriors of the Yamana clan, surged forward. Scatter! Li Qing commanded softly. The well-prepared forces immediately dispersed, creating a sunlit path. Stunned, Toyohisa thought to himself. Has he lost his mind? Yet, his surprise quickly transformed into elation. Regardless of the opponent's intentions, as long as their troops surged forward and then counterattacked, they could flank this formidable deity. A resounding victory was within reach, heralding the dawn of an era for the Hosokawa clan. Chapter 180, Flanked Toyohisa. Alongside the warriors of the Yamana clan, charged through without encountering any resistance, effortlessly maneuvering behind Li Qing's forces. However, Li Qing remained unfazed, perceiving them as mere shadows. As he led his 4,000 soldiers against the main force of the Hosokawa clan, what could he possibly be planning? Toyohisa murmured to himself, struggling to comprehend Li Qing's strategy. Nevertheless, it mattered little. The entirety of the opponent's rear was now exposed before him, and a counterattack would surely seal their fate. This truly is a foolish strategy. Toyohisa grinned, turning to Yamana Toritaro. My lord, the opportunity is fleeting. We must act swiftly. Toritaro's gaze remained fixated on the battlefield, his expression wavering. He had not anticipated such a tactic from Li Qing, nor did he foresee the strength of his forces. It was evident that over half of those warriors belonged to the Yamana clan, leaving him astonished at how swiftly they had coalesced into a cohesive unit, managing to withstand a numerical disadvantage exceeding 2-1. Toritaro! Toritaro! Toyohisa called repeatedly but received no response, as Toritaro appeared oblivious to his presence. Growing irritated, Toyohisa exclaimed, Yamana Toritaro! Finally, Toritaro snapped back to attention, casting a dispassionate glance his way. What is it? Let us strike swiftly, urged Toyohisa. Patience, Toritaro replied, a hint of unease creeping into Toyohisa's mind. What do you mean by that? What do you think it means? Do you take me for a fool? If we annihilate them, I shall be the next unfortunate victim, destined to be mere cannon fodder. Toritaro mused silently, though he maintained an air of indifference. Wait for what? Toyohisa pressed. I do not know what I am waiting for. I simply wish to delay, Toritaro stated nonchalantly, no longer feigning concern. He was not particularly intimidated. Li Qing commanded 4,000. He had over 3,000, while the Hosokawa clan numbered around 9,000. A confrontation of 7,000 against 9,000 was not insurmountable. Li Qing's warriors exhibited an extraordinary prowess in battle, sufficiently compensating for their numerical inferiority. However, Yamana Toritaro had no intention of allying with Li Qing, fearing that should they drive back the Hosokawa clan, Li Qing might turn against him. For him, the most prudent strategy was to remain passive, conserving his strength while awaiting the inevitable attrition between the two sides. His calculated scheming was evident to Hosokawa Toshihisa, who admonished him to grasp the reality of the situation. The Yamana clan had lost its standing to contend equally with the Hosokawa clan. Fuming, Hosokawa Toshihisa declared that the terms he offered were more than generous, urging Yamana to abandon his delusions. Huh, do you truly consider me a fool? You, Hosokawa, have laid bare your resources. Do you really think you can relinquish this grand city to me? Retorted Yamana Toritaro with scorn. In a fit of rage, Hosokawa demanded, will you not take action? What will you do if I do not? Yet, Hosokawa knew he could do little against such odds. He was but one man against the tide. Suit yourself, he muttered bitterly, turning his horse to retreat. But just as he made a move, a gleaming katana was drawn across his throat. Planning to flee? How could I, as the second in command of the Hosokawa clan, allow you to escape? Yamana Toritaro sneered coldly. Do you dare? Hosokawa blustered. I've tolerated you for long enough. With a menacing expression, Yamana retorted, did you truly believe I would forget past grievances? How laughable. Find him. With a wave of his hand, he glanced toward the distant battlefield where the two forces had already clashed. Let us proceed into the city, he commanded, playfully slapping Hosokawa Toshihisa's face, mocking. There's an old saying, when the clam and the snipe contend, it is the fisherman who reaps the benefits. It seems I am that fisherman, doesn't he it? Do not become too complacent. With a resounding slap, Yamana struck Hosokawa, causing stars to dance before his eyes, and blood to pour from his nose, rendering him speechless. At last, Li Qing observed the Yamana forces advancing towards the inner city, allowing him a moment of relief. Now, he could engage in battle without distraction. 4,000 against 9,000, with 2,000 of those being novices. To be candid, in such a head-on confrontation, victory seemed nearly impossible, though they could inflict significant damage upon the enemy. The newly recruited warriors proved unreliable. Shortly after the battle commenced, their courage faltered. Unfortunately, the battlefield had devolved into chaos. Devoid of any formation, they wished to flee, but escape was far from easy. A fundamental truth of the battlefield persists: the more one fears death, the swifter one meets it. This was precisely the case. Li Qing's 2,000 elite warriors were valiant and relentless, fighting as a cohesive unit, while the Hosokawa warriors, though numerous, preferred to target the weaker newcomers. After all, they were all enemies. Any kill would earn them merit, so why invite trouble? Thus, they turned their blades upon the novices, who suffered considerable losses. The elite forces, while also experiencing casualties, incurred comparatively fewer, though in such a grand confrontation. Losses were still substantial. Within a mere quarter of an hour, hundreds had fallen on both sides. The Hosokawa clan's losses were significant, despite their numbers. Li Qing's elite forces were devastatingly fierce. Particularly, Li Qing himself was a veritable harbinger of death, exhibiting unparalleled ferocity. No one could match him in direct combat. Li Qing aspired to capture the leader by seizing the thieves, yet the overwhelming number of adversaries, coupled with the continuous losses endured by his cavalry detachment, rendered a decisive charge impossible. In stark contrast, the opposing force of 500 cavalrymen posed a significant threat to his armed contingent, compelling Li Qing to remain vigilant against this formidable force to prevent his elite warriors from being divided. Fortunately, his strength was considerable, and the Hosokawa clan, or the samurai of Japan, were not adept at cavalry tactics, sparing Li Qing's forces from catastrophic harm. The battle raged fiercely. Though it appeared to be 4,000 against 9,000, the reality was 2,000 versus 7,000, with the inexperienced fighters struggling against the same number of Hosokawa warriors, bearing the brunt of the pressure predominantly on his elite troops. After another quarter of an hour, only about 1,500 elite warriors remained. While the inexperienced fighters dwindled to none, the Hosokawa clan also suffered nearly 2,000 casualties. In light of this situation, Li Qing was compelled to execute a tactical retreat. Hosokawa Katsui did not pursue, not due to an inability to do so, but because he was painfully aware of the losses inflicted by Li Qing. After several rounds of attrition, his once 12,000-strong force had been reduced to just over 7,000, and the spoils previously seized by Hosokawa Taisa were nearly exhausted. The castle remained unconquered, signifying that the Hosokawa clan had not reaped any tangible benefits thus far. Li Qing's personal valor, combined with the dual pressure from his 4,000 troops, further compounded by the defection of over 3,000 Yamana clan warriors, thoroughly disrupted Hosokawa Katsui's plans. He had initially believed that his nearly 13,000 troops would easily handle Li Qing's mere 1,000, yet the outcome was far from what he anticipated. Cursing the treachery of Yamana Toradaro and the foolish misinformation from Hosokawa Toyohisa, Katsui lamented, "Damn it, you have brought me great suffering." Caught in a precarious position, this unforeseen turn of events left him with over 7,000 men, which outwardly appeared to ensure his victory. However, should Li Qing and the Yamana clan form an alliance, he would not be guaranteed a triumph, and even if he were to win, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. More critically, he had depleted his resources, leaving his stronghold vulnerable to a mere 1,000 or 2,000 warriors who could easily seize it. Thus, he was compelled to seek a swift resolution. Yet, the prospect of achieving this rapidly seemed bleak, as Li Qing proved an exceptionally tough adversary, while Yamana Toradaro had retreated to the inner city for defense. All signs indicated that the castle could not be taken in the short term. Prolonged delays posed a risk of his stronghold being pillaged. Yet, he was unwilling to accept his current predicament. Having committed nearly 5,000 warriors, he could not afford to leave empty-handed. After much deliberation, Hosokawa Katsui grit his teeth and declared, "Advance into the inner city. Whoever captures this castle shall be handsomely rewarded." Li Qing was likewise weighing his options. He understood that a rapid assault on the heart of the Hosokawa clan would likely lead to success without incurring casualties. However, such a move would invite a counteroffensive from the Hosokawa, and it was probable that the Yamana clan would abandon their resistance or even surrender if he withdrew. This would not only bolster the Hosokawa's strength, but also place him in a precarious position guarding their ancestral home. He could not afford to retreat. It was imperative to engage here and deplete the enemy's remaining forces. Taking a deep breath, Li Qing instructed, "Saburo, take your cavalry detachment and scout their movements." "Understood," came the reply. A quarter of an hour later, Inoue Saburo returned, dismounting and reporting, "My lord, they are advancing towards the inner city." Li Qing nodded, instructing the warriors to rest and to act later in the evening. The message was conveyed. The direct warriors remained silent. Yet the newly appointed warriors could barely contain their discontent. "Are we to act again? Is this not courting death?" During their previous retreat, they had no choice. Failing to follow the esteemed leader meant becoming mere casualties. However, now that they had retreated, escape was impossible, as they were closely monitored. The prospect of yet another battle filled them with despair. Alas, the weak have no choice but to comply. As night fell, Li Qing prepared for action once more. Leading a contingent of 1,500 direct warriors and 800 newcomers, totaling 2,300 swordsmen, to confront the Hosokawa clan. Upon reaching the gates of the inner city, they discovered that the Hosokawa had already engaged in fierce combat with the Yamanami clan, fiercely resisting on one front while being assaulted on another. A faint smile graced Li Qing's lips as he uttered a chilling command, "Kill." The battle reignited, and the Hosokawa clan found themselves besieged from both sides, unable to unleash their full potential, suffering significant losses. Hosokawa Kitsuzu, feeling both anger and helplessness, faced the dilemma of being unable to breach the city while simultaneously contending with Li Qing. "Damn that esteemed leader. I shall fight you to the end." After a quarter of an hour, Yamanami Kotoru declared, "I shall fight you to the end." Half an hour later, he lamented, "The Han people oppress me too greatly." An hour later, he commanded, "No more fighting, retreat." Hosokawa Kitsuzu, having lost over 1,300 men in just 1 hour, found his forces reduced to 6,000. Continuing the fight seemed futile. Even if they emerged victorious, maintaining control would be a challenge, and what of their homes? They had to return. It was imperative. On the city walls, Hosokawa Toyohisa observed his leader's actions in disbelief. "No, don't leave. I am still up here. I haven't joined you yet." Chapter 181. The transfer of gold and silver to the Ming Dynasty. Li Qing did not rush to storm the city, but chose to encamp in place, waiting until he was certain that Hosokawa Kitsuzu had departed before planning his assault. Yamanami Kotoru, too, refrained from attacking, harboring similar intentions. The current situation still favored the Hosokawa clan, and he had no desire to aid others in their victory. A day later, Inoue Saburo returned on horseback, reporting, "Esteemed leader, the Hosokawa clan has truly departed. They are moving swiftly, having covered nearly a third of the distance." With this news, Li Qing felt a sense of relief and addressed his warriors, "Seize the city, and we shall have everything we desire." At present, he commanded approximately 1,600 men, with 1,200 being direct warriors and 400 newcomers. The Yamanami clan still boasted around 3,000 men. Compared to the previous battle, this disparity was manageable. Although he was the attacker, the city's defenses were far from formidable. He had successfully breached cities on numerous occasions, and this would be no different. "Form up," he commanded. Yes, the direct warriors, filled with high spirits, rallied, while the 400 newcomers, feeling compelled, could only muster the courage to comply. Soon, they stood in an orderly formation. Li Qing turned to Inoue Saburo and instructed, "Once the city is breached, charge in immediately. The gatekeepers will be my responsibility." "Understood." Inoue Saburo nodded. Taking a deep breath, Li Qing stepped forward. Yamanami Kotoru, having never witnessed Li Qing besieging a city but having experienced his terror, did not underestimate him simply because he approached alone. He immediately shouted, "Release the arrows." With swift movements and agile maneuvers, Li Qing evaded his assailants. When avoidance proved impossible, he resorted to blocking with his katana. He quickened his pace, the revitalized energy within him surging through every meridian, elevating his spirit to its zenith. Securing victory in this battle would nearly fulfill his strategic objective. As he ran faster than a runaway steed, he leapt towards the city gate, his leg leaving multiple afterimages before delivering a powerful strike. The gate shattered with a resounding crash, causing the stones piled behind it to collapse thunderously. The force of this kick was indeed formidable, though his right leg ached slightly. He experienced no hesitation. Following that initial strike, he unleashed several more kicks, soon leaving the entrance wide open. Shanming Hutaling was left in a state of shock. Having witnessed Li Qing's terrifying prowess, he understood the likelihood of defending the city was slim, and ultimately, a direct confrontation was inevitable. However, he had envisioned a scenario where they would wear Li Qing down, depleting his strength before facing him. The sudden collapse of the city, however, was beyond his wildest imaginings. A divine being, truly a divine being, muttered Hoshikawa Toyohisa, momentarily forgetting his fear. Attack! Shouted Inoue Saburo, leading the charge with his katana raised. The residual force from Li Qing's kick inspired even the previously hesitant new samurai to ignite a fervent belief in victory. With a ratio of 1,600 to 3,000, the advantage lay with them. Shanming Hutaling panicked, urgently commanding, "Block them, quickly block him." Yet before he could finish, he was startled to see Li Qing had leapt atop the city wall. How did he ascend? Shanming Hutaling was aghast. Nevertheless, he reacted swiftly, making a decisive choice almost instantaneously. Jump down from the wall. At this height, he would not perish, though he fell with stars dancing before his eyes. He managed to preserve his life. Ignoring his aches, he immediately began organizing the samurai for battle. Li Qing, unable to pursue him immediately, found himself confronted by the weapons of the samurai atop the wall, compelling him to resolve the immediate threat. The inner city wall was smaller than the outer, accommodating only 500 to 600 men, limiting their maneuvers. Li Qing fought with a bold and sweeping style, his lethality staggering. Yet, he was not inclined to linger. After creating a vacuum of space, he quickly assessed Shanming Hutaling's position and leapt down to continue his pursuit. On the battlefield below, the total number of combatants barely exceeded 4,000, and with no cavalry present, capturing the leader was entirely feasible. Upon landing, he immediately thrust both palms forward, sending an adversary soaring into the air, propelled by a fierce gust, like a kite severed from its string, crashing down upon a group of foes. Seizing this moment, Li Qing advanced, continuing to clear the area with decisive strikes. In a mere quarter of an hour, he found himself face to face with Shanming Hutaling. You. Shanming Hutaling's heart raced, his eyes bulging with terror, the whites of his eyes nearly bursting with strain. He yearned to flee, but this time, escape eluded him. Li Qing ascended, planting his foot upon Shanming Hutaling's shoulder, then brought his feet together, spinning his body. With a sickening crunch, Shanming Hutaling's head was violently wrenched off. Li Qing held the severed head aloft, his voice resonant. Shanming Hutaling is dead. Those who surrender shall not be harmed. With that proclamation, he tossed the head high into the air. The renowned Yamana Toritaro has perished, and Li Qing continues his relentless pursuit. His clear voice resonates amidst the clamor of the battlefield, soon prompting some to stealthily flee, rapidly forming a tide of escape. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the fighting subsided. Lay down your arms, and let bygones be bygones. Lay down your arms, and let bygones be bygones. Over 1,000 earnest individuals, unable to make their escape in time, found themselves encircled by Li Qing's samurai. With no options left, they obediently complied. After disarming these individuals, Li Qing let out a long sigh of relief, finally concluding the battle. At that moment, Inoue Saburo dragged Hoshikawa Toyohisa over and inquired, "Master, how shall we deal with this scoundrel?" Spare me, spare me." Hoshikawa Toyohisa, recognizing the gravity of the situation, immediately knelt and bowed his head, pleading, "Do not kill me. I am the second in command of the Hoshikawa clan. What use have I for you?" Li Qing retorted. A swift stroke of his sword severed the head, which rolled across the ground. Inoue Saburo felt a surge of joy. He had feared that the master would spare this wretch. "Well done, master." Li Qing smiled wearily and said, "Let us proceed to the Yamana residence. Inform the samurai that tomorrow we shall discuss rewards for merit." Yes. The following day, Li Qing convened to bestow rewards. Generous accolades. The most pivotal and valiant of the samurai were directly elevated by a rank, with the core members receiving substantial promotions, the least of which being that of a 5th-rank samurai. The compensation for the fallen was staggering. Li Qing specifically tasked Inoue Saburo to lead 1,000 armed men bearing a wealth of gold and silver to distribute the compensation, which left the newly promoted 200 samurai envious. However, their envy soon dissipated, for they too received generous rewards and promotions. Although not on par with Li Qing's core followers, their status had vastly improved, and to their astonishment, even among the new recruits, the hundreds who had perished were granted bountiful compensation, 3 times that of the Yamana clan. They were filled with joy and gratitude, yet also a tinge of shame. This master regarded them as kin, and he fulfilled his promises without resorting to the double standards of pre-battle and post-battle conduct. It was only now that they comprehended the fervor with which their comrades fought. This was not merely a struggle for the master. It was a struggle for their own futures. Even in death, the compensation could ensure that their families would never suffer for sustenance, living comfortably for generations. The compensation was indeed substantial. Li Qing was willing to part with his riches, and the rewards and compensations consumed the Yamana clan's accumulated wealth over countless years. Fortunately, upon Inoue Saburo's return, he brought back the plundered riches from Murakami. It would suffice for a time, though only for about 6 months. There was no alternative. Although few in number, the benefits for samurai promoted to higher ranks were exorbitant. Li Qing remained unperturbed. With weapons in hand, there was little to fear. The prior apprehension of pressuring such groups was now unwarranted. Li Qing's exceptional treatment swiftly spread throughout the city, attracting a continuous influx of samurai eager to join. Within a mere month, his forces swelled to 5,000. 3 months later, they surged past 8,000. Li Qing ceased recruitment, refraining from hastily instigating war. Instead, he devoted his days to military training, while simultaneously plundering wealth, enhancing the quality of his troops, and upgrading their armaments. Without financial means, he resorted to plundering affluent households, first within the city and then extending his reach to those beyond its walls. His focus was not on sustainable development. Rather, he sought a grand coup to dismantle the Ashikaga shogunate and annihilate the imperial family. As days passed, the trade supply from the Ming Dynasty noticeably increased. Despite possessing ample resources, Li Qing extravagantly spent exorbitant sums in a frenzied buying spree. While channeling gold and silver to the Ming, he also harbored ulterior motives, aiming to create a facade of victory through the acquisition of Ming resources. This would suggest, albeit indirectly, a causal relationship. It was only a matter of time before many would follow suit. Zhu Jianshen did not disappoint him. As time progressed, the trade supply from the Ming grew ever larger. The riches he had hoarded were more than enough for the Ming to absorb, without hampering the supply to other daimyos. Japan was gradually engulfed in a fervor for mining. Cultivating land proved less profitable than mining, and with wealth came the ability to procure vast amounts of grain, livestock, silk, and other tangible assets. Li Qing's military expenditures were exorbitant, despite possessing a medium-sized gold mine and 4 sizable silver mines. He was unable to save money and found himself in a precarious financial situation, nearly exhausting the wealthy households. However, his investments were not in vain, as they transformed into a formidable military force. In the 13th year of the Changhua era, during the 12th month, after nearly half a year of recuperation and preparation, Li Qing finally made his move. The accumulation of resources over this period not only enhanced the individual capabilities of his warriors, but also equipped them remarkably. 800 iron cavalry and 2,000 armored samurai stood ready, nearly half wielding swords while the others brandished flails, spears, and other lethal weapons, rather than mere hammers and picks. On this day, Li Qing assembled all his samurai for a pre-battle rally. The objective was clear: to overthrow the Ashikaga shogunate. And upon victory, all samurai would be promoted by 2 ranks with doubled rewards. In a grave tone, Li Qing declared, "First-rank samurai shall ascend to the rank of captain, commanding 100 warriors. Victory is assured." He raised his sword high. "Victory! Victory! Victory!" 8,000 warriors roared in unison, their eyes ablaze with ambition and dreams of ascendance. As Li Qing surveyed his troops, a smile crept upon his lips, and his heart swelled with joy. Such a formidable force, with superior individual skills, equipment, and morale, was undoubtedly capable of toppling the Ashikaga shogunate. Once that was achieved, the imperial family would be an even easier target, merely a talisman he could handle alone. Chapter 182. The burning of the Ashikaga shogunate and the annihilation of the imperial family. In the shogunate, the emperor occupied the main seat. However, he did not gaze upon his ministers, but rather fixed his attention on Ashikaga Yoshihisa, inquiring politely, "Is that so-called deity truly as formidable as they say?" Ashikaga Yoshihisa remained silent, and instead gestured towards Hosokawa Katsumoto. The latter approached, bowing and stating, "Your Majesty, that so-called deity is a Han Chinese, yet possesses remarkable abilities. Although his time in our land has been brief, it is said that he began with merely 7 armed men. In just 2 years, he has become a formidable force. He continued solemnly. Not only has the Hosokawa clan suffered persecution, but the Yamana clan has also been eradicated. If allowed to continue unchecked, the entire nation of Japan may face calamity. Is that so? The emperor slowly nodded and turned his gaze once more towards Ashikaga Yoshihisa, the Ashikaga lord. What is your opinion? Ashikaga Yoshihisa replied calmly. I believe we should deliver a decisive blow. The lord's insight was commendable. Thus, let it be a lethal strike. The emperor exhibited no semblance of authority. In truth, he possessed none. Ever since Ashikaga Yoshimitsu was conferred the title of King of Japan by the Ming Dynasty, the imperial line had completely forfeited its power. Had it not been for the recent upheaval, this puppet might not have even retained his position. Ashikaga Yoshihisa was quite pleased with the emperor's awareness of the times. He turned to address the numerous daimyos, saying, Each of you shall provide 1,000 warriors. In a month's time, we shall march against those Han people. For a prominent clan like the Hosokawa, 1,000 men was a trifling matter, yet for the average daimyos, it was a significant sacrifice. However, due to Ashikaga Yoshihisa's formidable presence, none dared to voice their dissent. With no opposition, preparations could commence. Ashikaga Yoshihisa reveled in this commanding role, smiling as he said, Hosokawa Katsunori, you shall provide 3,000. Hosokawa Katsunori, though irritated, could only manage an awkward smile and acquiesced. Indeed, there was little choice. The arm cannot outmatch the leg, and over the past 6 months, he had indeed recruited numerous soldiers to bolster his strength. Although he had yet to fully recover, he now boasted nearly 10,000 armed men. Yet, most of the newly recruited warriors lacked combat capability, comprising mainly of those merely filling ranks. He thought to himself that when the time came, he could simply utilize those subpar warriors as numbers, which lifted his spirits considerably. At that moment, Hosokawa Katsunori's younger cousin hurried forward and whispered a few words in his ear. Upon hearing this, Katsunori was first taken aback, then elated, and hurriedly spoke. This is grave. That individual has made a move again. Ashikaga Yoshihisa frowned. Who? That esteemed deity. Preposterous deity. Ashikaga Yoshihisa was displeased with this moniker. Did he not possess a name? Hosokawa Katsunori offered an awkward smile and stammered. This humble servant is unaware of his name. Ashikaga Yoshihisa shot him a fierce glare before asking, How many have come? Katsunori turned to his cousin, who bowed and responded, No fewer than 8,000. And they are well equipped. According to scouts, they are expected to arrive in 4 or 5 days. Arrive? Ashikaga Yoshihisa paused. Where to? Here. This proclamation sent shockwaves through the assembly. To wage war against the shogunate was an act of desperation. Yet, they soon found solace in the thought that, under such short notice, they would not need to mobilize troops. They had heard tales of this deity's exploits, recognizing his audacity and skill. Yet they had never anticipated he would dare to challenge the shogunate. The stationed forces here numbered over 20,000, a significant asset for the Ashikaga clan. Did 8,000 dare to approach? Ashikaga Yoshihisa's expression darkened, more so with astonishment and fury. Was this individual not exceedingly arrogant? He harbored no fear, rather. He wished to avoid exerting himself, yet the current situation left no time for maneuvering. Bring them in. With that command, over 10 armored samurai rushed in. Bowing respectfully to Ashikaga Yoshihisa, we humbly greet the Lord. As for the emperor, they paid him no heed. The emperor had long grown accustomed to this. As had the others. No one concerned themselves with the feelings of a mere mascot. Ashikaga Yoshinobu calmly instructed, Take the generals down to rest. After a pause, he added to the assembled daimyo, You must immediately send trusted subordinates back to summon help. Delay could endanger your lives. This was a blatant threat. Yoshinobu did not wish to bear the weight of all the pressure alone. At such a critical juncture, Hisahide Matsunaga could hardly contain his irritation. He felt compelled to remind Yoshinobu of the terror wielded by the divine. However, just as he bent to speak, Yoshinobu's harsh voice cut through. What? Do you have objections, Lord Hisahide? Faced with that menacing gaze, Matsunaga lacked the courage to persist, responding with a forced smile. No, how could I dare? Best if there are none, Yoshinobu grunted. You may all leave. Yes, the assembly bowed and departed. Once the room was vacant, the emperor rose. Shall I take my leave as well? What do you think? Yoshinobu retorted with a cold smirk. Very well. The emperor, filled with humiliation, wore a forced smile as he exited. Yoshinobu's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze icy. If even the emperor remained compliant, how could anyone dare to challenge his authority? Especially an outsider? Divine indeed, he thought with a series of scornful chuckles. Li Qing gazed at the still indistinct cityscape in the distance, smiling softly. After nearly 2 years of effort, he felt the exhilarating thrill of a gambler about to reveal his hand. Preparations for the siege would commence at dawn. Li Qing issued his command. Saburo, take a cavalry squad to scout ahead. Yes. Inoue Saburo responded, brimming with excitement as he hurriedly bowed and departed. Murakami Takumi, though equally stirred, maintained a greater composure. Having navigated the corridors of power, his understanding of the shogunate far surpassed that of Inoue Saburo. The armed forces of Ashikaga Yoshinobu, in both number and quality, far exceed those of the top clans such as the Hosokawa and Yamana. This is Yoshinobu's stronghold. We cannot engage in a prolonged battle. It would be best to strike decisively, Takumi offered. Li Qing shared this sentiment, recognizing that as the supreme authority and with the emperor in his grasp, Yoshinobu held formidable control over the regional daimyo. A drawn-out conflict would be inadvisable. Is the route to the shogunate mapped out? Yes, Takumi replied, producing a cloth from his pocket and unfurling it. Following these main lines, after entering the city and proceeding about 20 miles, one can reach the shogunate. Why is it so fragmented? Li Qing frowned. Takumi sheepishly explained, the roads are like that, but it can be connected with some effort. Very well. Li Qing sighed in resignation, awaiting Inoue Saburo's return. After a brief interval, Inoue Saburo returned and reported, Divine One, Yoshinobu has already taken precautions. The castle is heavily guarded with a mountain of fortifications, and there are 12 cannons. Li Qing was not surprised. Such numbers could not remain concealed, and it was typical for the ruler of Japan to possess a dozen cannons. Shall we take the initiative, Your Highness? Hisahide Matsunaga advised, fully aware of Li Qing's formidable nature. That man excels at sieges. We have little advantage in defense, and it would be better if. How to proceed is for me to decide. Yoshinobu interrupted, warning, this is not a matter for you to dictate. Am I foolish enough to abandon a fortress? Hosokawa Katsuyuki hesitantly suggested, perhaps we could dispatch a small squad to sow some discord? Ashikaga Yoshinobu laughed derisively. How many should we send? If we send too many, what difference is there from confronting them outside the city? If we send too few, are we not merely sacrificing them? Do you think I am ignorant of warfare? Hosokawa Katsuyuki replied, very well, let it be as it may. After all, it is not my men who will perish. Should that esteemed warrior once again exceed expectations, perhaps the Hosokawa clan might find themselves in a scenario akin to the clam and the snipe, with the fishermen reaping the benefits. With that, Hosokawa ceased further discussion. The next day, as the hour of the dragon approached, 8,000 warriors stood at the city gates. Ashikaga Yoshinobu proclaimed, archers, prepare. Artillery crews, load your cannons. His gaze was fixed with intensity upon the warriors below, scoffing, the young bull is not afraid of the tiger. Does he truly believe himself a god of war? However, in the next moment, the smile on his face froze. He beheld the 8,000 warriors surge forth like a tidal wave. He was momentarily stunned. Were they truly attempting to breach the city? 800 cavalry led the charge, swiftly distancing themselves from the infantry, with one young man standing out, leading the cavalry by several dozen meters. He was none other than that esteemed warrior. Hosokawa Katsuyuki exclaimed loudly, this is bad. He intends to ram the city gates, and they may not withstand the force. Ram the city? Ashikaga Yoshinobu was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, as if he had just heard the greatest joke in the world. Yet, Hosokawa did not share in the mirth. He quietly stepped back 2 paces, contemplating how he might extricate himself from the situation. He possessed a profound understanding of Li Qing's martial prowess and had fully experienced his armament. 8,000 against 20,000. He truly did not believe Ashikaga Yoshinobu would prevail. Nonetheless, Ashikaga remained unfazed. As Li Qing approached the range, he commanded, fire the cannons. Boom, boom, boom. 12 cannons ignited simultaneously, yet only 5 fired, and none found their mark. By the time the cannons were reloaded and primed, Li Qing had already reached the city gates, with the subsequent cavalry nearly surpassing the cannon's effective range. Ashikaga Yoshinobu clenched his teeth and quickly ordered, loose the arrows. Swish, swish, swish. Arrows rained down thickly. This time, the accuracy was somewhat improved. However, the cavalry comprised heavy cavalry. Each warrior donned in armor, as were their steeds. The crudely made arrows failed to inflict significant harm. And within a single volley, the cavalry had nearly reached the city gates. With a deafening crash, debris erupted from the city wall, sending dust swirling. Ashikaga Yoshinobu staggered back. Astonished, what manner of artillery is this? The moment the words left his lips, he abruptly realized something was amiss. This was a cavalry charge. Where did the cannons come from? Before he could react, a second thunderous sound erupted, accompanied by the sound of the city gates collapsing, along with a cacophony of falling mud and bricks. Looking down, he saw the cavalry, which had just halted, surge forth once more. He turned in shock and soon witnessed the 800 cavalry enter the city, carving a bloody path through. Was the city truly breached so easily? Ashikaga Yoshinobu was left in a daze. Everything had unfolded too swiftly, too unreal. It felt as if he were in a dream. Kill! A resounding roar akin to a tsunami echoed through the air, momentarily grounding Ashikaga Yoshinari, who then leaped 3 feet into the air. Loosen the arrows. Unleash the catapults with all their might. No, no, retreat to the city. Hasten to the city to help fend them off. Alas, it was too late. The gates swung wide open, and nearly 8,000 warriors poured in like a flood unleashed from its dam. It was not something that could simply be stopped by mere words. Li Qing led 800 cavalry, galloping at breakneck speed directly toward the shogunate. The iron-clad horsemen rode as if traversing an uninhabited realm, relentless and unyielding, reaching the shogunate in less than 2/4 of an hour. Their swiftness was astonishing. So much so that news could not keep pace. The inhabitants here had never even conceived that an attack would reach their doorstep. Confronted with the absolute elite of Li Qing, the shogunate had no means to resist. It was a one-sided massacre. Soon, the dead lay strewn about, and those who could fled. Observing the situation, Li Qing promptly allocated the majority of his forces to encircle the shogunate, while allowing the remainder to wreak havoc in the front courtyard as he surged toward the back courtyard. Before long, he heard cries calling to protect the emperor, and he followed the sound, soon encountering the so-called emperor. Do not be afraid. I have come to rescue you. Li Qing seized the emperor and urgently asked, Where are your family? The emperor, paralyzed with fear, managed to stammer, They are in the side courtyard. Lead me there, Li Qing commanded without hesitation. Quickly, or it will be too late. Yes, yes, yes. The emperor, as if clinging to a lifeline, hurriedly guided Li Qing. Then, Li Qing brandished his blade. The emperor's guards, enraged, instantly retaliated, but they were no match for Li Qing, who swiftly dispatched them into oblivion. The emperor, stunned, murmured, Why do you seek to annihilate me? I am but a puppet. I could serve as your puppet. I have no need for puppets. Li Qing coldly replied, shaking the blood from his blade. It is time for you to depart. With that, Li Qing made his way to the front courtyard, where the battle had largely drawn to a close. All opposing forces had been nearly obliterated. Burn this place to the ground, he commanded. Yes, the wooden structures, once ignited, would be impossible to extinguish. And within a mere 2/4 of an hour, flames soared skyward, merging into one inferno. The firelight cast Li Qing's visage in a fiery hue. Yet the searing waves of heat could not thaw the indifference etched upon his face. Li Qing gazed quietly at the scene before him, a profound sense of satisfaction swelling within him. Chapter 183. The great undertaking achieved. Returned to Jiangnan suddenly. Cries of slaughter rang out, and Li Qing focused his attention, only to see a force of 5,000 armed warriors advancing, each wielding a katana, evidently the elite of Ashikaga Yoshinari. Their speed was astonishing. The enemy could not possibly have mobilized this quickly, suggesting that Ashikaga Yoshinari had concealed forces. Li Qing's expression turned contemplative, realizing why the journey had been so smooth thus far. Retreat, he commanded. The cavalry thundered away, kicking up a cloud of dust, leaving behind a scene of chaos. From the city, Ashikaga Yoshinari caught sight of the thick smoke rising toward the heavens, filled with both shock and fury, regretting his decisions deeply. Had he known this would occur, he would have heeded Hosokawa Katsumoto's advice. He had foolishly laid ambushes within the city, hoping for a complete encirclement, only to have a mere 800 cavalry shatter his plans entirely. Certainly, the primary reason for the rapid fall of the city was its astonishing swiftness. It was breached almost instantaneously, leaving no opportunity to exploit the advantages of defense. While they managed to encircle the city, the combat prowess of Li Qing's warriors exceeded his expectations by a staggering margin. The disparity of forces, with their numbers being double, failed to yield an overwhelming advantage, which was indeed infuriating. Ashikaga Yoshinobu did not underestimate his adversary. He had made ample preparations for the defense and brought along 15,000 armed troops to the fray, demonstrating considerable respect for his opponent. To him, a ratio of 15,000 to 8,000 seemed favorable. However, to his dismay, in just one encounter, the city gates were breached and 800 ironclad cavalry broke through the encirclement, setting the shogunate ablaze. The pace of the battle was so rapid that he could hardly react. Cursed be this turn of events, Ashikaga Yoshinobu clenched his teeth in frustration. He believed he had given Li Qing due regard, yet he still fell victim to underestimating his enemy. Alongside his anger, a deep sense of regret welled within him. Had he heeded Hosokawa Kitsunobu's counsel to venture forth with all his might, the outcome would have undoubtedly been different. Yet now, it was far too late to lament. Hosokawa Kitsunobu secretly scoffed, thinking, did he truly mistake goodwill for foolishness? Is he still obstinate? Sir Hosokawa. Yoshinobu's tone shifted as he approached, bowing respectfully. What are your orders? Where are your men? Ashikaga Yoshinobu bellowed in anger. It has been days. Internally amused, Hosokawa Kitsunobu responded with exaggerated deference. I estimate they will arrive no later than tomorrow. Ashikaga Yoshinobu grit his teeth and turned to the other daimyos on the walls, addressing them with ire. What of your forces? The assembled lords were equally frustrated but dared not offend him, responding courteously, they will be here shortly. After this battle, those who arrive late shall not be spared. Yoshinobu fumed, oblivious to the growing dissatisfaction among his vassals, who were merely biding their time. Suddenly, Hosokawa Kitsunobu's expression changed, and he exclaimed, he is charging back. Following his gaze, the onlookers beheld the cavalry advancing with an unmatched ferocity. Though they numbered fewer than 800, their presence was earth-shattering. He has cavalry. I too possess cavalry. Ashikaga Yoshinobu ground his teeth in determination and promptly issued orders for a cavalry engagement. How audacious! Hosokawa Kitsunobu thought, shaking his head inwardly. Does he not consider the caliber of their cavalry, the equipment, the warriors? Does he truly believe he is a match? Indeed, he was not. Ashikaga Yoshinobu quickly recognized the stark disparity between their cavalry forces, leading to a resurgence of impotent rage. He felt his defenses crumbling. If this continued, he risked defeat. Fortunately, after a brief span, 5,000 of his elite soldiers arrived, stabilizing the situation and subtly tilting the balance in his favor. The battlefield descended into further chaos. Yet Li Qing's position remained conspicuously identifiable. The area surrounding him was a veritable vacuum of armed resistance. As foes faced him were instantly cast aside. To capture the bandit, one must first slay the king. Ashikaga Yoshinobu murmured in alarm. Hosokawa Kitsunobu, hand to forehead, thought, how bold of you to entertain such notions. At this juncture, he discerned that Ashikaga Yoshinobu's chances of victory were exceedingly slim. Even if he were to triumph, it would surely come at an exorbitant cost. The era of the Hosokawa clan had dawned, he observed with keen eyes, as Li Qing fought with fervor. He also contemplated the impending ramifications this battle would have on the geopolitical landscape of Japan. In a battle where 8,000 faced 20,000, even a victory would be a Pyrrhic one, and he harbored concerns regarding excessive losses that could lead to his side's collapse before the conflict reached its conclusion. The circumstances did not permit a fight to the last man, as most had never endured such a grueling struggle. Should their morale shatter, he would be left to grapple with the ensuing chaos. The battle must conclude before their losses exceeded the psychological threshold of the warriors. Li Qing was left with but one course of action, to capture the leader by seizing the thief. However, with the combined forces exceeding 20,000, the task of apprehending the commander proved immensely daunting. The steeds could no longer gallop, and amidst the melee, it was impossible to charge forward without risking friendly fire. Li Qing could only resort to the most arduous yet rudimentary method, advancing step by step and slaying his way to the city walls. The battlefield devolved into utter disarray, the chaos engulfing over 90% of the combatants, rendering retreat an impossibility. The battleground had transformed into a veritable purgatory. Casting aside all distractions, Li Qing pressed forward, heedless of his waning strength and depleted energy. With each stride, he dispatched 10 foes, and after a quarter of an hour, then 2, and nearly half an hour later, his vigor waned considerably, yet he had reached the foot of the city. By this point, he was drenched in blood, his true appearance obscured, and with his diminished lethality. Many of the lords atop the walls failed to notice his approach. Yet, Hisoka Katsuyoshi was not blind to Li Qing. His gaze remained fixed upon him, unyielding. As Li Qing drew near, Hisoka's countenance shifted dramatically, but instead of raising an alarm, he quietly retreated. With a deep breath, Li Qing surged upward, leaping 2 meters high, using the air to propel himself onto the battlements. The many lords gasped as Hisoka fled without a backward glance. Ashikaga Yoshinobu, momentarily stunned, suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation and shouted, "Stop him!" The defenders atop the walls were few. Apart from the lords, there were scarcely 100 guards. Despite his waning condition, Li Qing continued to wreak havoc with unparalleled ferocity. The swift strokes of his sword were relentless, instilling fear in the hearts of many. It was only at this moment that the lords comprehended the calamity that had befallen them, and each turned to flee in terror. Alas, it was already too late. Li Qing, compelled by fatigue, unleashed his full might, his lethality restored to its apex. The sounds of combat echoed violently, with some falling to his blows, others succumbing to kicks, and many collapsing like slaughtered lambs. They could have fought back. Some possessed the strength to resist, yet they were bereft of courage. The so-called samurai spirit was merely a means of asserting dominance over others. When faced with their own mortality, each one succumbed to fear. The more they feared for their lives, the quicker they fell. Ashikaga Yoshinobu. Li Qing's roar reverberated, deafening. Instinctively, Yoshinobu turned to see a flash of cold light rapidly approaching. With a swift thrust, Li Qing brandished the severed head, standing atop the battlements with an air of triumph. The Ashikaga king is dead. Surrender your weapons at once, and those who yield shall not be harmed. The king is slain. Those who surrender shall face no retribution. Li Qing swung his head, repeatedly chanting, and gradually, the effect began to manifest. The battle slowly subsided, with some fleeing and others discarding their weapons. After a quarter of an hour, the fighting ceased. The majority of Ashikaga Yoshinobu's forces had scattered, leaving only 3,000 to 4,000 who were too slow to react, encircled in the center. Unfortunately, Li Qing's side had also dwindled, with only around 5,000 warriors remaining, unable to manage the situation effectively. Retaining 3,000 to 4,000 was already commendable. Following this battle, Japan found itself devoid of a shogunate or an emperor. Ashikaga Yoshinobu was slain, and the regional daimyos had suffered significant losses, over half of their numbers. This conflict shattered the constraints imposed by the ambitious, liberating the notion of Joko, the rise of the lowly. These three characters would resonate as the dominant theme of Japan for a long time to come. Gathering the remnants of his troops, Li Qing rewarded them generously, provided for the wounded, and engaged in recruitment. By the time all this was completed, it was already March of the 14th year of Changhua. Seizing the momentum, Li Qing launched another offensive against the powerful daimyos within Japan, with the Hosokawa clan being the first target. Hosokawa Katsuyuki, who had managed to survive for several months longer, ultimately could not escape the fate of defeat and death. The Hosokawa Kyoto family was utterly annihilated. In May, Li Qing eradicated all of the first-rate daimyos. He then appointed Inoue Saburo as shogun and Murakami Takumi as daimyo, bestowing titles upon several elite warriors to serve as protectors. On the surface, this seemed akin to establishing a new order. However, the reality was quite different. This formidable armed force thrived due to his presence, and once he departed, the thirst for power would rapidly burgeon. Inoue Saburo and Murakami Takumi had always been at odds, and while the elite warriors were fierce fighters, they were ill-suited for the role of guardians. The swift expansion of power was beyond their grasp, and the esteemed treatment of the core warriors would undoubtedly vanish in his absence. No one would remain so selfless. Future conflicts might not be on a grand scale, yet the intensity of the fighting would only amplify. Their ambitions, ignited to their fullest by Li Qing, were further nourished by the downfall of the shogunate and the extinction of the imperial family. Would nobles and lords not have their own ambitions? Many would surely harbor such sentiments. Both Inoue Saburo and Murakami Takumi felt a mix of reluctance and joy at the thought of the great deity's departure, as he had delegated power to them. Yet, Li Qing understood that a struggle was inevitable between the two. However, out of humanitarian concern, he uttered, "Do not betray the foundation I have established." They responded with respectful agreement, yet only they knew their true thoughts. Li Qing, uninterested in meddling further, departed with a carefree demeanor. In mid-July, he returned to Jiangnan. Strolling through the bustling streets, he admired the vibrant scene. After a century, the changes were minimal. save for an increase in prosperity. How delightful it was, Li Qing mused, his face radiating joy. He visited the pear garden to enjoy a performance and went to the Zui, Xian Lu for wine and revelry. After 2.5 years of relentless toil, he felt utterly exhausted. With the grand affairs now settled, it was time for a well-deserved relaxation. Thus, half a month passed. On this day, having rested sufficiently, Li Qing knocked on the door of the Yongqing Marquis' residence. Chapter 184. A scholar in the great Ming. Li Qing's original plan was to embark on a journey to other small nations after his affairs in Japan were concluded. However, as the moment approached, he felt an irresistible urge to return and take a look. His home had long since faded into the annals of time, yet his hometown remained. Steadfast in his heart, a constant source of yearning. The young servant opened the door and inquired, "Who are you looking for, sir?" With a smile, Li Qing replied, "I am seeking Lord Zhu." The servant scrutinized Li Qing with a puzzled expression and asked, "May I know who you are?" "Just tell him that a young man named Li is here to see him. He will know to meet with me." "Please wait a moment, sir." The servant, not daring to be presumptuous, turned and left. Before long, Zhu Jianshen hurried in, moving with remarkable speed, and upon recognizing Li Qing, his face lit up with joy. "Please, come inside," he urged, suppressing his excitement and gesturing for him to enter. Li Qing stepped into the gofu, which remained largely unchanged except for some signs of renovation. The persimmon tree in the courtyard was laden with ripe fruit, some already tinged with yellow, a delightful sight to behold. As they reached the guest hall in the rear courtyard, Zhu Jianshen had tea served and closed the door before taking a seat. "I thought I would never see you return in this lifetime," he remarked with a smile. Li Qing took a sip of tea and inquired, "Is everything well in the Great Ming?" "Very well. The emperor's policy of land reform has already begun to take effect, particularly in Bashu and Liangguang, and I believe it will be fully implemented within 5 years." Zhu Jianshen expressed his admiration. "He is far superior to me." "Much more so." Li Qing set down his teacup. "You both are not even on the same level." Zhu Jianshen responded. "He has grown accustomed to it." "Sir, please assist in treating Xiao Qian," Zhu Jianshen sighed. "Her health has deteriorated significantly in the past 6 months." "Call her over shortly," Li Qing agreed. Without hesitation, he then asked, "What are your thoughts on returning?" "What do you mean? When do you plan to go back?" Zhu Jianshen paused, lost in thought for a moment, and cautiously queried, "Do you wish for me not to return?" "Not at all," Li Qing shook his head. "At this point, you no longer influence court affairs. I merely ask out of curiosity." He understood that Zhu Jianshen would inevitably return. It was merely a question of time. Zhu Jianda had already seized full control, and there was no need for Li Qing to impede Zhu Jianshen's return to his home. "I have no concern over when you return, but before you do, the family business must be entrusted to someone," Li Qing stated firmly. "That is my only request." Zhu Jianshen let out a slow breath of relief and nodded. "You need not worry. I will ensure everything is properly arranged before I leave. Wang Qing is already capable of managing most affairs, though she is still gaining experience. In a year or two, she should be ready to take full charge." Pausing, he added, "As for when I will return, I have no plans for that yet. It depends on Xiao Qian. Does she wish to go back?" Zhu Jianshen shook his head with a wry smile. "What I mean is, I want to bring her back alive." "I see." Li Qing nodded gently. "By the way, what is Li Hong busy with these days?" "Dealing with the pirates," Zhu Jianshen replied. "Since the court has prohibited private trade with Japan, the pirates have emerged. However, many of these so-called pirates are actually Han people involved in smuggling and banditry, often collaborating with one another, primarily stationed on the islands, occasionally coming to harass us." "Has it affected the common people?" "There is hardly any impact," Zhu Jianshen remarked. "Though the influence is minimal, there have been no instances of plunder or murder. In truth, both the common folk and those secretly engaging with the pirates and bandits do so primarily for monetary gain." Li Qing was not surprised by this. The stricter the court's prohibitions, the more lucrative the profits became. Goods purchased at a fair price in the Ming Dynasty could be resold at several times their original cost, and there would always be those willing to take risks. However, such matters could not be escalated to a higher authority, at the very least. The common people could not be directly harmed, and the focus of suppression had to remain on the pirates and bandits. Seeing Li Qing silent, Zhu Jianshen assumed he was worried about the pirates and chuckled. "In fact, it is not entirely negative. It can be seen as a training exercise for the Ming Navy. Moreover, after the crackdown on smuggling caravans, their scale has significantly diminished. In this world, complete profit is a myth. After all, gold is never without flaws." Li Qing replied with a smile. You seem quite at ease with this. Those in power are often blinded, while observers see clearly. Zhu Jianshen sighed lightly. Now that I am no longer in charge, I see many things more clearly. Alas, such is human nature, never satisfied. The emperor can only regulate and attempt to fulfill the desires of various levels of society. Only then can the nation remain stable and the populace safe. It is indeed challenging. This statement was quite perceptive. Li Qing nodded. You speak wisely. Zhu Jianshen expressed concern. However, as time passes, I fear the balance will become increasingly difficult to maintain, and the demands on future rulers will be ever more stringent. Even if I could manage at the same level, my son may not. Li Qing laughed. While your reasoning is sound, there is no need for such pessimism. At least the next emperor will not have to worry about this matter. He continued cheerfully. The current emperor has streamlined the bureaucratic apparatus, and the issues with the tribal chiefs adapting to education are being addressed. Furthermore, Japan continues to supply gold and silver, which should ensure a generation of stability and prosperity. Is the continued supply truly being achieved? Zhu Jianshen asked with surprise. When have I ever boasted? Li Qing scoffed, nodding. Otherwise, would I have returned? Zhu Jianshen was deeply impressed and emotionally stated, Ming is fortunate to have you, and the state and its people are blessed. Spare me the flattery. Li Qing rolled his eyes. See, even praising you is a mistake. Zhu Jianshen, feeling helpless, said, Since you have returned with great difficulty, let us enjoy a drink at noon. Then why are we still sitting here? Shouldn't we prepare the food and drink? Zhu Jianshen laughed as he stood, taking a few steps before turning back. Let's first attend to Xiao Qian. Drinking may complicate matters. For Li Qing, drinking would not complicate matters, but maintaining a serious attitude towards healing was a lesson from his master. Let us bring her over first. All right. Before long, Zhu Jianshen returned with Qian and also brought Zhu Jianshen along. Upon seeing Li Qing, she could not help but marvel. Truly remarkable. My niece has met Uncle Li. Stop pretending, Li Qing retorted. Everyone, please leave. Do not disturb me. Zhu Jianshen nodded and stepped out to arrange for food and drink. Zhu Jianshen, however, did not leave. Li Qing frowned. Do you have an ailment as well? Zhu Jianshen replied, Not at all, but I would like to learn from Uncle Li, so that when you are not around, I can also assist my mother. Do you think studying medicine is as simple as eating noodles? Li Qing chuckled and shook his head, gesturing for Qian to take a seat. Thank you for your trouble, sir. Qian rolled up her sleeves, exposing her wrists. It was her first time seeing Li Qing's true face, and while she was astonished, she couldn't help but feel a hint of shyness. Relaxing somewhat, Li Qing began to pulse diagnose her, his brow instinctively furrowing. Qian eased a little, but Zhu Jianshen grew tense. Although she lacked medical knowledge, she understood that a frown from the doctor often signified concern. After a long moment, Li Qing withdrew his hand and pondered. There is nothing of great concern. A course of medicine for conditioning should suffice. Will taking medicine really help? Zhu Jianshen inquired. Your mother is not seriously ill, merely in a fragile state. We can only use warming medicine for her care, Li Qing replied. He then added, Go, fetch the silver needles, some strong liquor, and a clean silk cloth. Oh, very well. Zhu Jianshen promptly rose to comply. Seizing the moment, Qian asked, Sir, could you kindly tell me how much longer my body can endure? Approximately 3 to 5 years, Li Qing stated candidly. If you maintain a calm mindset and take good care of yourself, it could be even longer. Do not burden yourself with worries. Qian smiled gently. That is quite reassuring. My husband and I owe our current well-being entirely to you. The medicine you prescribed previously was remarkably effective. Otherwise, I fear I would have already become a mere skeleton. Continue to take your medicine and ensure you remain active. A positive mindset is the best remedy, Li Qing advised, noting that the weather was soon to turn cooler and recommending she dress warmly. I will remember. Qian nodded and asked, Sir, will you not be staying long this time? Indeed, Li Qing replied. I have many matters to attend to, but rest assured, before I depart, I will refine your prescription. Qian quickly responded, It is of no consequence. I merely wish to inquire for Jianshen and my son-in-law. They often speak of you. My son-in-law has gone to Zhejiang and may not return until the new year. If you are not in a hurry, perhaps you could meet him when he returns? Li Qing pondered for a moment and said, We shall see. I will return again in the future. He is still young. There will be many opportunities to meet. Very well, Qian gently nodded, refraining from further persuasion. After a while, Zhu Jianshen entered, carrying the acupuncture supplies. Uncle Li, will I be a distraction to your work? Not at all, Li Qing replied as he opened the needle box and sterilized the silver needles. What? Do you truly wish to learn medicine? I am hardly suited for that. Zhu Jianshen sighed with a bittersweet smile, wanting merely to observe her uncle's miraculous techniques. Li Qing chuckled. What is there to see? I am no deity, and my skills are hardly divine. If you wish to watch, then do so. Given the nature of their interaction, acupuncture could only be performed through clothing, but for Li Qing, this posed no challenge. As early as the 15th year of Hongwu, he had mastered such techniques. And now it was as simple as a casual task. After the acupuncture session, Zhu Jianshen assisted her mother to rest. Li Qing then engaged in conversation with Zhu Jianshen. Perhaps having spent too much time in Japan, he found Zhu Jianshen much more agreeable. Sir, is Xiao Qian doing well? Quite well, Li Qing replied. Enjoying his meal and drink. Zhu Jianshen opened his mouth, intending to inquire further but lacking the courage. Instead, he said, with matters in Japan, you should take the opportunity to rest more. Do not worry, I will ensure she is in better health before I leave. Ah, then I am grateful, Zhu Jianshen replied, a sheepish smile gracing his face. Are you not planning to return to court for a visit? I do intend to. Li Qing sighed softly, feeling uneasy without witnessing it firsthand. Chapter 185. Fortunately, I am not inclined towards male affections. Uncle Li, you are truly remarkable, Zhu Jianshen exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Her mother had recently shown signs of improved health. At this rate, she would recover in no time. It is not as effortless as you imagine. This is the extent of it, Li Qing replied. Zhu Jianshen was taken aback and asked anxiously, it cannot get any better? Li Qing exhaled deeply and said, do not truly consider me a deity. I merely possess longevity. If I were a miraculous healer, then the late empress should have. Well, let us not dwell on the past. His mood dampened as memories surfaced. Zhu Jianshen fell silent and after a moment, attempted to console him. Uncle Li, do not linger in the past. What is done. One must look forward, otherwise, life becomes unbearable. I do not require guidance from someone as young as you, Li Qing retorted, rising to his feet. I shall take a stroll. You tend to your own matters and refrain from buzzing around me. It is quite bothersome. That is filial piety. Zhu Jianshen protested indignantly. People say that elderly individuals need companionship. You are being unreasonable, Uncle Li. Very well, your sentiment is touching, Li Qing chuckled. However, I cannot bear such attentions. It must be gradual. Zhu Jianshen frowned, muttering, go to your drunken immortal tavern then. Ow! She exclaimed, clutching her head. You have rendered me foolish. You have squandered this grand estate. Li Qing responded with a serious expression. If that were the case, I might truly make you a fool. Li Qing did not linger long at the Ho residence. After assisting the Qian matriarch in restoring her health and slightly altering the medicinal formula, he set off for the capital. The capital remained unchanged, thriving and bustling, rivaling Jiangnan. After a brief exploration, he returned to his small courtyard. Nearly 2 years had passed since his last departure, and the courtyard had deteriorated. The buildings were in ruins, yet the donkey shed remained intact. The lounge chair had completely fallen apart, reduced to mere decayed wood. Li Qing was not particular. He tidied up a bit and settled in. However, he refrained from visiting Zhu Jianda. In his mind, after Zhu Jianda reviewed the notes, he would likely draw conclusions in that direction, and their next meeting might not revolve around state affairs. Zhu Jianda was performing exceptionally well, truly commendable, and Li Qing preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. His aim was solely to understand the current political landscape. He could achieve this without meeting Zhu Jianda. Merely eavesdropping would suffice. Yet, fate intervened, and the two met regardless. One day, with time on his hands, Zhu Jianda flipped through the records of the Ming Dynasty anecdotes, a title he had coined. Inspired on a whim, he ventured to Lianjiatan, hoping to stumble upon any remnants of Li Qing's longevity secrets. Upon entering the small courtyard, he was taken aback. The grounds were overgrown with weeds, and the buildings were in a state of utter disrepair. What shocked him further was the sight of a young man soundly asleep, snoring blissfully, surrounded by chicken bones and scattered wine jars. The young man, clad in dark attire, exuded an air of weariness, possessing an intellectual demeanor, yet radiating a stronger aura of martial prowess. Suddenly enlightened, Zhu Jianda shouted, Li Qing. Last night, Li Qing ventured into the Imperial Palace, hoping to glean insights, but instead was serenaded by languorous melodies throughout the night. Consequently, he opted to indulge in the pleasures of the I Ching Tower, returning only as dawn approached. Being in the great Ming Dynasty, beneath the emperor's very feet, he felt a profound sense of security, casting aside any concerns for his safety, thus allowing himself to relax and drift into a deep slumber. In the midst of his peaceful dreams, a sudden shout jolted him awake, causing him to curse. "Which scoundrel dares to disturb my rest?" Before he could finish his outburst, he was met with the piercing gaze of Zhu Jianshen. Li Qing's heart raced. Truly, one fears what one does not wish to confront. "Who are you?" he inquired, feigning ignorance of the emperor's identity. Yet, Zhu Jianshen, a shrewd ruler seasoned by years of governance, swiftly discerned Li Qing's true identity from his instinctive reaction. Instead of responding with hostility, he instructed the palace guards, "Withdraw." The guards complied, though they remained just outside the door. Observing this, Zhu Jianshen added, "Step back further." However, the captain of the guards protested, aware that should anything happen to the emperor, his family would face dire consequences. "I find it difficult to comply with such an order," he declared resolutely. Zhu Jianshen, feeling somewhat exasperated, replied, "Without my command, none are permitted to enter." The guards acquiesced, and the emperor took a few measured steps forward, softly suggesting, "Let us converse further inside." Li Qing scrutinized him, astonished. "You are the emperor? Spare me your pretense." Zhu Jianshen shot him a glance, retorting, "Then by all means, kneel and pay your respects, and I shall no longer doubt your identity as Li Qing." Li Qing tightened his fists, contemplating a retaliatory strike. However, under Li Qing's glare, Zhu Jianshen felt an uncharacteristic tremor of fear and whispered, "What do you intend to do? Are you not concerned that your secret might be revealed?" Li Qing rolled his eyes. "Your earlier shout has already given that away, hasn't he it?" Recognizing that their encounter had unveiled his secret, and with Zhu Jianshen clearly aware of it, there was no longer any need to evade the truth. "It matters not. No one will connect the dots." Zhu Jianshen dismissed nonchalantly, though internally, he was astounded. The voice had transformed, youthful and clear, a stark contrast to its former timbre. Had he not been privy to Li Qing's secret beforehand, he might have doubted his own recognition. "Let us move deeper inside, away from their gaze," Zhu Jianshen urged. Urgency etched upon his face. With a resigned sigh, Li Qing acquiesced and walked a short distance inward. Zhu Jianshen hurried to keep pace, and once they evaded the guard's line of sight, he immediately inquired, "Sir, do you believe I still have a chance?" "What chance?" Li Qing asked. "The chance for immortality." Zhu Jianshen's eyes burned with fervor. He had truly opened his eyes to possibilities. The world held not only those who lived long lives, but also those who remained eternally youthful, a temptation unparalleled for a sovereign who wielded power over all. Though Zhu Jianshen was indeed sagacious, he was not immune to worldly desires. "There is no chance. I alone possess the secret to longevity," Li Qing stated firmly. "I do not believe it," Zhu Jianshen replied, his voice low and intense. "Believe what you will," Li Qing countered. Zhu Jianshen continued to scrutinize Li Qing, noting his refined features and striking presence, attributing to him the words of a brother-in-law. Now, upon witnessing it firsthand, he realized that his brother-in-law had not deceived him. Indeed, he was remarkably handsome. Zhu Jianshen murmured, "Fortunately, I do not have an inclination towards men." "Do you truly wish for death?" Li Qing asked coldly. Zhu Jianshen hesitated, awkwardly responding, "Look at you. Can't you take a joke? Enough nonsense. Do you only think of longevity when you see me? So is it permissible?" "It is not," Li Qing replied nonchalantly. "If it were, the throne would not belong to you." Zhu Jianshen fell silent. This sentiment had also been expressed by Li Hong. He understood the slimness of hope within. Yet, hearing it from Li Qing's lips still left him deeply disappointed. "Then can you help me become stronger?" Zhu Jianshen sighed, inquiring. "In what aspect?" "You know what I mean." Zhu Jianshen's expression turned awkward. Li Qing, at a loss for words, stated, "You are already quite formidable. A single night with 3 women is not something an ordinary man can achieve." "How do you know?" Zhu Jianshen exclaimed in astonishment. "I guessed." This time, it was Li Qing who appeared sheepish. He shifted the topic. "Let us discuss serious matters." Zhu Jianshen slouched, his demeanor disheartened. "Go ahead and ask. How is the land reform progressing? Is it smooth?" Li Qing inquired. "How could it be smooth?" Zhu Jianshen replied gloomily. "But that is of little concern. If they resist, we shall fight until they comply. When has the old order ever been overturned peacefully?" Li Qing nodded slowly. Then his gaze turned icy. "When did you acquire the right to speak to me in such a manner?" Zhu Jianshen, filled with rage, muttered, "Li Qing, Do not overstep. I am the sovereign, and you are the subject. His words faltered, rendered silent. Li Qing patted him on the shoulder, causing Zhu Jianshen to slump to the ground, utterly taken aback. As an emperor, you are performing admirably, and I hope you will continue to do so. Regardless of how history records it, in my eyes, you are a worthy ruler. Li Qing declared, rest assured, I will vindicate your name. But the prerequisite is that you must maintain your wisdom. Otherwise, I shall not concern myself with your status as emperor. Are you threatening me? Zhu Jianshen asked. Interpreting his words, Li Qing nodded, responding, if that is how you perceive it, then so be it. On what grounds do you make such assertions? Zhu Jianshen pressed. Li Qing, understanding yet again, replied calmly, because I wish to see it thrive. As he spoke, he lifted his hand and released his binding. Li Qing merely intended to demonstrate his power, instilling a sense of reverence in Zhu Jianshen, not to silence him. Once Zhu Jianshen regained the ability to speak, he did not erupt in anger but instead asked, is it the Ming Dynasty? Indeed. Zhu Jianshen further inquired, do the ancestors know of your secret to longevity? Not entirely. Li Qing shook his head. The founding emperor and the second emperor had their suspicions. The benevolent emperor knew but did not seek verification. Only your grandfather, your father, and your second uncle possess such clarity. After a brief pause, he added, and Jiangnan. Jiangnan left Zhu Jianshen momentarily stunned before he comprehended. He knows as well. Li Qing offered no explanation, merely stating, that is of little consequence. What matters is that you, as the emperor, must act in accordance with the duties of your station. Will you always safeguard it? If I am alive, yes, Li Qing affirmed. However, it also depends on whether the Ming emperor proves worthy. If he is unworthy, will you not assist him? No, Li Qing shook his head. If he is unworthy, I shall strike him down mercilessly. In that case, you become the greatest challenger to imperial authority. Zhu Jianshen spoke gravely. Are you not afraid that I might not tolerate you? Li Qing chuckled. Do you know what the emperor said to me before his demise? What? He said, Li Qing, after I am gone, be a powerful minister. Zhu Jianshen felt a flush rise to his face. Throughout the reigns of the two Yongqing dukes, neither could truly be deemed a powerful minister, yet they managed to accomplish feats that even the mightiest ministers could not achieve. The hardships endured in this pursuit are undoubtedly immense. Chapter 186. The discerning child always suffers. Zhu Jianshen's dreams of longevity were utterly shattered, leaving him in a state of melancholic despair, tinged with a hint of trepidation. Li Qing's presence was extraordinarily formidable, arguably the greatest obstacle to imperial authority. However, upon reflection, over the years, Li Qing had not only refrained from treasonous acts, but had also steadfastly safeguarded the Ming Dynasty. Through their interactions, Zhu Jianshen understood that Li Qing regarded power with a remarkable indifference, even disdain. Although Li Qing had acted in ways that could be construed as disloyal, his heart was undeniably loyal. Zhu Jianshen exhaled a breath of frustration and childishly remarked, so, you're impressive now, are you? Oh, are you angry? Why should I care? Zhu Jianshen turned his head away, resembling a child denied a sweet by an elder. Li Qing found this amusing but soon composed himself, asking earnestly, how have the lessons from the crown prince been? Fairly well. I have been diligent in my teachings, Zhu Jianshen replied. What are your plans after reforming the land system? Li Qing inquired further. To launch an expedition against the northern deserts, Zhu Jianshen stated. Your method of using foreign powers against each other cannot ensure lasting peace. Over time, assimilation is inevitable, and a decisive strike is essential. Li Qing nodded, cautioning, remember, do not lead the charge yourself. What do you mean? Zhu Jianshen retorted, slightly taken aback. Li Qing raised his hand, ultimately refraining from striking it down, and pressed on. And then? Must you ask incessantly? It's quite bothersome. Zhu Jianshen snapped. I am not a deity. How can I foresee what will happen and meticulously plan every detail? Li Qing teased, it has been 2 years. And your temper has certainly grown. It is my temperament. What of it? Zhu Jianshen declared defiantly. Li Qing, being magnanimous, understood Zhu Jianshen's melancholy regarding the prospect of mortality. Thus he chose to remain tolerant. Let me share something with you. In about 3 to 5 years, your father might return. If he returns, so be it. What can he do? Zhu Jianshen mumbled. Ah, I see. Do you have other matters to attend to? Li Qing's expression darkened. Do not push your luck. After a moment, Zhu Jianshen managed to extricate himself from his negative emotions. Leaning back, he propped himself up with his arms and gazed skyward, asking, what do you plan to do next? I intend to visit Korea, Li Qing reflected. I shall likely remain there for quite some time. Zhu Jianshen eyed him suspiciously. Are you planning to stir up trouble there as well? No, I am going to offer assistance. Huh. Zhu Jianshen looked bewildered. What assistance? Why not provide it to the Ming? It is not in terms of wealth, but rather in helping them enhance their national strength, Li Qing clarified. The geographical position of Korea is of paramount importance to the Ming Dynasty. Any foreign forces wishing to challenge the Ming must use Korea as a foothold. To keep the enemy at bay, Korea cannot afford to be weak. In Li Qing's perception, regardless of the time before, during, or after the Ming Dynasty, the Han Chinese extended immense support and assistance to Korea, primarily due to Korea's unique geographical position. It shares a border with the Ming Dynasty while being separated from Japan by a mere sea, rendering its geopolitical significance monumental. Moreover, Korea's loyalty to the Ming was unparalleled among all tributary states, without exception. Li Qing recalls an anecdote where, following the tragic hanging of Emperor Chongzhen, the Joseon dynasty continued to use his reign title for over 2 centuries, a testament to their fidelity to the Ming. Given this context, Korea cannot afford to be weak, especially in light of Japan's current state, which, despite its turmoil, may emerge more formidable through the trials it faces. In the distant future, while it may not dare to covet the Central Plains, one cannot dismiss the possibility of aggression towards Korea, a fact corroborated by history. Should Korea fall under new leadership, the Ming would undoubtedly suffer. Li Qing harbored no desire for a rabid dog at his doorstep. Zhu Jianshen, although lacking Li Qing's foresight, grasped the essence of the situation and nodded gently, acknowledging the truth of the matter. Indeed, how long do you intend to be away? How should I know? Li Qing replied with a roll of his eyes. It could be 3 to 5 years, or perhaps even longer. What's the matter? Will you miss me? Who wouldn't? Zhu Jianshen retorted. Go wherever you wish, for however long you wish. Just be careful not to perish out there, Zhu Jianshen cautioned. Li Qing chuckled. Fear not. In this era, I am not so easily dispatched. Keep boasting, Zhu Jianshen scoffed, but a silence fell between them. He added, just don't actually die. Agreed. The crispness of late autumn had begun to set in, and a gust of wind caused Zhu Jianshen to shiver involuntarily. He straightened his posture and tightened his robe. What comes after the affairs in Korea? To venture farther afield, Li Qing mused. The seas will undoubtedly be turbulent in the future, and as time progresses, the Ming will inevitably decline. I wish to travel and explore, seeking solutions. Zhu Jianshen gazed upon Li Qing's handsome, yet weary visage, feeling a swell of warmth. But alongside it, a tide of frustration arose. Among all the emperors of the Ming, you are the most unjust to me. Not at all. I have always treated you fairly, Li Qing replied with a hollow laugh. His words were tinged with guilt, for in truth, his assistance to Zhu Jianshen was rather limited. Of course, Zhu Jianshen was commendably resilient, unlike his father. This seemed to echo the adage that the crying child receives the sweetest treats, while the understanding child remains unnoticed. Your Majesty, are you well? The voice of a palace guard echoed from outside. Quite well. Zhu Jianshen turned and shouted, releasing his pent-up frustration. He rose, feeling discontent. When do you plan to depart? Since the court is stable, I have no reason to stay any longer, Li Qing shrugged. I shall be leaving shortly. Go. Go. Do hurry. Zhu Jianshen waved his sleeve dismissively. I do not wish to see you again. Li Qing was at a loss for words. You sound like a jealous wife. What did you say? Your Majesty, he is not a villain, is he? The captain of the guards, relieved to see the emperor safe, finally relaxed. Just a vagabond, Zhu Jianshen replied nonchalantly. I empathized with my subjects and conversed with him for a while. Now, let us return to the palace. Yes, Your Majesty. The captain of the guards had just caught a fleeting glimpse of Li Qing. Although it was merely a brief glance, he discerned that the man was certainly not a vagabond. However, since the emperor chose not to speak, no inquiries could be made. Upon returning to the palace, Zhu Jianshen remained enveloped in a lingering melancholy and thus made his way to Yongning Palace. There, Zhenair was engaged in a game of chess with Consort Ji. Upon his entrance, both women promptly rose to greet him. Your servant pays respects to Your Majesty. No need for formalities, he replied, walking over to his side and sitting down. You may continue, do not mind me. Such words, how could they be disregarded? The two women hurried to attend to him, pouring tea and massaging his shoulders, resembling dutiful subjects before their sovereign. Is Your Majesty troubled by state affairs? Zhenair inquired while kneading his shoulders. Indeed, matters of the state are vital, Yet your majesty's health is equally paramount. One must strike a balance between labor and leisure. Only Jeune Heir could dare to speak in such a manner. Consort Ji, after offering tea, lowered her head, her cheeks slightly flushed, lost in her thoughts. Upon hearing her words, Zhu Jianshen set down the teacup he had lifted, feeling increasingly irate, though he was uncertain about the source of his anger. Clearly, Li Qing acted in the interest of the Ming Dynasty. He resolved to dismiss such thoughts and addressed Ji Sufei, little Ji. Startled, Ji Sufei quickly regained her composure, her face reddening as she stammered, "Your Majesty, I have recently. I shall summon Consort Qin so we may partake in a game of Wanbing Tiao." Oh, very well. I shall go fetch her at once, she replied, her cheeks deepening in color, hurriedly departing with her sleeves concealing her face. Jeune Heir could not suppress a chuckle, but soon her brow furrowed as she quietly remarked, "Your Majesty, it seems you harbor an excessive fondness for Consort Qin, do you not? Are you feeling jealous?" "Not at all. Rest assured. You will always hold the foremost place in my heart. No one can replace you," Zhu Jianshen declared, pointing to his heart earnestly. Jeune Heir felt touched, yet also found the situation somewhat amusing, and she replied with seriousness, "What I mean is that the crown prince has already been established. Your Majesty, you must consider." Observing the expression of the young sovereign, and seeing no signs of displeasure, she continued, "This situation is ultimately inappropriate. I have my own plans." "Do not trouble yourself with such matters," Zhu Jianshen said, taking a sip from his teacup. "Regarding state affairs, I would rather you refrain from further comments." "Yes, I have spoken out of turn," Jeune Heir sighed inwardly, feeling helpless. In truth, her intentions were pure, yet the young sovereign did not seem to appreciate her concern. Since he was unwilling, she decided to withhold her words. Jeune Heir then said, "Your Majesty, I have a request." "Speak." "Dismiss the position of the Jinui commander held by Wang Zhi." Jeune Heir stated, "We know our own matters. He is truly not suited for that role and will only create chaos. Wang Zhi's presence has made things quite difficult for Wang Zhi. I do not wish for my family to impede your Majesty's grand affairs. Are you concerned that I might turn against him?" "Not at all. I simply do not want him to hinder state matters," she insisted. "Your Majesty, he is only fit for a position of 1,000 households and cannot bear a heavier responsibility. I implore your Majesty to consider." Zhu Jianshen pondered for a moment before nodding. "Very well, I shall find someone to replace him." Jeune Heir let out a small sigh of relief and smiled. "Thank you. Your Majesty, you thank me for dismissing your brother? Are you not concerned that he may resent you during family visits?" "He dares not," Jeune Heir replied with a hint of pride. Zhu Jianshen chuckled. "You are rather formidable." "I am capable, but it is only because of your Majesty," Jeune Heir replied, adept at charming those around her. With a few words, Zhu Jianshen's mood shifted from cloudy to bright, eliciting hearty laughter. When Ji Shufei entered, she briefly questioned whether her timing was appropriate. Soon after, Chun Fei arrived, not alone, but accompanied by her 3-year-old son, Zhu Yuxian. As the only concubine currently blessed with 2 royal sons, Chun Fei held a significant position within the harem, beaming with pride. In the emperor's court, the ability to bear sons is deemed the highest merit. Jeune Heir, however, felt a tinge of discontent, for in terms of favor, Chun Fei was akin to a younger sister. With a playful intent, she remarked to Ji Shufei, "It was said that we would only enjoy the game of Wanbing Tiao. Yet why has our dear sister Chun Fei brought along the prince?" Should this remark have come from another concubine, Chun Fei would have surely retorted, yet, coming from Jeune Heir, she dared not respond. Despite her own considerable favor, she understood that she was still far from being on equal footing. Chun Fei chuckled awkwardly, explaining, "Yuxian missed his father and insisted on coming along. If you find it displeasing, I shall send him back at once." Zhu Yuxian looked up at his mother, puzzled by her fib, yet he was sensible enough not to spoil the mood. "Do not fret. It would only paint me as malicious," Jeune Heir feigned a smile. Zhu Jianshen, feeling somewhat exasperated, remarked, "I am still present, yet you bicker as if I were absent. If I were truly gone, would you not come to blows?" After a pause, he added, "Why not forego the game of Wanbing Tiao and instead engage in a spar? I have witnessed scholars in combat, yet I have yet to behold women in a duel." The ladies stiffened, quickly kneeling in apology. "We acknowledge our transgressions." "Enough. Rise," he commanded. They complied, though they dared not resume their banter. Chun Fei nudged her son, "Hurry and greet your father, the Empress Dowager, and Shufei." Zhu Yuxian promptly performed his bows. "Your son pays his respects to father," and greets the Empress Dowager and Xu Fei. Chen Fei had raised him impeccably. Though not yet 3, the little one displayed remarkable decorum. While Zhener held reservations about Chen Fei, she found herself powerless against the charm of the child and soon wore a smile. As the game of Wan Bing Tiao commenced, the atmosphere lightened. The ladies played cards while Zhu Yuxian quietly sat nearby, engrossed in a miniature book, turning its pages with care. Zhu Jianshen caught a glimpse and inquired with a smile, "Yuxian, what are you reading?" Zhu Yuxian quickly closed the book and, with his little legs, approached to present it. "Oh, are you aspiring to be a scholar?" Chen Fei interjected hastily. "Yuxian simply has a passion for reading." Zhu Jianshen chuckled, nodding. "Indeed, a love for learning is commendable." He patted the little fellow on the head, adding, "Much better than your elder brother." These words brought the game to an abrupt halt. Zhener was astonished. Chen Fei was elated, and Ji Shufei was alarmed. Such implications were clear to anyone with discernment. The emperor harbored intentions of replacing the crown prince. This was a matter of great significance. Ji Shufei's mind raced. She was at a loss. While she cared little for fame and fortune, she could not impose such indifference upon her son. As a mother, her desire was for her son to achieve the best, and she felt compelled to strive for that. Yet, her clumsy nature left her bewildered, and she was frantic with worry. After Zhu Jianshen finished speaking, he realized he had been a bit too forceful. He gently patted Zhu Yuxian's head and said, "You are still young. Your growth is of utmost importance. Stop studying for now and go play with your elder brother. Come here. Servant at your command. Take the second prince to the crown prince." "Yes, I obey." Zhu Yuxian glanced at his mother, and the Empress Chun hurriedly smiled. "Go on, and I will come to fetch you later." The child felt relieved and bowed to his father. "Son takes his leave." He then offered a bow to Zhener and concubine Ji, who both smiled in return. Seeing this, Zhu Yuxian followed the servant out. Empress Chun remarked, seemingly casually, "Yuxian is quite sensible." Concubine Ji's smile faltered, as she was not foolish despite her reserved nature. She could clearly perceive the implications of Empress Chen's words. She yearned to say or do something to assist her son, yet felt lost on how to help. In an instant, her eyes brimmed with tears. Zhu Jianshen felt a twinge of regret. His intention was merely to instill a sense of urgency in the crown prince for his development, not to overwhelm him. The political message he intended to convey was too potent, even causing the gentle concubine Ji to nearly weep, which contradicted his original purpose. Zhu Jianshen sought to remedy the situation. "This game is rather pointless. Let us cease." Indeed, no one had the spirit to continue playing. Stretching, Zhu Jianshen rose and said, "Little Ji, accompany me for a stroll." Concubine Ji, momentarily taken aback, quickly nodded, "Of course." Upon exiting Yongning Palace, the emperor and empress walked aimlessly in silence. Concubine Ji wished to break the quiet, but was unsure where to begin. She cursed her own clumsiness, tears spilling down her cheeks. "Why are you crying?" Zhu Jianshen asked awkwardly. I am not. The wind is simply strong." Concubine Ji hurriedly shook her head in explanation, leaving Zhu Jianshen at a loss for words. "Even when given the opportunity, you still falter." After a moment, Concubine Ji seemed to have made a resolution and asked, "Your Majesty, do you dislike the crown prince?" "Do I?" Zhu Jianshen replied, astonished. "No, I am quite satisfied with the crown prince." Yet, Concubine Ji's expression was sorrowful. She dared not accuse her husband, but could only say, "Yuxian is not lacking. It is my fault for delaying him. Now that your Majesty has hired a tutor for him, it will surely compensate for his early shortcomings." I understand." Zhu Jianshen nodded with a smile, still feeling uneasy. Concubine Ji hesitated for a moment before mustering her courage. "I am still at your service." Zhu Jianshen was both amused and helpless, but did not refuse. "Then tonight I shall stay with you." Pausing, he added, "During dinner, I will come to Qianqing Palace. It has been a long time since I dined with you both." "Yes," Concubine Ji replied with a bow, wiping her eyes and revealing a smile. "I shall go prepare." Go ahead." Zhu Jianshen waved his hand, then sighed. This temperament indeed hinders the crown prince's progress. However, he could not entirely blame Concubine Ji. As the father, he bore a significant responsibility. Yet Zhu Jianshen also had his own burdens. Alas, he exhaled a breath of melancholy, calling out, "Come here." A small eunuch trailing behind promptly stepped forward and bowed. "Your servant is here. Go to the ministry and convey my decree. The small courtyard of the Yongqing Marquis in Lianjiaten shall be renovated, with all necessary furnishings prepared." Zhu Jianshen grumbled. Ensure the quality. Should it collapse, I shall not be lenient. The servants complied. The young eunuch, somewhat surprised, dared not inquire further and hurried to deliver the message. Zhu Jianshen murmured to himself, this way, when he returns, he will be more comfortable. In the side hall of the Qianxing Palace, the two brothers shared a harmonious relationship, embodying a bond of mutual respect. As they grew older, Zhu Yuzhong became increasingly reasonable, no longer feeling jealous of his younger brother. The consort Shun devoted considerable effort to her son's education, guiding them toward positive directions, though she had her own thoughts. She refrained from sharing them with her young son. Their interactions, though infrequent, were always filled with joy. Influenced deeply by his mother, Zhu Yuxian was indeed eager to learn, and soon implored his elder brother to teach him to read and write. Zhu Yuzhong, without reservation, instructed him with care. Observing this scene as he strolled in, Zhu Jianshen smiled like a proud father, reminiscing about his own childhood, his eyes moistening with nostalgia. How wonderful! For a moment, he wavered, pondering whether he should temper the crown prince. However, as emotions settled, he reaffirmed his stance. The future ruler of the nation must not be coddled. During tonight's dinner, only Zhu Yuzhong, the emperor, and the consort were present. Zhu Yuzhong was elated, as if he had returned to the days spent in the Anlatang. Mother, you look particularly beautiful today, he exclaimed cheerfully. Consort Ji, slightly embarrassed, shot a reproachful glance at her son for his lack of decorum. He speaks the truth. Zhu Jianshen chuckled. You indeed look splendid today. You ought to adorn yourself more, for you are too casual. Consort Ji nodded awkwardly. I shall remember that. Now, let us dine, he concluded. That evening, Zhu Jianshen stayed in Consort Ji's chamber as promised, yet they shared the bed without crossing boundaries. It was not due to a lack of attraction, nor disdain for Consort Ji, but rather an understanding of her circumstances. Cherishing this rare closeness, Zhu Jianshen initiated conversation. As in the past, he spoke while she listened, occasionally interjecting, but mostly he carried the dialogue. She delighted in listening. Since the last incident where he had been too forceful, Zhu Jianshen had become quite meticulous in his approach, ensuring the crown prince felt a sense of urgency without overstepping boundaries, maintaining control to encourage the prince's growth. The tranquil days passed swiftly, and before long, the new year arrived. After the emperor's series of decisive actions, purging redundant officials, establishing the Western Depot, cracking down on smuggling with Japan, and implementing reforms, the ministers had become more compliant. They had no choice. This Chenghua emperor was exceptionally formidable. Furthermore, he consistently occupied the moral high ground. Whether in addressing bureaucratic excess, implementing reforms, or combating smuggling, he left no room for criticism. The only aspect open to scrutiny was the establishment of the Western Depot. However, with Wang Zhi now overseeing military affairs and not investigating cases extensively, they were not significantly affected. Consequently, they refrained from further impeaching the Western Depot, fearing the emperor's wrath might turn against them once more. Serving in government was not easy. It was better to avoid unnecessary troubles. The Ming Dynasty has truly attained a state of stability. Zhu Jianshen has benefited greatly and has reciprocated positively. On the first day of the new year in the 15th year of the Chenghua era, the red envelopes distributed were notably more generous than those of the previous year. During the year-end meeting, he reflected on the past and envisioned the future, even setting a modest goal to completely reform the local governance system within 3 years, transitioning to a more centralized administration. This national policy is advantageous for both the civil service and military officials. The rationale is straightforward. Governance and the education of local leaders require civil officials, while the process of reforming local governance provides military officials with opportunities to achieve merit. Therefore, this policy was warmly embraced by both factions, and its implementation was remarkably effective. With the assistance of trusted aides like Wan Un and pragmatic officials such as Shang Lu, Zhu Jianshen experienced a significant reduction in pressure and began to relax. Consequently, he embarked on the task of expanding the royal family. The results were remarkable. The Empress Chun became pregnant once again. This particular consort was exceptionally fortunate, consistently bearing sons throughout her life. Not only the Empress Chun, but also Consort Da, from the Zhang family, seemed to be equally blessed, giving birth to twins, 2 imperial princes. Zhu Jianshen grinned, exclaiming, "This is the true strength of my reign." In the 18th year of the Chenghua era, the reform of local governance was comprehensively promoted and implemented, and Zhu Jianshen began to pursue another ambition of his. In the current phase of the Ming Dynasty, the forces from the northern deserts no longer pose a significant threat. Even if they were to unify, they would still be unable to endanger the Ming. The dynasty possesses fortified cities, powerful artillery, and means of sanctions through trade. On the surface, as long as caution is exercised, the northern steppes have little chance of success. However, it would be naive to assume that all is secure. In reality, there remain potential threats, not from the civil officials, but from the border generals, primarily due to smuggling activities. The interests of civil officials are largely derived from southern smuggling trade, while military officials benefit from the northern trade. At any time, the more the court attempts to prohibit certain activities, the greater the profits become. The tea-horse trade is firmly under the control of the court, with no one permitted to participate, as this is the most effective means of managing the northern forces. The late Ouyang Luan met his demise due to this very issue. Otherwise, Zhu would not have executed his own son-in-law. Yet, when profits are sufficiently high, individuals akin to Ouyang Luan will invariably emerge. The smuggling by border generals is no longer a secret, and corruption exists within the military as well. However, they dare not overreach. Their operations are far smaller in scale and less audacious than those of Ouyang Luan. Nevertheless, Zhu Jianshen remained uneasy. Though the smuggling by border generals was not enough to sway the overall situation, it was manageable only because he, as the powerful emperor, could maintain order. He could not, however, ensure that his son would wield the same authority. Thus, action was necessary to deliver a decisive blow to the northern forces, instilling fear and dissuading their malicious intentions. Considering the risk of these covertly smuggling border generals potentially undermining the effort, Zhu Jianshen resolved to employ Wang Zhi. Zhu Jianshen was a man of grand vision and wisdom in significant matters. He understood that if there was to be conflict, it must yield tangible rewards. Otherwise, not only would resources be squandered, but it might also give rise to perceptions of Ming weakness, fostering ambition among adversaries. In the Qinqing Palace, Wang Zhi arrived at the imperial summons and respectfully bowed, saying, "Your servant pays respects to your majesty." "Rise," came the response. Zhu Jianshen lifted his teacup and took a sip, casually remarking, "As the chief eunuch of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau and the supervisor of the Western Depot for so many years, it is only natural that you have garnered quite a few sycophants among the civil and military officials, is it not?" Wang Zhi felt a shiver run through him and promptly knelt again, saying, "I am guilty, your majesty, please punish me." "Huh, look at how frightened you are. Have I accused you?" Zhu Jianshen shook his head and set down his teacup. "With power comes followers, whether you desire it or not. Such matters are inevitable. It is not a grave offense, as long as your heart remains loyal to me." "My heart belongs solely to your majesty," Wang Zhi replied earnestly, then, somewhat awkwardly added, "I acknowledge my faults and will be more vigilant in the future. Your majesty, among the officials I associate with, there is the Grand Scholar Wan Un and the Vice Minister of Rights Ah. There is no need for a report. I did not summon you to question your loyalty." Zhu Jianshen waved his hand dismissively. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Among these acquaintances, is there a civil official skilled in military affairs?" Wang Zhi paused slightly and replied truthfully, "Yes, there is one." "Who?" "King Yu of the Sincerity, Wang Yu." Zhu Jianshen nodded slowly and asked, "What do you know about him?" "He is quite strategic," Wang Zhi responded cleverly, understanding that the emperor might be seeking a civil official to oversee military matters. In his youth, he lamented the downfall of the Song dynasty with great fervor and harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Hu invaders. Thus, he has extensively studied military texts. Zhu Jianshen listened with mild interest before shifting the topic. "Can you keep him in line?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Wang Zhi affirmed, "I can." "Very well," Zhu Jianshen declared, "I shall grant you another opportunity to achieve merit. Please, your majesty, provide your instructions." Wang Zhi struggled to suppress his excitement, yet could not help but tremble with anticipation, knowing that this opportunity was a military endeavor. He would be leading troops in a battle, striving to emulate his idol. His fair face flushed crimson. "I intend to wage war against the northern deserts," Zhu Jianshen revealed without hesitation. "This time, however, I do not require border generals. You may first discuss matters with Wang Yu." "Understood," Wang Zhi replied, his voice quaking as he swallowed hard, asking, "If I may inquire, your majesty, when shall we commence the campaign?" "At the latest, within 2 months," Zhu Jianshen stated. During this time, prepare diligently and ensure that no whispers escape. Military affairs are not like other matters. They cannot be hastily assigned and must be thoroughly prepared in advance. Nevertheless, Zhu Jianshen was not overly concerned about leaks. Such promising prospects were not something anyone would openly discuss. Your command shall be followed. Wang Zhi bowed deeply and then inquired, "Shall your majesty meet with him?" "Not at this moment," Zhu Jianshen replied. "He is but a supporting character." This single phrase sent Wang Zhi's already heightened emotions into a fervent frenzy, nearly overwhelming him with exhilaration. After Wang Zhi had departed, Zhu Jianshen summoned Wanan. Zhu Jianshen said decisively, "Find some individuals to impeach the border generals for smuggling." "I comply with your command," Wanan responded. Although his abilities were modest, he was astute and possessed a clear understanding of his own capabilities and position. He was merely a subordinate to the emperor, and as long as he remained obedient, that sufficed. The emperor did not inquire further, and he simply followed orders. Under his direction, the petitions for the impeachment of the border generals soon filled Zhu Jianshen's imperial desk. Zhu Jianshen became incensed and urgently summoned the commanding officers from Yinfu and Datong, key military strongholds. Upon receiving the imperial edict, the officers felt a gnawing anxiety yet dared not resist, arriving in the capital with trepidation. Zhu Jianshen refrained from directly imposing penalties or ordering a thorough investigation by the factory guards. Instead, he merely stated that he had received an impeachment memorial and summoned the ministers to inquire whether any smuggling activities had occurred. Upon witnessing this development, the generals immediately proclaimed their innocence, adamantly denying any involvement in smuggling and launching counterattacks against the civil officials. "You, whose own hands are not clean, dare to impeach us? Despite everything, I have my merits in safeguarding the territory. Even if there are no accolades, there is still the toil involved. How can you, a bunch of idle gluttons untouched by the winds and rains, dare to criticize us?" The civil and military officials had been at odds for over a century, and although tensions had gradually eased, their relationship once again plunged into a state of hostility. The civil officials felt a deep sense of frustration, fully aware that they were being used as pawns, yet they were reluctant to express this openly. First, they genuinely looked down upon the military officials. Second, their smuggling enterprises had suffered severe setbacks, and they naturally took pleasure in witnessing the military's distress, as it alleviated their own discomfort. Moreover, although the Changhua emperor was not particularly concerned with martial ethics, he placed great importance on regulations and rarely broke them without reason, promising compensation for their use as instruments. Thus, a disagreement arose between the two factions. The civil officials, eager for a brawl, rolled up their sleeves, only to be halted by Zhu Jianshen. "With your physiques, do you think you stand a chance?" Zhu Jianshen was pleased to see the discord between the high-ranking officials in the capital and the military commanders in the frontier, but he did not wish for them to become mortal enemies. What he sought was a balance of power, not reckless internal strife. Consequently, he, the instigator, assumed the role of mediator. After calming both sides, Zhu Jianshen revealed his ultimate objective, appointing Wang Yu, the right minister of the Sincerity, to oversee military affairs. This was an exceedingly unusual political signal that stunned not only the military officials, but also left the civil officials incredulous. Had the emperor taken leave of his senses? Without the luxury of pondering the reasons, they immediately rallied behind him, proclaiming the emperor's wisdom. The military officials, dissatisfied, felt this undermined their authority and naturally opposed it. This time, Zhu Jianshen did not need to speak. The civil officials advocated on his behalf. They did not engage in direct quarrels, but urged the emperor to conduct a thorough investigation into the smuggling trade, effectively silencing the generals with a single statement. Who among them was innocent? In some matters, ignorance was bliss. Once elevated to a higher principle, nearly 70 to 80% of officials, regardless of military or civil status, would face execution. Corruption had long been the norm, albeit at varying degrees. After addressing the frontier generals, Zhu Jianshen finally felt secure enough to appoint Wang Yu, and only then did he issue the decree to deploy troops to the northern deserts. The civil officials welcomed this, for although it pertained to military affairs, they, as the leaders, recognized a rare opportunity that must be seized. There were almost no obstacles. The transfer of supplies and troops proceeded smoothly, though for safety's sake, Zhu Jianshen dispatched only the elite forces from the capital garrison. The number of troops was not large, merely 20,000, yet they were undeniably the crème de la crème. Wang Yu was appointed as the commander, while Wang Zhi served as the military supervisor. Unbeknownst to the civil officials, this supervisory role held even greater authority than that of the commander, for Wang Zhi bore the emperor's edict and standards. Zhu Jianshen had traversed a long and winding path, ultimately placing his trust in and entrusting significant responsibilities to Wang Zhi. However, he ultimately dared not to set a precedent of allowing eunuchs to lead troops into battle. Such meticulous efforts were made to avoid leaving a potential hazard for future sovereigns. While eunuchs are generally loyal, one cannot afford to be entirely defenseless. With the historical examples of eunuchs from the Han and Tang dynasties, how could Zhu Jianshen not exercise caution? After 2 months of tireless endeavors, the elite troops of the Ming army finally embarked on their expedition to the northern desert. On this day, Zhu Jianshen suspended court proceedings and personally led the officials to bid farewell to the army. Wang Yu was elated, and Wang Zhi was even more so. Both harbored a fervent desire to achieve military merit through leading troops into battle, and now that their dream had come to fruition, how could they contain their excitement? Before departing, they pledged a military oath. They would not return until they had vanquished the main forces of the northern Tartars, or else they would present their heads to the emperor. Zhu Jianshen nodded with a smile, brimming with confidence. Given the current predicament of the Tartars, these 20,000 elite soldiers could hardly face defeat. It would merely be a matter of small victories versus significant triumphs. Having entered the palace at the tender age of 6, Wang Zhi was finally experiencing a pinnacle moment in his life. At just 22 years of age, he was remarkably young among the eunuchs, where most of his contemporaries were toiling in menial tasks, and achieving the rank of a supervising eunuch was already quite an accomplishment. Yet he had reached the zenith of the eunuch hierarchy. Wang Zhi set forth, carrying with him the dreams of his youth. Zhu Jianshen felt a sense of relief. He had accomplished what he intended, and now it was time to stabilize the situation, ensuring that his measures took root firmly, so that nearly 2 decades of effort would not be in vain or lead to sudden demise. Zhu Jianshen could undoubtedly be hailed as a sagacious ruler. Once this battle was concluded, he could finally take a well-deserved rest and proceed with affairs in a methodical manner. Zhu Jianshen felt somewhat fatigued but also relaxed. Since the 15th year of the Jingtai era until the 18th year of the Chenghua era, nearly 2 decades of wit and courage had drained him of excessive energy. The days ahead promised moments of genuine enjoyment. In Jiangnan, at the Yongqing Marquis Mansion, Zhu Jianshen gently caressed Qian's hand and spoke softly. "Little Qian, let us return to the capital." Chapter 189. My goodness, the retired emperor is still alive? Qian smiled softly and shook her head gently. "Husband, I do not wish to return." She understood what returning entailed. She did not want her husband to go back. "This place is quite agreeable, and I wish to remain." Zhu Jianshen kissed her hand lightly and replied, "You are the empress, my empress, and the empress of the Ming Dynasty. We must return, and I must return as well." Qian intended to say more, but Zhu Jianshen interrupted. "Little Qian, do not be willful. My dear, I know you prefer this place. Let us stay." Qian urged, "The son-in-law is busy traveling. I do not wish to cause any trouble." She had already borne 2 children. What was there to be concerned about? Zhu Jianshen shook his head. "Our descendants will have their own fortunes. Let us not worry about them. My mind is made up. Do not persuade me further." Qian sighed softly. It would be best to inform in advance to avoid affecting state affairs. "Very well," Zhu Jianshen nodded. "Just as well. That scoundrel Li Hong has returned. Let him make a trip." In the capital, at the Qinqing Palace, Zhu Jianshen was somewhat surprised by the sudden visit from his brother-in-law. "Have you encountered difficulties in eradicating the pirates?" "No," Li Hong said, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect. "The emperor has provided such substantial support to the navy. A mere band of Japanese pirates is inconsequential. I have come to discuss other matters." Zhu Jianshen, intrigued, inquired, "What could necessitate your personal visit?" Li Hong, somewhat embarrassed, hesitated before requesting, "Might I ask the emperor to dismiss those present?" "Oh." Zhu Jianshen was taken aback. His curiosity piqued further. He waved his hand, signaling the attendants to withdraw, and urged, "Do not keep me in suspense. Please reveal the matter at hand." Li Hong bowed and declared, "Your Majesty, the Grand Emperor and Empress Dowager wish to return to the capital." "Ah?" Zhu Jianshen was greatly astonished, but soon recollected a conversation from years past with Li Qing regarding this issue, and gradually composed himself. He managed a bittersweet smile and asked, "When will they return?" The Grand Emperor indicated that should it be convenient for your Majesty, he would return immediately. Zhu Jianshen sighed and replied, "It is indeed convenient. Please inform the Grand Emperor that he may return at any time." Relieved, Li Hong smiled and said, "Then I shall convey this message. There is no need to rush." Zhu Jianshen interjected, "The return of the Grand Emperor is a significant event. It must not go unnoticed, for it would be a disservice to the dignity of the court." After a pause, he continued, "You should first stay at Lianjiaten for a few days. The small courtyard there has been refurbished, you may rest assured. I shall make the necessary arrangements, and when the time comes, you will lead the welcoming procession back to Jiangnan." "Your command is my duty," Li Hong replied, bowing in respect before taking his leave. Zhu Jianshen gazed at Li Hong's receding figure, lost in thought and a tinge of nostalgia. Over 30 years had passed since their last parting, when he was but a child. He pondered how his father fared after all these years. The visage of his father had faded from memory, and he could scarcely recall his features. He vaguely remembered that his father had not held him in high regard and had never intended to name him heir, but rather had been compelled by overwhelming circumstances to do so during a time of great resistance. Decades had elapsed, and Zhu Jianshen had come to terms with this reality. Though some resentment lingered, it could hardly be deemed hatred, especially considering that he was his biological father. In the imperial family, familial bonds still held significance. In circumstances devoid of conflicting interests, ties of kinship, whether between father and son or brothers, remained intact. Given Zhu Jianshen's current authority, his father's South return to court would scarcely alter his position. Moreover, with the passage of time, he had come to understand that his father had long relinquished any ambitions of reclaiming the throne. Ultimately, he was still his father, an aging man nearing his 60s, whose return would not hinder Zhu Jianshen's reign. Additionally, the Ming Dynasty upheld the principle of filial piety. How could he, as the emperor's son, deny his father's return? A return would be fitting. After all, one must return to their roots. Zhu Jianshen exhaled deeply and turned towards the inner palace. In Kunming Palace, Empress Dowager Zhou was rendered speechless upon learning that the Grand Emperor was still alive, and that Empress Dowager Qian was also well and preparing to return to the capital. "Heavenly Father, the Grand Emperor yet lives? Mother, mother!" Zhu Jianshen called out several times before the Empress Dowager regained her composure. She stammered in disbelief. He is not in the northern steppes?" For Empress Dowager Zhou, and indeed for the entire court and the realm, the Grand Emperor had long been presumed deceased. The sudden revelation of his survival, coupled with his imminent return, would shock anyone profoundly. Empress Dowager Zhou was taken aback, not only by the astonishment of the news, but also by a rising sense of panic. She held a deep-seated fear of the Grand Emperor and harbored jealousy and trepidation towards Empress Dowager Qian. In years past, her circumstances were no better than those of the current Empress Wang. It was only due to her determination that, after being favored a mere few times, she conceived and bore a son. Otherwise, how could she have arrived at this moment? Yet, no one understood the coldness of the former emperor towards her better than she did, nor was she oblivious to his deep affection for the Qian family. His fondness for that woman surnamed Wang was no less than the love he bestowed upon her son. The days of prosperity had come to an end. The time spent in Kunming Palace was over. The Empress Dowager Zhou was in a state of panic, filled with anxiety. "My son, must the former emperor truly return?" She grasped her son's hand, her face etched with worry. Having once associated with the Sun family, she was acutely aware of how little the former emperor regarded her. Their bond was profound, while she remained merely a peripheral figure. With the return of the elderly couple, her situation would be even more precarious than that of Empress Wang. The Empress Dowager was on the verge of tears. Zhu Jianshen reassured her, "Mother, there is no need for alarm. The former emperor has little interest in court affairs, and his return will not cause significant disruption. Am I worried about court matters? I am concerned for myself. You have not considered your mother at all." The Empress Dowager lamented, though she dared not voice such sentiments. She felt unqualified to do so. "When will the former emperor return?" "Soon," Zhu Jianshen replied. "Tomorrow. I shall inform the officials and have someone sent to receive the former emperor." After a pause, he asked, "Does mother not wish for the former emperor's return?" "How could I not? I am overjoyed," the Empress Dowager exclaimed, her happiness bringing tears to her eyes. Zhu Jianshen chuckled. "Very well, since there is still time. I will gather the officials." "No, please do not." What I mean is, do you know where the former emperor is?" "I do." "And are you aware if he has taken any concubines?" The Empress Dowager stated, It is crucial to ascertain the situation beforehand, should we lose decorum. It would displease the former emperor and tarnish the court's reputation. We must proceed with caution. Zhu Jianshen nodded, acknowledging her wisdom. You are quite right. It is prudent to investigate ahead of time. That's the spirit. The Empress Dowager sighed in relief. Where is the former emperor at present? In Jiangnan, Zhu Jianshen replied. Where exactly in Jiangnan? That is not important. He shall return shortly, he reassured her. Do not worry, you will not be affected in the slightest. The Empress Dowager was reluctant to believe him, yet she felt powerless, forced to appease her son, the emperor, as this was her last resort. Should we select some concubines for you, mother? Zhu Jianshen chuckled. The ones I have now are more than sufficient. With so many women, he could hardly manage. In the family courtyard, Li Hong reclined on a chair under the fruit trees. In years gone by, his godfather enjoyed lounging there, reminiscing about the past as if it were yesterday. Over the years, his godfather had returned twice, yet each time, Li Hong had missed him. He felt a pang of regret, wondering when his godfather would return again. Sighing, he gazed at the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves, lost in thought. Is General Li at home? Yes, he replied, as the gentle early summer sun lulled him into a near slumber. Sitting up, he walked to the door, opening it. Your Majesty, how may I serve you? No need for formalities, Zhu Jianshen smiled. Let us speak inside. Turning his head, he added, no one may enter without my permission. Understood. The Grand Internal Guard responded with reverence, expressing that this time, they bore no concerns. Li Hong was not a vagabond, but a court official, thus would not pose any threat to the emperor. Upon entering the guest hall and taking their seats, Zhu Jianshen inquired, aside from the Empress Dowager, are there any other concubines for the Grand Emperor? Li Hong shook his head, replying, there are none. It is just the Grand Emperor and the Empress Dowager. My humble wife, cough cough, the Grand Princess will not be returning. Zhu Jianshen nodded slowly, contemplating. Regarding the Grand Princess, I do not wish to restore her title. If she becomes a princess, you, as the commander of the navy, would be unable to continue in your role. Li Hong scratched his head, awkwardly admitting, my wife thinks the same. Zhu Jianshen chuckled and continued. What are the Grand Emperor's requests regarding his return to the capital? Li Hong shook his head, stating, the Grand Emperor has no requests. They have secretly moved out of the Yongqing Marquis' residence and now reside in a manor outside Jiangnan, purchased years ago, just waiting for me to convey their message. Pausing for a moment, he added, the Grand Emperor wishes for the Emperor to be at ease. He simply desires to return and has no intention of meddling in court affairs. I understand, Zhu Jianshen replied. The Emperor of Ming cannot wander outside for a lifetime. I wholeheartedly welcome the Grand Emperor back to the capital. With a sigh, he remarked, tomorrow, at the court assembly, I shall make this public. And we can likely set forth the day after. Ah, splendid, Li Hong nodded with a smile, relieved that the task had been successfully accomplished. Zhu Jianshen smiled back and then inquired, what is the status of the eradication of the Japanese pirates? The Japanese pirates are no match for our Ming Navy. Akin to mere clay chickens and tile dogs, easily defeated, Li Hong declared with pride. Then, with an awkward smile, he added, however, while our navy can vanquish the pirates, it cannot extinguish their insatiable greed. After a moment's hesitation, he continued, in fact, many among the pirates are disguised Han people, and even commoners are involved. To resolve this thoroughly poses certain challenges. In truth, it was not overly difficult. Li Hong still held back. Of course, to unleash our full might would also yield detrimental consequences. Zhu Jianshen understood this as well, offering a wry smile and nodding. Do not bear too much pressure. Consider it a training exercise for the Navy. I will find a way to address the core issues, so do not rush. I shall comply. Li Hong responded with a respectful gesture. Zhu Jianshen, weary, sighed. The world is bustling, all for profit. The world is chaotic, all for gain. Though I am the Son of Heaven, I cannot thwart the heart of the people yearning for profit. He mentally added how arduous it is to be an emperor. Chapter 190. The clash between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law the next day, in the Fengtian Hall. Zhu Jianshen publicly announced the impending return of the Grand Emperor and the Empress Dowager to the court. Upon hearing this, all the officials were left in astonishment. Is he not still alive? This is truly splendid. The ministers were overwhelmed with excitement, some moved to tears. Zhu Jianshen merely stated that the Grand Emperor was in Jiangnan, leaving unmentioned the reasons for his presence there, nor did he elaborate on the long-missing Empress Dowager. Since he did not speak, The ministers deemed it inappropriate to inquire further. After all, the matters of the Grand Emperor were rather unsavory. As the saying goes, a son does not speak ill of his father, especially when it concerns the emperor's father, the Grand Emperor of Ming. In truth, the resentment of the civil officials towards Zhu Jianshen was far greater than that directed at Zhu Jianshen. As the battle of the 14th year of the Yongle reign had nearly decimated the backbone of the civil officials' faction. Since then, they have languished in despair. Otherwise, had Prince Cheng seized the splendid opportunity of ruling over the great treasure, they would surely have risen to prominence, even with Li Qing present. At least, that is how they perceived it in their hearts. However, after that battle, the civil officials capable of fighting were swept away, leaving the civil official group severely weakened. The nobility also suffered losses, albeit to a far lesser extent, and their titles were fully inherited, indicating that they essentially incurred no significant damage. It was the civil officials who bore the brunt of the calamity. To add insult to injury, they encountered the calamity that was Li Qing, who shattered the fortunes of the civil officials. Otherwise, the current situation would never have come to pass. All of this turmoil was instigated by the orthodox faction. Discontented as they were, they could only harbor their grievances in silence, maintaining an outward facade of joy. After a lengthy discussion lasting over half an hour, Zhu Jianshen ultimately made a decision. Each of the 6 ministries would dispatch a vice minister, the cabinet would send a grand scholar, the censorate would contribute 9 supervisory censors. The imperial kitchen would provide several officials, and there would be 12 dragon flags and 64 cloth flags, accompanied by 500 from each of the 2 factories and 1 guard, along with 1,000 from each of the 3 major camps in the capital, all bearing golden dragon carriages to welcome the guests. Such grandeur was not merely high, no one deemed it excessive, for the Grand Emperor warranted such elevated treatment. Despite the fact that the Grand Emperor wielded no actual power, the benefits he received in public were hardly inferior to those of the reigning emperor. This matter pertained to the dignity of the court, and the Ming Dynasty was not lacking in funds, rendering it unnecessary to quibble over such affairs. While there may be strife among civil and military officials, and between sovereign and subjects, no one would contend regarding issues that pertain to the court's esteem, as this serves to uphold the ruling class. Once the tone was set, the formal court assembly commenced, lasting until the rising sun signaled the end of the morning audience. After the assembly concluded, Zhu Jianshen proceeded to Yongning Palace, where he found Wang Zhi in a state of utter panic. "Jinner, what troubles you?" he inquired. "Nothing. I merely feel a bit unwell," Wang Zhi replied awkwardly. Zhu Jianshen immediately grew concerned. "Have you sought the Imperial Physician's Council?" "Ah, it is nothing serious." Zhi diverted the topic, cautiously asking, "Your Majesty, I heard from Defei that the Grand Emperor and Grand Empress are returning. Is that true?" "Indeed," Zhu Jianshen nodded. "I was just about to tell you. You shall join in the welcome. Perhaps it would be best to refrain. It may be quite awkward." "What awkwardness could there be?" Zhu Jianshen chuckled softly. "As your father-in-law, you are certainly expected to participate in the welcoming ceremony for my father. Not just you, but Consort Chen and Defei will also be involved. You need not be anxious." "I am not anxious. I am frightened," Zhi admitted, genuinely alarmed. Although she had merely been executing orders during that incident, with the true instigator being Empress Sun, the latter had since passed away. Should there be a reckoning, she, as a daughter-in-law, and not even the primary consort, might face dire consequences due to her age. In this era, a woman could not pose questions to her husband akin to, "If I and your mother fell into water, whom would you save first? Or who is more important, me or your mother?" In the face of filial piety, wives and concubines are deemed insignificant. Furthermore, a monarch must exemplify a standard for the myriad subjects of the realm. Zhi was genuinely fearful that upon the return of the retired emperor, she might become his target. What was she to do? Zhi wished to live, to enjoy life. Zhu Jianshen, under the impression that she was merely a shy bride reluctant to meet her in-laws, chuckled lightly. "There is nothing to worry about. With the Empress Dowager and the Empress present, the retired emperor will hardly notice you." Yet, that was hardly certain. The Empress Dowager Zhou approached with measured steps. Zhu Jianshen paused, offering a greeting, "Mother." He was somewhat taken aback. Had she not always held Zhi in disdain? Why had she suddenly come to Yongning Palace today? Zhi suppressed her negative emotions, performing a graceful bow. "I pay my respects to Mother." "No need for formalities," the Empress Dowager Zhou replied, stifling her distaste with a bland tone. The relationship between these two women could be likened to fire and water, Yet with the return of the retired emperor and empress, they had inadvertently formed a common interest. After all, both had once followed Empress Dowager's son, thus could be considered reluctant colleagues. Zhu Jianshen, curious, inquired, "What did you mean by that earlier remark, mother?" The Empress Dowager Zhou merely sought to vent her frustrations while simultaneously keeping Zhener in check. But to articulate her thoughts would likely offend her son. "It is of little consequence," she smiled, saying, "She was once a maidservant of Empress Xiaogongzhong, the Sun family, and is quite familiar with your father." As she spoke, she turned her gaze towards Zhener, winking, "Isn't that so?" Zhener clenched her teeth, forcing a smile. "What you say is true, mother." She understood that the Zhou family aimed to leverage the past. When Empress Dowager's son sought to match her with the retired emperor in order to compel her to submit, Zhu Jianshen, oblivious to the underlying intentions, simply smiled and remarked, "Zhener is a bit older, but she does not appear much older than Consort Shun or Consort Da. She is still quite youthful." He added, "In fact, she looks younger than her peers." "Are you blind?" The Empress Dowager Zhou retorted angrily. "What do you mean? She is the same age as your mother. Yet you say she looks younger than her peers? What is your implication? Were it not for her reliance on her son, she would have engaged Zhu Jianshen in a thorough debate. Yet, she was utterly exasperated. Realizing he had misspoken, Zhu Jianshen hastily attempted to remedy the situation. "Well, mother, you are also youthful, much like Zhener, who is like her." That remark offended both parties. Sensing the atmosphere had soured, Zhu Jianshen chuckled awkwardly. "I have official business to attend to. Please continue your conversation." With that, he made a hasty retreat. Women could indeed be troublesome. As soon as Zhu Jianshen left, the demeanor of the Zhou family shifted dramatically. She commanded with authority, "Everyone leave." "Yes." The servants bowed and exited. The Zhou family cast a languid glance at Zhener and said, "Come with me into the inner hall." Zhener retorted indifferently, "If you have something to say, mother, speak plainly." "I am not consulting you." The Zhou family shot back, striding ahead. Zhener, her chest heaving with emotion, took a moment before following. The Zhou family settled into the main seat, languidly declaring, "The retired emperor and empress are returning. Are you not in a state of panic?" The once compliant Zhou family was no longer content to remain so, since learning that the retired emperor was still alive. She understood that the mysterious events of the past were indeed suspicious. Though she could not fathom the reasons, she was no longer afraid. Her sole focus now was to preserve her current position and power. In the palace, only the two of them remained, Zhou and Wang Zhi. Zhou, feeling disinclined to maintain her facade, remarked coldly, "Wang Zhi, what do you suppose the emperor would feel upon discovering that you were once nearly betrothed to the Grand Emperor? Moreover, the Grand Empress has borne no offspring. Was it not you who secretly orchestrated this mischief? How do you imagine the Grand Emperor and Empress would react to you then?" Wan's eyes narrowed. Had it not been for the fact that this woman was the emperor's mother and they were within the confines of the palace, she would have suffocated her on the spot. A genuine murderous intent surged within her. In the past, I was merely a servant. How could I influence such significant matters of life?" Wang Zhi retorted with a tone even more frigid, dismissing the insinuation that she had acted unfavorably towards the Grand Empress as sheer nonsense, urging Zhou not to slander her with baseless accusations. It was impossible to acknowledge such things. They were exceedingly clandestine, and certainly, Sun would never divulge them to anyone, even Zhou. When Sun the Empress rose to power, if she had to name her most trusted confidant, Wang Zhi would claim second place, with none daring to claim the first, including Zhou herself, until the dust settled. Wang Zhi would never concede. With a sharp tongue, Wang Zhi countered, "Oh, revered Holy Mother Empress, have you heard that the Grand Emperor is returning? Are you reminiscing about the times when you were so neglected?" The title of Holy Mother Empress rang grandly, yet in reality, it was the Empress who held the true position. Zhou's fury flared. "Wang Zhi, do you dare speak to me in such a manner? Do you wish for death?" With a cold sneer, Wang Zhi replied, "You, who cannot even safeguard your own interests, think to threaten others? If I were you, I would hastily pack my things and vacate Kunning Palace." She had resolved to face her fate head-on, if the Grand Emperor truly sought her demise. Zhou the Empress could not protect her. If he spared her, Zhou could not eliminate her. The path ahead was shrouded in uncertainty. Yet Wang Zhi would show no leniency towards Zhou, harboring disdain for her for far too long. "Wang Zhi, kneel before me," Zhou commanded. You truly believe yourself to be the rightful empress?" Wang Zhi scoffed. You insolent wretch. Zhou trembled with rage. My son is the emperor, and I am the empress. Even if someone named Qian were to return, I would still be the empress. Wang Zhi shrugged, declaring, I am the imperial noble consort, no matter who returns. I remain the imperial noble consort. Through gritted teeth, Zhou demanded, then now, as empress, I order you, the imperial noble consort, to kneel. Will you kneel or not? I will not. Wang Zhi replied resolutely, challenging, if you truly possess the power, compel the emperor to divorce me. If you lack the ability, then silence yourself. Someone quickly. Zhou was on the verge of losing her mind, completely forgetting her initial intention of wooing Wang Zhi to form a united front. She had clearly lost her wits. Yet, in the next moment, she was rendered speechless. Wang Zhi raised her hand and, with considerable force, struck herself twice across the face, leaving visible red imprints on her cheeks. As if finding that insufficient, she dashed towards a red lacquered wooden pillar and struck her head against it forcefully, subsequently collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Zhou. Chapter 191. The Grand Emperor returns to the capital in that instant. Zhou regained her composure and remembered the purpose of her visit. She hurried forward, bending down to pat Wang Zhi's face, urging, wake up, please wake up. Wang Zhi grimaced in pain, yet she refused to open her eyes, feigning a state of unconsciousness as if to say, I have you now. In a fit of rage, Zhou was so incensed that she felt as though her molars might shatter, exclaiming, stop pretending, you wretched woman. Before she could finish her tirade, 5 or 6 handmaidens rushed in, momentarily taken aback before regarding her with peculiar glances. Zhou's predicament was of her own making. It bore no relevance to the Empress Dowager. She attempted to explain, but quickly deemed it unnecessary to clarify matters to the handmaidens, and instead coldly commanded, awaken her at once. The handmaidens exchanged glances, torn by their dilemma, yet dared not defy the Dowager's orders. So they approached and gently called out, Your Imperial Highness, Your Imperial Highness. After repeated calls yielded no response, one of the maidens hesitantly reported, Your Majesty, the imperial concubine has fainted. We should summon the physician post-haste. Zhou seethed with indignation, gritting her teeth as she remarked to Zhi, keep up the charade if you wish. Today, I shall not leave, and I shall see how long you can maintain this ruse. Once the physician arrives, we shall see how you continue to feign. Meanwhile, in the Qinqing Palace, Zhu Jianshen was engrossed in reviewing memorials when he overheard the anxious cries of the maidens outside. Your Majesty, trouble is brewing. The imperial concubine has fainted. Startled, Zhu Jianshen hastily set down his brush and rushed to the outer hall, demanding, what is happening? The maidens, unsure of the specifics, could only reply, we have already summoned the physician. Without further inquiry, Zhu Jianshen dashed towards Yongning Palace. Upon his arrival, the physician had yet to arrive, and he found only Zhi lying on the bed, while his mother stood nearby, smirking and making derisive comments. Zhu Jianshen hurried to her side, and upon noticing the crimson mark upon Zhi's forehead and the distinct red imprints on her cheeks, everything became clear. Mother, what transgression has Zhi committed to warrant such cruelty from you? Zhu Jianshen's anger flared. Meeting his son's gaze, Zhou felt an uncharacteristic wave of guilt wash over her. Turning her head away as she replied nonchalantly, I have not laid a finger on her. This is entirely her doing. Zhu Jianshen let out a cold laugh, saying, Do you take me for a fool? The animosity between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law has persisted for over a decade. I need not ponder long to draw my conclusions. Your mother has struck her. The sight of Zhi in such a state ignited a fire within him, and he was engulfed in self-reproach. He knew well the discord between them, yet he had allowed them to be alone together. Before the handmaidens, he could not openly chastise his mother, so he spoke brusquely. Mother, if there is nothing else, please return to Kunning Palace. My son, you must heed your mother, she implored. Call me Your Majesty. Your Majesty. This is truly of her own making. I have not laid a finger on her, Zhou insisted, her frustration boiling over. Mother. Zhu Jianshen suppressed his fury, exhaling deeply as he uttered in a markedly cool tone, I must request that you return to Kunning Palace. The Empress Dowager, feeling her composure falter, retorted, Do you believe her, or do you trust your mother? Someone, escort the Dowager back to Kunning Palace. Zhu Jianshen ordered vehemently. You have been deceived by this old woman. Zhou's face contorted with rage. You are unfilial. Ignoring her, Zhu Jianshen barked at the approaching eunuch. Why are you not hastening to escort the Dowager back? Yes, Your Majesty, at once. The young eunuch, under immense pressure, awkwardly bowed and stammered, "Your Highness, please follow me." Zhou nearly stumbled, her fury threatening to overwhelm her, but the eunuch's timely support prevented her from collapsing. Yet, Zhu Jianshen remained unmoved, believing that the Empress Dowager was merely pretending. The tide had turned, and the situation was dire. Zhou's bitter laughter echoed, her face ashen. She never anticipated losing her power before the return of the retired emperor, nor did she foresee her downfall at the hands of Wang Zhi. After receiving treatment from the imperial physician, Zhi awakened, tears streaming down her face, which broke Zhu Jianshen's heart. "Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager is so terrifying," she sobbed. "I am utterly frightened." Fear not, for I am here. This is my oversight," he reassured her, his heart aching. His past grievances towards his mother reignited, anger surging within him. It was perhaps a blessing that the Empress Dowager had returned. Balance was necessary in the harem. After weeping for quite some time, Zhi gradually calmed down, to prevent Zhou from resorting to desperate measures. She recounted how the late emperor's son had wished for the retired emperor to take her as a consort, but he had refused. Zhu Jianshen's reaction was understated. He merely nodded in acknowledgement, showing no signs of displeasure. His affection for Wang, who had selflessly cared for him since childhood, was profound and forgiving. Besides, this was not Zhi's fault. It was all a result of the late emperor's son's meddling. Zhi felt a sense of relief, believing she had passed this hurdle. As for the retired emperor, having endured this trial, she was confident Zhu Jianshen would spare no effort in his pursuit. Her feelings for him were genuine. Yet this matter of life and death compelled her to employ some cunning. It must be noted that, among those who had aligned with Sun, Zhi's skills surpassed those of Empress Zhou significantly. This was primarily due to her humble origins and her upbringing alongside Sun, making her well-versed in the intricacies of palace intrigue. In May, in Jiangnan, Li Hong returned ahead of schedule and informed his in-laws of the emperor's stance. Upon hearing this, the elderly couple breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that their return would not disrupt the current balance of power. Zhu Jianshen exhaled softly and inquired, "When will the ceremonial entourage arrive?" "By the time I returned." The entourage had already set out. "I estimate they will arrive in 3 to 5 days, Li Hong replied. "The emperor also instructed me to notify the 6 ministries in Zhili to ensure they do not neglect the Empress Dowager," he added. Zhu Jianshen nodded gently and turned to his beloved daughter. "Wanqing, you should return to the Marquis's residence. Your mother and I are heading back to the capital." Zhu Wanqing, with reddened eyes, stubbornly declared, "Father, I wish to accompany you to the capital. If I cannot serve you and mother, I am unworthy to be called your daughter." "What purpose would you serve there?" Zhu Jianshen retorted, his eyes narrowing. "You are now a married woman. You must consider your husband's family." Seeing his daughter on the verge of tears, Zhu Jianshen's heart softened, and his tone became gentler. "Your father is the Empress Dowager, and your mother is the Empress Dowager. We are returning to enjoy our fortune. Do not be sorrowful." Qian also kindly urged, "Wanqing, do not be willful. You are a mother now. You must think of your children and live well." Zhu Wanqing nodded through her tears. She understood that once her parents departed, meeting again would be exceedingly difficult. And after a century, even offering sacrifices would be nearly impossible. "Do not cry." Qian gently caressed her daughter's face. "Live well and happily. If you are well, your mother and father will be content." Zhu Wanqing continued to weep, her face filled with reluctance and affection. Since that year when Uncle Li informed her that her parents would eventually return to the capital, she had braced herself for the inevitable. Yet, when the day finally arrived, she found it exceedingly difficult to accept. The thought of no longer having her parents to rely on filled her with anxiety and sorrow. Zhu Jianshen, too, felt a profound reluctance. His love for his only daughter was no less than anyone else's, but the time had come to bid farewell. "Wanqing, it is time for you to return," Zhu Jianshen remarked. "Li Hong, after you convey the edict to Zhili, return to the Ofu and refrain from involving yourself any further in this matter. Do your utmost to obscure your presence in this incident, and we must remain vigilant in the Ofu, ensuring that my true identity is not suspected." The son-in-law understood, nodding in agreement. Zhu Jianshen sighed deeply. "Take good care of Wanqing. If you wish to take a concubine in the future, then do so, but should you mistreat her or cause her distress, I shall never forgive you, not even if you were someone else's godson." The formidable figure who had been steadfast for over a decade softened his demeanor at this moment of parting. Fearing for his daughter's well-being, Li Hong, with a serious expression, replied, Having Wang Qing is more than enough for me. I will not take a concubine, nor will I ever mistreat her. Very well, Zhu Jianshen said, his eyes glistening with emotion. With a long sigh, he waved his hand. It is time to depart. Li Hong and Zhu Wanqing both bowed deeply, understanding that this farewell might very well be their last, especially for Zhu Wanqing. The couple respectfully performed 3 bows. At the end of June, Zhu Jianshen and his wife arrived in the capital aboard the imperial carriage after decades of separation. As he gazed upon this strange yet familiar city, his heart was overwhelmed with myriad emotions, predominantly guilt. Barely a quarter of an hour after their carriage stopped, the city gates swung wide open, and Zhu Jianshen personally led the officials out to welcome the Grand Emperor. Zhu Jianshen watched the approaching procession and turned to Qian Shi. Speaking softly, "Xiao Qian, are you feeling well?" Qian Shi gently shook her head. "I am fine. Let us disembark from the dragon carriage." "Very well, I shall assist you," he replied. The elderly couple descended from the carriage just as the welcoming entourage drew near. They had already changed into the Grand Emperor and Grand Empress's formal attire, making their presence quite conspicuous. Zhu Jianshen regarded this unfamiliar father, took a deep breath, and stepped forward, lifting his robe in a bow. "Son pays respects to father." As Zhu Jianshen bowed, all present followed suit, kneeling and proclaiming loudly, "We pay our respects to the Grand Emperor and Grand Empress. We humbly invite the Grand Emperor and Grand Empress to return to the capital." Zhu Jianshen paused momentarily before calling out the long-forgotten command, "Rise." "Thank you, Grand Emperor." After Zhu Jianshen stood upright, he performed a deep bow towards Qian Shi, saying, "Son pays respects to mother." "No need for formalities," Qian Shi replied kindly. Once Zhu Jianshen straightened himself, he approached to apologize. "Father, mother, your journey has been arduous. I regret not welcoming you properly." "It is of no consequence," Zhu Jianshen smiled. "Let us return to the palace." He paid no attention to the Zhou family nor the civil and military officials, and he certainly did not regard the emperor's concubines. His only concern was for Xiao Qian. Zhu Jianshen bowed once more, respectfully inviting his father and mother to proceed. Once the elderly couple entered the imperial carriage, he turned and mounted his own dragon carriage, returning to the palace. A young eunuch shouted at the top of his lungs, "Let us set forth." The Grand Emperor led the way, followed by the emperor, then the Grand Empress Zhou, the emperor's concubines, and finally, the civil and military officials. A throng of individuals made their grand entrance into the city. Chapter 192, A Father-Son Relationship Lacking Familiarity. Today, the retired emperor returns to the capital, having meticulously planned the procession. As the ceremonial entourage entered the imperial city and approached the square in front of the Fengtian Hall through the main gate of the palace, a sumptuous banquet was already prepared. This age-old tradition of feasting during significant events has remained unchanged for thousands of years. Zhu Jianshen supported Madame Qian as she descended from the golden dragon carriage and gently inquired, "Are you feeling unwell?" Madame Qian subtly shook her head, indicating that all was well. Zhu Jianshen also noticed that the retired empress appeared to be ailing and stepped forward to ask, "Father, should we summon the imperial physician to attend to Mother Empress?" "There's no need," the retired emperor replied. Zhu Jianshen, not wanting to insist, smiled and said, "The Kunning Palace is also hosting a feast. Mother Empress has endured a long journey, so let us first escort you there for some rest." With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with Consort Chun and Consort Da. The two consorts promptly assisted Madame Qian, displaying a respectful yet affectionate demeanor. "Mother Empress, your son and I shall escort you home." These two consorts had already received instructions to feign intimacy and ingratiate themselves, aligning closely with Zhu Jianshen while distancing themselves from the Dowager Empress, which was also a reason for their ability to bear imperial airs. Zhu Jianshen's actions were a strategic move to balance the influence of his own mother, whom he felt had begun to act out of line again. Although he was indeed the reigning emperor, the authority of the emperor could not always be wielded against his mother. With the Dowager Empress returning, he hoped that his mother would settle down. Of course, the retired emperor was more effective in his dealings, yet Zhu Jianshen wished to spare him from such burdens, allowing him to enjoy his twilight years in peace. Upon seeing Madame Qian's return, Zhou's spirits had indeed diminished. From the moment she laid eyes on Madame Qian's arrival, she realized that the position of the harem's matriarch was slipping away from her grasp. Initially, she could have relied on her son to advocate for her, but the meddling of that wretched Wang Zhi had disrupted their bond, regardless of whether Zhou could accept it. She had to confront this reality. The tide had turned against her. A pang of sorrow filled Zhou's heart, though she maintained a facade of joy on her face. Retired Emperor, may I accompany Sister Qian to Kuan-Ning Palace? Zhu Qizhen responded with a simple acknowledgement and nodded. Go ahead. Consorts Jun, Da, and Shu, along with Zhener, who had been discreetly lurking among the crowd, performed a graceful bow. We take our leave, Your Majesty. After the group of consorts departed, Zhu Jianshen smiled and gestured. Father, please take your seat. With a sigh of relief, Zhu Qizhen approached the imperial table and took his place. Zhu Jianshen seated himself to his father's left and instructed a nearby eunuch, quickly summon the crown prince. Yes, Your Majesty, came the reply. Zhu Jianshen turned back to Zhu Qizhen with a smile, saying, Father, the crown prince is 13 this year. He is benevolent, filial, and studious. Upon hearing of your return, he was overjoyed. His name is Yuzhong, correct? Zhu Qizhen inquired. Indeed, Zhu Jianshen replied, not surprised that his father knew the crown prince's name. Given the presence of Li Qing and Li Hong, he elaborated, I named him Zhang, hoping he will become a pillar of the Ming Dynasty in the future. A splendid name, Zhu Qizhen praised. Not at all. Father, your compliments are unwarranted, Zhu Jianshen replied modestly. The father and son were not particularly close, and their conversation felt strained, lacking fluidity. However, they shared an unspoken understanding, seemingly oblivious to the assembled ministers standing anxiously nearby. In fact, as soon as they had taken their seats, the dishes had begun to be served, and by this time, nearly everything was ready while the ministers remained standing idly. It is well known that during the midday banquet, the officials had hardly eaten anything after the early morning audience. After traveling a considerable distance outside the city to greet the emperor, they were all ravenously hungry. Those with weaker constitutions began to feel dizzy, struggling to maintain their balance. Unfortunately, the emperor forbade them from sitting. No matter how fatigued they could only endure in silence. At that moment, Zhu Yozhuang hurriedly arrived with a young eunuch. The once child had now grown into a tall and robust youth, still somewhat plump, yet brimming with vitality. Zhu Yozhuang had never encountered the legendary grandfather, the retired emperor, but he could discern his status from his attire. He stepped forward briskly, performing a grand salute. I pay my respects to grandfather and greet father. Please. No need for formalities. Zhu Qizhen responded warmly to his grandson, whom he had never met before, his joy evident. After enjoying decades of comfort in Jiangnan, returning to find his grandson so grown was indeed a source of happiness. He rose to grasp his grandson's hand, inviting him to sit at his right side. Admiring this descendant and chuckling, you have grown quite sturdy. Ah, grandfather, you flatter me, Zhu Yozhuang replied, somewhat embarrassed, aware of his own plumpness. As they spoke, the dishes were finally served, prompting Zhu Jianshen to announce, Gentlemen, please do not remain standing. Take your seats. The officials, inwardly grumbling about their desire to sit, complied with a bow of thanks. Finally, they could relax. Next, they awaited the emperor to serve the dishes. Fortunately, they did not have to wait long. As soon as they were seated, the emperor began to serve the retired emperor. Father, please try this and see if it suits your taste. Zhu Qizhen accepted his son's filial gesture, sampled the dish, and nodded in approval. Delicious. He then served Zhu Yozhuang a chicken leg. Thank you, grandfather. Zhu Yozhuang expressed his gratitude before beginning to eat. Zhu Jianshen smiled and addressed the ministers. Gentlemen, do not stand on ceremony. With that, he clapped his hands, and the music from the court ensemble began to play. Finally, they could eat. The ministers eagerly picked up their chopsticks, but before they could take their first bites, a conspicuous figure arose. Wanan stood up, raising his cup, his eyes red with emotion as he proclaimed, Today is a momentous day for our great Ming Dynasty. Esteemed colleagues, please rise and honor the emperor and the retired emperor. You're quite the flatterer. At least let us have a bite to eat first. The ministers muttered under their breath, yet they promptly stood, raising their cups in a bow, to the emperor, to the retired emperor. With that, they drank heartily. The father and son also shared a smile as they drank from their cups. Setting his cup down, Zhu Qizhen inquired, Who is that person? This man is Wanan, a scholar from the 13th year of the Zhengtong reign, currently serving as the second assistant in the cabinet, Zhu Jianshen explained. He was a scholar during my reign, and his flattery is rather clumsy, Zhu Qizhen noted with a nod, though he refrained from further comment. One emperor, one courtier. His son had performed quite well over the years, and he did not wish to meddle. Zhu Jianshen understood that his son had a purpose in keeping such a sycophant close, yet it did not prevent him from feeling a sense of discontent towards the man. Observing his father's slight displeasure, Zhu Jianshen realized Wan's flattery had backfired. After all, the northern expedition had not been a glorious affair, and here he was, drawing attention and flattering without regard for the occasion. Zhu Jianshen shot Wan a glare and remarked, "The retired emperor does not adhere to such strict protocols. My esteemed ministers, feel free to conduct yourselves as you wish." "Yes, your majesty." The ministers resumed their seats, commencing the feast and indulging in wine. Zhu Jianshen felt a profound sense of shame. He was plagued by guilt. Despite the passage of decades and the near absence of familiar faces, he still felt a sense of embarrassment, for he had once departed with such grandiosity, yet time retains its memories. Merely 2/4 of an hour into the banquet, Zhu Jianshen excused himself, citing fatigue. Upon his departure, Zhu Jianshen, his son, felt it inappropriate to continue dining, as it was the first day of the Grand Emperor's return, and he could not afford to neglect his father. After uttering a polite farewell to the ministers, he followed his father out. "Since both of you are leaving, I shall take my leave as well," Zhu Yuzhong said, wiping his lips with a cloth from the table, and hurriedly followed suit. In the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the 3 generations of grandfather, father, and grandson sipped tea and conversed aimlessly, ultimately finding the exchange rather dull. Zhu Jianshen's thoughts were occupied by his beloved wife, and after a brief, stilted conversation, he directly addressed the matter at hand. "Have the arrangements for your mother's residence been made?" Zhu Jianshen nodded. "Since mother has returned, she shall naturally reside in Kunning Palace, while you will stay in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, correct?" "Ah, no need for that." Zhu Jianshen declined. Aware that his son was merely being courteous, he had no desire to inhabit the Hall of Supreme Harmony. "Perhaps we could consider Changlu Palace instead?" Zhu Jianshen suggested. That would be acceptable," Zhu Jianshen responded with a gentle nod, contemplating for a moment before continuing. "Your mother's health is frail. It would be better for her to reside with me, and let her stay in Kunning Palace." Zhu Jianshen harbored a strong aversion towards Lady Zhou, even expressing disdain in the presence of his son, to the extent of refraining from mentioning her name. Zhu Jianshen, however, bore no resentment. First, the grievances of the previous generation were beyond his right to meddle in. Second, he too held considerable reservations about his mother. "Let us proceed as you suggest, father." He acquiesced with a slight nod, and added, "If there are any requests from you, please feel free to express them. It would allow me an opportunity to repay your kindness. You have already shown great filial piety," Zhu Jianshen responded with delight. "In the nearly 20 years since your ascension, your accomplishments have only been surpassed by those of the founding emperor and Emperor Taizong. Your father is greatly reassured." After a brief silence, he continued, "Your father is a man of grand ambitions but limited talents. I am fortunate to have you." The son has compensated for his father's shortcomings and achieved the ambitions his father could not fulfill. That, indeed, is the greatest form of filial devotion. Zhu Jianshen stated candidly. "As an emperor, I do not measure up to you. Father, you flatter me," Zhu Jianshen replied earnestly, rising to bow. Zhu Jianshen chuckled. "It is merely the truth. When one performs well, it is commendable. With you at the helm, I am at ease." He then turned to his eldest grandson. "You must diligently learn from your father. Understand?" Zhu Yuzhong promptly bowed and respectfully replied, "I shall remember, grandfather." "Very well," Zhu Jianshen exhaled. "I shall take my leave now, Jianshen. You may attend to your state affairs." "I shall accompany you," Zhu Jianshen insisted. "No need. National matters are of utmost importance," Zhu Jianshen smiled. And as he approached the door, he could not help but add, "Ultimately, governance relies on capable ministers and officials." Zhu Jianshen understood he referred to Wan and clasped his hands in acknowledgement. "You speak truly, father. I comprehend." "Good," Zhu Jianshen concluded, saying no more, and walked straight out. "Your son, grandson, bids farewell to the emperor, grandfather." Zhu Jianshen and Zhu Yuzhong bowed deeply. As they lifted their heads, Zhu Yuzhong remarked flatteringly, "Father, grandfather wishes for me to learn diligently from you." Zhu Jianshen chuckled softly before promptly adopting a serious demeanor. "What do you wish to learn?" "Whatever your father teaches." "His son will study," Zhu Yutang replied, scratching his head and smiling. "You are quite unselective." Zhu Jianshen could not help but laugh again. Seizing the moment, Zhu Yutang inquired, "Father, do you find me, as your crown prince, to your satisfaction?" "Mediocre," Zhu Jianshen's smile faded. Zhu Yutang immediately felt a surge of anxiety. So, father, will you consider replacing the crown prince? Chapter 193. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. His son's question rendered Zhu Jianshen momentarily speechless. He pondered whether his son had been influenced by others or had spontaneously posed the question, but at that moment, the reasoning behind it was of little consequence. The critical issue was that no matter how he responded, it would be wrong. Yet, he could not remain silent. Why ask such a question? Zhu Jianshen swiftly analyzed the situation while buying himself time. He had never anticipated that his own straightforward son would perplex him so thoroughly. This inquiry was vexing, to say the least. Zhu Yutang gloomily remarked, I sense that you, father, are somewhat dissatisfied with me. Am I? Zhu Jianshen was defeated by his son's candor. The crown prince is the foundation of the state. One cannot lightly consider the abolition of his position. The cost of replacing the crown prince is far too great. In the over a century since the establishment of the Ming Dynasty, there has never been a change in the crown prince, which is fundamentally due to the familial harmony within the royal family. Indeed, there have been unpleasant occurrences, yet, in comparison, things have been relatively well. However, should there be even a single instance of a crown prince being replaced, the bonds of royal kinship would be shattered, leading to inevitable fratricide. The allure of the supreme throne is simply too great. The principle of establishing the legitimate heir is not founded on fairness. Rather, it is precisely this perceived inequity that garners acceptance. Everything is determined by fate. Failing to become the crown prince is merely a matter of misfortune. One cannot blame others. After all, not everyone can be the eldest. But if the younger is chosen over the elder, how would the other princes feel? If all are deemed worthy of the title, why should it not be me? The repercussions of such a situation would be severe. The most immediate consequence would be fratricide, followed by officials rallying behind their favored princes, vying for the crown prince position to establish their own legacies. This would not only lead to significant internal strife, but also, once the newly crowned prince ascends the throne, he would be compelled to eliminate former adversaries and reward the officials who supported his rise. Consequently, the political landscape would inevitably evolve into a singular faction. At that juncture, the very essence of imperial authority could be jeopardized. However, the fears do not end there. In a scenario where the emperor can arbitrarily abolish and establish the crown prince, would not a burgeoning crown prince fear being replaced, potentially leading to a coup instigated by his trusted ministers? The answer is unequivocally yes. Even if the crown prince considers familial ties, what of the ministers behind him? They have no escape route, and would naturally force the crown prince into a corner from which rebellion becomes inevitable. It is not beyond the realm of possibility for regicide to occur. Before the emperor, nothing is beyond abandonment. After a prolonged silence, Zhu Jianshen finally responded directly. According to the ancestral teachings of the Ming, the legitimate heir must be the eldest. Our dynasty has never deviated from this principle. Why do you question it? I believe you favor my younger brother more, Zhu Yutang replied. You are being overly sensitive, Zhu Jianshen retorted. Is that so, father? Will you change the crown prince? Zhu Yozhuang insisted on a straightforward answer. Zhu Jianshen clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, declaring, no. As the emperor, Zhu Jianshen possessed the authority to depose the crown prince, yet the exorbitant political costs associated with exercising such power were burdensome even for him. Although he aimed to temper the crown prince's character, he merely intended to instill a sense of psychological pressure without explicitly stating any dissatisfaction that could lead to a change. He would only offer subtle hints. As for the court officials, he refrained from even that. Otherwise, the stability of the court would be jeopardized, far more severely than the efforts he made to streamline the bureaucracy or eradicate smuggling operations. After all, the second prince was already 7 years old. Zhu Jianshen thundered. Are you satisfied now? Zhu Yozhuang, feeling sheepish, replied, Father, please do not be angry. I was merely inquiring, with no ulterior motives. Zhu Jianshen's expression darkened further as he retorted, as the heir apparent, you ought to focus on self-improvement rather than fretting over the stability of your position. Do you understand? Yes, I acknowledge my mistake. I humbly request your punishment, Zhu Yozhuang said, bowing his head in contrition. Zhu Jianshen raised his hand in exasperation, but ultimately withdrew it, grumbling. Tell me, who instructed you to ask such a question? No one directed me. Father, Zhu Yozhuang shook his head. I simply sensed that you wished to change the crown prince. What led you to that conclusion? Zhu Jianshen seethed. You ungrateful wretch, get out. Please calm your anger, father. I take my leave. Zhu Yozhuang retreated, his head ducked low, eager to escape. Fuming, Zhu Jianshen felt utterly exasperated. His carefully devised plan to temper the crown prince had come to naught. He never anticipated that his son would outmaneuver him. Indeed, sincerity is a formidable weapon. In Kunning Palace, with the arrival of Zhu Jianshen, the banquet drew to a close. The daughters-in-law stood respectfully, while Zhou Shi had lost her previous authority, appearing as meek as a rabbit and eager to curry favor. However, Zhu Jianshen merely responded with a few non-committal remarks before taking Qian Shi's hand, saying, "After your exhausting journey, you should not linger here. Rest well." Zhou Shi quickly interjected, "What the Grand Emperor says is wise." She stepped forward, grasping Qian Shi's other arm. "Sister has already prepared a chamber for you. After years apart, we can live together and share our thoughts." She was reluctant to leave Kunning Palace. Zhu Jianshen frowned. "Are you two quite familiar?" "Well, familiarity comes with time," Zhou Shi chuckled awkwardly. "You were not acquainted back then either," Zhu Jianshen remarked indifferently. Zhou Shi lowered her gaze. Her spirits dampened. As the in-laws conversed, the daughters-in-law dared not interrupt or show any signs of dissent, each keeping their lips pursed. What a relief, how satisfying. Zhen Er thought, feeling a sense of vindication. Yet, amidst her satisfaction, she trembled, too afraid to raise her head. "Do not see me, do not see me. I shall move out of Kunning Palace," Zhou Shi said weakly. "No need. You may remain," Zhu Jianshen replied coolly. "We shall reside in Chonglu Palace." "What?" The Zhou family was utterly astonished, their lips curling in a manic upward arc that they could scarcely suppress. After a moment, they managed to feign a semblance of regret. "Ah, is that so? Then I shall take a few more steps henceforth." Zhen Er rolled her eyes discreetly, her mood instantly soured. However, as she raised her gaze, she found herself locked in a stare with the eunuch, causing her heart to race, and she quickly lowered her head again. Zhu Jianshen cast a deep glance at Zhen Er, wishing to utter something more, but was tugged at the sleeve by Qian Shi. "I am feeling somewhat fatigued. Let us return to Changel Palace." Zhu Jianshen nodded, guiding Qian Shi out. "I humbly bid farewell to the Grand Emperor. Husband, please do not target anyone further. The past is behind us," Qian Shi gently implored. "After all, little Zhou is still the mother of the current emperor. It is best to remain amicable." Zhu Jianshen let out a cold laugh. "Do not be deceived by her facade. Have you forgotten her true nature when she was in the company of Empress Sun? It is all in the past." Qian Shi sighed softly, offering counsel. "As the saying goes, one should look at the Buddha's face rather than the monk's. She is, after all, the mother of the reigning emperor." "And what of it?" Zhu Jianshen replied nonchalantly. "I am still the biological father of the emperor. Moreover, as long as it does not encroach upon imperial authority, who would dare utter a word against me? Kindness can be mistaken for weakness. My dear Qian, you ought to amend your gentle disposition." Zhu Jianshen grunted, "Fortunately, the master took you to Jiangnan. Otherwise, who knows how you might have been bullied." Qian Shi chuckled lightly. "But I have you, my husband. Who would dare to impose upon me?" Pausing, she added, "Let us not dwell on the past. I wish to spend the remaining days in tranquility. As for that imperial concubine, she was merely a palace maid once, acting under orders. Without her, there would be others. I have observed the emperor's fondness for her. Do not allow some bygone matters to disrupt your father-son relationship. If that were to happen, I would not rest easy even in death. Enough of such morose talk. Focus on nurturing your health," Zhu Jianshen replied firmly. "I brought you back to enjoy life. Live well." "Very well," Qian Shi smiled. "I promise, dear husband, that you must also promise me." Zhu Jianshen nodded, muttering, "As you wish." With that, Qian Shi finally relaxed. "Husband, I wish to rest for a while." "Please do. And do not concern yourself with others' opinions. Do as you find comfortable." Zhu Jianshen assisted her to the bedside to recline, dismissing the need for social obligations. "Indeed, I shall heed your words, husband. No social engagements," Qian Shi replied wearily with a smile. The journey had been exhausting, despite the luxurious comfort of the dragon carriage. Fatigue still lingered, particularly as Qian Shi's health was frail and she had endured much. She quickly succumbed to sleep. Zhu Jianshen sighed softly, adjusting the ice bucket slightly and draping a fine silk blanket over his beloved wife. He sat at the head of the bed for a considerable time, waiting until she was in deep slumber before rising and walking to the window. He opened it, gazing at the afternoon sun and the dazzling rays reflecting off the golden glazed tiles, a sense of strange familiarity washing over him, leaving him momentarily lost in thought. In truth, He had not returned merely to relish life, but to contemplate matters of consequence, the affairs of their future. Yet, the cost had been substantial, the loss of freedom. Zhu Jianshen comprehended that the remainder of his life would be spent within the confines of Changlu Palace, devoid of the ease and elegance he once enjoyed in Jiangnan. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing any complaints, for he felt he lacked the merit to do so. Ultimately, one must bear the consequences of their own misdeeds, even if they once held the title of emperor. As he closed the window, Zhu Jianshen approached the bookshelf, casually selecting a volume before seating himself in a chair to alleviate his ennui. The book was neither a classic tome of history nor a collection of poetry, but rather a narrative from a tea-house storyteller, lacking in substance, yet serving as an excellent remedy for boredom. This collection had been gathered by Zhu Jianshen from the common folk, filling an entire shelf, with the intent of sparing his father from monotony. In fulfilling his filial duties, he also hoped to instill a sense of stability in the emperor. Zhu Jianshen recognized his son's intentions and accepted the arrangement with grace. The late summer heat lingered. Yet within the palace's opulent architecture and the presence of ice, the sleeping quarters remained refreshingly cool, devoid of stifling warmth. In terms of material comfort, it surpassed his experiences in Jiangnan. As he leafed through the pages, passing the time, he occasionally glanced to see if his beloved wife had awakened. Such a way of life was indeed commendable. Chapter 194. The Trials of Officials in the Qianqing Palace. Zhu Jianshen had just completed his routine review of memorials and leaned back in the dragon throne, savoring tea during a brief respite. A faint frown of worry and fatigue etched upon his brow. The true test lay not in bold reforms, but in their stable implementation. The reform of local governance had been largely executed, yet it ushered in a host of challenges. The dismantling of the old order caused significant upheaval, and the newly appointed officials lacked a profound understanding of the customs and sentiments of the local chieftains, who in turn resisted the court's authority, exacerbated by former chieftains stirring discontent. The officials of the Ming Dynasty lamented the chieftains' defiance, while the chieftains found the court's demands excessive. Both parties operated on entirely different wavelengths, often struggling to communicate effectively. Zhu Jianshen had anticipated this friction and had appointed former chieftains as deputy officials rather than completely stripping them of their vested interests. However, the resistance he encountered exceeded his expectations. The Ming officials, with their inherent sense of superiority, looked down upon the chieftains, eager to achieve rapid results and earn accolades from the court, even aspiring for promotion. Conversely, the chieftains, accustomed to a leisurely lifestyle, found it intolerable to suddenly adhere to an array of regulations, fostering intense resentment. Had it not been for the awe inspired by the might of the Ming military, the chieftains would have surely rebelled against these scholarly officials. Who do you think you are? They would argue. We have lived this way for generations, and now you, an outsider, come to dictate how we should live. Why do you meddle so much? What gives you the right to impose your will? Because I am an official of the court. Zhu Jianshen discerned the conflicts between both sides. However, understanding the issue did not equate to resolving it. If mishandled, all his previous efforts would be rendered futile. Gazing upward at the beams of the ceiling, he murmured, tightening control may provoke rebellion, yet loosening it could foster arrogance. And I cannot stifle the official's ambition. How to strike the right balance is indeed a challenge. After a long pause, Zhu Jianshen sat up, a bitter smile gracing his lips. For now, it seems we must subject the officials to some trials. In the shadows, there are countless murmurs of disdain directed at him. Adding a few more would hardly matter, for as the saying goes, the more lice, the less itch, the more debts, the less worry. When faced with two evils, one must choose the lesser. The pressure exerted by the local chieftains might incite rebellion, yet the tolerance of the officials is considerably higher. After all, there is no shortage of individuals eager to partake in the imperial bounty. Some in the decree. The beleaguered Zhu Jianshen found himself compelled to issue a moderate edict. It read, those appointed as local chieftains must promptly contact their families and relocate to their posts within 6 months. Travel expenses shall be reimbursed by the court. Should there be any delays or omissions, immediate dismissal will ensue. After 3 years of service, the court will conduct a unified assessment. Those who have rendered merit shall be promoted and receive increased salaries, while those who have erred will face punishment. Those who neither excel nor falter will be demoted. Thus decreed. The young eunuch, having transcribed the edict, read it aloud and inquired, Your Majesty, is there anything to add? Let it be as such, Zhu Jianshen replied. Reclining once more in his chair, He instructed that this decree be entrusted to the esteemed scholar Wan, to inform the officials stationed across the regions. The eunuch bowed and exited the grand hall, carrying the imperial command. This was the best Zhu Jianshen could conceive, not a masterstroke, yet sufficiently adequate. However, the burden fell squarely on the officials serving the local chieftains. By relocating their families, these officials would now have reservations, rendering them less likely to act recklessly under the pretense of serving the court for mere political gain. Yet, doing nothing or merely skimming the surface was not an option either. As the assessment period approached, they faced the grim reality of dismissal or demotion. Neither outcome was desirable. This maneuver effectively obstructed their avenues of retreat. Fortunately, Zhu Jianshen also offered them a glimmer of hope. Those who perform well shall be rewarded. Although this opportunity was modest, it nonetheless represented a path to advancement. While commoners may rise in rebellion when pressed too hard, officials are less likely to do so. The sagacious rulers at the helm genuinely care for the lower echelons, recognizing their immense potential. However, they tread cautiously with the middle tier, fearing both their exploitation of the lower ranks and their ambitious ascents that may threaten the stability of their own position, thus necessitating a delicate balance. To be an emperor, indeed, is a formidable challenge. Zhu Jianshen remained seated in contemplation for a considerable time before finally rising to leave the Qianqing Palace. He had originally intended to visit the Yongning Palace, but after taking a few steps, he recalled that the retired emperor had just returned to the capital, prompting him to pay a visit to the Chang'e Palace instead. "Father, mother, are you settling in well?" Zhu Jianshen inquired with genuine concern, assuring them that they need not stand on ceremony in their own home. Quite accustomed, Zhu Qian nodded. "There is nothing needed. This arrangement suffices." As the Lady Qian went to pour tea, he hastily stood up, exclaiming, Allow me. Allow me." As a son, how could he let his parents serve him tea? While pouring the tea, Zhu Jianshen remarked, "These servants are quite indolent. I do not blame them, for I have not permitted them to attend to me." Zhu Qian waved his hand dismissively. "Your mother requires rest for her health." "I see." Zhu Jianshen nodded slowly, having noticed Qian's frail condition. "Mother, please enjoy your tea." "Your Majesty is too kind," Qian replied with a smile, accepting the tea. "You two continue your conversation. I feel a bit fatigued and shall take a moment to rest." Zhu Jianshen offered a respectful bow and watched as the Song family retreated into the inner hall. Only then did he turn back, presenting a cup of tea, saying, "Father, please enjoy." Zhu Qian accepted the cup, took a sip, and scrutinized his son before inquiring, "Have you not been resting well lately?" "Somewhat," Zhu Jianshen replied with a wry smile, "but I have grown accustomed to it. The tempest has just passed, nourishing the earth, yet it inevitably leaves some unevenness behind. Enduring these years will suffice." Although Zhu Qian did not know the full details, he could surmise much and sighed. To be an emperor is challenging, but to be a wise and capable emperor is even more arduous. Take your time. Do not burden yourself excessively, for patience brings resolution. He abruptly fell silent, then self-deprecatingly chuckled, "Forget it. I lack the ability to impart wisdom. While diligence is commendable, one must also consider one's health." "Your words resonate, father. I understand." Zhu Jianshen smiled, lifting the teacup to his lips once more before placing it down and asking with concern, "Shall we not invite the imperial physician to attend to Mother's health?" "No need," Zhu Qian replied. "She is not truly ill." He sighed and suddenly asked, "What of that imperial concubine?" At a loss for words, he hesitated before finally asking, "What is your sentiment towards her?" "I hold her in great affection, indeed," Zhu Jianshen responded, a peculiar gleam in his eyes, as if asserting his claim. "During those arduous years, she stood by my side without seeking anything in return. I cannot do without her." "What do you mean by that?" Zhu Qian responded, somewhat speechless. "What is your meaning, father?" Zhu Jianshen probed cautiously. Zhu Qian shook his head nonchalantly. "It means nothing, merely a casual inquiry. As for the past, let bygones be bygones," Zhu Jianshen interjected. Zhu Qian, now more perplexed, remarked, "Why does it seem as though I, as a father, am competing with my son for a woman?" "You are overthinking it. Father merely suggests that Mother's health is partly due to her," Zhu Qian clarified. "Of course, she was merely fulfilling her duties. The true instigator is your grandmother." Zhu Qian briefly recounted the events of those years, adding, "This is also the reason for my disdain towards your birth mother and Wang Zhi. My intent in sharing this is not to incite punishment, but to help you comprehend. Pausing for effect, the inner court must also be governed, otherwise calamity may ensue. Zhu Jianshen continued, when I first ascended the throne, it was your great-grandmother who exercised control over the court. Although I was young, I was no fool. To be candid, your great-grandmother harbored no ill intentions and sought to do well, yet the outcome was rather mediocre. He took a sip of tea to moisten his throat before proceeding. After her, your grandmother attempted to emulate her, and external officials sought to promote this as well. Were it not for Li Qing's intervention, I, at that time, with little influence, could have found it impossible to navigate the situation. The collusion between external officials and the inner court poses a grave threat, Zhu Jianshen lamented. Zhu Jianshen felt a flush rise to his cheeks, realizing he had misinterpreted his father and discerned that there was more to the words spoken. What does father imply? Zhu Jianshen did not provide a direct answer, but said, your great-grandmother maintained control over the court due to the late emperor's edict, yet your grandmother did not possess such support, though she nearly succeeded. Had Li Qing not swiftly overturned Yang Shiqi, I would have struggled to manage the situation amidst their alliance. After a brief pause, he asked, do you know how many concubines were buried alongside the Emperor Xian after his passing? The son replied, I do not know. Zhu Jianshen shook his head. Although such matters were well documented, he hardly had the time to pay attention to them. Aside from the monk Hu and your second uncle's mother, all others were buried with him. Zhu Jianshen remarked, this was not the Emperor Xian's intention, but rather the work of your grandmother. Zhu Jianshen was taken aback. Had his father not mentioned it, he would have remained oblivious to such occurrences within the palace. He pondered, should anything happen to him, would Zhun be subjected to a similar fate? It was not beyond the realm of possibility. Zhu Jianshen furrowed his brow deeply, contemplating for a long while before saying, is it your father's intention that the harem should remain lively, thus abolishing the practice of burial with the deceased? What do you think? Zhu Jianshen countered. Zhu Jianshen hesitated momentarily, then nodded affirmatively. That seems feasible. After a pause, he added, but there is no suitable opportunity for such a change. As soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted them, as they sounded as if he were hastening his father's demise. Zhu Jianshen chuckled softly, replying, there will be an opportunity. Zhu Jianshen forced a laugh, feeling too cautious to pursue the topic further. The father and son then conversed about various other matters before Zhu Jianshen took his leave. Zhu Jianshen leaned back in his chair, savoring his tea, and the haunting memory of that fateful morning resurfaced in his mind. He sighed softly, murmuring to himself, let this be a form of atonement. Chapter 195. Wang Zhi's Great Victory. In early July, news arrived from the northern front. Wang Zhi and Wang Yu, leading cavalry, had launched a surprise attack, slaying over 1,000 enemies and capturing more than 7,000 horses, along with 5,300 livestock, including camels, cattle, and sheep, as well as over 10,000 bows, arrows, and armors. Zhu Jianshen was elated. He did not place great importance on the material gains of this victory. Rather, he valued the fact that the loss of such resources would make life exceedingly difficult for the northern tribes. Deprived of these essentials for survival, they would either resort to plundering other powers or face further devastation at the hands of others. In either scenario, it was a cause for celebration for the Ming Dynasty. Excellent, excellent. Zhu Jianshen felt a surge of satisfaction, for Wang Zhi had indeed lived up to his expectations. The following day, during the morning court session, Zhu Jianshen publicly commended Wang Zhi's achievements, much to the delight of the officials present. However, in their congratulations, they attributed all the credit to Wang Yu, entirely disregarding Wang Zhi, which greatly vexed Zhu Jianshen. He understood that the civil officials were attempting to assert their influence over the military, a notion he found unsurprising. What irked him was their utter lack of decorum and fairness in such matters. So, they wished to monopolize the glory? Very well, he thought. I shall ensure they receive none of it. Zhu Jianshen refrained from expressing his anger directly, deeming it unnecessary and unworthy of his wrath. To erupt in fury would only exhaust him further. Instead, he stated that the victorious soldiers deserved ample rewards, deftly shifting the subject. The court's triumph was a matter of national pride, beneficial both to the state and the populace. Even those who did not directly benefit would feel a sense of superiority. This was a robust testament to the strength of the nation, thus military achievements were never concealed. Zhu Jianshen sought to create a favorable atmosphere, and the civil officials, too, were eager to bolster their own standing. leading to widespread knowledge of the army's success even before their return to the capital. However, the focus of the two parties in their efforts differs. Zhu Jianshen promotes Wang Zhi, while the civil official group rallies for Wang Yu. Judging from the public sentiment, it is evident that the civil officials hold the upper hand. Unfortunately, the eunuch class is inherently unappealing. In this era that places utmost importance on filial piety, those who sever the roots of their descendants find it challenging to garner respect. In Yongning Palace, Zhener offered tea and casually remarked, "Your Majesty, Wang Zhi has achieved remarkable merit this time. How will you reward him?" "Of course, he shall be generously rewarded." Zhu Jianshen chuckled, "I must also reward you. Had it not been for your recommendation, I would have overlooked such a talent. His success today is due to your guidance. Speak, what do you desire? I shall grant it without hesitation." Zhener shook her head with a smile. "I lack for nothing. What further reward could I possibly want?" "Oh, but you must." Zhu Jianshen, in good spirits, replied with a laugh, "Opportunities like this are rare. You must seize the moment." "Since your Majesty insists, I shall dare to speak," Zhener cautiously continued. "I have a humble request. Would your Majesty kindly consider it?" "Speak, then. Could you promise not to reward Wang Zhi?" "How could that be?" Zhu Jianshen firmly rejected her proposition, asserting that anyone who has rendered service must be rewarded. Otherwise, who would be willing to serve the court? "Then perhaps grant him a modest sum?" Zhu Jianshen still refused, saying, "No, such a significant achievement warrants more than mere financial compensation. It would reflect poorly on me." Zhener smiled bitterly. "He is already the chief eunuch of the Imperial Horse Department and the head of the Western Depot. What more can you bestow upon him? After all, he is merely a eunuch." Zhener, astute as she is, sensed the impending danger. Wang Zhi's power had grown formidable. Further rewards could soon lead to calamity. When one reaches the point of having nothing left to reward, it often precedes their downfall. Wang Zhi is currently in such a position. He has risen too high. Zhener has invested genuine feelings into this servant raised like a son and is reluctant to see him reach that perilous point. Despite the emperor's repeated assurances of not harming Wang Zhi, Zhener understands that one should not rely too heavily on the emperor's promises. A sovereign's words can often be unreliable. The emperor has reneged on his promises before, such as just moments ago when he declared he would grant anything, only to dismiss her request without hesitation. The little sovereign may cherish and love her, yet he will not disregard the greater good for her sake. Wang Zhi has always been a blade. When this blade becomes excessively sharp and rigid, its breaking is inevitable. "Your Majesty, the eunuchs wield too much power. It poses a threat to the nation," Zhener cautioned. "His authority now surpasses that of the chief eunuch of the Imperial Ceremonial Office, Huayan. Further rewards will upset the balance within the inner court." Zhu Jianshen, displeased, retorted, "I have told you not to meddle in court affairs. But you are not yet the empress." Zhu Jianshen interrupted loudly. Then, calming himself, scoffed, "Even as empress or dowager, one must not interfere in governance. Zhener, do not become arrogant due to my affection." Zhener fell silent, consumed by self-pity and sorrow. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhu Jianshen felt a pang of regret, yet he refrained from offering any words of comfort. Rising to his feet, he declared, "Reward for merit and punishment for faults is the essence of fairness. I shall take a stroll to clear my mind." "Your Majesty, take care," Zhener murmured. Her head bowed and her eyelids cast downwards. She appeared to have been weeping, which tugged at Zhu Jianshen's heartstrings. Nevertheless, he remained resolute, turning away from Yongning Palace. His previously buoyant spirits now utterly diminished. As he exited the palace doors, he encountered Consort Ji. It was evident that she had been enjoying a period of tranquility. Her demeanor relaxed, and a gentle smile gracing her lips, exuding an air of light-heartedness. Zhu Jianshen paused, curiosity piqued. "You seem to be in high spirits these days?" "Indeed," Consort Ji replied, performing a graceful curtsy. "This humble servant greets your Majesty." "No need for formalities," Zhu Jianshen waved his hand dismissively. "Accompany me for a while." "Of course." Consort Ji acquiesced, reluctantly abandoning her game of chess with Zhener to join the emperor on his leisurely walk. Although their interactions had been few, Zhu Jianshen held no deep affections for this seemingly unintentional consort, yet he bore her no ill will. It was merely that Consort Ji's demeanor struck him as rather dull. If only she possessed a fraction of Chun Fei's charm, her status might not be so marginal, despite her son being the crown prince. Even so, Consort Ji seemed content in her role. "Pray tell, have you encountered any joyous events recently?" Zhu Jianshen inquired. Not particularly, she replied sheepishly. I simply find joy in watching Yuzhong grow stronger each day. Zhu Jianshen paused in contemplation, then, with a light chuckle, discerned. It is because I assured you that I would not change the crown prince, is it not? Consort Ji stiffened, quickly responding. The decision to change the crown prince lies solely with your majesty. How could I dare to express joy or sorrow over such matters? Zhu Jianshen chuckled softly, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Yuzhong has inherited your more reserved nature. He is rather timid and gentle. When you become the Empress Dowager, you must temper this trait, for there are still the Empress and the Dowager Empress to contend with. For Yuzhong's sake, you cannot allow them to create mischief, understand? Long live your majesty, Consort Ji replied. Zhu Jianshen sighed, a hint of frustration evident in his expression. I confide in you sincerely. I do not wish to hear mere platitudes. I was wrong. Consort Ji quickly apologized. I shall remember your words. Nodding, Zhu Jianshen suddenly inquired, before entering the palace. Did you know Wang Zhi? I did not. Consort Ji shook her head. I only learned of him through Sister Wan, who mentioned he entered the palace alongside me. I see, Zhu Jianshen responded, a mixture of disappointment and reassurance washing over him. He sighed, shifting the conversation to mundane matters. As they walked and talked, their dialogue eventually led them to the consort's chambers in the Imperial Garden. Zhu Jianshen bent down, wiping the stone steps of the garden with his sleeve. Assisting Qianshi to sit. You must be tired. Let us take a moment to rest. The weather had been less oppressive these past few days, and he had brought his beloved wife out for a stroll. Li Qing had once remarked that gentle movement was beneficial for little Qian's health, a sentiment he had kept close to heart. Qianshi smiled, her expression tinged with fatigue, yet brimming with enthusiasm, as if she were transported back several decades. Husband, I have a humble request. Why be so formal with me? Zhu Jianshen feigned annoyance. Speak plainly. I shall grant any request. Qianshi nodded slowly. After I depart, please take a new consort. How many times must I remind you not to speak such ominous words? Zhu Jianshen furrowed his brow. Your health is to be well taken care of. There is nothing of grave concern. Qianshi offered a bitter smile, fully aware of her own physical condition. Though not completely extinguished, her vitality was waning. I am merely suggesting, what if, dear husband, you could acquiesce? Qianshi gazed at him with hopeful eyes. Zhu Jianshen paused for a moment, then responded with a wry smile. As a man approaching his 60s, I have long lost interest in the charms of women. Having someone to share your life with is always a blessing, Qianshi softly countered. It can be quite lonely, and you are not like Mr. Li. It is essential to have companionship. Zhu Jianshen gestured towards the distant servants and chuckled. With so many people in the palace, do you truly believe I would feel lonely? It is different. Having a confidant by your side is far more comforting, Qianshi replied. After decades, Zhu Jianshen's other two consorts had long departed, leaving only Qianshi and Zhou Shi. Knowing her husband's strong aversion towards Zhou Shi, Qianshi broached the subject of him taking another consort. It was not uncommon for a retired emperor to take a new wife and bear children without disrupting the affairs of the state. Much like Emperor Li Yuan of the Tang Dynasty, the Ming Dynasty had already undergone reforms, significantly reducing the allowances for princes and royal family members. Aside from the legitimate heirs who held titles, the rest received diminishing support. Thus, Zhu Jianshen fathering a few more sons was of little consequence and would not burden the finances of the Ming. Yet, Zhu Jianshen found himself devoid of such inclinations. It was not that his health forbade it, but rather a disinterest had taken root. Having been an emperor, a captive, and a wealthy man, returning to the position of a retired emperor, his life could not be deemed extraordinary, yet it had certainly been tumultuous. Now, he embraced a more serene mindset. Having shed base desires. Very well, I shall grant your request, Zhu Jianshen stated, not wishing to cause her unease. Qianshi relaxed, a light laugh escaping her lips. Let us stroll a bit longer, dear husband. Indeed, let us. Zhu Jianshen assisted her to her feet, and they continued their walk. In early August, Wang Zhi and Wang Yu returned triumphantly. Zhu Jianshen, who had been harboring grand ambitions, commenced his schemes anew. Chapter 196, Striving for Respect in the Qianqing Palace. Zhu Jianshen met with Wang Zhi and Wang Yu, inquiring about the details of their battle. In conclusion, he turned to Wang Yu, Wang Aiqing. Do you wish to remain in the Deziyuan, or would you prefer to enter the military ranks? The realms of civil and military service cannot be held simultaneously. Zhu Jianshen never considered allowing Wang Yu to serve in both capacities. Wang Yu found himself in a quandary, uncertain of which path to choose. Observing his dilemma, Zhu Jianshen rephrased his question. Would you prefer the position of General of Xianzhou or to remain as the right minister of the Dezhuyuan? The mention of General of Xianzhou stirred Wang Yu's heart. This time, he no longer hesitated and respectfully declared, I am willing to safeguard the borders of the Ming. Well said. Zhu Jianshen laughed heartily, then added, this matter must remain strictly confidential. Until you take office in Xianzhou, you will maintain your position as right minister. Pausing briefly, he continued, in our Ming, one cannot ascend in rank without military merit, and I trust in your capabilities. Yes, Wang Yu's voice trembled, his face flushed. I shall not disappoint your majesty's trust. Very well, you may return to rest for now. Do not be late for the celebration banquet in a few days. Wang Yu responded with deep respect, bowing profoundly before exiting the grand hall. Zhu Jianshen straightened his posture, concealing his smile. Wang Zhi, your servant is here. What insights have you gained from this battle? Inquired Zhu Jianshen. Wang Zhi contemplated momentarily before respectfully replying. I have a rather audacious thought to express. Speak, he urged. I believe the spoils from this encounter should have been more substantial, Wang Zhi stated, pausing for emphasis before continuing in a grave tone. I suspect there are individuals leaking information. Zhu Jianshen furrowed his brow. What is your reasoning? All the troops deployed were cavalry, and our supplies were limited. Our march was remarkably swift, aided by detailed maps, yet we still fell slightly behind schedule, Wang Zhi explained. I suspect that someone amongst the border generals is intentionally divulging secrets to maintain their own standing. Zhu Jianshen leaned back in his chair, a bitter smile gracing his lips, filled with resignation and fatigue. It was not only the civil officials who lined their pockets. The military leaders were equally culpable. The cautious stance taken by successive emperors towards military generals, particularly those stationed at the borders, had emboldened them. It is high time to address this issue. Zhu Jianshen exhaled deeply, sitting up again. Do you have any evidence? Wang Zhi shook his head. After a moment of silence, Zhu Jianshen inquired, if you were to serve as the supervising eunuch of Xuanfu, would you be able to eradicate such a culture? Absolutely. Wang Zhi answered decisively. Zhu Jianshen smiled, appreciating his resolve. Once Wang Yu takes up his post in Xuanfu, you shall accompany him, he added thoughtfully. You will also continue to oversee the Imperial Horse Bureau and the Western Depot, allowing you the freedom to travel between the capital and Xuanfu. Yes, Wang Zhi felt a surge of excitement. This opportunity would allow him to build a reputation. Observing Wang Zhi's fervor, Zhu Jianshen felt a twinge of guilt and said, go to Yongning Palace to pay your respects to the Empress Dowager. For the next few days, refrain from visiting the Imperial Horse Bureau and take time to rest in the palace until the celebration feast concludes. Yes, I obey your command, Wang Zhi replied, bowing deeply before taking his leave. At Yongning Palace, Wang Zhi paused before the hall, holding a gift box, and after receiving permission, he entered the palace. I pay my respects to the Empress Dowager. May you be in good health, he greeted, bowing with utmost respect, his demeanor no less reverent than before the emperor. No need for formalities, Zhener gently urged, signaling for the others to withdraw. Yes, your highness, the attendants curtsied and exited. Wang Zhi, what reward has the emperor bestowed upon you? Zhener inquired. Wang Zhi glanced around to ensure they were not overheard before quietly responding. The emperor has appointed me as the supervising eunuch of Xuanfu. A sense of pride illuminated his face, akin to a promising youth boasting of his accomplishments before his elders, as if he were repaying the elder for their support. Your highness, I have brought you honor, Wang Zhi thought to himself. Too much honor can be perilous. Zhener sighed inwardly. Your highness, I have not brought you disgrace, have I? He asked with modesty. Zhener smiled wryly. Wang Zhi, do you realize you may be courting disaster? She felt a pang of concern for him, yet the emperor's favor was paramount. Thus, she refrained from voicing her worries and instead asked, Wang Zhi, do you truly wish to take on this post? Wang Zhi nodded earnestly. At only 22, he was youthful and ambitious, eager to elevate the status of the empress within the palace and to repay the one who had rescued him from hardship. If it were not for the empress, he would still be washing clothes in the laundry bureau or engaged in menial tasks such as scrubbing toilets, lacking the glory he enjoys today. Zhener sighed softly, refraining from further persuasion. There are certain truths that cannot be openly spoken. I shall do my utmost to safeguard you, Zhener silently vowed, before turning to smile and say, let us dine here this noon. Indeed, Wang Zhi responded cheerfully as he opened a wooden box to reveal exquisite sable fur. The maidservants searched for quite some time, and this item is truly worthy of the Empress. In this wintry season, it provides warmth and elegance. I humbly present it to your Majesty. Jenner nodded with a smile. Very well, I accept it. No need for formalities. Please sit. Wang Zhi placed the sable fur back into the box and set it aside before taking a seat. Observing the Empress momentarily lost in thought, he could not help but softly remark, Your Majesty, you seem to have aged. Who does not age? I am over 50. Not aging would be unnatural. Jenner replied with a gentle smile, pushing a piece of osmanthus cake toward him. There is still some time before lunch. So let us have a little something to tide us over. Thank you, Your Majesty. Qian, it is time for your medicine. Yes, Qian received the bowl of medicine and, bracing herself against the bitterness, drank it all in one go. Zhu Jianshen quickly offered her some sugar. A piece of candy will alleviate the bitterness. Qian took the candy into her mouth and said softly, Husband, let the maidservants prepare the medicine from now on. I find myself idle anyway. This potion contains your love for me. Zhu Jianshen chuckled playfully, yet Qian did not smile in return. After a moment of silence, she said, If you continue to prepare the medicine, please use the last prescription from the physician. Zhu Jianshen's smile froze, and he felt a lump in his throat, struggling to suppress his emotions, appearing rather comical. After a while, he managed a faint smile and replied gently, Very well, I shall heed your wishes. My husband. I am sorry, Qian said apologetically. I cannot accompany you into old age. Do not speak of what warrants an apology. If anyone should apologize, it is I who am sorry for you, Zhu Jianshen replied, lowering his head with a smile. The polished floor, at that moment, appeared blurred and uneven. He blinked, raised his head again, and spoke softly, Let us rest for a while. I shall call for you when it is time for lunch. Yes. Let us go for a walk this afternoon. Very well, as you wish. Zhu Jianshen helped her lie down, urging her to rest. Today, he would not read details. After changing her medicine, Qian's complexion improved slightly, granting Zhu Jianshen a momentary reprieve from his anxiety. As autumn approached, the weather became less oppressive than the sweltering summer. The refreshing breeze carrying the crispness of fall felt pleasant against their faces. The couple strolled through the garden, the maidservants trailing at a respectful distance, hesitant to draw near. My husband, I heard the emperor is hosting a banquet for the soldiers today. Is there yet another battle? Qian inquired. It is in the northern desert. Zhu Jianshen replied with a smile. The soldiers achieved a great victory, and with such abundant spoils, the emperor naturally wishes to honor the valiant. Indeed, the emperor is a rare and capable ruler. Do not let the affairs of the court trouble you, Qian said gently. Fully aware that her husband wished to relinquish the throne, yet had not truly let go. He had expressed his concerns regarding the current state of affairs on more than one occasion, yet she understood that in a changing dynasty, it was perhaps best not to dwell on the uncertainties of who was right or wrong. I comprehend. Zhu Jianshen let out a wistful sigh, pondering over the excessive trust placed in a eunuch, and decided to refrain from further comments. He recalled the time when he had similarly elevated Wang Zhi to prominence. Yet, it must be said, the authority bestowed upon Wang Zhi was minuscule compared to the power Zhu Jianshen conferred upon Wang Zhi. Zhu Jianshen harbored a sense of trepidation, fearing that the eunuch faction might spiral out of control. After decades apart, he remained unfamiliar with his son, and while his son's political achievements surpassed his own, he was uncertain of his overall strategic acumen. He naturally attributed a significant portion of his son's accomplishments to Li Qing, unaware that, unlike the hands-on mentorship he had received, Li Qing's assistance to his son was rather minimal, almost akin to a laissez-faire approach. Due to Zhu Jianshen's tenacity, Li Qing's focus had shifted beyond the confines of the Ming Dynasty. Qian urged, Though you are father and son, you have been apart for too long. You are not privy to his innermost thoughts. Trust that your descendants will find their own fortunes. She paused, adding, Even if you do not trust him, can you not place your faith in Mr. Li? He is widely regarded as an exceptional ruler. Zhu Jianshen chuckled. You know well that I have long relinquished my ambitions for the throne. Understanding, Qian nodded. What I mean is, since you have let go, you should fully relinquish your concerns. Do not fret over matters that do not require your attention. Allow yourself to truly unwind. Zhu Jianshen, with a resigned smile, replied, I shall heed the Empress Dowager's wishes. You are insufferable. Qian playfully punched his arm, pouting, Am I truly a shrew? Of course not, you are the best. My dear Qian, Zhu Jianshen reassured her, swiftly retrieving a book from his bosom. You must be weary. Shall I read you a passage? The maidservants were still present, and as the Grand Emperor, he could share it with them. What of it? Zhu Jianshen scoffed. Who would dare mock me? Moreover, reading to you is not a disgrace. He seated Qian beside him, opened the book to the last discussed passage, and cleared his throat, continuing from where we left off at the Hall of Heavenly Mandate. Zhu Jianshen raised his cup, proclaiming, in this great victory, Wang Yu, Wang Zhi, and all my esteemed ministers have rendered immense contributions, which brings me great solace. The generals promptly stood, raising their cups in salute. We owe our success to your majesty's divine might and the soldiers' loyalty. We dare not claim any credit. We toast to your majesty. Meanwhile, the literati also rose to toast the emperor. Indeed, merit is merit. Zhu Jianshen laughed heartily, draining his cup and turning to the scholars. He inquired, do you not agree, esteemed ministers? Your majesty is indeed wise. The civil officials responded enthusiastically, their hearts swelling with admiration for Wang Yu. He truly brings honor to our scholarly ranks. Chapter 197. A father-son discussion on governance. The atmosphere of the banquet was lively and harmonious. The military officials were joyful, and the scholars were also content, with the sole exception being Wang Zhi, the eunuch, who had found a seat at the table. Eunuchs, mere household servants of the emperor, regardless of their power, were still considered beneath the dignity of the table, yet Wang Zhi had brazenly taken his place among them. The victorious generals were relatively unconcerned with such etiquette. They shared in Wang Zhi's glory and expressed no dissatisfaction. However, the scholars, steeped in classic literature and legal principles, felt a profound discomfort regarding Wang Zhi, which left them quite discontented. However, contemplating Wang Yu, a colleague on the verge of successfully integrating into the military system, he temporarily restrained his emotions. Wang Zhi and Wang Yu each understood their respective significance. Emperor Zhu Jianshen was quite pleased with the demeanor of his ministers and gestured to the eunuch beside him. The eunuch bowed and retrieved the imperial edict from his robes. The ministers hastily set down their chopsticks and wine cups, rising to bow in respect. This grand victory in the northern desert brings great comfort to my heart, for the state and its soldiers have performed admirably. How could I be stingy? Each soldier shall receive a reward of 5 taels of silver, while the 100 households will receive 20 taels, and the 1,000 households 50 taels for the fallen warriors, with triple rewards for their families. I command the Ministry of Revenue to act without delay. I shall obey the decree, replied the newly appointed Minister of Revenue, Wang Zhi, quietly. The eunuch continued, Wang Zhi and Wang Yu have both rendered significant service. I appoint Wang Yu as the general, temporarily filling the position until a vacancy arises, with Wang Zhi assigned to guard, also temporarily filling the role. The ministers furrowed their brows, the military officials displeased. When did civil officials also assume military command? The civil officials were equally discontent. Has Wang Zhi amassed too much power? Before they could voice their concerns, Wang Zhi and Wang Yu immediately responded, We humbly thank your majesty for your grace. Rise, all of you. Zhu Jianshen smiled, raising his wine cup. Let us continue, my esteemed ministers. The ministers stood silently, lacking the enthusiasm for the feast, secretly contemplating how to persuade the emperor to retract his unfavorable decree. Yet, in the present festive setting, it was unwise to voice dissent. Nevertheless, this did not signify their submission. The military officials disapproved of civil officials extending their reach, while the civil officials resented the eunuch's overwhelming power. The eunuchs, however, reveled in their influence. Lord Wang truly brings honor to us. Once the banquet concluded, the ministers departed in an orderly fashion, only to gather in small clusters outside the palace gates, quietly discussing their gains and losses. Zhu Jianshen remained unperturbed. He was confident that the civil and military officials would not stir up trouble. Indeed, as he anticipated, the following morning at court, the civil and military officials began to clash. The military's demands were straightforward. The emperor could bestow rewards, but civil officials must not assume military roles, nor could Wang Zhi remain in command. The civil officials contended that Wang Yu deserved his accolades, yet Wang Zhi, as a monitor, lacked the requisite qualifications. While both sides held mutual disdain for one another, they shared a common contempt for the eunuchs. Observing the escalating tensions and the inclination to eliminate Wang Zhi, Zhu Jianshen felt compelled to intervene. A eunuch commanding the military is not a precedent I have established, he stated calmly. The late emperor devoted considerable effort to this matter. He is present. What can you do? Should you dare to criticize him, Do not blame me for upholding the banner of filial piety and addressing you openly. Zhu Jianshen remarked with profound significance. The ministers understood well that while it was permissible to criticize a living emperor, the deceased must not be rebuked. Although the late emperor was still alive, he was nonetheless the emperor's father, and it is unreasonable to scold one's father in the presence of his son. Even the military officials grasped this principle. The Hall of Supreme Harmony fell silent. After a brief pause, both sides resumed their quarrel. In truth, during these disputes between civil and military factions, the civil officials often held the advantage, as the military officials were not adept in rhetoric. In essence, the emperor exhibited favoritism, which prevented them from suffering losses. However, he now sought to impose order upon the military generals, and the outcome was all too evident. Amidst the civil officials' declarations of meritocracy, asserting that all were subjects of the Ming Dynasty contributing to its glory, the military leaders found themselves outmatched. They could not contend with the relentless arguments of the scholars. As for physical confrontations, although these delicate officials could not best the warriors in combat, they showed no fear and, in fact, exhibited an even greater passion for brawling. Yet, fighting could not resolve their disputes. Even a victory would entail financial reparations and potential imprisonment, rendering it a futile endeavor. Consequently, the military leaders solemnly declared that such behavior would not be tolerated again. Zhu Jianshen acquiesced. The civil officials, cautious not to overreach, were merely intent on integrating Wang Yu into the military hierarchy, believing that his successful induction would facilitate future operations. Thus, Wang Yu was smoothly appointed and, in tandem, Wang Zhi reaped the rewards. The civil faction, wary of delays leading to unforeseen changes, commenced their impeachment of the border garrison commander the very next day, vowing to elevate Wang Yu to prominence. Among the numerous border garrisons of the Ming Dynasty, Xuanda held a paramount position, its significance eclipsing that of others. The target of the officials' impeachment was none other than the commander of Xuandu and Datong. They, however, did not foolishly presume that the emperor would allow Wang Yu to simultaneously command both regions. Their aim was merely to draw the emperor's attention to these areas. This time, the civil officials colluded with fervor to launch a relentless impeachment campaign. Zhu Jianshen, taking advantage of the situation, ordered the Eastern Depot and the Jinui to conduct a thorough investigation. History has shown that should one desire to scrutinize an individual rigorously, incriminating evidence is invariably unearthed. For truly untainted individuals are exceedingly rare. Zhu Jianshen acted judiciously, merely dismissing the commander of Xuandu and sending him back to his home, appointing Wang Yu in his stead. While Wang Zhi was tasked with guarding the palace, he dispatched the two to Xuandu, understanding that navigating military affairs is far more challenging than the bureaucratic realm, and thus, to enhance their prospects, he allowed them to bring along the previous contingent of 20,000 cavalry, exchanging them for a portion of Xuandu's garrison. Before their departure, he granted them the autonomy to make military decisions without the need for prior reporting, stipulating that he only required results. This arrangement was made to prevent leaks, as there were individuals who wished to inform the northern forces. Zhu Jianshen was keenly aware that some did not desire the principal to be embroiled in the turmoil. However, he entrusted this authority solely to Wang Zhi, withholding it from Wang Yu. Although Wang Yu held the title of commander, he remained under Wang Zhi's supervision. As Zhu Jianshen ultimately placed greater trust in Wang Zhi, events proved his judgment correct. Wang Yu proved capable, and Wang Zhi remained loyal. These two ambitious individuals did not disappoint him. Within 2 months of taking office, they achieved a remarkable victory, annihilating over 300 foes, capturing more than 800, and seizing over 2,000 cattle and sheep. Zhu Jianshen was elated, and the civil faction rejoiced, once again rallying support for Wang Yu, desiring him to simultaneously hold the command of Datong. The public relations campaign swiftly garnered momentum. However, this time, Zhu Jianshen refrained from responding, choosing instead to adopt a stance of non-interference. At the Changlu Palace, the onset of the 12th lunar month revealed a world blanketed in ice and snow. The weather bitterly cold. Madame Qian's health deteriorated further, rendering her unable to withstand even the slightest chill, forcing the elderly couple to remain confined within their chambers. The brazier glowed a vibrant red, fueled by high-quality pine charcoal, casting a warm ambience. Zhu Jianshen warmed a pot of tea, holding a book of tales, recounting stories that ebbed and flowed with dramatic tension. "My husband," she said softly, interrupting him. Zhu Jianshen paused and gently inquired, "Are you weary?" Qianshi shook her head lightly, gazing outside. "Is it snowing?" "Indeed, it is," Zhu Jianshen sighed, a wry smile gracing his lips. "The northern weather is exceptionally frigid. I do not recall it being this cold before. Could it be that I am growing old?" Qianshi could not help but chuckle. "I am but a year younger than you, my husband. If you are aging, then I am even older." "Not at all. We are not old." Zhu Jianshen quickly diverted the conversation. "Let us take a moment to rest. I shall stay here with you." "I am not tired," Qianshi replied gently, pondering for a moment before saying, "My husband, you still harbor concerns about the court, do you not?" "What concerns could I possibly have? He is far more capable than I," Zhu Jianshen smiled. "You are overthinking it, little Qian." Yet Qianshi persisted, after decades of companionship. "How could I not understand your thoughts? If you are troubled, it is best to seek clarity. Should the emperor be wise, you would find peace. If there are flaws in his governance, corrections can be made. You are father and son. I believe he would understand." She knew her time with him was limited and wished to untangle his worries before departing. The elderly couple resided in the Chonglu Palace, seldom concerning themselves with court affairs, yet some matters were evident without inquiry. Take, for instance, the civil officials assuming military command. Such significant events were public knowledge, requiring no investigation. Recently, she had also heard rumors of the emperor's intention to appoint the censor to the position of general of Datong. She was aware that her husband was troubled by this. Zhu Jianshen indeed felt apprehensive. Throughout the history of the Ming Dynasty, emperors had traditionally supported military leaders while suppressing civil officials. His son's reversal of this practice appeared unwise and fraught with risk. Zhu Jianshen exhaled deeply, nodding. "You are right. Expressing certain thoughts is preferable to harboring them in silence." "Indeed, there need not be so many formalities between father and son," Qianshi encouraged. "Discussing it will benefit both you and the Ming Dynasty." "Very well," Zhu Jianshen replied. "Let us speak." In the outer hall, the father and son sat facing each other. Zhu Jianshen poured a cup of tea for his father, curiosity evident in his demeanor. "May I inquire why you summoned me, father?" This was the first time his father had sought him out so directly. Zhu Jianshen paused, then candidly stated, "I called you here regarding matters of state." Zhu Jianshen replied, concerned. "Do not worry. I have no intention of meddling in court affairs. However, I have some experiences I wish to share with you." Zhu Jianshen nodded slowly. "Please, father, enlighten me." Currently, with few military conflicts in the Ming Dynasty, governance would rely on civil officials. Zhu Jianshen noted. "Civil officials are destined to wield great power. Why add fuel to the fire?" Zhu Jianshen smiled. "Is that what you meant?" "Fear not. I have a plan in mind." "Are you suggesting that Wang Yu abandon literature for military pursuits?" Zhu Jianshen inquired. "You see clearly, father," Zhu Jianshen affirmed. "Yet this remains unwise." Zhu Jianshen shook his head. "You must remember that your father has employed this strategy before, with Wang Zhi achieving notable success. However, it does not guarantee infallibility. As the saying goes, once is happenstance, twice is coincidence, but thrice is a pattern. Have you considered what might transpire with an increasing number of individuals abandoning civil duties for military ones? Have you ever contemplated whether Wang Yu, who has forsaken literature for martial pursuits, can entirely abandon the ranks of civil officials?" Zhu Jianshen was enveloped in worry. However, Zhu Jiandepth responded with a light-hearted smile, stating that his father's concerns had crossed his mind, and he had already formulated a plan prior to implementing this matter. In Chapter 198, Growing Old Together, Zhu Jianshen's curiosity intensified at his son's unwavering confidence. He poured tea for Zhu Jiandepth and urged him to elaborate. Zhu Jiandepth, feeling compelled to apologize, finally spoke. "In truth, father, you are overly apprehensive. Both Wang Yu and Wang Zhi are merely instruments in my hands, and every instrument must eventually find its sheath." Zhu Jianshen nodded gently but furrowed his brow, expressing, "The difficulty lies in how to sheathe it." "This is precisely what concerns me," Zhu Jiandepth retorted. "Sheathing is not difficult. One merely needs to incite discord between the two parties." Upon hearing this, Zhu Jianshen could not conceal his disappointment, remarking, "You are being overly simplistic. Those individuals are not fools. How can you be so certain they will turn against one another? Furthermore, when they achieve success, will you not reward them? The civil officials remain united on significant matters. Your scheme of discord may not bear fruit." Zhu Jiandepth fell silent for a moment before sighing. "Why does father not consider that if I were indeed so naive, I would not have accomplished so much?" Zhu Jianshen found himself at a loss for words, awkwardly stating, "Father does not doubt your capabilities. It is merely concern for the legacy of our ancestors' realm that weighs heavily on my heart. Please, ease your father's worries." After a pause, he added, "Of course, if you are unwilling to share, then do not. I have no intention of interfering in court affairs." Zhu Jianshen nodded in agreement. "Since father has expressed this, I shall not withhold the truth." After sipping his tea, he elaborated, "In reality, Wang Yu will not amount to much. The authority I have delegated largely resides with Wang Zhi. Even if he were to attempt duplicity, it would be exceedingly difficult." He continued candidly, "Naturally, rewards must be given for achievements. To be honest, I intend for Wang Yu to concurrently hold the position of General of Datong." "Are you out of your mind?" Zhu Jianshen exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and anger in his voice. "How can one individual hold both positions of General of Xuanda?" "Allow me to finish," Zhu Jianshen interjected. "As I mentioned, more than half of the power I have delegated lies with Wang Zhi. Wang Yu cannot stir much upheaval. If Wang Zhi supports him, he will be the formidable General of Xuanda. Without Wang Zhi's backing, he would find himself at a standstill. Of course, I will grant him a title as compensation." Zhu Jianshen inquired, "Do you place such trust in Wang Zhi?" "I do," Zhu Jianshen affirmed, "though I do not trust him blindly. Wang Zhi cannot wield absolute power. He is merely a eunuch, and at the tender age of 22, his rapid rise has created many enemies. Such rapid ascension makes for an unstable foundation. Hence he must rely on me." He paused, then added, "Wang Zhi possesses one commendable quality, his ruthlessness, which has enabled his achievements. My support, combined with his tenacity, is the key to my success." Zhu Jianshen took another sip of tea, reflecting on the significant events like purging bureaucratic excess and eradicating smuggling operations, in which Wang Zhi played an instrumental role. He is capable and loyal. In the grand scheme, he can only remain loyal. In conclusion, Zhu Jianshen declared, "To put it succinctly, I am not proposing that Wang Yu and Wang Zhi share the position of General of Xuanda. Rather, I intend to assume that role myself. The General of Xuanda is I." Feeling parched, Zhu Jianshen drained the now lukewarm tea in one gulp and inquired softly, "Does Father Emperor still harbor doubts?" Zhu Jianshen's face flushed with embarrassment, a mix of shame and self-deprecation washing over him. "No, it is my own foolishness." Observing his father's reaction, Zhu Jianshen realized that his words had been a touch too harsh, causing unintentional hurt. Thus, he deftly shifted the conversation, chuckling gently. "Father Emperor is merely concerned for the state, albeit lacking the full picture." Zhu Jianshen managed a bitter smile and shook his head, murmuring to himself, "I should recognize my own limitations before attempting to guide others." He sighed, adding with a sense of relief, "With you in charge, Father Emperor can rest easy and no longer worry about such trifles." Zhu Jianshen felt a tinge of embarrassment, smiling modestly, "Not at all. I too have many shortcomings and must learn from Father Emperor." "Learn from me? What is there to learn? I was merely being courteous, and you took it to heart." Zhu Jianshen thought, momentarily speechless, daring not to voice his thoughts for fear of inciting his father's ire. Zhu Jianshen chuckled at himself, sighing, "You are burdened with state affairs. I shall not keep you any longer. Go attend to your duties." "Son takes his leave," Zhu Jianshen said, bowing before turning to exit the grand hall. "What do you think? My husband worries unnecessarily. He is far superior to me." Zhu Jianshen sighed, feeling a mix of shame and, more prominently, gratitude. Madame Qian smiled. "Then my husband can rest easy." "Indeed, I can rest easy," Zhu Jianshen nodded, adding, "You should get some rest. You have been awake for quite some time." "I am not tired," Madame Qian replied, sitting up slowly. "Husband, shall we go see the snow? What is there to see in the snow? It is freezing outside." "Let us not go," Zhu Jianshen muttered. "Can you even bear to go outside? I wish to see it." "Then dress warmly." Zhu Jianshen did not refuse again. He understood the longing in his wife's eyes. Some opportunities, if not seized now, may never arise again. Madame Qian donned 2 layers of cotton clothing and topped it with a thick cloak, and together they stepped outside. "What a heavy snowfall!" Madame Qian exclaimed, marveling. "I have not seen such a spectacle in ages. It is truly magnificent." In Jiangnan, snow would fall every winter, yet it could never compare to this. The snow fell in thick, feathery flakes, so abundant that the servants could scarcely keep up with the shoveling. Zhu Jianshen extended his hand, catching a few snowflakes. But before he could admire them, they melted away. He felt a pang of regret for the fleeting beauty. "Husband." "Yes, what is it?" Zhu Jianshen collected himself, smiling gently. Are you tired? No. Madame Qian shook her head softly. Do you remember what you promised me? What? After I am gone, you shall take a concubine. Madame Qian's displeasure was evident. Had he forgotten so quickly? Her slender frame appeared even more fragile against the backdrop of the heavy snow, reminiscent of the snowflakes. Beautiful, yet ephemeral. Zhu Jianshen lowered his head slightly, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, his voice low and hoarse. Rest assured, husband will not break his promise. Let it be so. Let it be so, Zhu Jianshen murmured, his head bowed lower, his back hunched, his voice barely audible. He grasped her thin wrist, which felt alarmingly fragile, as if it could snap with the slightest pressure. He endeavored to suppress the anguish swelling within him, yet his vision blurred, and he gazed up at the flurrying snowflakes. The air was frigid, but his heart felt even colder, a chill that left him breathless. Little Qian, let us return indoors. Let us walk a little longer, Madame Qian suggested. Who knows when we shall see such a snowy scene again? Of course, there will be in the future, but she has lost it now. Then let us stroll a bit more. Zhu Jianshen was wholly obedient. The snow fell heavily, and soon the elderly couple's hair turned white in the midst of it. Qian remarked with a smile, this can be considered growing old together. Indeed, Zhu Jianshen nodded silently, raising his hand to brush the snow from her, only to be gently rebuffed by Qian. No, it looks lovely like this. She tilted her face upwards and asked, husband, do I look beautiful? You look splendid, truly splendid. Zhu Jianshen replied with a smile, just as beautiful as the day you entered the palace. Qian chuckled, you have a way of sweet-talking, husband. I am old now. How could I compare to then? You are just as beautiful, not at all less than before, Zhu Jianshen asserted quietly. Little Qian has always been lovely. Qian smiled sweetly. And this time, she did not refute him. They wandered for a little while longer before returning to the Changlu Palace. Once back, Qian lay down, utterly fatigued. She slept for an extended period, from the afternoon until deep into the night before awakening. Zhu Jianshen remained beside her bed, and upon seeing her wake slowly, he hurriedly asked, are you feeling all right? Qian weakly shook her head. Husband, go warm the medicine. It will be ready soon. Husband, Qian called out to him. I do not wish to take the medicine anymore. How can you not take it? Zhu Jianshen's emotions were somewhat agitated. Do not be stubborn. I will add some sugar for you. Just be obedient, all right? With that, regardless of her response, he rushed to the stove to warm the medicine. He clumsily searched for the sugar, and as his hand trembled, an entire bag spilled into the mixture. Alas, he gritted his teeth in frustration, his mood reaching an unprecedented peak of irritation. He struggled to suppress his anger, but managed to hold it in. Quickly, he took another bowl, poured out the undissolved sugar, added a proper amount, and warmed it again. All right, this should do, he murmured, glancing back occasionally to see his wife smiling at him. Her smile was gentle and beautiful. He returned a smile, though his own was less than graceful. After a while, he brought the warmed medicine to her bedside, scooping it carefully with a spoon while blowing on it, saying, I assure you, this medicine is not bitter today. I added 5 pieces of sugar for you. Just give it a taste. All right, Qian nodded with a smile. Zhu Jianshen propped her up, allowing her to lean against him as he tenderly fed her the medicine, softly saying, in just a few days, it will be New Year. We will be grandparents and must prepare red envelopes and gifts for Yu Tang and Yu Jian. You know, I am rather clumsy and cannot manage these things well. He chattered on, as the royal grandmother, you must pay extra attention. Children are the most difficult to tend to. Let us not have them complain later. This is our first New Year back. We must present ourselves like elders. Husband. Zhu Jianshen's body trembled, his incessant chatter abruptly ceasing, the forced smile freezing on his face. Oh, do not be sad. No, husband is not sad. Unbeknownst to him, tears flowed more freely than words. Qian wished to wipe his tears away but felt powerless, merely managing a weak smile. Husband did not deceive me. It truly is sweet. Is it not? Zhu Jianshen seemed a bit proud. When have I ever deceived you? Qian murmured, husband, I am tired. Untroubled. Zhu Jianshen could not restrain his sobs, tears streaming down as he lamented, unable to sleep, for his husband would not allow him that solace. Xiao Qian, do not depart in haste. Take your time. Let your husband take his time, he pleaded. Yet, to his astonishment, Qian managed to hold on to a breath of strength. Do not cry, he implored, shaking his head fervently, clinging to her tightly, weeping in utter despair. His large, sorrowful tears seemed to beseech her compassion. Chapter 199. The passing of the Empress Dowager outside the Hall of Eternal Joy, chaos ensued. "Quick, notify the Emperor." An elderly eunuch shouted anxiously. "What shall we say? Foster father?" asked one of the young eunuchs, their faces pale with fear. They were acutely aware of the Empress Dowager's profound sorrow, realizing a grave incident had occurred. Yet they dared not utter words like "the Empress Dowager has passed away." Without knowing the details, such statements could not be carelessly spoken. The old eunuch was on the verge of cursing. "Just say the Empress Dowager's life hangs by a thread. Hurry. If we delay on such a significant matter, disaster will surely befall us." Yes, we shall go at once," the young eunuchs replied. In Yongning Palace, Zhu Jianshen was abruptly awakened from his slumber. Before he could gather his thoughts, he heard of the Empress Dowager's critical condition and the Emperor's lamentations. He quickly rose, nudging the half-awake Zhin'er. "Zhin'er, wake up. Do not sleep, something has happened." Without waiting for her to rise, he was already dressing and moving towards the door, determined to summon the Empress Dowager, Consort Shun, Consort Shu, Consort Da, and of course, the Crown Prince and the Princess, urging them all to hasten to the Hall of Eternal Joy. "Yes, we shall go at once," the maidservants responded. At that moment, Zhin'er understood the gravity of the situation and hurriedly donned her garments, her heart racing with anxiety. She quickly made her way outside, only to find her husband had already exited the palace. "Your Majesty," Zhu Jianshen paused, turning back to grasp her hand, speaking hurriedly. "Mother is gravely ill, we must hurry." "I am afraid," Zhin'er admitted, ready to speak her truth. However, Zhu Jianshen, already aware, reassured her. "I know of it. The Empress Dowager has spoken. Do not worry. She will not seek retribution against you. We must move swiftly. This is of utmost importance." Upon hearing this, Zhin'er felt a slight relief, though her worries lingered. Yet she had no choice but to summon her courage and follow him. In matters of this nature, one could not evade their fate, regardless of their desires. At the Hall of Eternal Joy, Zhu Jianshen and Zhin'er arrived first. Inside the inner chamber, the lights burned brightly. Young eunuchs knelt at the entrance, softly weeping. When they saw the Emperor and Empress enter hand in hand, they merely bowed their heads, their tears unceasing. Zhu Jianshen navigated through the servants, striding forward, with Zhin'er following closely behind. "Father," Zhu Jianshen called softly. Zhu Qijian appeared oblivious, seated at the head of the bed, clasping his beloved's hand, his lips trembling. At a loss for words, Qian lay supine on the couch, the flickering candlelight failing to conceal her pallor as she approached the brink of exhaustion. "Father," Zhu Jianshen called again, yet still received no response. Zhin'er tugged at his sleeve, gently shaking her head. She dared not speak. Casting a glance at her husband before kneeling down to compose herself, Zhu Jianshen stepped forward slowly, kneeling by the couch. The Empress Dowager, Madame Qian, still possessed a flicker of consciousness. Upon hearing her name called, she cast a fleeting glance, a faint smile gracing her lips before her gaze shifted back to her husband. Her strength had waned, leaving her unable to speak, and she could only listen to her husband's words. Subsequently, Empress Zhou, Empress Wang, the Crown Prince, Concubine Shu, Concubine Shun, and Concubine Da arrived in succession. The biting winter wind swept in with them, causing the flickering candlelight to dance uncertainly, casting a pallor on Madame Qian's already wan visage, rendering her even more haggard, as if she might extinguish at any moment. "Close the door," murmured Zhu Qijian. After several attempts, Zhu Jianshen finally grasped his father's words and quickly turned, urging, "Shut the door, lest the cold wind enter." He intended to call for the imperial physician, but the words lodged in his throat. He understood it was futile. Zhu Yuzhong knelt before the bed, addressing her as imperial grandmother, bowing his head in sorrow. At a loss for words, 3 generations huddled at the bedside, 1 seated, 2 kneeling, leaving no space for others. Empress Zhou refrained from approaching. She neither wished nor dared to step closer, standing aside with an anxious and sorrowful expression. Following her were the concubines led by Empress Wang, along with the young princes and princesses, all kneeling on the ground, adults weeping silently as they wiped their tears, while the children bowed their heads, behaving quietly. Zhu Qijian spoke in a hoarse voice, "Little Qian, your descendants have come to see you." Madame Qian's eyelashes fluttered slightly, issuing a soft sigh, her complexion growing increasingly ashen. Her vitality was swiftly ebbing away, akin to a decaying tree in the frigid winter, desolate and fragile, incongruous amidst the palace adorned in vibrant red. She lost control of her expressions, her brow furrowing as pain etched across her features. She yearned to smile, to offer her husband one last moment of beauty, yet found herself powerless. The agony intensified, spreading through her limbs and body, her haggard visage twisting in a way that surely was unpleasing, a source of regret for her. Zhu Jianshen watched helplessly as her life trickled away, her anguished countenance piercing his heart like a dagger, causing his emotions to unravel. I should not have hindered her. I should have allowed her to rest peacefully, he lamented, overwhelmed by a sense of selfishness. Zhu Jianshen gasped, his voice breaking as he wept, murmuring, "It's my fault. My fault." No, it was not. Madame Qian's eyes slowly fell vacant, her expression solidifying. Little Qian, he called once more, but this time there was no reply. His voice, hoarse and low, sounded like a wounded beast lamenting its wounds, warm tears cascading down his cold cheeks. "Mother!" Zhu Jianshen gasped, bursting into tears. As his cries filled the air, the palace echoed with a chorus of mourning. The old eunuch's piercing voice rang out, "The Empress Dowager has passed away." Even before the fourth watch of the night, the palace, which should have been quiet, erupted with cries that reverberated through the halls. All the servants were mobilized. Busier than during the day, the crimson lanterns were taken down, replaced with pure white ones. As dawn approached, officials arrived at court. Upon entering the palace, they were met with the news of the Empress Dowager's passing, and without time to process the shock, they quickly donned mourning attire. Gathering in front of Changle Palace under the guidance of the eunuchs, wailing in grief. The cries rose and fell, each wave higher than the last, enveloping the entire palace in an atmosphere of sorrow. As the year draws to a close, a significant event has transpired, casting a shadow over the festivities to come. Naturally, the morning court sessions have been rendered impossible, prompting Zhu Jianshen to issue a decree for matters to be presented in writing. The heavy snowfall blankets the land, and the biting north wind cuts like a knife against the skin, making the act of mourning in such frigid conditions a considerable strain on the officials' physical endurance. Despite their warm attire and layers of cotton padding beneath, prolonged kneeling upon the cold floor proves to be a considerable challenge. Zhu Jianshen, with a somber expression, asserts that the funeral should be conducted with simplicity. Officials are to mourn for merely a quarter of an hour each day, while the common folk may observe 3 days of mourning, after which life shall return to its normal rhythm. "Father, this cannot be." Zhu Jianshen, as a son, cannot easily acquiesce to such demands. "What I decree shall be done," Zhu Jianshen replies coolly, dismissing any unnecessary formalities. "Your mother preferred tranquility, thus. We shall proceed as I have instructed." Reluctantly, Zhu Jianshen complies, proclaiming the edict. Consequently, both the officials and the populace experience a significant alleviation of pressure, allowing morning court sessions to resume, albeit Zhu Jianshen has still suspended them. It is not due to laziness, but rather out of filial piety following the passing of the Empress Dowager. With only a few days remaining until the new year, Zhu Jianshen decides to postpone the court meetings until the 19th year of Changhua. Matters requiring attention are submitted through the Grand Secretariat to his imperial desk. Even with the morning court adjourned, Zhu Jianshen remains diligent in governance, balancing his duties with his mourning, leading to increased fatigue. Fortunately, as the emperor, he is only required to observe 3 days of mourning, in accordance with Zhu Jianshen's wishes. The death of the Empress Dowager has not disrupted the lives of the common people. They continue to celebrate the new year as usual, with shops remaining open and even taverns operating normally. Only entertainment establishments like theaters and brothels have temporarily closed, yet this has had little impact on the populace. In the late January of the 19th year of Changhua, 27 days after her passing, the Empress Dowager is laid to rest at Yuling. On the day of the interment, Zhu Jianshen is present, overseeing the entire process from the placement of his beloved wife's coffin into the tomb to the final shovelful of earth sealing her resting place. Upon returning from the funeral, he falls ill. Although his condition is not severe and he recovers after a few doses of medicine, the lingering effects of his grief leave him dispirited and melancholic. Zhu Jianshen genuinely fears for his father's well-being and thus encourages the princes and princesses to frequently visit him in Changlu Palace, recognizing the absence of any conflicts of interest. However, Zhu Jianshen ultimately breaks his promise. Previously, the Empress Dowager had requested that he find a consort for the retired emperor following her departure. Zhu Jianshen had readily agreed, yet when the time came, he chose not to mention it. As the sole son, He understands that the succession of the throne rests solely with him, and he has no desire for his father to have other sons. Moreover, with several sons of his own now, he feels secure regarding the continuity of the lineage. What he does not realize is that, even if he were willing to find a consort for his father, Zhu Jianshen has lost the inclination for such matters. Since the passing of the Empress Dowager, he has remained in Changlu Palace, spending his days engrossed in reading and engaging in conversations with visiting grandchildren, scarcely stepping outside the palace gates. As time passed, the visits from his grandchildren dwindled, and he said little, remaining in the Changlu Palace in silence. He made no demands, nor did he trouble anyone, living quietly on his own. He would read, daydream, sleep when night fell, and rise with the dawn. His existence became increasingly hazy. He bore no grudge against fate, believing it to be a form of retribution that he deserved. Over time, he transformed into a figure of silence, speaking little and finding solace in solitude. In May, military news arrived. Wang Zhi and Wang Yu, without prior consultation or notifying anyone, led 20,000 cavalrymen to move stealthily by day and night into the northern desert, relentlessly pursuing a main force, ultimately striking a decisive victory at Wei Ninghai. This battle delivered a significant blow to the current strongest faction on the northern grasslands, and it was foreseeable that the path to unification of the northern grasslands would be delayed by at least another decade. Chapter 200. The most powerful eunuch of the Ming Dynasty, Zhu Jianshen, felt invigorated. The civil officials were equally elated, praising Wang Yu for his remarkable efforts. They immediately resumed their previous grievances against the Grand General of Datong, but before they could escalate their accusations, news of the Grand General's demise reached them. In light of this, the civil officials retracted their complaints, demonstrating a degree of decorum, showing leniency towards those without conflicting interests. Subsequently, they wrote petitions to commend Wang Yu. Zhu Jianshen shared this sentiment, but did not agree outright, suggesting that rewards would be considered once the two returned. Upon hearing this, the officials understood the emperor's intention. For Wang Yu to be promoted, Wang Zhi must be included. Thus, they refrained from hastily petitioning for Wang Yu's commendation. Neither they nor Zhu Jianshen were in a rush, and matters lingered on. In June, Wang Zhi and Wang Yu returned to the capital. Zhu Jianshen received them in the Qianqing Palace, inquiring about the details of the battle before addressing Wang Yu. Wang Yu, he began. Do you still wish to hold the position of right censor of the Duji Yuan? Wang Yu had long made up his mind. Without hesitation, he shook his head. I am truly overwhelmed with responsibilities, and I humbly request your majesty to allow me to resign from the censor position, so I may dedicate myself wholeheartedly to safeguarding the nation and its borders. Ah, very well, Zhu Jianshen replied, even too lazy to offer pleasantries to retain him. He smiled. Do not be in haste. Tomorrow morning during the court session, let the officials urge you to concurrently serve as the Grand General of Datong. Indeed. Wang Yu nodded, clasping his hands, his lips twitching as he hesitated to speak. Zhu Jianshen, aware of his unvoiced inquiry, directly reassured him, rest assured. My word is my bond. The titles I previously promised will certainly be honored. Be patient, we shall handle matters one at a time. Ah, yes, your majesty speaks truly. Wang Yu chuckled awkwardly. I am not in a rush. I shall abide by your majesty's wishes. Very well, after your long journey, return and rest, Zhu Jianshen concluded. Wang Yu bowed and exited the hall. Wang Zhi, Zhu Jianshen called. Your servant is here, Wang Zhi replied, bowing deeply. Zhu Jianshen instructed. Please elaborate on the current situation in the northern grasslands. Wang Zhi replied respectfully, Your Majesty, the northern grasslands are no longer as they once were. You are aware of the former state of the northern grasslands? I have only heard about it from Wang Yu, Wang Zhi admitted sheepishly. Wang Yu is well versed in the annals of the Emperor Taizu, Taizong, and Xuanzong. He mentioned that the dynamics have changed. How so? In the northern grasslands, a semi-nomadic trend has begun to emerge. They have taken to agriculture. Wang Zhi noted that the cultivated area is modest, primarily along the riverbanks, where they predominantly grow yongle beans. He paused for a moment, adding that they still primarily rely on herding, though their migrations are less frequent than before, often leaving behind roots to facilitate the return for harvesting the yongle beans. Zhu Jianshen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it be that the most challenging issue facing the northern grasslands might be resolved in an unnoticeable manner? The Dazis are indeed valiant and possess formidable combat capabilities. Yet to the Ming Dynasty, they are hardly a concern. Under the collaborative offensive of the three primary camps, even the fiercest warriors of the grasslands cannot withstand such might. The real headache for the Ming, however, lies in their elusive nature. If they establish a permanent settlement, this dilemma would dissipate, making it considerably easier to manage them. Seeing the emperor's interest, Wang Zhi hastily added, "Your Majesty, I apologize for not being clear. This situation has not yet become widespread. But there is a discernible trend in that direction." Zhu Jianshen nodded slowly, smiling as he said, "Let us set that aside for now. I wish to appoint you as the governor of the Xiandom military affairs. Do you have the confidence to fulfill this responsibility?" Wang Zhi, breathing with a hint of urgency, replied earnestly, "Yes. The youthful exuberance is always so invigorating." Zhu Jianshen was pleased with this response and laughed heartily. "Excellent. I shall grant you this opportunity. Do not let me down. I will devote myself wholeheartedly." Wang Zhi trembled with excitement. The foremost eunuch of the Ming Dynasty, who could rival the heights of an idol, even potentially surpassing others, felt his face flush with pride. "Now, go and take your rest. Please convey my regards to the Empress." "Yes, thank you for your grace." "Your Majesty." Wang Zhi bowed once more before taking his leave. Once he departed, the smile on Zhu Jianshen's face vanished entirely. He murmured softly, "Do not worry. Though I may sheathe my sword, I shall not abandon my loyal steed." In Yongning Palace, upon hearing Wang Zhi's boastful declarations, Jeanne furrowed her brows tightly, showing none of the joy Wang Zhi had anticipated. "Do not worry, my lady. I shall never disappoint His Majesty." Wang Zhi declared confidently, "I will not bring you shame." Jeanne forced a smile. "You may not disappoint him, but he may betray you. Can you truly manage this power you've acquired?" Wang Zhi's authority was unprecedented in the Ming Dynasty. No one had wielded such power before. Even the renowned eunuch Zheng, he pales in comparison. The Xianda region is the foremost stronghold of the 9 borders, and there has never been a precedent for one individual to oversee it. To govern military affairs is no trivial matter. This is genuine military power. The combined forces of the 2 garrisons exceed 100,000, all elite troops. Moreover, Wang Zhi also holds the title of Chief Eunuch of the Imperial Horse Department, commanding the capital's Forbidden Army, as well as the head of the Western Depot, overseeing the intelligence agency. Such an alarming concentration of power, even Jeanne, who has unwavering faith in Wang Zhi's loyalty, cannot help but feel a chill run down her spine. How terrifying! The border troops, the Forbidden Army, and the intelligence agency all under one man's control. Such a figure has never emerged in the over 100 years of the Ming Dynasty, not even among the founding heroes. This is what it means to be one man beneath, yet above 10,000. Yet, it is evident that such a person is destined for a grim fate, one that may end in tragedy. Jeanne was perplexed, unable to comprehend why the young master behaved in such a manner. Anger brewed within her. After all, he had clearly vowed not to harm Wang Zhi. Truly, a man's words are but deceitful specters. Observing Wang Zhi's confident demeanor and relentless ambition, her heart ached with bitterness. Yet certain sentiments remained unspoken. She could only inquire, "With so many responsibilities, are you managing well?" "Not to worry. I shall endure the hardships," Wang Zhi replied with pride. "The emperor has granted me the privilege to travel freely to and from the capital, allowing me to balance my duties." Upon hearing this, Jeanne felt an unsettling chill. "I am feeling unwell today. You need not stay for dinner. Please return for now." "Understood. I take my leave," Wang Zhi said, disappointment flickering across his face, as he had hoped the empress would be pleased and praise his diligence. "Jeanne, what brings you here?" Zhu Jianshen set down his brush, a hint of surprise in his voice. Ever since he instructed her not to meddle in court affairs, she had not visited the Qianqing Palace. "Would your Majesty kindly dismiss the attendants?" Jeanne's expression was sour, as if someone owed her money and refused to pay. Zhu Jianshen waved his hand, and the attendants silently bowed before retreating. "What is the matter?" he asked, turning to Wang Zhi. Jeanne glared at him, her irritation palpable. Zhu Jianshen raised an eyebrow in realization, then chuckled. "Are you afraid I might break my promise?" "You have broken your word before," Jeanne replied nonchalantly. "Now, that is quite audacious." Zhu Jianshen feigned displeasure, but Jeanne remained unfazed. Resigned, he set aside his imperial authority, chuckling as he gestured for her to sit. "Do tell, when have I ever gone back on my word to you?" Jeanne retorted. "Then, your Majesty, do enlighten me on how many times you have assured me of your unwavering support." "Rest assured, I will not let him perish," Zhu Jianshen stated. "Oh, so if you do not slay him, he will survive?" Have you not heard the saying, I do not kill Bo Run, yet he dies because of me? Zhin'er scoffed. I assure you, he will not die, Zhu Jianshen insisted. I do not believe you. Now, that is excessive. Zhu Jianshen frowned, reminding her that the harem must not interfere in political matters. Your Majesty, you have changed, Zhin'er said, her voice laced with a hint of sorrow. Zhu Jianshen was at a loss for words. What must I do for you to trust me? Remove him from his position, return him to being a mere eunuch, and confine him to the palace. That is out of the question. Zhu Jianshen firmly rejected. Zhin'er, feeling exasperated, resorted to her old tactics. Your Majesty, do you find me too old and unworthy? Zhu Jianshen rolled his eyes and sighed. You know my true intentions. However, public matters must be handled separately. In private, I will indulge your whims, but in official matters, I expect you to act appropriately. The latter part of his statement bore a colder tone. He has served you well. How could you treat him so? I have stated I will not let him die, and I shall not break my promise, Zhu Jianshen said, losing patience. I have official duties to attend to. You may leave. Zhin'er forced a smile. As you command. Zhu Jianshen, feeling vexed, muttered, Women, when distant, harbor grievances, when close. They display disrespect. Truly, the ancients did not deceive me. Though he was irritated, he soon calmed and indulged her, entirely forgetting his earlier frustrations. After completing his official duties, Zhu Jianshen approached Yongning Palace with a sheepish grin. Zhin'er, are you still upset? How could I dare to be? She replied. Zhin'er chuckled. And after the maidservants had retreated, she became even more audacious, saying, Don't touch me. Zhu Jianshen, unfazed, playfully prodded her with his finger. I touched you. I touched you, how childish you are. Of course, she was being childish. She knew that all too well. Zhin'er, fully armored in her defenses, was disarmed by his affectionate address of sister. Your Majesty, Wang Zhi is sincere and has rendered great service to the state. Can't you grant him a favorable outcome? Zhin'er leaned into his embrace and whispered, You know I regard him as a son. Zhu Jianshen held her close and replied earnestly, You have watched me grow. Have I ever acted treacherously towards those who have served me? I fear that when the time comes, do not worry. I have anticipated all that you have considered. Wang Zhi will undoubtedly meet a good end, Zhu Jianshen assured her. Zhin'er sighed with slight relief, yet concern lingered as she spoke. Your Majesty, you have entrusted Wang Zhi with such immense power. Will the officials acquiesce? This authority is boundless. Zhu Jianshen chuckled lightly. If you can foresee Wang Zhi's tragic fate with such power, do you think they would remain oblivious? The art of nurturing through elevation has endured through time. They will not only refrain from opposition, but will also support his rise. Zhu Jianshen shook his head, stating, as the saying goes, to obtain something, one must first give. Zhin'er furrowed her brow. If it truly reaches that point, can he still be protected? Zhu Jianshen smiled with confidence. You must have faith in your husband. Chapter 201. Sheathing the blade. Zhin'er remained skeptical, yet she understood that certain matters could not simply be resolved with a touch of charm or a display of temper. In matters both grave and trivial, the emperor has always been astute and has never allowed his affections for her to compromise the greater good. Alas, may the young ancestor keep his word this time. The next day, during the morning court assembly at the Fengtian Hall, after exchanging formalities, the ministers engaged in a vigorous discussion regarding the selection of the Grand General of Datong, with public opinion heavily favoring Wang Yu. Of course, scholars maintained a facade of propriety, at least on the surface. While recommending Wang Yu, they begrudgingly included Wang Zhi in their considerations. Their disdain for Wang Zhi was palpable. They were loath to see his power grow. However, when weighing their interests, they deemed it prudent to support Wang Yu's ascension to Grand General of Xuanda, as it would greatly benefit the civil officials as a whole. Furthermore, since Wang Zhi had taken the role of a guardian eunuch, his focus had shifted almost entirely to military affairs, and it had been quite some time since the Xichang had troubled them. The civil officials found solace in the notion that it was beneficial to keep the military leaders in check. Within the court, the voice of the military was dwarfed by that of the civil officials, primarily because the former lacked eloquence and were outnumbered. Unless the emperor showed favoritism, they were hardly a match. With a resounding clap, Zhu Jianshen struck the paperweight, and the bustling palace fell silent. The civil officials ceased their incessant chatter, gazing at the emperor with hopeful anticipation. Given the time he had allowed them to speak, it seemed highly probable that he would acquiesce to their pleas. Zhu Jianshen took a deep breath and called out, Wang Yu. Present, he replied. Do you have confidence in concurrently serving as Grand General of Xuanda? I am willing to devote myself wholeheartedly. Wang Yu responded earnestly. Excellent. Zhu Jianshen declared. In that case, I shall grant you this opportunity. Wang Yu's face flushed, and he bowed, saying, I humbly thank your majesty for your great kindness. Your wisdom is unmatched. The court officials bowed in succession. You may rise. Zhu Jianshen waved his hand and continued, Xian and Da are among the foremost border garrisons. Wang Yu, you cannot manage it alone. Shall I find you an assistant? The emperor's benevolence moved Wang Yu to tears. He, ever astute, immediately suggested, I recommend Lord Wang Zhi. The civil officials echoed his sentiment. Zhu Jianshen laughed heartily. Very well. I shall heed your counsel. He refrained from announcing Wang Zhi's specific position, wishing to avoid disputes and allowing the officials time to digest the news. Had he revealed it abruptly in court, immediate opposition would have ensued, necessitating a period for contemplation. After the court session, Zhu Jianshen summoned Wang Zhi and Wang Yu to the Qianqing Palace, where he issued a decree and instructed them to promptly travel to Xian and Da to assume command. Only after their departure did Zhu Jianshen declare Wang Zhi as the governor of the Xian and de military affairs. This announcement sent the court into an uproar. However, they soon reconciled with the situation, and no one dared to protest at the palace gates, nor did they submit any impeachment documents. They understood that Wang Zhi's time was limited and intervention was unnecessary. Surprisingly, the civil officials not only refrained from causing a commotion, but also urged the military generals to remain calm and reason the benefits and drawbacks. As Zhu Jianshen had anticipated, this arrangement did not incite unrest. His decision to grant Wang Zhi such significant power stemmed from a blend of trust and the belief that Wang Zhi would not pose a threat to him. Certainly, had Wang Zhi been permitted to govern for another decade, the outcome might have been different. Yet, Zhu Jianshen had no need for such prolonged deliberation. In response to the emperor's audacious actions, the civil officials were genuinely pleased, as they stood to gain the most, particularly since the emperor had targeted the military generals, and the troublesome Wang Zhi would soon face misfortune. However, they had miscalculated. Upon assuming his duties in Xian and Da, Wang Yu promptly submitted his resignation, citing an inability to manage both his new role and the Deziyuan, requesting the emperor to relieve him of his position as right Deziyushi to better protect the nation's borders. This infuriated the civil officials. After all their efforts to elevate him, his first act was to abandon them? What a thankless wretch. Zhu Jianshen, indifferent to their grievances, did not even offer a symbolic rejection, granting Wang Yu's request and bestowing upon him the title of Waning Marquis. This provoked further discontent among the civil officials. All their labor had been in vain, sewing garments for another. Titles were sacred. In the Ming Dynasty, nobility was typically conferred only through military merit, aside from founding heroes. Civil officials seldom received such honors. The last civil official to gain a title through military accomplishment was Wang Zhi, who, upon receiving his title, severed ties with the civil domain. Was it the case that once a civil official embraced military duties, they must be severed from the civil system entirely? Was the emperor mocking them? Wang Yu's betrayal was intolerable, and the civil officials were furious at what they perceived as mockery. Impeachment documents against Wang Yu flooded Zhu Jianshen's desk like a flurry of snowflakes. Zhu Jianshen, unfazed, disregarded the accusations, neither opposing, accepting, nor responding, remaining steadfast as the storm of petitions assailed him. All were to be left unaddressed. Simultaneously, he initiated adjustments concerning the military commanders stationed at the border towns, ensuring a systematic rotation and reassignment of troops. The eunuchs tasked with garrison duties also began to be replaced. A healthy circulation of power is essential, otherwise, Zhu Jianshen would not have been committed to reforming the local governance. When power becomes overly concentrated in a single individual for an extended period, it proves detrimental to both the nation and the emperor. The ultimate objective of Zhu Jianshen was to implement troop rotations at the border, facilitating a more responsive and agile military. While this approach has its drawbacks, potentially diminishing the army's combat effectiveness, the northern grasslands currently lack the audacity to invade the Ming Dynasty, rendering this concern virtually non-existent. Moreover, Zhu Jianshen has strategically reserved an elite force of 20,000 troops. Wang Zhi and Wang Yu have indeed proven their worth, routinely launching expeditions that deter the forces of the grasslands from even approaching the Ming Dynasty, effectively extending the strategic depth of the Ming by over 200 miles. Beyond the Ming borders, for hundreds of miles, not even a single herdsman could be found. This situation has undoubtedly caused considerable distress among the nomadic tribes, exacerbating their internal conflicts and hardships. In the spring of the 20th year of the Changhua reign, the strategy of replacing the garrison eunuchs with fresh blood was completed, and troop rotations were nearing their conclusion. Wang Zhi's mission was also approaching its end. Zhu Jianshen began to contemplate sheathing his sword. Wang Zhi had offended too many, and there were countless who held animosity towards him. Scholars, military officials, the Eastern Depot, and the Imperial Guards all harbored deep-seated hatred. Consequently, any slight indication from Zhu Jianshen would unleash a flurry of memorials condemning Wang Zhi. Did Wang Zhi err? Certainly. However, in comparison, his transgressions were disproportionate to his power, and he had always been loyal to the emperor. Such a significant amount of power, if bestowed upon another, would be magnified tenfold. Yet, often, there is no rationale to be found, particularly from the emperor's perspective. Zhener, perceptive to the emperor's intentions, recognized that Zhu Jianshen was poised to take action against Wang Zhi. Thus, she organized a banquet, preparing to engage in earnest conversation with her esteemed sovereign. In the Yongning Palace, with wine and dishes laid out, the atmosphere appeared quite amicable. Zhu Jianshen chuckled. "Zhener, we are old companions now. Why the formality? Your Majesty, please drink this cup," Zhener offered. Zhu Jianshen accepted and drank. As soon as he set the cup down, Zhener immediately refilled it and offered another. "What? Do you wish to intoxicate me?" Zhu Jianshen laughed, jesting. One should not take drunken words seriously. Zhener paused, her expression darkening as she snatched the cup away. "You should not drink anymore. Your mood shifts so quickly," Zhu Jianshen remarked, unperturbed. "I not only change my mood swiftly, but I am also old and unattractive." Zhener retorted nonchalantly. "Am I such a source of annoyance to you?" Zhu Jianshen sighed in a bittersweet manner, shaking his head. "I understand your concerns. I will not harm him. But if you do not kill him, how can he survive without the emperor's protection?" Zhener lamented. "He is but a eunuch, without your safeguarding. How is he different from fish on a chopping block? Perhaps he may remain unscathed for a year or two, but once the storm passes, will not those who despise him seek his demise?" Zhener grasped the reality. Those officials wield considerable influence, and your notion of a peaceful end may not hold. Zhu Jianshen took the cup, poured himself a drink, sipped, and softly declared, "For your sake, I shall ensure he meets a peaceful end." After a moment's pause, Wang Zhi stepped aside, "And I shall issue an imperial decree." "It is futile." Zhener shook her head, sighing. "Once he loses power, he is bound to meet a tragic end." "Look at your audacity." Zhu Jianshen scoffed. "Can you not allow me to finish speaking?" Zhener faltered, then awkwardly replied, "Your Majesty, please continue." "I shall issue a decree." Zhu Jianshen toyed with his wine cup. "As long as Wang Zhi lives, the Western Depot will remain operational." Zhener's eyes brightened, her previous worries dissipating instantly. This tactic was indeed brilliant. She raised her thumb in approval, exclaiming, "How splendid! Truly splendid! How splendid!" Zhu Jianshen raised his chin. "I give you the opportunity to praise me. Do so quickly." Zhener did not disappoint, declaring, "Higher than Mount Tai." "Ha ha ha." Zhu Jianshen laughed heartily, then quickly subdued his mirth, saying, "Pour the wine." "I shall obey the decree," Zhener replied, hastily pouring the wine and offering it to him. "Your Majesty, please indulge." As she spoke, she rose and moved behind the little sovereign, gently massaging his shoulders with impeccable service. Zhu Jianshen was immensely pleased, grinning broadly. In April, the troop rotation at the border concluded seamlessly. Almost simultaneously, Zhu Jianshen dispatched an imperial envoy to bring Wang Zhi back for investigation. Observing this, the ministers intensified their impeachment efforts, presenting evidence, whether substantial or not, and relentlessly targeting him, determined to see him destroyed. "Wang Zhi, you shall perish." Zhu Jianshen suddenly displayed remarkable wisdom, promptly stripping Wang Zhi of his positions as governor of 2 provinces. Subsequently, he removed Wang Zhi from his role as the chief eunuch of the imperial stables. In June, Zhu Jianshen decreed the dissolution of the Western Depot. Thus, the political career of the most powerful eunuch in the Ming Dynasty came to an end, brief, yet resplendent. Wang Zhi was bewildered and aggrieved, yet he was merely a eunuch, incapable of stirring the waters of fate. His glory and power were entirely reliant on the emperor's favor. Once that favor was lost, he would revert to his true, insignificant self. Ultimately, he was but a servant, a mere slave to the whims of others. Chapter 202, The Return of Li Qing. In the Zhaoyi prison, Wang Zhi had shed his eunuch garments, now clad in clean prison garb, silently squatting on the straw. The cell was notably tidy, evidently cleaned in advance. And he had not faced any punishment. Even the prison fare included wine and meat, seemingly prepared by the imperial kitchen. Nevertheless, Wang Zhi felt a profound discomfort, his heart simmering with distress. He could not comprehend why the emperor treated him thus, despite his efforts and dedication. Wang Zhi felt wronged and sorrowful. Such dramatic fluctuations in fortune weighed heavily upon him. Reflecting on past experiences, he recalled the time he had struck officials, believing he was upholding the emperor's interests. A bitter thought crossed his mind. Serving the emperor is akin to courting danger. He realized that this time, no one would come to his rescue. Not even the imperial consort. "Greetings, Your Highness." Wang Zhi was startled, looking up to see the imperial consort approaching slowly. The prison warden dared not disobey and immediately opened the cell door. Zhener entered, and it was only then that Wang Zhi reacted, hurriedly approaching to bow his head. "This servant pays respects to Your Highness." "Rise." Zhener assisted him up, her face betraying a look of concern. "You have suffered during these days." Wang Zhi gently shook his head, sniffing back tears, urging, "Your Highness, you must return. How can you come here?" He did not cry out for help, believing that the empress could not save him and not wanting to implicate her. Zhener chuckled softly. "How could I not come? This place is filthy, yet you are untainted." Her words brought a flush to Wang Zhi's eyes, nearly bringing him to tears. "Your Highness, I have committed a grave offense. I have brought shame upon you." Wang Zhi murmured, resembling a child who had erred. Zhener smiled gently. "It is not entirely your fault. You have not been in the capital. How could you manage your subordinates? Ultimately, it is the burden placed upon you by the emperor that is too heavy." "Your Highness, please do not say that." Wang Zhi quickly replied, "Every fault rests with me. The emperor is still wise." Even at this moment, he defended the emperor, primarily to protect the imperial consort, fearing that she might incur the emperor's displeasure. "Your Highness, you are aging." "Indeed, I am." Zhener sighed lightly. "You are still young. You must live well in the future. Do you understand? Will I even have a future?" Wang Zhi thought bitterly, though he nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, Your Highness, I will." After a pause, he urged, "Your Highness, you must leave quickly. I am well here. You need not worry." Zhener nodded. "Very well, let us depart." "Ah, wait us." "Yes, let us go." "Your Highness, I am a convicted criminal." The jailer seized the opportunity to interject. "Your Imperial Highness, Wang Zhi is a convicted criminal. Without the emperor's decree, I cannot release him. I ask for your understanding." Zhener huffed. "Open your eyes wide and see what this is." The jailer stammered for a moment, his face suddenly changing, and he knelt down. "Your Majesty." "Enough, enough," Zhener interrupted. "Can I take him now?" Yes, absolutely." The jailer nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. Zhener turned to Wang Zhi. "Let us go?" "Ah, all right." Wang Zhi nodded, feeling as if he were in a dream, not believing he could walk out of the prison alive. It was not until the bright sunlight fell upon his face that he finally regained his senses, exclaiming, "Your Highness, the emperor will not punish me?" Zhener sighed. "The emperor is under great pressure. I have pleaded for a long time, and this is all I could manage to do. Alas, I am lacking." "I see," Wang Zhi said, disappointment creeping in, and then he hurriedly added, "Do not blame yourself, Your Highness. I know you have done your utmost. Thank you for your concern. Enough of this talk. Let us return to the palace." Zhener said, "Rest assured, with me around, no one would dare to harm you." "Indeed," Wang Zhi nodded, touched. After spending over a month in prison, his expectations had been sufficiently lowered. Merely surviving was a stroke of fortune. This was also Zhu Jianshen's design. In truth, Wang Zhi should not have been imprisoned at all, for Zhu Jianshen had no intention of executing him. Placing him in prison was merely to lower his psychological expectations, making it easier for him to accept his fall from grace. "Your Highness need not feel troubled," Wang Zhi said. "If the ruler commands the subject to die, the subject must comply. Moreover, Wang Zhi is but a servant of the emperor. Please do not anger him on my account." "Do not worry, that will not happen," Zhener said, feeling a pang of regret. Had she known, she would have refrained from recommending Wang Zhi, wishing he had remained close by. News of Wang Zhi's escape from confinement swiftly reached the ministers, and in an instant, a new wave of impeachment began. This time, Zhu Jianshen broke his silence. He expressed his stance. Wang Zhi was guilty, yet also had merits. He had already been punished, and there was no need for further debate. The ministers, however, were not content and were unwilling to relent. Given the current situation, if Wang Zhi were to return, they would face dire consequences. Thus, they resorted to their old tactics. Kneeling at the palace gates, vowing not to rest until Wang Zhi was executed. Zhu Jianshen understood their concerns and issued a decree, while Wang Zhi had merits. He also had faults, and he would not be reinstated in the future. Wang Zhi would not be killed, nor would the Western Depot be reopened. This was not merely a verbal promise, but a genuine imperial edict. This time, the ministers found solace. Although still harboring resentment, they refrained from pushing further, fearing that pressing too hard might provoke the emperor's wrath. In the current landscape, they were no match for the emperor, and having brought down Wang Zhi was already a considerable achievement. They truly had benefited from this situation. With a sigh, the civil officials launched another offensive against Wang Yu. These scholars, when petty, could rival a needle's point in their narrow-mindedness, still holding onto grudges. Their hatred for Wang Yu even surpassed that for Wang Zhi. Wang Zhi was the enemy, while Wang Yu was a traitor. Typically, one's loathing for a traitor far exceeds that for an enemy. Zhu Jianshen, seizing the moment, removed Wang Yu from the position of Grand General of Datong, relegating him to the General of Xuanfu. The civil officials remained dissatisfied, yet Zhu Jianshen was adamant that no further responsibilities would be imposed upon him. After more than 2 months of turmoil, which incited Zhu Jianshen's ire, leading to the dismissal of a vice minister and several censors, a semblance of calm was restored. Thus, the court regained its stability. Zhu Jianshen truly relaxed, feeling at ease. In terms of authority, he rivaled the founders of the dynasty, surpassing even Xuanzong by a margin. Civil officials, military leaders, eunuchs, and the imperial harem all fell within his grasp, unable to stir up any waves or pose any threats. Having navigated through the Zhengtong and Jingtai periods, Zhu Jianshen once again consolidated power, surpassing the reigns of Ren and Xian, truly achieving the enforcement of edicts. His will and the policies he implemented were met with no defiance, and there was no situation where his directives could not be executed. Of course, many clandestine matters persisted. Yet comparatively, the waters had become less murky, though still not entirely clear. In August, in Liaodong, Li Qing relished the refreshing autumn chill, feeling content. Construction was far more challenging than destruction. This journey to Korea took significantly longer than stirring up storms in Japan, yet the outcome was satisfactory. The Korean royal family expressed their gratitude, as did the Ming Dynasty, for Li Qing fought under the banner of the court. Korea was the most loyal vassal state of the Ming Dynasty, and this wave of goodwill would greatly benefit the future development of the Ming. Li Qing clearly understood that the ascension of the Ming Dynasty was nearing its end, perhaps even at its conclusion. Moving forward, the cake would not only fail to grow, but would become increasingly smaller. The reasons were twofold. The Ming was no longer young, and climate issues loomed large. These climatic challenges affected not just the Ming, but the entire world. Amidst this deteriorating climate, all beings were equal, and no one could escape its impact. All Li Qing could conceive were plunder and cooperation. Thus, he turned to plundering Japan and collaborating with Korea. Although this path was still incomplete, and there were other objectives to consider. However, he was not in a hurry, having been away for an extended period. He yearned to return and take a glimpse of home. He arrived in May and had already spent 3 months in Liaodong. During this time, he paid a visit to the Jurchens, but alas, the Jianzhou Jurchens had nearly vanished from existence, and he was unaware of which clan the wild boar skin belonged to, leaving him at a loss. After 3 months, he had achieved little of substance. One could say he had merely sought refuge from the summer heat. Having spent 3 months in this retreat, he felt he had gleaned all he needed to know and decided it was time to return home. Li Qing murmured to himself, feeling somewhat conflicted. Should he head to the capital first or return to Jinling? After much deliberation, Li Qing opted for the capital. Despite Zhu Jianshen's ability to ease his worries, the affairs of state could not be neglected. What if this fellow became reckless? Traveling alone, Li Qing made swift progress, traversing day and night, reaching the capital in just over 10 days, in time for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Yet, he found himself without anyone to share the occasion. Arriving at his newly renovated residence, he felt a flicker of satisfaction. This little rascal still had some conscience. The door was locked, but to him, it mattered little whether he had a key or not. With a nimble leap, Li Qing scaled the wall effortlessly. The main hall, side rooms, eastern kitchen, An outhouse were all reconstructed, not only exquisite but also lavishly furnished, with the beams crafted from the finest wood and coated in red lacquer. The bookshelves, tables, chairs, and bedding were all in place, and remarkably, there was hardly a trace of dust. Clearly, someone had been coming regularly to clean. Oh, this fellow has indeed expanded his horizons. Li Qing felt both pleased and gratified. His efforts were not in vain. Stretching his limbs, he reclined on the soft bedding and fell into a deep slumber. This sleep was extraordinarily sweet, lasting from dusk until the following afternoon. Upon waking, he washed his face. Feeling revitalized, his spirit more robust than ever. Venturing into the bustling streets of the capital, he selected a respectable tavern and ordered a lavish spread to satisfy his hunger. He had indulged sufficiently in pickled vegetables and found the cuisine of the Ming Dynasty delectable. After feasting, Li Qing sought out the I Ching Tower to enjoy music until the late hours. Rather than returning to his small courtyard, he headed directly toward the Imperial Palace. Chapter 203. The world has changed. Night enveloped the city in silence, yet several palaces within the imperial compound shone brightly with lights. Clad in dark attire, Li Qing melded seamlessly with the night, evading the patrols of the eunuchs. In Yongning Palace, the emperor pondered, how shall we arrange for Wang Zhi? Keeping him in the palace is not feasible. Zhu Jianshen remarked that it would lead the ministers to believe I am reneging on my word. Furthermore, such a drastic fall from grace, once a subordinate, now a superior, may be too much for Wang Zhi to bear. It would be better to send him to southern Jili. Zhun, from southern Jili, contemplated for a moment and suggested, since he is to retire from public life, why not allow him to remain in the capital? Do you wish for him to reside in Zhongwan Village? Zhongwan Village was known as the retirement haven for powerful eunuchs during the Ming Dynasty. Indeed, Zhener remarked, firstly, under the watchful gaze of His Majesty, I shall be far safer. Secondly, during my leisure, I can pay visits. At my age, how many more years can I expect? Your Majesty, do refrain from jesting. Zhu Jianshen interrupted her. Zhener pleaded, Your Majesty, please grant my request. Very well, Zhu Jianshen sighed. Wang Zhi has indeed rendered service. I shall reward him with a residence. Your Majesty is wise, Zhener exclaimed joyfully. Is this wisdom now? Zhu Jianshen teased, recalling how someone had previously accused him of being fickle. Ahem, it was my audacity, Zhener chuckled. Xu Fei has just departed. Shall I summon her back? Zhu Jianshen scoffed. You are quite adept at managing your own affairs while relying on the generosity of others. After a moment of silence, Zhener remarked, I am growing old, unable to serve His Majesty any longer. Not old at all, Li Qing interjected, shaking his head, losing interest in the conversation and turning towards the palace exit. He intended to return home, but noticed the flickering candlelight in the nearby Chengal Palace. Curiosity piqued, he approached. In the outer hall, two young eunuchs drooped their eyelids. Heads tilted, caught in a state of half-sleep, completely unaware of his presence. Li Qing gently nudged them, and they slipped into deeper slumber. Carefully, he laid them down before proceeding inside. Upon entering the inner chamber, he indeed encountered a familiar figure, familiar yet somewhat transformed. In just a few years, Zhu Jianshen appeared as if he had aged a lifetime. Though he had yet to reach his 60th year, his hair had turned almost entirely white, and his spirit seemed diminished, resembling that of an elderly man. Zhu Jianshen was propped against the headboard, engrossed in a book, oblivious to Li Qing's entrance until he was within mere paces. Without lifting his gaze, he curtly stated, Did I not say? You are not permitted to disturb me. Leave. After a brief pause with no sign of departure, Zhu Jianshen finally looked up. Did you not hear? His eyes widened in surprise as he recognized Li Qing. And after a moment of composure, he stammered, Sir, you have returned. Indeed, I have, Li Qing nodded. Little Qian, she has departed. Zhu Jianshen uttered hoarsely. Li Qing fell silent. It was an expected outcome, evident from the very first glance at Zhu Jianshen. Please accept my condolences, was all he could offer. Zhu Jianshen's eyes reddened, words failing him as tears streamed down his face. Even though Li Qing harbored considerable grievances against Zhu Jianshen, witnessing his sorrow evoked a twinge of compassion. When Li Qing entered the court during the 5th year of the Zhengtong era, Zhu Jianshen was still a youth, intelligent, eager to learn, filled with ambition and ideals. In those early years, their interactions were pleasant, and Li Qing invested his sincerity. Decades passed, as he observed this boy grow, marry, bear children, lead troops into battle, and fall captive. Now, He stood on the precipice of old age. Li Qing was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Approaching him, he placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. It has all passed. It cannot be forgotten, Zhu Jianshen murmured, tears streaming down his face. Li Qing, uncertain how to comfort him, simply stroked his head gently. After a long while, Zhu Jianshen's emotions gradually settled. He raised his sleeve to wipe his face and softly remarked, "I have embarrassed you, sir." Li Qing shook his head. After a moment, he inquired, "Shall I bring that girl over so you two can reunite?" Zhu Jianshen's heart fluttered. But after a brief pause, he shook his head, saying, "No need. A daughter married is like water spilled. She has her own life. And it is best not to intrude. There's no need for such reservations. I am here," Li Qing replied. Zhu Jianshen felt a pang in his heart and nearly cried. But this time he managed to hold back. He exhaled gently and said, "Sir, the servants in the outer hall are sound asleep." Zhu Jianshen felt somewhat reassured and rose to invite Li Qing to sit down, asking, "Where have you been this time?" They settled before the writing desk. And Li Qing accepted the tea Zhu Jianshen offered, taking a sip before stating, "I went to Korea to assist them in their development. A prosperous Korea will benefit the Ming Dynasty in the future." "I see," Zhu Jianshen nodded, somewhat understanding. He refrained from delving deeper. Well aware of Li Qing's capabilities and strategic insight, knowing he need not worry. "This time, just take it easy," Zhu Jianshen suggested. "Wander around, relax. You have plenty of time. The Ming Dynasty is peaceful and stable. There is no rush." "And you?" Li Qing asked. "What are your plans?" "Me?" Zhu Jianshen replied with a bitter smile. "What plans could I have? It is enough to live in peace and enjoy my old age." Li Qing frowned slightly. "Do you truly enjoy this life? Why do you ask such a question?" Zhu Jianshen chuckled. "You know well that once I return, this is all I can do. The retired emperor of the Ming Dynasty cannot wander outside the palace, can he?" Li Qing remained silent for a moment before suggesting, "If you find it dull, I can take you out for a stroll. Staying cooped up like this can lead to troubles." "No," Zhu Jianshen rationally declined. "It is better to remain prudent. As a father, I have not been able to assist my son. How could I possibly add to his troubles? This is fine as it is." Li Qing nodded slightly, ceasing his persuasion, and shifted the topic. "How is the political situation?" "I am not sure," Zhu Jianshen replied, "since Chen left. I have not stepped out of Changlu Palace." He paused before adding, "He knows your identity, does he not?" "Yes. That makes it easier. You can simply ask him." "That works," Li Qing sighed. "Extend your hand. Let me check your pulse." "Unnecessary." Zhu Jianshen shook his head in refusal, self-deprecatingly stating, "For me, each day is just another day. Whether I live one more day or one less, it hardly matters. It is merely a waste of food." Li Qing felt helpless, but did not press further. Is living long truly a blessing? Not necessarily. After a while, Li Qing rose, saying, "Tomorrow afternoon, have the emperor visit Lianjiaten." "All right, safe travels, sir." Li Qing responded affirmatively. "Rest early. Do not stay up too late." Zhu Jianshen merely smiled. "I am getting older. Sleep is less frequent, and I cannot fall asleep." Li Qing intended to offer further advice, but ultimately sighed and turned to leave Changlu Palace. As he walked back to Lianjiaten, he gazed at the brilliant starry sky, softly lamenting, "Time is merciless. Just a few years, and everything has changed." The next morning arrived. Li Qing ventured into the streets for breakfast, his fondness for the delectable cuisine of the Ming Dynasty undeniable. Having endured culinary hardships during his years away, he now savored the simplicity of steamed buns, white porridge, and salted duck eggs. Items as commonplace as steamed bread, pickled vegetables, and yancha noodles became a feast for him. How delightful the flavors of home were. With a satisfied belch, he signaled to the attendant to settle the bill. "Sir, that will be 2 taels of silver." The attendant declared. "Is it truly so expensive?" Li Qing inquired, frowning. "Perhaps you should consider the quantity you consumed," the attendant replied with a sheepish grin. "Goods in the capital are indeed pricier, but this is the standard rate." "Very well," Li Qing mused, smacking his lips as he produced a piece of silver. Ordering another basket of buns, declining any change. "Certainly." The attendant, sensing a profitable transaction, beamed with joy and added a cheerful blessing. "Wishing you promotion and prosperity, esteemed guest." Li Qing chuckled and shook his head, accepting the buns before turning down another street towards the grain and oil shop and the fabric store. After years away, he noticed that prices in the Ming Dynasty appeared to have risen once more. He sought to ascertain the purchasing power of a tael of silver in contemporary terms. After comparing prices, Li Qing gained a rough understanding. From a daily life perspective, a tael of silver equated to approximately 600 coins in the future. While there might be slight discrepancies in various aspects, the approximation remained close. He calculated that his recent meal had cost nearly 100 coins. However, for an ordinary person, a third of that would suffice, making the price quite reasonable when adjusted to the future capital. If one were to purchase rice and flour, that sum could feed a family for 2 days. If opting for coarse grains, it could last 4 or 5 days. Of course, this assessment only accounted for food, excluding other necessities. Returning to the village of Lianjiaten, it was already past noon. Li Qing took his time strolling through the streets. As he walked, he observed that the townsfolk were dressed in seasonal attire, with few patches on their garments, and the fabric of the children's clothing appeared to be of notably better quality. Clearly, despite the rise in prices, the people still thrived, living quite comfortably. This sight eased Li Qing's concerns. From a broader perspective, a modest increase in prices is more beneficial than detrimental, as it can effectively stimulate the economy while diluting the concentration of wealth among the affluent. In this world, wealth perpetually accumulates in the hands of a select few. If the total value of wealth remained unchanged, the inevitable outcome would be that the common people could not sustain their livelihoods. Thus, the prudent increase of currency is not inherently bad. Otherwise, Li Qing would not be so determined to plunder Japan, compelling it to transfer gold and silver to the Ming Dynasty. On the surface, gold and silver may seem like mere cold metals, yet they play an incomparable role for the Ming court and its citizens. The Ming banknotes were also a viable option. However, the Zhu family lacked restraint. Had it not been for Li Qing's vigorous opposition, the credibility of Ming banknotes would have been completely exhausted. By the time he completed his rounds, it was already noon. Arriving at the entrance of his small courtyard, Li Qing intended to scale the wall for a brief rest before discussing state affairs with Zhu Jianshen in the afternoon. To his surprise, he found a boy of 12 or 13 squatting at his doorstep, refusing to leave. Chapter 204. The rebellious youth. The young man, though not extravagantly dressed, appeared quite presentable. His attire free of any patches, clearly indicating a well-to-do background. He stood still, gazing vacantly at the courtyard wall, oblivious to the scrutiny of those around him. "Hey, what are you staring at?" Startled, the youth turned to face Li Qing, a hint of irritation flashing across his features. Curious, Li Qing inquired, "What are you doing standing there like a statue?" The youth, though young, exhibited a certain maturity as he replied with a slight huff, "The road is public." "Am I obstructing you?" "Ha," Li Qing chuckled, clearing his throat. "This is the entrance to my home. I would appreciate it if you could step aside." "This is your home?" The youth expressed mild surprise, testing the waters. "Could you possibly invite me in for a visit?" "Absolutely not." "Why not?" "You lack manners," Li Qing retorted, rolling his eyes. The youth, puzzled, furrowed his brow and said, "How am I lacking in manners? I don't believe I've disturbed anyone. I have no desire to argue with you. I'm going home now, so kindly move along." The youth appeared even more perplexed. "You may go home. But why must I leave?" After a moment's pause, as if a realization dawned upon him, he retreated to the corner of the opposite wall, shifting slightly to the side. "This surely isn't your doorstep, is it?" Li Qing thought to himself. He couldn't very well scale the courtyard wall in front of the youth, who had no key to enter. With a hint of suspicion, he remarked, "You're not a thief, are you? Here to scout out the place?" The youth bristled. "You should refrain from making baseless accusations. Then why are you loitering at my doorstep?" The youth pointed to the ground beneath him, enunciating clearly, "This is not your doorstep." Li Qing felt a surge of irritation. Had it not been for the youth's tender age, he might have been tempted to knock him out. It was broad daylight, and being seen scaling the wall would reflect poorly, potentially leading to the youth's exaggerated tales or even an official report. Having exchanged only a few words, Li Qing discerned that this was indeed a rebellious youth, and one from a privileged background at that. In such circumstances, the more forceful one was, the greater the resistance they would encounter. Deciding not to engage further, Li Qing approached the youth and followed his gaze. The youth remained silent, seemingly undisturbed, akin to a monk in meditation. After a while, Li Qing, astonished, remarked, "Are you observing those bamboo shoots?" With a hint of resignation, the youth responded, "Aren't you heading home? What is so captivating about bamboo?" Li Qing found the situation amusing. "This has nothing to do with you, does it?" "You're looking at the bamboo from my home," Li Qing stated. The youth retorted, "It's already noon. You should return home for lunch." Li Qing replied, "If you like them, I could chop down a couple and give them to you." "That is unacceptable," The youth turned to him, speaking earnestly. Every living thing has its own purpose. It thrives perfectly well, yet you would destroy it for my sake. That is unreasonable. Li Qing paused, then burst into laughter. I never would have guessed you possessed such reasoning. Naturally, the youth replied nonchalantly, then turned back to observe the green bamboo. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Rebellious son, why are you wandering about instead of studying at home? From a distance, a middle-aged man began rolling up his sleeves. But upon noticing Li Qing's gaze shift towards him, his anger seemed to dissipate, and he adopted a more refined demeanor. My son, come home with your father. I'm not hungry. The youth remained unmoved. You needn't concern yourself with me. As the middle-aged man's forehead throbbed with suppressed anger, he seemed restrained, perhaps due to the presence of Li Qing. He slowly approached and reiterated, My son, come home with your father. His tone was laced with an unmistakable threat. Yet, the youth remained unperturbed, shaking his head in response. Father, I am truly not hungry. Li Qing observed in astonishment. The middle-aged man clearly hailed from a well-to-do, scholarly family, where the upbringing of children is typically rigorous and deeply respectful towards their elders, leaving little room for rebellion. Remarkably, this young man was an exception. Li Qing could envision that, were he to exist in a later era, this boy would undoubtedly be a notorious troublemaker. Fortunately, in this age, where decorum and propriety were paramount, even a rebellious youth would adhere to reason, a notion that was indeed amusing. Li Qing clasped his hands and remarked, Your accent suggests you are not a native of the capital? The middle-aged man promptly returned the gesture, replying, I hail from Zhujiang, having only moved to the capital in recent years. My son's mischievousness has surely amused you. With a gentle smile, Li Qing shook his head. Your son is refreshingly candid and genuine. He is bound to achieve great things in the future. The middle-aged man offered a wry smile, then turned to the youth. Attempting to calm his own rising temper, Xiao Yun, come home with your father. Our teacher awaits. Father, I have no desire to attend his lectures, the boy protested. Obey me, the middle-aged man gritted his teeth. The scholar was on the verge of losing his composure. Li Qing nudged the youth with his shoulder. Hasten back to your father. Should you take a liking to my bamboo, feel free to return tomorrow. The boy named Xiao Yun hesitated, addressing his father. Father, let us set a condition. If he remains inflexible, do not hold me responsible for provoking him. The middle-aged man, now devoid of his scholarly demeanor, retorted through clenched teeth. You have already driven away 3 teachers. Dare you to attempt the same with him? With that, he disregarded decorum, seizing the boy's ear. Will you return or not? All right. It hurts. Father, let go. The boy acquiesced, displaying rebelliousness yet not stubbornness. His grimacing expression aptly reflected his youthful identity. Li Qing chuckled, interjecting, Listen to your father. Do not incite his anger. The middle-aged man offered an awkward smile. Forgive my son's mischief. He has grown accustomed to such behavior, and it seems only coarse methods can rein him in. Li Qing nodded in understanding. Do return now, Xiao Yun. I am not Xiao Yun, the boy protested. Ouch, father. Have mercy. His cries of surrender gradually faded into the distance. At long last, he has departed, Li Qing mused with a smile, glancing around to ensure no one else was present before vaulting over the courtyard wall into the small garden. Stretching lazily, Li Qing intended to take a brief rest beneath the fruit trees. After a few steps, he paused, turning back to a cluster of green bamboo by the courtyard wall. It appeared to have been transplanted, thick as a rolling pin and standing quite tall. Even in mid-autumn, it remained vibrantly green and pleasing to the eye. It was indeed lovely. Yet, beauty alone could not possibly cause a youth to lose his appetite, could it? Li Qing scratched his head, muttering, This lad might have some peculiarities. Reaching the chaise lounge, he reclined and, lulled by the cool autumn breeze, quickly fell asleep. A series of footsteps echoed, and as Li Qing slowly opened his eyes, recognizing Zhu Jianshen, he rose and headed to the reception hall. Shortly thereafter, the sound of a key turning in the lock reached his ears. Then, the voice of Zhu Jianshen resonated. No one is allowed to enter. Yes. With a creak, the door swung open, only to be shut once more. Zhu Jianshen entered the courtyard, surveying his surroundings before making his way to the guest hall. Is the master at home? He called out in a voice that was soft yet ample enough for Li Qing to hear. Yes, come in, Li Qing replied. His footsteps quickened, and in an instant, Zhu Jianshen appeared within Li Qing's line of sight. When did the master return? He inquired. Just arrived in the capital yesterday. Li Qing replied, gesturing for him to sit. Ah. Zhu Jianshen seated himself opposite Li Qing and asked, "Have you concluded your affairs in Korea? All wrapped up?" Li Qing nodded. "And how are matters of state?" A proud smile spread across Zhu Jianshen's face. "Everything is well within my grasp at this stage. My word is law. Do not be so pleased with yourself. I am inquiring about the state affairs," Li Qing retorted, disapproving of his demeanor. "Tell me, how have the finances and taxes of the Ming Dynasty fared in recent years? Need it even be said?" Zhu Jianshen chuckled. "Japan continually supplies us with gold and silver. The national treasury is abundantly filled, and expenditures are hardly a concern." He abruptly ceased speaking, realizing that such sentiments should not be spoken so freely. Li Qing pondered. What if we disregard the trade with Japan? At this, Zhu Jianshen's smile diminished significantly. In the past 2 years, there have been numerous natural disasters. Provinces like Hunan, Shandong, and Hebei have suffered severe droughts. I have exempted the afflicted areas from taxes, and disaster relief has consumed a considerable amount. Yet, is that not due to our trade with Japan? Li Qing sighed and shifted the topic. What of maritime commerce? The profits have also declined. Zhu Jianshen's expression grew serious. It is only natural for profits to diminish as trade progresses, given the decreasing scarcity of Ming goods. The issue is, Zhu Jianshen smiled wryly. They are not selling as well as before. The wealthy merchants are short-sighted. They sell whenever there is profit, which has led to a continuous decline in the court's trade volume. He expressed indignation. I truly wish to completely halt private maritime trade, as Japan has done, placing it entirely under the control of the court. That is utterly unfeasible. Li Qing shook his head. We must allow the populace to benefit. Otherwise, even with your immense power, chaos will ensue. Alas, I am concerned that if this trend continues, we shall ultimately bid farewell to the era when Ming goods sold without worry. Zhu Jianshen lamented, perplexed. Master, you have traveled overseas. What do you believe is the cause? Li Qing sighed. What else could it be? Influenced by climate, the harvests have diminished, and people have grown poorer. Is it not the case that overseas is also experiencing drought? Zhu Jianshen asked in astonishment. Not entirely drought. To be precise, it is the cold, Li Qing replied. Have you not noticed the climate has grown somewhat colder? Zhu Jianshen paused, astonished. You feel the same? It is not merely my perception. It is the truth. Li Qing said bitterly. And it is only growing colder with time. Ah? Zhu Jianshen exclaimed, rising abruptly. Master, you are being rather alarmist, are you not? The minister has stated, 3 years of abundance, 3 years of famine, a minor disaster every 6 years, a major disaster every 12. The heavens are capricious, with good and bad. How could it persist in negativity indefinitely? Zhu Jianshen remained skeptical of Li Qing's assertion, believing it to be merely the usual fluctuations of the celestial phenomena, and that after these years, everything would return to normal. Li Qing paused before asking, Do you know what the Little Ice Age is? Chapter 205. The good and bad of the gentleman. Zhu Jianshen shook his head in confusion, inquiring, What is that? It refers to climate cycles, Li Qing explained. These cycles occur every few hundred years, though I cannot specify the exact timing. However, it appears that a little ice age is imminent. As he spoke, memories of his discussions with Yao Guangxiao regarding the fate of the Ming Dynasty resurfaced. It must be said, the old monk possessed remarkable foresight and strategic acumen. Despite Li Qing's relentless efforts, he could not alter the trajectory of the dynasty's development. Nevertheless, through his endeavors, he had managed to create numerous minor advantages for the Ming. If orchestrated wisely, these might indeed influence the greater trends. He pondered the interplay of heaven, earth, and man, while he had made significant alterations to the latter two. The influence of heaven was beyond his control. He could only accept it passively. Following Yao Guangxiao's earlier arguments, Li Qing elaborated on the implications of the Little Ice Age. Zhu Jianshen, for the first time, regarded climate as a matter of life and death for the Ming Dynasty, compelled by Li Qing's insights to reassess his perspective. However, such matters were not easily altered by human effort. After considerable reflection, Zhu Jianshen asked, Do you have a solution, esteemed teacher? Plunder and develop, Li Qing replied succinctly. Could you be more specific? Zhu Jianshen pressed. With a wry smile, Li Qing remarked, My differing attitudes towards Japan and Korea are precisely to counter the effects of such extreme weather. Zhu Jianshen fell silent for a moment before inquiring, To what extent might this severe cold weather manifest? I cannot say for certain, Li Qing sighed, shaking his head. Having never experienced it myself, I cannot predict the specifics. However, it should not reach a point of mass starvation. Li Qing continued, such phenomena have occurred throughout history. Yet the dynasties of the Central Plains have managed to endure each time. Furthermore, with high-yield crops like the Yongle bean and Chuanda sweet potato, we might just break the cycle. Zhu Jianshen furrowed his brows, murmuring, yet no dynasty has ever had a population as vast as the Ming. Presently, our population stands at nearly 130 million, almost double that of previous dynasties. Thus, the advantages of high-yield crops seem quite limited. Li Qing remained silent, contemplating for a long while before asking, "What is the current population?" Zhu Jianshen replied awkwardly, "I cannot provide an exact figure at this moment. How about this? I will have the Ministry of Revenue compile the data." Li Qing added, "Please include the population figures from the Chenghua period and those during the reigns of all Ming emperors for my review." This request left Zhu Jianshen somewhat troubled, as it seemed a daunting task and difficult to achieve with precision. "Do not worry about exactitude. A rough estimate will suffice," Li Qing reassured him. "I am more interested in the trends than the precise numbers." "Very well," Zhu Jianshen nodded slowly, then furrowed his brow and asked, "Aside from plunder and development, are there any alternative strategies?" Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Zhu Jianshen felt a deep sense of unease. Li Qing tentatively suggested, "What do you think of colonization?" "What is colonization?" Zhu Jianshen asked. "You are aware of the dispersal during the Hongwu era, are you not?" In an instant, Zhu Jianshen grasped the implication, exclaiming in astonishment, "Are you suggesting we disperse the populace to foreign lands?" "How so?" "Not how," Zhu Jianshen retorted impatiently. "Esteemed teacher, such a rudimentary strategy should not emanate from your lips." Li Qing refrained from rebutting but was unwilling to concede. Perhaps it was worth a try, for this was, apart from the aforementioned points, the only viable course of action. "There is no need to attempt it. It is utterly impossible," Zhu Jianshen asserted resolutely. "The common people would never consent, nor would foreign nations. Indeed, the strength of the Ming Dynasty is formidable, and the might of the Ming army unparalleled. Yet you must understand that should such a course be pursued, the vassal states would fiercely resist. Yes, victory is attainable, but the cost and return would be grossly disproportionate." Pausing for breath, Zhu Jianshen continued, "Even if we were to take 1,000 steps back and assume success, if the populace agreed, if foreign nations acquiesced, and if all were calm and accepting of the court's arrangements, willingly submitting to Ming rule, what then? How can one govern across oceans?" Zhu Jianshen inquired further, "Moreover, if they are indeed a part of the Ming, should the Ming not provide support for them? Should we only demand from them without regard for their welfare? Would not the citizens we send abroad face reckoning? If our subjects are wronged, must I, as the Son of Heaven, not seek justice for them? The costs of overseas warfare are exorbitant. Do you not realize this?" A series of rhetorical questions left Li Qing at a loss for words. Zhu Jianshen sighed. Such actions would either plunge the Ming into the quagmire of war or burden it further. In truth, this matter lacks feasibility and would be thwarted at the very first step. Forcing the populace to abandon their ancestral homes to venture into barbarous lands overseas, does this not simply incite rebellion? Li Qing had no retort and fell into a long silence before suggesting, "What if we radiate towards the grasslands?" Zhu Jianshen fell into deep contemplation, and after a considerable pause, he replied, "The Yuan's dominion over the Central Plains for nearly a century did yield some benefits. Thus, there is indeed feasibility in a northern approach. However, encouraging the populace to migrate remains impractical. We must draw them closer to the Ming." As he spoke, Zhu Jianshen chuckled wryly. "The grasslands possess some arable regions, yet they are quite limited. Fundamentally, the grasslands are suited primarily for pastoralism. There are no conditions to support agricultural settlers." Li Qing managed a bittersweet smile. "Then we are left with only the previous two options." He paused, adding, "However, radiating northward is still necessary. As I have surmised, the current situation on the grasslands has indeed shifted, with a small number of individuals establishing fixed bases, correct?" Zhu Jianshen expressed surprise. "You are aware of this?" "Of course, this is my undertaking. How could I not know?" Li Qing briefly recounted the initial strategies devised with He Zhong on the grasslands. "Ah, I see." Zhu Jianshen nodded in realization. Following this trajectory, incorporating the grasslands into the Ming territory should not be overly difficult, though it will take considerable time. By the way, what are your future plans? Li Qing shrugged. What else can be done? We must bring more small nations into our fold to form an economic system, facilitating better circulation. Zhu Jianshen nodded thoughtfully. This indeed is an excellent approach. I believe this is the optimal solution. Blindly expanding will yield nothing but indigestion. Rather, a cooperative endeavor led by the Ming is a far more astute strategy. Since they are not Ming subjects, there is little concern for them being taken advantage of. Li Qing rolled his eyes. You are depleting resources without regard. This cannot be the way. Then what? One must practice sustainable resource management. Zhu Jianshen, good sir. How are you? After a brief pause, he added, I take great delight in your company. Li Qing engaged in light conversation for a while longer, then rose, saying, You have been quite busy, and it is a rare occasion for you to return. Do take some time to rest. He retrieved a key from his robe, suggesting, Let us stay here. I shall inform the servants not to disturb you, so you may reside here in peace, savoring the pleasures of life, enjoying exquisite food and delightful amusements from the distant lands. I can only imagine the tribulations you have endured. Li Qing accepted the key with a smile, replying, I have not suffered greatly. Wherever I go, I seldom encounter misfortune. However, it must be said that the overseas experiences pale in comparison to those in the Great Ming, especially in terms of cuisine. Seeing him accept, Zhu Jianshen felt a sense of relief and remarked with a smile, Very well, I shall come to visit you whenever I find leisure time. Your Majesty. Take care. Zhu Jianshen, satisfied, took a few steps before pausing, pressing further. Will you not see me off? Li Qing replied coolly, Last time, your head guard met me. It is best to avoid unnecessary exposure. It has been years, and I have not brought that guard with me, Zhu Jianshen countered. Moreover, as I intend to visit frequently, how can complete confidentiality be maintained? That is true, Li Qing nodded slightly, but I must have a valid reason for residing here. Mustn't I? No worries, Zhu Jianshen chuckled. You are the personal guard of Li Hong, the commander of the Jiangnan Navy, tasked with reporting naval matters to me in the capital. Li Qing scratched his head, conceding, Very well then. So see me off, Zhu Jianshen declared with a proud demeanor. Not seeing you off, Li Qing retorted. Do not forget, you entered by unlocking the door from outside. Zhu Jianshen insisted. I care not. You must see me off. I am the sovereign, and you are my subject, as the saying goes. The ruler commands the subject to act. Very well, I shall see you off, Li Qing acquiesced. Bemused, realizing that the distance was merely a few steps, deeming it unnecessary to argue further. This is more like it. Zhu Jianshen, content, continued on his way. The young rascal, you've run away again. Shoo. The boy made a gesture for silence. Father, keep your voice down. I almost got caught just now. He pointed to a burly figure not far away, whispering, Father, what do you think of that young gentleman from this morning? The middle-aged man followed his son's gaze, observing the dozen or so robust men who bore a solemn demeanor. Their imposing figures exuded an air of lethal intent. Though clad in commoner's attire, they seemed far from the usual servants of affluent families, resembling those who partake of the imperial bounty. Let us not concern ourselves with them. Return home with me, the middle-aged man said sternly. The teacher has stated that if you do not apologize, he will not teach you. The boy pouted, responding, If he chooses not to teach, so be it. I am not particularly eager to learn from him. The middle-aged man, vexed, raised his hand to grasp his ear, but the boy, having anticipated this, easily evaded him, chuckling, You can't catch me. Unruly child. The middle-aged man barked, Continue to be obstinate, and I shall break your legs. This loud reprimand immediately alerted the palace guards, the head guard commanding, You too, come here. The boy shrank back, and the middle-aged man lost his earlier bravado, awkwardly chuckling as he clasped his hands. My son is unruly. I apologize for the disturbance. With that, he tugged his son away. The captain of the guards furrowed his brow, having previously observed the young lad lurking about. Given the boy's tender age, he had refrained from drawing any conclusions. But the arrival of another individual heightened his suspicions. Come here, he commanded. Let us go. Father, the youth replied with an air of calmness, asserting that in broad daylight, beneath the vast heavens, there was nothing to fear under the emperor's domain. With that, he resolutely advanced. The middle-aged man felt overwhelmed. The capital was rife with hidden talents. And as a mere Hamlin editor, he felt woefully inadequate. Nevertheless, with his son having moved forward, he could not remain indifferent. Gritting his teeth, he followed. Contemplating what to say, after taking just a few steps, he was relieved to see the young gentleman emerge from the door, realizing that despite their brief exchange, it was evident that the young man was amiable. However, Upon noticing a middle-aged man with a dark complexion and a bushy beard, who appeared to be of similar age to himself standing beside the young gentleman, he was utterly astounded. Is that the emperor? The thought struck him with disbelief. How could his majesty have come here? And who was this young man that warranted such an audience? The emperor was clad in ordinary attire, indicating a discreet visit, with even the guards appearing as commoners, making it imperative to keep his identity concealed. Yet, the palace guards seemed to have misunderstood the situation. If they did not reveal the emperor's identity, how could they convey his own? Unaware of his father's tumultuous thoughts, the boy merely perceived that Li Qing was putting on airs. Previously, this was tolerable, but now, even at a distance of 70 or 80 paces, it was unacceptable. Was this not sheer unreasonable behavior? He intended to have a thorough discussion with Li Qing about it. Hey, are they all your people? Li Qing was taken aback, pondering the audacity of the rebellious youth's return. Indeed, it was quite audacious. Zhu Jianshen, equally surprised, turned to Li Qing. Do you know him? The captain of the guards was bewildered as well, wondering how yet another individual had entered. The boy's father was already sweating profusely, wanting to reprimand his son. Yet fearing to alarm the emperor, he felt as if his heart were being fried in oil. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward as everyone wrestled with their own thoughts. Clearing his throat, Li Qing addressed the situation. They are associates of this Lord Zhu. What is your business? Your Majesty, the captain nearly slipped up in his response, hastily bowing, and inquired, who might this be? Zhu Jianshen did not respond, but instead turned his attention to the boy and the middle-aged man beside him. Observing this, the captain reported, Your Majesty, these two have been acting suspiciously. I deemed them questionable. Nothing suspicious at all, Zhu Jianshen interjected, gesturing toward the middle-aged man. You are Wang Hua, correct? To his relief, the emperor remembered him, and in a moment of surprise, Wang Hua bowed deeply. This is Wang Hua, at your service. Your Majesty, please, no need for formalities. Zhu Jianshen smiled and asked, Is this your son? Yes, Wang Hua replied, his face slightly flushed, and then, through clenched teeth, he urged, Son, pay your respects to his Majesty. Though somewhat reluctant, the youth complied, cupping his fists in salute. I have seen the esteemed Lord Huang. Indeed. Zhu Jianshen replied with a smile, They are all my people. What would you like to convey? Wang Hua's heart raced, fearing his mischievous son might incur the emperor's displeasure. Yet, with the emperor inquiring, he could not interrupt, but instead cast a pleading glance at his son. My dear boy, do be cautious. The mischievous persona of the son remains steadfastly defiant. Might I inquire if your servant is being excessively domineering? My father and I have merely paused for a moment here, and yet you suspect us of nefarious intentions. What reasoning underlies this? Merely based on conjecture. You summon us with such impudence. How can this be justified? Li Qing, unable to suppress his amusement, remarked to Zhu Jianshen, I find his arguments quite compelling. Zhu Jianshen, somewhat bemused, found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. What is your name, child? I am called Xiao Yun, interjected Li Qing. That is my childhood name. The youth retorted with a disdainful glance at Li Qing. My name is Wang Shoren. Wang Shoren, Zhu Jianshen nodded, acknowledging the name. One cannot guard benevolence without losing it. Indeed, it is a fine name. He turned to Wang Hua, praising, truly, as the top scholar, you have named him well. Wang Hua bowed, awkwardly replying, Your Majesty is too kind. Zhu Jianshen was well acquainted with Wang Hua, for he was the champion of the imperial examination in the 17th year of the Changhua reign. Later appointed as an editor at the Hanlin Academy, he recognized him as his chosen scholar. Upon hearing this, Wang Shoren exclaimed in astonishment, So, you are also an official of the court? Indeed, Zhu Jianshen nodded, teasingly adding, I am even your father's superior. So, your position is quite significant then? Yes, quite so. Zhu Jianshen chuckled, finding the exchange amusing. Does a high position exempt one from reason? Certainly not, Zhu Jianshen replied with a smile. However, I possess a peculiar trait. I have never been able to apologize since birth, so if you expect an apology from me, I fear it may be futile. Wang Shoren, however, did not persist in his grievances, generously stating, whether or not to apologize is inconsequential. What matters is reason. One need not admit fault, but acknowledging one's errors and rectifying them is essential. Zhu Jianshen could hardly contain his laughter, exclaiming, I have learned much from you. He then turned to Wang Hua, commending, Your son is exceptionally well-mannered. With proper guidance, he could indeed become a pillar of the nation. Your Majesty is overly gracious, Wang Hua replied with a forced smile. Internally anxious, uncertain whether the emperor was merely being polite or speaking in jest, Zhu Jianshen chose not to linger further and turned to ascend into his carriage. Wang Hua bowed towards the carriage, remaining in position for an extended moment. Father, the emperor has departed. Wang Shoren gently assisted his father, perplexed. Father, did you not say that one should maintain a tranquil heart in life and affairs, facing everything with equanimity? Though he is your superior, must you be so obsequious? Wretch. Wang Hua, who prided himself on being a modest gentleman, found that his mischievous son could effortlessly pierce through his composure, rendering his cultivated demeanor utterly vulnerable before the boy. As he contemplated a more forceful response, he suddenly remembered the presence of others and restrained himself. Wang Hua exhaled deeply, regaining his composure, and with a respectful gesture, said, I beg your pardon for the spectacle, young master. What a bore! Do display some spirit. Let me witness the excitement. Li Qing retorted with a courteous nod, stating, Your son possesses a free spirit and remarkable individuality. Such qualities are indeed rare. Wang Hua felt no pride in this, but rather shame, lamenting, I have wasted my time studying the sages, yet I cannot even raise my own son properly. How embarrassing. Wang Shoren sighed, offering consolation. Father need not worry. In the future, when I become a sage, you shall read my works. With a sudden outburst, Wang Hua, unable to contain his frustration, delivered 2 resounding slaps. An unprecedented display of rudeness before outsiders, provoked solely by his son's excesses. Initially disrespectful towards the sovereign, and subsequently uttering such outrageous words, if he does not strike, he would be failing in his duty to the emperor and to the sage. It seems he has already been beaten, and in a fit of passion, Wang Hua has entirely cast aside the decorum expected of a scholar, launching into a vigorous assault. Wang Shoren, though rebellious, is not guilty of egregious disobedience. Upon witnessing his father's genuine ire, he refrains from retorting and does not evade the blows, allowing his father to vent his pent-up frustrations. Wang Hua, genuinely incensed, reflects on how he arrived at this moment. Fortunately, the emperor possesses a magnanimous spirit, otherwise, such insolence would be deemed a grave transgression. With his anger manifesting, his strikes become heavier, and soon, Wang Shoren's face is swollen from the slaps. Li Qing hastily intervenes, urging, Brother Wang, temper your wrath. Your son acted thoughtlessly and should not be subjected to such harsh reproach. Though the youth may be rebellious, he retains an innocent heart, despite his unruliness. His character is fundamentally kind. As a father, how could Wang Hua not feel sorrow for his son? Reluctantly, he withdraws his hand, only to be met with the sight of his son's bruised cheek and bloodied nose, stirring both pity and indignation within him. With such a small stick, you wouldn't evade? You unfilial wretch, wipe your nose clean. Wang Shoren raises his sleeve to cover his nose, muttering, Father, this is unreasonable. As the saying goes, when a sovereign commands, a minister must obey. When a father desires his son's demise, the son must comply. You strike me. And how could I dare to evade? Is this not merely to relieve your anger? And yet you blame me. What reasoning is this? Wang Hua's paternal affection, once soaring, crumbles under the weight of his son's words, and he bellows, Reason, reason. I am your father, and that is the greatest reasoning of all. You see, he is already flustered. Wang Shoren, feeling aggrieved and helpless, retorts, what a disgrace. This is what happens when a scholar loses his composure. At this moment, he resembles a shrew more than a learned man. Oh, the plight. Wang Hua groans, closing his eyes in anguish. With his son in such a state, he cannot bring himself to strike further, yet he cannot swallow his indignation. With a son like this, how could he not be driven to despair? Wang Hua feels as if he might explode from frustration. After a pause, he trembles and declares, Let us return. I shall explain the reasoning to you properly. He forces a pained smile at Li Qing and bows, saying, I, Wang, have failed in my duties as a father. I hope you will forgive my son's transgressions. Li Qing reciprocates the gesture, smiling brightly. It is of no consequence, truly. Ashamed, Wang Hua can no longer remain, seizing his son by the collar and departing. Father, will you not let go? I shall accompany you. The young man's spirit is truly amusing, and Li Qing cannot help but chuckle, remarking to himself, in this rigid feudal era, to encounter a youth with such disposition is indeed rare. Though somewhat obstinate, this quality is not devoid of merit. It embodies a commendable tenacity. All great achievers possess a degree of obsession. Shaking his head in amusement, Li Qing turned back to his small courtyard, viewing this merely as an amusing episode not worthy of excessive attention. For over 10 days, he did not see the young man again, suggesting that he had indeed been subdued by his father's reasoning. Zhu Jianshen visited twice, intending to engage Li Qing in conversation, but was instead coaxed into organizing the household registers of the Ming Dynasty. Zhu Jianshen, consumed by anger, dismissed the situation with a sharp remark, "You scoundrel. You have gone too far," and retreated to his duties, not having made an appearance for several days. Meanwhile, Li Qing enjoyed a rare moment of leisure, indulging in delectable meals, attending operas in the Pear Garden, and listening to music at the I Ching Pavilion, living a life of tranquil contentment. One morning, upon returning from his breakfast on the bustling streets of the capital, Li Qing encountered the youth once again. As it had been during their first meeting, the young man remained fixated on a small grove of bamboo, seemingly lost in deep contemplation. "Hey," Li Qing called out. Wang Zhi, startled, turned to face him and replied with irritation, "What now? I am not loitering at your doorstep this time. You have no reason to chase me away." Li Qing chuckled and nodded. "Why not come inside?" Wang Zhi paused, surprised. "Are you genuinely so kind-hearted?" "Kindness mistaken for foolishness," Li Qing retorted lightly, under the emperor's gaze. "I hardly think I would dare consume you." "Indeed," Wang Zhi conceded, then bowed graciously. "Thank you." Li Qing teased. "What has prompted you to be so polite this time?" "You have invited me as a guest. It is only proper to express my gratitude." "Very well." Li Qing decided not to press further, feeling that he might not win the argument against the youth. As they entered, Li Qing opened the door with a creak and turned to say, "Come in." Wang Zhi stepped forward, entering the courtyard, and remarked with mild surprise, "Your residence is modest yet quite exquisite." "Just average," Li Qing smiled and curiously inquired. "What emboldens you to venture out? Are you not afraid of your father's reprimand?" "What's there to fear? It's merely a beating," Wang Zhi replied nonchalantly, revealing a hint of bravado. "Can he truly break my legs?" Li Qing suppressed a laugh and nodded. "That may be true. But I am curious, what is it about my family's bamboo that captivates you?" "It begins with beauty and is sustained by reason," Wang Zhi responded. Li Qing was taken aback. The youth appeared genuinely exceptional, speaking in a manner that left him somewhat perplexed. Such individuals are either prodigiously gifted or foolish. His interest deepened. What reasoning could there be regarding bamboo? "All things possess their own principles," Wang Zhi asserted. Li Qing scratched his head, finding the statement somewhat familiar, and after a moment's reflection, realized it was reminiscent of Chengzhu Neo-Confucianism. Wang Zhi nodded in affirmation. "So you are engaged in the pursuit of knowledge through the investigation of things?" "Indeed, that is correct." Li Qing could not help but laugh. "What insights could you possibly glean from this?" Wang Zhi countered. "Knowledge is attained through the investigation of things. Understanding comes only after thorough examination." Youthful naivety. Li Qing sighed. "Greatness is not inherent. Every individual who achieves remarkable feats has done so through perseverance and the accumulation of experience and wisdom over time. What principles could you discern through such a narrow lens of inquiry? If focusing solely on bamboo could unveil universal truths, how much could one truly comprehend in a lifetime?" Wang Zhi fell silent, his brow furrowed in thought. After a lengthy pause, he inquired, "How then can one genuinely pursue knowledge through the investigation of things?" Li Qing laughed. "Ah, do you truly aspire to become a sage?" "Why not?" Wang Zhi replied earnestly. Li Qing, reflecting on his own youthful aspirations of becoming a scientist or the wealthiest individual, realized that dreams are universal among the young. In this era, it is truly rare and commendable for a youth to possess such ambition. Ideals should not be mocked. "Then pursue them," Li Qing remarked as he approached the tree, reclining lazily on a chair. "There are seats in the parlor. You may sit and contemplate there." "No need." Wang Zhi declined Li Qing's kind offer and earnestly ventured toward the bamboo grove to engage in his scholarly pursuits. Though the Mid-Autumn Festival had just passed, a gentle breeze carried a hint of chill, yet Li Qing, fortified by a century of true energy, felt no discomfort. Rather, he found the coolness refreshing as he dozed off, serenely surrendering to the autumn wind. Upon awakening, it was already midday. Li Qing rose from the chair, stretching his limbs and emitting a satisfied groan, only to observe the youth still engrossed in his study, utterly absorbed, not even having altered his posture. "What determination!" Li Qing mused, approaching with curiosity. "Young Yan, do you not tire?" Wang Zhi turned to glance at him, but did not engage in a discussion regarding names. Instead, he resumed his contemplation, albeit with a noticeable lack of focus, his brow lightly furrowing as distractions crept into his mind. Li Qing smiled subtly, pondering. Ideals are rich and full, while reality is stark and lean. Ideals remain ideals. Noticing the fatigue etched across the youth's face, he jested. It appears you are unable to discern any truths today. Perhaps you should rest before continuing. This time, Wang Zhi, no longer stubborn, acknowledged that his close proximity to understanding had not yielded the insights he sought, leaving him feeling disheartened. He murmured, "Is it wrong to pursue knowledge through investigation?" "I do not know." Li Qing shrugged. "Yet I sense you have caught a chill. If left unchecked, it may lead to a serious illness." Wang Zhi seemed oblivious to this warning, continuing to mutter, "Why is this so? What is the reason? Surely, he cannot be losing his mind." Li Qing thought as he gently patted Wang Zhi's shoulder, startling him into attention. Li Qing then said, "I have not delved deeply into Zhu's teachings on investigation and knowledge, but it is certainly not as you perceive it. You are rigidly adhering to a manual. To truly grasp the principles would be miraculous. You are too impatient, straying from the path, stubbornly fixating on the minutiae. If such a mindset could lead one to sagehood, then everyone would attain it. Everyone could become a sage?" Wang Zhi echoed, his eyes suddenly brightening. Indeed, everyone could attain sagehood. In that moment, his spirit surged, and an unparalleled aura enveloped him. Li Qing's gaze sharpened, taken aback. The youth before him exuded an energy that was both startling and exhilarating, though he could not comprehend why he felt this way. It was as if the youth had tapped into an exquisite treasure of the world, yet he lacked the means to fully embrace it. Like a treasure just out of reach without the key. Gradually, the youth's aura began to wane, his fervor diminishing until he appeared despondent. He raised his hand, weakly grasping at the air, ultimately seizing nothing. The light in his eyes visibly faded until it dulled. Li Qing steadied himself and looked again at the youth, who remained the same rebellious figure. It was as if all that had transpired was but a figment of his imagination. Li Qing asked in astonishment, "What realization did you just have?" I do not know," Wang Zhi replied, shaking his head in anguish. "It felt as though I had grasped it. Yet it slipped away from my fingertips." Li Qing fell silent. The impression the youth left moments ago was nothing short of astonishing, akin to a sudden illumination from a clay Buddha. It even led him to believe that this young man was on the verge of attaining enlightenment. Such an enigmatic sensation was utterly marvelous and profoundly shocking. However, even the youth himself seemed unable to grasp it, leaving Li Qing equally perplexed. He was uncertain what the youth had truly captured, but without a doubt, it was a great treasure. Alas, what a pity it was. Wang Zhi and Li Qing spoke in unison, momentarily taken aback, before Wang continued with a smile. "Pity or not, it can only be said that my virtue is insufficient. If I gain it, I am fortunate. If I lose it, I remain indifferent." Although the youth did not seize the treasure, he had not left empty-handed. Li Qing gently nodded, compelled to re-evaluate the young man. This seemingly rebellious lad might not be rebellious at all. Perhaps he was simply innately powerful. Li Qing regretted uttering that one phrase that nearly led the youth to enlightenment, for it might have altered the trajectory of his future achievements. Yet, he soon found solace in the thought. If a single phrase could change the course of the youth's life, it would suggest that his destined accomplishments were not particularly grand. Nevertheless, to be prudent, Li Qing offered a piece of advice. "Your foundation is currently too shallow and overly pragmatic. Slow down, allow your heart to settle." He added, "As for me, I am a Taoist. The Tao emphasizes tranquility. Through clarity, all things become clear. If the heart is not tranquil, all endeavors are in vain." Tranquility. Wang Zhi pondered over the term, and after a moment, performed a deep bow, expressing his gratitude for the lesson. "No need for such formality," Li Qing replied. "It is nearly noon. I shall not keep you. Perhaps you might visit again another day?" "Very well, then I shall return another day." Wang Zhi nodded and took his leave. "Do you not understand that this is merely my polite way of ushering you out?" Li Qing rolled his eyes, soon realizing the youth had indeed picked up on it, but feigned ignorance. This young man is truly extraordinary, Li Qing mused to himself before departing to dine. Since his return, Li Qing had become more industrious, at least no longer lazy when it came to meals. In the past, he would often skip breakfast. But now he had 3 regular meals, never missing a single one. The years spent outside had certainly taken a toll on his diet. After a satisfying meal, Li Qing returned home, content, but was soon startled awake from a brief nap. Zhu Jianshen, who had not visited for some days, arrived this time bearing results. "Sir, the Ministry of Revenue has compiled the statistics." "Oh," Li Qing perked up, "let us go inside." Upon entering the guest hall, they took their respective seats. Zhu Jianshen produced a sealed report from his sleeve and placed it upon the table, stating, "Everything is written here." Li Qing picked up the document and meticulously perused the population figures during the reigns of the various emperors of the Ming Dynasty, which had been systematically compiled, with detailed records for each year. Naturally, in an era devoid of identification cards, the household population statistics recorded by the court were bound to differ from the actual circumstances. However, following the implementation of the land tax reforms, the number of hidden households had diminished significantly. Thus, the discrepancies were likely minimal and could serve as a reference. After a while, Li Qing set down the memorial and slowly closed his eyes, descending into contemplation. Zhu Jianshen did not urge him, patiently awaiting his insights. After a considerable pause, Li Qing finally spoke, noting that a substantial population surge had manifested in the latter part of the Xuanzong era, with each subsequent year witnessing a greater increase. Fortunately, by the Changhua period, the growth rate had shown signs of alleviation, which should pose no significant issue. "Is it truly insignificant?" Zhu Jianshen queried with skepticism. Even last year, the population growth surpassed the peak levels of the Xuanzong era. Upon reviewing this, I find myself quite alarmed, unable to sleep in peace. He expressed his concerns. Li Qing chuckled lightly. "There is no need to be overly anxious. Are you familiar with the term late spring chill?" Zhu Jianshen furrowed his brow. "Are you suggesting that this is a precursor to a reversal in trends?" "Not exactly." Li Qing rolled his eyes. "More accurately, this phenomenon is termed developmental inertia." "What does that imply?" Zhu Jianshen inquired, perplexed. Li Qing grasped the teacup on the table, resting his finger on the bottom interior while rotating the cup with his other hand. As he continued his motion, the cup began to spin rapidly. After a brief moment, he halted his actions, and the cup continued to whirl, even accelerating the moment he ceased his intervention. "This illustrates inertia," Li Qing elucidated. "The Ming Dynasty is likewise vast. Once it gains momentum, halting it becomes a formidable challenge." He paused, adding that it could also be referred to as lag, exemplified by effective national policies that often take time to yield results, akin to the saying, "Those who plant trees for future generations to enjoy." "Your explanation resonates with me." Zhu Jianshen nodded slowly. "However, the population growth remains substantial." "This is due to the large base population," Li Qing replied. "Do not merely focus on the numbers. Consider the proportions." Zhu Jianshen, still doubtful, asked, "Are you implying that the growth rate of the Ming population will gradually diminish in the future?" "Indeed," Li Qing affirmed. "The populace is simple yet astute. They will arrive at optimal solutions. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that the Ming will maintain its status as the highest population in history for a considerable duration." "For how long?" Zhu Jianshen queried. "At least a century," Li Qing stated solemnly. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jianshen grew anxious once more, exclaiming, "We are nearing 130 million. When the inertia ceases, we may be approaching 150 million, and to sustain this for a century, how can we manage?" Li Qing too felt a weight of concern. Should a widespread calamity befall such a vast population, it would evoke trepidation in even him, let alone Zhu Jianshen. The strength of the Ming's national power was undeniable, yet the burden of such an immense population was indeed overwhelming. The most pressing and pragmatic question to address was how to ensure their survival. The people were simple and content, yet they had fundamental needs for sustenance. If survival became untenable, rebellion might be the only recourse. They desired to survive, and there is nothing amiss in that. "The issue of sustenance must be addressed," Li Qing remarked. Zhu Jianshen nodded in agreement, pondering how to resolve the dilemma. "We must find a way," Li Qing replied with a bitter smile. "Rest assured, for a considerable time ahead, the Ming Dynasty will endure. I shall seek a breakthrough." Zhu Jianshen chose not to elaborate further. He understood the toil and dedication that Li Qing had invested. As the sovereign, it was not justifiable for him to place the entire burden upon Li Qing's shoulders. The gravity of the topic was overwhelming, and both men found themselves at a loss for words. Thus they opted to temporarily set it aside and redirect their conversation toward the matter of the local chieftains. Fortunately, there were no significant concerns in this regard. Despite the strong resistance from the chieftains, they posed no substantial threat. With diligent management, Complete integration could be achieved within 2 or 3 generations. Zhu Jianshen's political acumen was remarkable, and his strategic vision was unparalleled. The two shared nearly identical viewpoints and engaged in lively discourse. Finally, Li Qing added, "Now that the political landscape is stabilizing, you may permit yourself some leisure. But do not expend all your energy on women." "How do you know this?" Zhu Jianshen inquired, astonished. "You are not placing your confidence beside me, are you?" "Am I so idle?" Li Qing retorted. "Then how did you come to know?" Embarrassment flushed Li Qing's face, but he maintained a stern demeanor, saying, "Look at your current state." "Li Qing, you are impertinent," Zhu Jianshen exclaimed, rising in indignation. Upon reaching the door, he hesitated, turning back sheepishly to ask, "Do you have any good advice?" "Moderation," Li Qing replied. "Farewell." Zhu Jianshen, nearly fuming, turned and left. Li Qing remained seated, lost in contemplation of how to break the impasse. Indeed, that day still seemed distant, yet for such a vast nation, failing to prepare in advance would render any last-minute solutions ineffective. Enlisting foreign nations to form an economic coalition could alleviate some of the Ming's challenges, though it might not provide a comprehensive remedy. A breakthrough was essential. Li Qing pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. "I wonder if transformation is feasible. If we could fully embark on the path of industrialization, alas, the pursuit of capital often conflicts with imperial authority. What a dilemma." Zhu Jianshen had painstakingly diminished the bureaucratic bloat and cracked down on the illegal smuggling activities of the affluent gentry. If he were to offer substantial support to the gentry, he would undoubtedly oppose it vehemently, as such actions would render his efforts futile. Let us proceed slowly. Capital is still in its nascent stages. Even if Zhu Jianshen were to acquiesce, the current conditions are insufficient, Li Qing mused softly. Nevertheless, I must find time to visit Jiaoji. Regardless of the path we choose in the future, that trade supply line is indispensable. The last time he had ventured to Jiaoji was during the reign of Emperor Zhu Qizhen. 30 years had slipped by unnoticed, and he was uncertain of the current state of affairs there. Even the simpleton had been gone for over 20 years. Let us rest a few more days before setting out. Li Qing was not one to indulge in leisurely pursuits. Once he had an idea, he acted upon it. After all, it merely entailed some hardship, and he had grown accustomed to it over the years. The following day, upon returning from breakfast, Li Qing found a young man waiting at the door. Upon seeing him, the youth offered a slight bow and greeted, "Good morning." "Good morning," Li Qing replied, slightly taken aback. "You truly are quite formal, aren't you?" "In just a few days." Li Qing remained silent as he opened the door to invite the young man into the courtyard. He lifted the oiled paper bag, asking, "Have you had breakfast? These steamed buns are still warm." "I have," Wang Zhi replied. "You are quite perceptive. I felt unwell upon returning yesterday, consulted a doctor, and indeed discovered I had caught a chill. After taking some medicine, I am much better now. Are you still interested in the bamboo?" "Of course," Wang Zhi nodded. "I am not one to give up easily." With that, he walked directly towards a small grove of bamboo. Li Qing chose not to discourage him, following at a leisurely pace. "I will be leaving in a few days. If you truly cherish this bamboo, I shall gift it to you." As the young man seemed about to argue, Li Qing added, "But do not cut it down. Transplant it to your home." Wang Zhi pondered for a moment and gently shook his head. "Perhaps not. If you leave, I will seek other bamboo. This one belongs here, so let it remain." "Very well," Li Qing acquiesced, biting into a steamed bun. "Are you accustomed to life in the capital?" "Fairly well," Wang Zhi replied, shedding his earlier aloofness, perhaps due to Li Qing's appealing presence. "After my father graduated high school, our family moved to the capital, and it has been 3 years since. Initially, I found it quite uncomfortable. It is much colder here than in Zhujiang. However, over the years, I have gradually adapted." Though still young, the boy displayed an air of maturity in his speech and demeanor. Li Qing couldn't help but remark, "You truly are unlike the others." "Indeed," Wang Zhi affirmed. "My mother bore me after a full 10 months of pregnancy. My grandmother recounted that on the eve of my birth, she dreamt of a celestial being clad in crimson and jade, descending from the clouds while cradling an infant. Thus, my grandfather named me Yun. However, I did not speak until I turned 5. My family sought various doctors and diviners until a monk claimed I was simply silent. Hence, I changed my name to Wang Zhi, signifying that the emperor had already spoken on that day." "I still think Xiao Yun sounds better," Li Qing chuckled, then inquired, "You must have memories from when you were 5. Why could you not speak?" "I simply could not," Wang Zhi replied, a hint of mystique in his tone. That is indeed quite extraordinary, Li Qing mused, his curiosity piqued. So, do you believe you have been different since childhood, destined for sagehood? Wang Zhi paused, then gently shook his head. It is not for that reason. He hesitated before candidly stating, I have a feeling, perhaps you might call it a delusion, that I am meant to be a sage. The young man's words were audacious. Yet his expression was earnest, his gaze resolute and sincere. Clearly, he believed this to be true. Li Qing found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Smiling as he said, then you must strive for it. Sagehood is not attainable by just anyone. Wang Zhi nodded. And you? I still do not know your name. Li Qing. Your courtesy name? I have none. Your sobriquet? Li Qing rolled his eyes. I do not even have a courtesy name. How could I have a sobriquet? Wang Zhi responded in astonishment. Could it be you have not yet reached your coming of age? I reached it long ago. I simply prefer not to adopt a courtesy name. Li Qing shrugged. I detest trouble. This left Wang Zhi perplexed. You truly are extraordinary. Likewise, Li Qing smiled, teasingly adding. But you are the one aiming to become a sage. I cannot bear the title of teacher. Just call me Li Qing. That simply cannot be. Wang Zhi shook his head. In this era, particularly among scholars, addressing someone by their name directly can be considered quite impolite. However, Li Qing remarked, isn't a name merely a means of address? Otherwise, what is the purpose of naming? Wang Zhi found himself at a loss for a retort and could only manage a wry smile, saying, You truly are one of a kind, sir. After a brief pause, he added, Given the tranquility of yesterday, you surely deserve it. Li Qing, with a hint of mischief, responded, In that case, I have struck a great fortune. Even the sages call me sir. Wang Zhi, aware of the jest, remained unperturbed and nodded with a smile. Where are you headed? To a distant place, Li Qing replied with a laugh. Perhaps this farewell means we shall never meet again. That would indeed be a regret. Wang Zhi sighed wistfully. You are off to attend to matters of state, are you not? Li Qing, slightly taken aback, inquired, What leads you to say that? Well, it is not difficult to deduce, Wang Zhi replied with ease. You, young man, possess quite a perceptive mind. Li Qing did not deny this and solemnly stated, Study diligently. Truly become a sage, for the sake of the country and the people. Wang Zhi nodded, then sighed again. However, that day seems far off. I reflected carefully yesterday. And you were right. Bamboo cannot attain the stature of a sage. Then why pursue it? Li Qing asked. Isn't it also a matter of life as accumulation? Wang Zhi responded. Li Qing, for reasons unknown, found himself at a loss for words in the presence of this youth. Had he been an adversary, he would have surely made him taste his reasoning. Chapter 209. The Ming Navy. Nevertheless, Li Qing was quite curious and inquired, How did you convince your father to allow you to roam freely? Wang Zhi chuckled lightly. It's not difficult at all. As for the path I take, that is entirely my decision. After a moment, he added, Of course, my father is quite reasonable and not a dogmatic scholar. Your father is indeed open-minded, Li Qing remarked, unable to restrain himself. Upon reflection, it was not surprising. Had he encountered such a son, he would have likely been driven to despair if he were not open-minded. Continue your pursuits, Li Qing said with a smile, shaking his head. I shall not be returning in the short term, but should you change your mind, my previous offer still stands. What? Bamboo? Still not interested, Wang Zhi lightly shook his head. Li Qing nodded, then reclined upon a chaise longue, welcoming the autumn breeze, and unknowingly drifted into slumber. When he awoke, it was nearing noon, and Wang Zhi's quest for knowledge had reached its conclusion. Noticing Li Qing's awakening, Wang Zhi announced his intention to take his leave. Li Qing asked, Have you gained any insights? Not yet. Wang Zhi exhaled deeply, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Perhaps influenced by yesterday's events, it seems unlikely I will have any gains in the near future. Li Qing nodded with a smile. Will you come again tomorrow to pursue knowledge? No, Wang Zhi shook his head. By the way, when do you plan to depart? Li Qing pondered for a moment. Perhaps tomorrow. Is it so urgent? Wang Zhi exclaimed in surprise. Didn't you mention you would leave in a few days? Li Qing chuckled and replied, You, a mere youth, already understand the importance of cutting losses. How could I squander my time? In that case, I shall come by tomorrow. For what purpose? To bid you farewell. That is unnecessary. Li Qing waved his hand. You should focus on your scholarly pursuits. Wang Zhi did not respond, bowing politely as he took his leave. Take care, Li Qing said. Having eaten a hearty breakfast and enjoyed a brief nap, he felt no hunger. So he closed his eyes once more and drifted back to sleep. Upon opening his eyes again, it was already the end of the afternoon. The sun dipped gently, and Li Qing stretched lazily before washing his face and stepping outside. He enjoyed a bowl of noodles at a small eatery and then went to Yiqing Tower to listen to music, indulging when appropriate and saving when necessary. As the evening wore on, he made his way to Changlu Palace. "Mr. Zhu, must you leave again so soon?" Zhu Jianshen poured a cup of tea and offered it to Li Qing. "Currently, the Ming Dynasty is truly at peace and prosperity. What is the rush?" Having settled into a comfortable retirement, Zhu Jianshen saw no need to discuss state affairs, and Li Qing wished to spare him such worries. "I simply find idleness unbearably dull. A stroll outside is quite refreshing. Would you like me to convey a message to Jiangnan?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Jianshen replied, "Tell Wang Qing that I am living quite well here, and she need not concern herself with me." Li Qing nodded. "Anything else?" "None." Zhu Jianshen shook his head. Li Qing let out a soft sigh. "You need not be this way. You possess absolute authority now, and nothing can undermine that. If you feel troubled, it is perfectly acceptable to seek solace." "No, this is just fine." Zhu Jianshen quietly shook his head. In the candlelight, his eyes, filled with the weight of experience, appeared increasingly clouded. Despite his age, he was not particularly old, still shy of 60. It was merely that his spirit had waned, or perhaps his mental fortitude had diminished. Before Li Qing's trip to Korea, he had been full of vigor, but in just a few short years, he had grown into this state, which was indeed lamentable. After the passing of Madame Qian, Zhu Jianshen's life had dimmed, losing interest in living. He was now in the twilight of his years. This was not something Li Qing could easily counsel him on. "Do you have any wishes?" "None," Zhu Jianshen replied with a self-deprecating smile. "I rather enjoy this existence of merely eating and waiting for death. I can read when I wish, and when hungry, there are exquisite dishes to savor, and when thirsty, a fine vintage to drink. What more could I desire?" "Very well," Li Qing sighed. "Take care of yourself." "You must take care as well, sir," Zhu Jianshen said earnestly. Indeed. The next day, Wang Zhi arrived as promised to see Li Qing off. He waited at the entrance of the small courtyard for most of the day, but did not catch sight of Li Qing. "This man truly is carefree," Wang Zhi mused with a hint of regret, casting a glance toward the bamboo grove and shaking his head. In Jiangnan, the Yongqing Marquis' residence had transformed. Zhu Wanqing, now in her 30s, had become the de facto leader of the family, managing all of the Li family's enterprises. No longer the carefree girl of her youth. She was now a capable and mature businesswoman, efficient and composed, without a trace of pretentiousness. Having had a son and daughter, she chose not to have more. And with a comfortable lifestyle and a fondness for beauty, she appeared no older than 25 or 26. Of course, when compared to Li Qing, there remained a noticeable difference. In the parlor, the uncle and niece engaged in conversation. Zhu Wanqing teased, "Uncle Li, I seem to have matured beyond you. Before we know it, your niece has caught up with you." Li Qing found little humor in this, and, after a moment of silence, inquired, "How is the family business faring?" "Quite well," Zhu Wanqing replied. "However, in recent years, business has become increasingly challenging. While wealth continues to grow, the rate of increase is not as substantial as before. That is acceptable." "This is already quite good," Li Qing nodded and asked, "Have you informed the children about my situation?" "Not yet. He is still quite young, and there is no need for him to know this," Zhu Wanqing responded, shaking her head. "Besides, Honggu and I are not old yet. There is still plenty of time." "That is reassuring." Li Qing relaxed slightly, contemplating that his secret must be passed down, as it was his foundation for rising to prominence. However, he was reluctant to reveal it to the younger generation too soon. Zhu Wanqing tentatively inquired, "Uncle Li, have you ever been to the capital?" "I just returned from there." Her eyes brightened, and she quickly asked, "How is my father faring?" She had long known of her mother's passing. As a daughter, she felt deep remorse for not being able to serve at her mother's bedside, yet she was powerless to change the past. All she could do was honor her memory with a spirit tablet, expressing her longing. "He asked me to convey a message to you," Li Qing said. "Live well. He is doing fine in the palace, so do not worry about him." Zhu Wanqing lowered her head, her eyes reddening with sorrow. "My father must be very sad." "Not too much," Li Qing reassured her. "He is the retired emperor of the Ming Dynasty. Surely his life is not lacking in comfort. Your mother's passing has affected him, but time is a balm for wounds." "Yes," Zhu Wanqing replied, wiping her eyes. "Uncle Li, could you take me to see my father? Just once. I miss him so much." Li Qing sighed softly. Wait for my return, I will take you then. Uncle, are you going away again? Yes, but do not fret. It will not be for long. After a moment of contemplation, he added, about 2 or 3 years, if all goes smoothly, perhaps within 2. Zhu Jianshen felt a tinge of disappointment, but refrained from further pleading. Instead, she said, Uncle, take care of yourself. After a pause, she continued, Uncle, Honga misses you as well. He hasn't seen you during your last 2 visits. Where is he now? Not long ago, the pirates were rampant. He is currently in Haining fighting them. Li Qing frowned slightly. Are the pirates truly that rampant? Not particularly. Zhu Jianshen shook her head. They still hold a measure of respect for the Ming. They are merely after wealth and do not dare to commit heinous acts. Moreover, many of them are part of smuggling caravans led by Han people, making eradication quite troublesome. If you wish to learn more, perhaps you should visit Haining, Zhu Jianshen suggested. With your pace, it would only take about half a month. Very well, I shall go to Haining, Li Qing replied as he stood. If it proves profitable, that would be ideal. If not, it matters little. Do not be anxious. I am not overly fond of wealth. Understood, dear uncle, Zhu Jianshen responded, also rising in surprise. Uncle, are you leaving already? Li Qing nodded. Surely you must have a meal before you depart? Zhu Jianshen protested. How can one return home without eating? Next time. Li Qing smiled. I promise it will be next time. Zhu Jianshen opened her mouth to respond, but instead offered a resigned smile and nodded. Then it shall be next time. She understood that her uncle's next time was not the same as what others might imply. The interval would be vast. In Haining, flags fluttered in the breeze, and the tall sails of ships billowed, advancing at great speed. The Ming forces had deployed only 3 medium-sized vessels, while their adversaries boasted over 20, albeit with much smaller craft, some scarcely deserving the title of ships, only capable of carrying a few dozen men, rendering them utterly incomparable to the Ming navy. Li Hong clenched his fist, raising the back of his hand, and declared loudly, reduce speed, lower the sails by half. Load the powder to 9/10, and prepare the cannons to fire solid shot. Yes, his guards responded, bowing in acknowledgement as they swiftly conveyed the military orders. After a brief moment, white smoke billowed from the ship, and enormous iron balls soared through the azure waves and sky, tracing a stunning parabolic arc as they descended upon the enemy vessels. The sound of splintering wood and crashing waves echoed, accompanied by distant, haunting cries. Fueled by the relentless force of inertia, the iron balls proved to be utterly devastating. Any ship struck was left in ruins, with even the most fortunate suffering the loss of a significant section of their hull. Those less fortunate found themselves taking on water directly. General, they are dispersing and charging towards us. Fear not, Li Hong replied unperturbed, issuing commands with calm authority. Cross the ship, drop anchor, switch to thunderous shells, load the powder, and prepare the cannons for direct fire. Archers, get ready. Meanwhile, Li Qing, following the address provided by Zhu Jianshen, journeyed to Haining. Under the guise of a message from the family of the Yongqing Marquis, he inquired about his adopted son, only to discover that he had personally led the charge into battle. Thus, he settled into a village near the naval camp to await his return. Fortunately, only a day had passed when he received word that General Li had triumphed and required him to deliver the letter. Li Qing fabricated a story, claiming it was a matter of great importance that necessitated a verbal report, urging them to summon Li Hong. The messenger, wary of overstepping, returned to report truthfully. 2 hours later, Li Hong hurried to meet his subordinate, and upon seeing Li Qing, he stood frozen. It had been nearly 10 years since they had last reunited when his adoptive father went to Japan, despite his father returning twice in the interim. They had missed each other. He never anticipated seeing him today. Li Qing, too, scrutinized his adopted son. After nearly a decade apart, Li Hong had matured significantly. Now 40 years old, his years leading the naval forces had left him weathered by the elements, appearing older than his years, yet his spirit remained undiminished. His complexion was darkened by sun exposure, and his formidable build, clad in armor and wielding a sword, exuded an imposing presence. Very well, Li Qing remarked softly, a mix of admiration, comfort, and a hint of sorrow in his tone. Be bold. Upon seeing the general withdraw, Li Hong suddenly interrupted, regaining his composure. You may return to your duties. Do not disturb us. Yes, sir, the soldiers replied respectfully, casting a glance at Li Qing before departing. Li Qing smiled. Let us converse inside. With a sigh, Li Hong inhaled deeply and followed. Upon entering the guest hall, he closed the door behind him, lifted the hem of his battle robe, and bowed. I pay my respects to you, my adoptive father. Rise, rise, Li Qing urged, assisting him to his feet before gesturing for him to sit. The two sat across from one another, and Li Hong poured tea for his adoptive father before speaking. I have thought of you often over the years, dear father. At 40, he found himself with reddened eyes, devoid of the stern demeanor expected of a naval commander. How old you are, and yet you still feel shy, Li Qing teased, his own eyes glistening with unshed tears. After nearly a decade apart, how could he not yearn for his son? Will you stay longer this time? Li Hong inquired. Li Qing paused momentarily, then shook his head slightly. I must make a trip to Jiaoji first. I came to see you before I depart. Li Hong's face fell. How long will you be gone this time? Perhaps 2 or 3 years, Li Qing replied. Li Qing felt a sense of indebtedness and remarked, upon my return from Jiaoji, I shall likely reside for an extended period. Upon hearing this, Li Hong's heart was considerably eased. Foster father, you have done more than enough. The Ming Dynasty is presently in a commendable state, and there is no need for such relentless toil. Li Qing offered a wry smile, responding, foolish son, you know not that behind this facade of prosperity lurks a substantial crisis. This is not a burden for you to bear, and I wish not to add to your worries. He then shifted the conversation, saying, let us discuss the matter of the wokou. Li Hong nodded gently and replied, since the emperor has suppressed the smuggling trade with Japan, the wokou have begun to proliferate. However, it must be noted that among them are many Han people masquerading as wokou. Currently, maritime trade has become quite perilous, yet trade with Japan remains remarkably profitable. After briefly stating the crux of the issue, Li Hong continued, under normal circumstances, the wokou conduct their dealings covertly and dare not challenge the authority of the Ming. They usually take advantage of the monsoon winds in March, April, September, and October to test their fortunes, but each time they are repelled by our naval forces. He paused momentarily, furrowing his brow as he added, Jiangnan is a region of heavy taxation, and the emperor places great importance on it, providing substantial support to our navy. The wokou have never prospered here. However, since they have met with no success, they will inevitably turn their attention elsewhere. Li Qing interjected, you mean Fujian? Li Hong conceded. Foster father, you are astute. Why not petition the emperor? This is merely a conjecture on my part. Without evidence, Li Hong replied. Last year at this time, we faced a considerable number of wokou incursions. This year, there are noticeably fewer. It is only recently that this thought has occurred to me. After a pause, he continued, Foster father, would submitting such a petition to the emperor give the impression that I seek to expand my power? Li Qing chuckled softly, shaking his head, and said, you are my godson. With that, no one would dare to undermine you, not even the emperor, who would not suppress you. Do not hesitate to submit the petition. Very well, I shall return and draft it, Li Hong said, feeling reassured and no longer hesitant. What of the strength of our naval forces? Li Qing inquired once more. They are formidable, exceedingly strong, Li Hong replied. In direct confrontation, the wokou are no match for us. However, he added with a wry smile, the wokou are difficult to eradicate, as those seeking profit are ever present. We may repel one wave, yet another will follow, driven by the allure of high rewards, tempting many to take risks. Then let us engage them. When they come, we shall strike, Li Qing asserted. A powerful navy will ultimately prove invaluable. Li Hong nodded, then asked, when do you plan to depart, foster father? I shall leave shortly. So soon. The sooner I go, the sooner I return. Very well. Li Hong sighed, reluctant to part so soon after their reunion. Foster father, you are alone in the world. Please take good care of yourself and return swiftly. Indeed, I am of sufficient age to look after myself, so do not worry, Li Qing smiled, rising to his feet. Now, you attend to your matters. I shall return after I have completed my own. All right, Li Hong sighed deeply, standing up to say, I wish you a safe journey, foster father. Thank you. Li Qing nodded, turning to leave. Foster father. Yes, please return soon, Li Hong urged. I shall. As he gazed at the departing figure of his godfather, Li Hong was suddenly overwhelmed with emotion, a desire to weep stirring within him. He wished to counsel his godfather to be a tad more self-serving. Logically, upon arriving in Haining, he ought to visit Yuqian. However, with the passing of old acquaintances, what could there be to see? Once he returned from his tasks, they could engage in conversation. Li Qing sighed quietly, feeling a twinge of trepidation regarding these matters. In the 20th year of the Changhua era, at the end of winter, Li Qing arrived in Jiaoji. Fortunately, Since his last departure, Henin had adopted his strategies and established numerous schools in the region, promoting Han culture. Li Qing encountered little difficulty in locating someone who spoke Mandarin. Decades had elapsed, and he could scarcely recall the location of the Han Wang Fu. Guided by a local, after a journey spanning over 10 days, he finally reached his destination. After more than 2 months of travel, he was at last in the presence of the leader of Jiaoji, Zhu Jianshen. No longer youthful, Zhu Jianshen was 40 years of age. His face adorned with a thick beard that made him appear no younger than Li Hong. "You are an envoy of the court?" Zhu Jianshen remarked, finding Li Qing somewhat familiar, yet unable to place him. This was unsurprising, for over 20 years had passed, and Li Qing had undergone subtle changes in appearance, making it perfectly normal for him to be unrecognizable. "To clarify, I represent myself, standing in for the Ming court," Li Qing replied. "Representing yourself?" Zhu Jianshen paused, then chuckled. "So you have come to beg for favors?" He was somewhat perplexed. What could compel someone to travel such a great distance for this? Li Qing touched his nose and said, "Do you not find me familiar? Kindly dismiss them. I wish to speak to you privately." Zhu Jianshen scrutinized Li Qing intently before slowly nodding. "Everyone leave. No one is permitted to enter without my consent. Do not heed his one-sided account." Zhu Jianshen remarked with a dismissive tone, "How could a frail scholar pose a threat to me? Withdraw," he commanded. "Yes," the captain of the guards replied reluctantly, gesturing for everyone to exit. "Now may we converse?" Zhu Jianshen inquired. "I am Li Qing, the Duke of Yongqing of the Ming Dynasty," Li Qing stated. "The Duke of Yongqing?" Zhu Jianshen was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. "You? How can this be? This is inconceivable." Zhu Jianshen found it hard to accept. Though they bore a resemblance, how could anyone remain ageless, even appearing younger with the passage of time? Unperturbed by Zhu Jianshen's skepticism, Li Qing recounted events of yore in detail, concluding with, "Your grandfather built an ancestral hall before returning to the Ming court, did he not?" "Indeed," Zhu Jianshen stammered, beginning to believe. "How do you know this?" "Within the ancestral hall, a secret lies behind your grandfather's portrait," Li Qing revealed. "The contents therein will authenticate my identity." Zhu Jianshen's gaze flickered with uncertainty. "That cannot be right. I was not present when my grandfather visited the Ming Dynasty. I had been here before." "Your ancestors were aware of it. Nothing clandestine," Li Qing clarified. "That was an agreement made with your grandfather. However, this secret must not be divulged." "What agreement?" Zhu Jianshen furrowed his brow. "If it must not be shared, why tell me? What exactly do you intend?" Li Qing responded calmly. "The agreement was to ensure his successor knows my secret. Telling you is to ensure your compliance, as I intend for Jiaoji to serve the Ming Dynasty." Pausing momentarily, he added, "Of course, I shall also offer compensation." "What can you possibly offer me?" "To extend your lifespan," Li Qing replied. Zhu Jianshen's gaze sharpened, his heart racing. Yet he refrained from expressing his feelings immediately. Li Qing, too, remained patient, suggesting, "You might want to verify first. The choice is ultimately yours." After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Jianshen rose and declared, "Please wait here." Of course, Li Qing nodded with a smile, unhurried. For someone like Zhu Jianshen, wealth and beauty held little allure, as he lacked for neither. However, the temptation of longevity was one he found impossible to resist. As anticipated by Li Qing, Zhu Jianshen soon returned and asked directly, "What exactly must I do to extend my life?" "Establish a vast supply chain to serve the merchant ships of the Ming Dynasty, immensely large," Li Qing replied, pausing before adding, "Conservatively, I can promise you a lifespan until 70. If you are obedient, a century may not be out of reach." Li Qing chuckled. "What do you think?" Zhu Jianshen pondered. "Is there no way to be like you?" "Regrettably, that is beyond my capabilities," Li Qing shook his head. "One must not be overly greedy. Do not forget, you carry the blood of the Zhu family. Your grandfather entrusted the legacy to you for what purpose? Is it not for the glory of the Ming? You may choose to disregard my advice, but can you truly ignore his?" Li Qing scoffed. "If you were that kind of person, it would be a disservice to him." Recalling his grandfather's final teachings, Zhu Jianshen suppressed his irritation and stated, "Then I wish to live for 100 years, provided you heed my counsel." "Agreed," Zhu Jianshen replied. "What must I do?" "First, you must renounce the pleasures of women." "I aim to live to 90. "Renounce women," Li Qing insisted. 80 is the baseline." Zhu Jianshen clenched his teeth. "Also, how can you prove your ability?" "At 80, not indulging in women may not be too difficult." Li Qing nodded slowly, then smiled. "Now, give me your hand." Chapter 211. Believing in Li Qing's enchantment, Zhu Jianshen, filled with skepticism yet curiosity, extended his hand. In the next moment, a warm energy surged from Li Qing's palm, swiftly spreading throughout his limbs, enveloping him in a soothing warmth that imparted an indescribable sense of refreshment. This sensation was beyond mere description. If one were to impose a term, it would be sheer delight. It was not merely psychological satisfaction, but a corporeal joy, as if his whole being had awakened with a consciousness eager to express its happiness. It was wondrous, truly wondrous. Zhu Jianshen, a healthy man at 40, still robust, was highly sensitive to the essence of true qi, thus he could fully appreciate its remarkable effects. However, the bliss was fleeting. Moments later, the exquisite feeling abruptly ceased. Li Qing withdrew his hand and casually inquired, "How do you feel?" Zhu Jianshen, with a look of rapture, murmured, "Do not stop." Li Qing replied, "Do you now believe?" "I do." Zhu Jianshen licked his lips, astonished. "Are you truly a celestial being?" "One could say that," Li Qing acknowledged. "However, even celestial beings have limitations. For instance, I cannot transform others into celestial beings." To the naive descendants, Li Qing maintained his familiar rhetoric. 40 years, if you refrain from mischief, I can guarantee you another 40. Li Qing continued, "Many do not live even 40 years. You have already lived 40, and can yet live another 40. What say you?" Zhu Jianshen breathed heavily and nodded, affirming his decision. "You are astute," he remarked. Li Qing, smiling, replied with a question, "Can your Han lineage truly uphold the legacy of Jiaoji?" Zhu Jianshen, resolute in his intent, responded, "Essentially, yes. After I took over, there has been little open resistance, as my mother is a local. Moreover, my grandfather's late-life initiative to establish academies and promote Han culture played a pivotal role. Festivals such as Qingming and Mid-Autumn have now deeply ingrained themselves in the hearts of the people." After indirectly demonstrating his capabilities, Zhu Jianshen urged, "Please continue." "Not in haste." Li Qing stretched lazily. "After this long journey, I am quite fatigued. First, arrange for my accommodations, and you must also demonstrate your sincerity. Finding you a place is no problem. The Wang residence is vast. Choose as you wish." Zhu Jianshen then inquired, "About the supply of Ming merchant ships and the supply chain you mentioned." Li Qing, noticing his hesitance, provided clarity. "Indeed, it's quite simple. It encompasses ship materials, sails, provisions, and medicines for the Ming merchant vessels." "For how long will this supply continue?" Zhu Jianshen asked. "Indefinitely," Li Qing replied. Zhu Jianshen responded gravely, "Your demands are excessively burdensome. Even if I possessed a mountain of gold, I could not sustain such expenses. What if we only supply the imperial merchant ships?" "Even that is unfeasible," Zhu Jianshen retorted. "Do you have any notion of how many merchant ships require resupply here annually? Moreover, even the non-imperial vessels are predominantly operated by gentry. Should treacherous officials arise in the future and grant privileges to the gentry after receiving benefits, I would undoubtedly be stripped bare." Zhu Jianshen's arguments were both passionate and logical, leaving Li Qing with no counter. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "What are your thoughts on this?" "I am willing to serve the Ming, but the Ming must compensate me," Zhu Jianshen asserted. "My intention is not to exploit. You must permit me to operate sustainably. Therefore, after deducting material and labor costs, I will only take a 30% profit." Zhu Jianshen continued, "If you genuinely wish for Jiaoji to serve the Ming in the long term, it is imperative that my Han lineage profits. No one wishes to engage in business that yields losses. Wouldn't you agree?" Li Qing pondered briefly before replying, "I understand your need to recover costs. After all, your funds do not come easily. A moderate profit is acceptable," but Li Qing interjected, "Do not forget, you have already benefited from my assistance. You cannot expect to reap rewards from both sides." After some contemplation, Zhu Jianshen nodded. "Given your stance, I shall grant you some consideration. Let it be 25%. 1%. Li Qing raised a finger. "Additionally, I must personally review the costs and set the pricing. That 1% profit must be subject to my approval." "Just 1%? Zhu Jianshen frowned. "Must I heed your pricing?" "Indeed," Li Qing affirmed. "This is my offer. And it is only out of respect for your grandfather that I extend such terms. Otherwise, I would only grant you 0.5%. Some profit must remain, otherwise, relying solely on longevity would indeed appear rather unseemly." Zhu Jianshen, aware that his fate lay in Li Qing's hands, found it difficult to express anger. With a resigned tone, he said, "Let us each concede slightly, 20%. Then it is settled," Li Qing declared, rising to take his leave. Do not worry, Zhu Qijin said in a flustered tone. One step at a time. Li Qing smiled faintly. Precisely. Now, let us arrange for me a comfortable place to stay. Zhu Qijin muttered. When will you commence your longevity methods? Surely, I deserve a couple of days to rest. Li Qing chuckled. I am not going anywhere. What are you so afraid of? Who is afraid? Zhu Qijin huffed. Fine, we shall begin in 2 days. By the way, how long must I undergo such secret techniques to achieve the results you promised? The first phase lasts a year, followed by a 6-month break. Then the second phase will take 3 months. As for the subsequent treatments, Li Qing pondered for a moment. Once every 5 years, for 1 month each time. In truth, Li Qing possessed the capability to eliminate Zhu Qijin's latent ailments within 2 years, or even 1, but he preferred not to do so. A one-time transaction is far less advantageous than a continuous arrangement. Isn't that rather cumbersome? Zhu Qijin protested. I do not wish to be left hanging. Moreover, why must the subsequent treatments be 5 years apart and only last a month? Can it be longer? Li Qing explained. The initial phase is for extending life, while the latter is for consolidation. Do not assume that merely increasing the frequency or duration will grant you a longer life. In the absence of extraordinary talent, reaching the age of 80 is already a significant achievement. After a pause, he added, Of course, you may choose not to believe me. We could part ways right now. Zhu Qijin replied, I trust you. That is the right attitude. Li Qing smiled. I have watched your grandfather grow, and I would never deceive you. In truth, Li Qing could easily deceive even a simpleton. Nevertheless, he had genuine intentions regarding extending Zhu Qijin's life. For ordinary individuals in this era, 80 years indeed represents a limit. The methods of prolonging life had merely been slightly refined by Li Qing. Zhu Qijin, noticing Li Qing's repeated mention of his grandfather and the benevolent expression he wore, began to genuinely trust him, feeling a sense of kinship towards Li Qing. His words became notably more courteous. Indeed, Zhu Qijin was his grandfather's grandson. Though not a pure Han, he perfectly inherited his essence, Li Qing mused. On the first day of the 21st year of Chenghua, Zhu Jianshen, after distributing red envelopes, returned to the Qianqing Palace to sip tea leisurely, preparing to visit the Chang'an Palace and the Kuanning Palace to pay respects to his father and mother. Just as he took a bite of a pastry, the Crown Prince Zhu Yozong, accompanied by his younger siblings, approached to pay him New Year's greetings. Your son wishes to congratulate His Majesty, Zhu Yozong declared, leading a throng of princes and princesses who knelt, bowing their heads in reverence, wishing their father longevity and the fulfillment of his desires. Ha ha, rise, Zhu Jianshen clapped his hands, rummaging through his wide sleeves to produce a large stack of red envelopes. Yozong, your son is here, Zhu Yozong answered, stepping forward. Here, distribute these to your younger siblings. Zhu Jianshen said with a chuckle. Make sure they are well taken care of. If you give them to your mother, your father might not distribute any next year. Your son will obey, the children exclaimed joyfully, knowing that their father had spoken, and their mother would not dare take any away. Brother, give me a big one. Do not rush. Everyone will receive. Zhu Yozong organized his siblings, beginning with the youngest sister as he handed out the red envelopes. Zhu Jianshen observed this scene, unable to suppress his laughter, and then reflected, time truly flies. Reflecting on the past, he once doubted his ability to father a son. Yet, in the blink of an eye, many years have passed, and the number of his progeny has surpassed that of his father, and with time, he may even exceed his great ancestor. However, Zhu Jianshen does not desire to have many children. The ones he has are already sufficient. There is no need to bear children for the sake of it. He believes in letting fate take its course. Zhu Yozong, with a sigh, hurriedly handed the last red envelope to his younger brother before turning to his father. Father, accompany me for a walk. Very well, Zhu Yozong replied with a respectful bow. Zhu Jianshen stepped outside, with his children bowing in reverence to bid farewell to their father. Without turning back, he cautioned, be mindful in this heavy snow. Do not play too recklessly, lest you catch a chill. Your son obeys, came the reply. As delicate snowflakes drifted from the sky, it seemed they would soon cease, though the biting north wind still howled, imbued with a frigid air. After walking for a while, noticing that his son lagged behind, Zhu Jianshen slowed his pace. Unexpectedly, his son also slowed, remaining a step behind, appearing overly cautious. Zhu Jianshen decided to halt and turned to ask, Are you so afraid of me? Not at all. Zhu Yozong quickly clarified, How could I dare to walk alongside you, father? How archaic, Zhu Jianshen scoffed, adding, foolish. Your teachings are indeed wise, father, Zhu Yozong acknowledged. Zhu Jianshen, losing his irritation, sighed. You are the crown prince, the future emperor. The words of the sages are meant to guide the subjects, not to bind the emperor. Blindly adhering to texts is worse than disregarding them entirely. You must possess a scale of judgment in your heart. Do you understand? I understand, father, Zhu Yozong affirmed. Good. Zhu Jianshen exhaled a breath of warm air. Remember, when you ascend to the throne, you must detach yourself from personal involvement in matters. View issues from a higher perspective. You may reason with your ministers, but do not engage in endless debates. In reasoning, you will not prevail against them. You must blend both authority and benevolence. He paused before continuing. Moreover, while it is fine to heed the words of the sages, today's Ming Dynasty is no longer the era of Confucius and Mencius. It is undeniable that some principles remain timeless. However, they bear little relevance to governance. Chapter 2:12. The winds of change. Speaking of which, his son is already 16 this year. In ordinary families, at this age, some are already wed and can be considered adults. Yet, Zhu Jianshen does not feel entirely at ease. He does not trust him enough to delegate significant responsibilities. Indeed, his son is quite perceptive and diligent. If he were an ordinary prince, he would be quite commendable, but as the crown prince, he falls short in certain aspects. Zhu Jianshen sometimes wonders if his expectations are too high. Given his own achievements during the Changhua era, it would be acceptable for his son to be compliant, to merely be a ruler who maintains the status quo. Yet, he also feels that the heir to the Ming Dynasty, the future emperor, cannot afford to be mediocre. Hence, his attitude towards his son fluctuates between warmth and indifference, at times affectionate, at others, distant. A tiger father does not necessarily produce a tiger son. Zhu Jianshen mused bitterly within. Zhu Yozong sensed his father's disappointment and clasped his hands in respect, saying, compared to you, father, I am indeed lacking. Should I become the emperor of the Ming Dynasty in the future, I will emulate you, honoring our ancestors above and serving the realm and its people below. Zhu Jianshen paused in surprise, then suddenly burst into a hearty laugh. After his laughter subsided, he remarked, You have spirit. It is not surprising that Zhu Jianshen feels this way. His son possesses a rather timid and reserved disposition. To put it bluntly, he is someone who cannot even muster the courage to express himself. However, to hear him articulate such sentiments today brings a sense of comfort to Zhu Jianshen. Zhu Yuzhong chuckles awkwardly, momentarily uncertain whether his father is praising him or belittling him. He then shifts the topic, saying, Father, it is cold. Be careful not to catch a chill. Perhaps we should return. Zhu Jianshen chuckles in response. What? Are you worried about the cold with all that fat on you? My son, I am concerned for your well-being. Come, let us proceed to the Chonglu Palace and pay our respects to your grandfather. Very well. Upon their arrival at Chonglu Palace, Zhu Jianshen was still asleep. His daily routine was utterly irregular. He would sleep when tired and stay awake when not, rarely leaving his quarters, to the extent that he had lost track of time and did not even realize it was the first day of the new year. The two of them sat in the palace for quite some time before Zhu Jianshen finally stirred from his slumber. Zhu Yuzhong, ever observant, quickly approached the bed and respectfully greeted. Grandson wishes you a happy new year. May your health be robust and all your wishes fulfilled. Zhu Jianshen appeared bewildered for a moment, as if regaining his senses, and then smiled. Ah, Yuzhong, is it? Has the new year already arrived? Indeed, father. Zhu Jianshen stepped forward with a bow, proposing, Shall we share a reunion meal together at noon? Zhu Jianshen, feeling around his person and finding no red envelopes, sheepishly remarked, I completely forgot about this and have made no preparations. After a brief pause, he told Zhu Jianshen, I shall not join you. You young ones enjoy yourselves. I will simply read. With that, he picked up a book from the bedside and flipped through a few pages, scratching his head in confusion, seemingly forgetting where he had left off. Zhu Yuzhong curiously inquired, Grandfather, why not use a bookmark? With a chuckle, Zhu Jianshen replied, I forgot. At my age, I often forget things. Your Majesty, Zhu Jianshen prompted. On this festive day, do not squander your time with me. Go and celebrate with your children. Zhu Jianshen said with a smile. In that moment, Zhu Jianshen felt a pang of empathy. As a father himself, he could relate to his own father's sentiments. After a moment of silence, he said, Father, I am also your child. Zhu Jianshen was momentarily taken aback, and then tears of nostalgia streamed down his face. At noon, The three of them dined together, while the Zhou family at Kunning Palace awaited for a long time, yet their son did not arrive. After the meal, Zhu Jianshen gently suggested, "Father, do not confine yourself to the palace. As spring approaches, it would be beneficial to step outside and clear your mind." He hesitated to broach the subject of finding a consort for his father, as he felt that Zhu Qixian's current state was already quite dire. Yet, he did not wish for his father's twilight years to be filled with loneliness. Zhu Qixian shook his head. "I have grown accustomed to this pace of life. I do not wish to go out, nor do I know where to go. Reading and sipping tea in the palace is sufficient for me." After a brief pause, he offered his son an opportunity to show filial piety. "I have nearly finished this book. Perhaps you could procure some new ones." "Very well," Zhu Jianshen agreed, adding, "If you prefer not to venture out, at least do not isolate yourself entirely. The Empress and your grandchildren wish to honor you, yet cannot do so from behind closed doors." Zhu Qixian smiled and remarked, "With so many servants in the palace, how could I bear to burden my daughter-in-law and grandson? I understand your filial piety, but I yearn for tranquility. You all have your own affairs and lives. I do not wish for you to expend your energies on me." He sighed, adding, "Everyone has their own way of living. My father greatly appreciates this lifestyle. If you are filial, you should adhere to his wishes." Zhu Jianshen could only smile wryly and ceased his persuasion. Over the years, he had made numerous attempts, but his father was quite obstinate, leaving him with no alternative but to comply. As he exited from the Palace of Eternal Happiness, it was nearly the hour of shun. Zhu Jianshen made his way to the Palace of Kunning, which was lively and bustling. All the concubines had gathered there. Even Jiangnan, who had a contentious relationship with Empress Dowager Zhou, was present. Several tables were laden with lavish delicacies, accompanied by laughter and the sound of singing, reminiscent of a grand performance. These women lived in comfort and indulgence, free from cares. Zhu Jianshen felt a twinge of envy. However, as it was the new year, he did not wish to dampen the festive spirit and took his seat at his mother's table. "Xiaozhong, please go to Jiangna's table and bring her over," he instructed. "Yes, Your Majesty," replied De Fei. Empress Zhou interjected. Jiangnan at the neighboring table. Zhu Jianshen continued to direct. "Xiao, switch places with Xiaoji." The Empress Qin's eyes glistened with tears as she murmured, "This subject obeys." "Why are you crying on such a festive day?" Zhu Jianshen questioned, rendered speechless. The Empress's tears were not merely due to the change of position, but stemmed from the growing distance between her and the Emperor over the years. As the initial warmth had faded, it was evident that the Emperor had shifted his affections, favoring the Crown Prince instead. Noticing her distress, Ji Shufei quickly interjected, "Your Majesty, perhaps it is best to leave things as they are. It is quite satisfactory." Just as Zhu Jianshen was about to respond, Empress Zhou spoke first. "No, Xiaoji, please come and sit here." With her head bowed, the Empress Qin stood, bowed, and made her way to Ji Shufei's side, whispering, "Sister Shufei, let us switch." "Very well." Ji Shufei acquiesced, feeling resigned. She had always been uncontentious, yet trouble seemed to find her. Who could she turn to for resolution? "Come, sit beside mother," she urged. Before Ji Shufei could arrive, Empress Zhou stood and grasped her hand. Clearly, the position of Crown Prince was unassailable, and it was prudent to cultivate a good relationship with this daughter-in-law. With one empress already in place, coupled with the birth mother of the Crown Prince and herself as the Empress Dowager, the inner palace remained her domain. Since the return of the retired emperor, her restless heart had grown more agitated as she sought to reclaim control over the harem. Pulling Ji Shufei to sit down, Empress Zhou turned and called, "My son." Zhu Jianshen, engrossed in conversation with Jiangnan, feigned ignorance. "Son, son." Empress Zhou called several more times, and upon seeing her son still ignoring her, she finally said, "Your Majesty." Zhu Jianshen seemed to have finally heard her, lifting his head to inquire, "What is it?" "It is time for the Crown Prince, now 16, to select a Crown Princess, is it not?" Empress Zhou suggested, winking at Ji Shufei, who understood the implications of her words. This was her way of extending a favor. Ji Shufei recognized the intent, yet she was acutely aware of the emperor's sentiments towards his mother. This was not a favor, but rather a hindrance. It would have been better left unspoken. Ji Shufei did not accept this hot potato but instead responded, "This lowly concubine is merely a woman. I possess no insights. I shall defer entirely to your Majesty." Empress Zhou's expression stiffened. Zhu Jianshen, however, wore a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. "Your Majesty, what are your thoughts?" he inquired. "I find it inappropriate," Zhu Jianshen replied nonchalantly. Yu Yuchang was born in July of the 6th year of Chenghua, and now, in the first month of the 21st year. Although he is said to be 16, he is still quite young. He is in the midst of his growth phase and is not suited for marriage. Zhou Shi asked. Then when do you think it would be appropriate to select a crown princess for Yu Yuchang? Once this conversation had begun, it naturally demanded a conclusion. Otherwise, it would not be a matter of personal interest. As long as the emperor's son set a deadline, that would be the point to strive for. Unexpectedly, Zhu Jianshen played against convention, stating, 10,000. Ridiculous. Zhen'er exclaimed, money, money. Zhou Shi tossed aside a silver ingot and continued to press, Your Majesty. When do you deem it suitable to choose a crown princess for Yu Yuchang? When the time is right, Zhu Jianshen replied casually, fiddling with his cards. Surely there must be a date? Zhou Shi frowned. It's still too early. We'll discuss it then. Zhu Jianshen neatly arranged his cards, declaring, 30,000. Enough of the 30,000. Zhou Shi played a card haphazardly and urged, the crown prince is the nation's heir. Selecting a crown princess is of utmost importance. We must prepare ahead. Zhu Jianshen, a formidable player in the political arena, was well aware of what his mother was scheming. He chuckled. Does mother truly believe that Yu Yuchang will be unable to find a wife in the future? When did mother ever say such a thing? If that is the case, why the urgency? Zhou Shi replied, somewhat displeased. I simply wish to embrace my great-grandchild sooner. Is that wrong? Not at all. Zhu Jianshen laughed heartily. Mother should take good care of herself. You will surely hold one soon. Pausing for a moment, he turned to Concubine Ji. What say you, my beloved? Concubine Ji nodded. The emperor speaks wisely. The crown prince is still growing, and considering marriage at this moment is indeed premature. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shi's anger flared. I assist you so. And you stab me in the back? I shall not play with you any longer. I thank you for your input. Had you not spoken, the emperor might have considered the matter, but now, he will undoubtedly oppose it. Please do not involve me in this. Concubine Ji felt somewhat vexed as well. She was not one to vie for favor, yet she cared deeply when it came to her son. However, after years spent in the depths of the palace, she had grown more astute. Despite her anger, her expression remained that of a demure young bride. She played a card that Zhou Shi desired, reminding her, Mother, mother. Touch. Zhou Shi quickly revealed a pair, then paused. Why is my hand missing a card? Are you daft? Who told you to play without picking up cards? It's not my fault. Chapter 213. Unfavorable times. Zhou Shi felt that Zhen'er was her natural nemesis. Whenever she played, Zhen'er would take the winning hand. When she was close to victory, Zhen'er would draw the winning card. Since Zhen'er sat at this table, she had not won a single round. The misfortunes at the card table were one thing, but Concubine Ji was also unyielding, failing to be won over, and causing the emperor's son to wear a dark expression. This year was truly distressing. In the palace of Concubine Ji, the mother and son, having toiled all day, finally found a moment of leisure. I come to pay my respects for the new year, Mother, Zhu Yuchang said respectfully, bowing low, wishing her health and prosperity in all matters. My son, please rise. Empress Ji gazed at her son, who towered over her, filled with joy and contentment, the unpleasantness from Kuan-Ning Palace dissipating entirely. You will be 16 after this new year, Yu Zhang. You must be more sensible from now on, she instructed. Remember to heed your father's words and avoid provoking his anger. Pausing for a moment, she added, now that you are considered an adult, it is wise to limit your visits to the inner palace. She could not explicitly advise her son to distance himself from Empress Dowager Zhou, so she used this as a pretext. However, it was true that Zhu Yuzhang was indeed mature. Empress Ji's words were not unfounded. Typically, princes moved to the 10 royal manors outside the palace after turning 10. They were seldom permitted to enter the palace, especially the inner quarters, except for significant occasions such as the emperor's birthday or major festivals. The crown prince, once designated, would transition to the eastern palace. Yet Zhu Yuzhang was an exception, remaining within the palace, residing in a side hall of Qianqing Palace, which was quite contrary to protocol. This situation had prompted numerous petitions from the ministers. Nevertheless, Emperor Zhu Jianda refused to allow the crown prince to move to the eastern palace. Without residing there, the status of the crown prince appeared unstable, at least on the surface. This led to a sense of insecurity for both mother and son. The boy understood. Zhu Yuzhang bowed respectfully. It is not the new year yet. It has been some time since I paid my respects to mother. I shall be more attentive in the future. Indeed, Empress Ji nodded gently, reflecting for a moment before saying, "Your father is pleased with you. Do not worry too much. Maintain a calm demeanor. Do not be disheartened by the emperor's refusal to select a crown princess today. I understand it stems purely from his dissatisfaction with Empress Dowager Zhou, not from any disapproval of you. His attitude towards Consort Jin indicates that he favors his eldest son. There is no need for you to feel pressured. Rest assured, mother." "I comprehend," Zhu Yuzhong replied, offering a shy smile. "I do not feel any pressure." At that moment, Zhu Jianda entered, surprised to see Zhu Yuzhong. "Oh, Yuzhong is here too. I pay my respects to your majesty." The mother and son quickly bowed. "No need for formalities," Zhu Jianda said, moving to the tea table to sit down. "When did you arrive?" Responding to father, "I just came," Zhu Yuzhong explained. "I heard mother was playing with the Empress Dowager in Kunning Palace, and I did not wish to disturb her enjoyment, hence my visit for New Year greetings." "Please have some tea," Empress Ji offered. As she handed over the tea, she said to her son, "You have already paid your respects for the new year. The day is getting late. It is time to return." "No need to rush off," Zhu Jianda interjected, taking a sip of tea and smiling. "Stay for a meal before heading back." Zhu Yuzhong's round face lit up with surprise, and he clasped his hands, saying, "I thank father for this grace." "A meal is hardly a grace," Zhu Jianda chuckled, shaking his head. "Sit down, Ji, you too." "Yes." The mother and son settled down. Zhu Yuzhong poured a cup of tea for Empress Ji, saying, "Mother, please enjoy." It had been a long time since the three of them dined together. And while he felt joy, a sense of awkwardness also crept in as he rubbed his chubby hands, unsure of what to say. He glanced at his father, then at his mother. Zhu Jianda toyed with his teacup, pondering. "Yuzhong?" "Yes, I am here," Zhu Yuzhong responded. "No need to rise, stay seated." Zhu Jianda gestured towards the chair. "Understood." Zhu Yuzhong resumed his seat, looking at his father, his heart fluttering with nervous anticipation. Zhu Jianshen set down his teacup, his expression unexpectedly serious. "It was now the 21st year of the Changhua era, and you, at 16, were considered an adult. My son seldom visits the harem. What prompted you to interrupt me?" "I am guilty," replied Zhu Yuzhong, who had just taken his seat, hastily rising to kneel and implore his father to impose punishment. "Enough. Enough, rise." Zhu Jianshen sighed, slightly exasperated, and continued, "I did not refer to your visits to the harem." After a pause, he added, "Once the Lantern Festival has passed, you shall move to the Eastern Palace." "Is that so?" Zhu Yuzhong was momentarily taken aback. Consort Ji could not help but concentrate her gaze, admonishing her son. "Did you not hear your father's words?" "Yes, indeed." Zhu Yuzhong quickly bowed. "I shall obey your command. The position of Crown Prince is now firmly established." Zhu Jianshen sighed inwardly, still somewhat dissatisfied, yet there were no better alternatives. "Very well, let it be so. Furthermore, there is still Li Qing to consider. The Crown Prince, now 16, should not remain in the palace. He had no intention of changing the heir. The years of guidance had certainly borne fruit. His gentle yet progressive son had made considerable strides, and there was no need to prolong the matter. "Rise," Zhu Jianshen instructed, "and when the time comes, I shall entrust you with some official documents. Do not become complacent." "Yes, I am eager to share your burdens, my father," Zhu Yuzhong replied, a hint of excitement coloring his cheeks. "I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly, striving not to disappoint you." "Well said." Zhu Jianshen nodded in approval. Consort Ji felt a surge of excitement surpassing that of her son. He had finally emerged from the shadows. After the evening meal, Zhu Yuzhong lingered for a short while before returning to the side hall of Qinqing Palace. Consort Ji, who had always shunned the competition for favor, for the first time retained her imperial husband, intent on serving him well that night. In the tranquil, snow-laden night, willows swayed gently, and emotions stirred like a tender breeze. As snowflakes melted, yet spring remained elusive. After the Lantern Festival, Zhu Yuzhong dutifully relocated to the Eastern Palace. The court officials erupted in fervent excitement, tears of joy welling in their eyes. The emperor had finally allowed the crown prince to reside in the Eastern Palace and bestowed upon him certain governing powers. Now, they could engage with the crown prince openly, free from the worry of not being able to meet him. The Eastern Palace was abuzz with visitors, lively and vibrant. To put it bluntly, it was nothing short of a blatant display of pro-crown prince factionalism. However, Zhu Jianshen remained unconcerned and did not intervene. He had anticipated this scenario when proposing the crown prince's move to the Eastern Palace, and he did not view it as a negative development. Allowing the crown prince early exposure to officials and governance was more beneficial than harmful. As for being overshadowed, Zhu Jianshen harbored no fears. The crown prince lacked the ability, and the officials lacked the audacity. In the past, the founding emperor had entrusted the governance to the crown prince Yaiwen at an early age, while the remarkably astute Emperor Taizong had comfortably allowed Emperor Renzong to govern while he himself waged war in the northern frontier. He remained within the palace walls without fear of upheaval. If one were truly concerned, then perhaps there should be no crown prince at all. Compared to the Tang dynasty, the Ming emperor's vigilance regarding the crown prince was almost non-existent. Zhu Jianshen fulfilled his promise, genuinely conferring upon Zhu Yuzhong a degree of governing authority, with various memorials sent to the Eastern Palace each day. Yet, all memorials approved by Zhu Yuzhong were required to pass through his scrutiny once more. Even so, Zhu Yuzhong found great satisfaction, as did the court officials. It was a rare occasion to witness the emperor make concessions, leaving them with little to criticize. In a moment, the court was invigorated, and the officials were imbued with newfound zeal. In March, the aged Shang Lu, citing ill health, requested to retire to his homeland. Zhu Jianshen rejected this plea and promoted him to the position of Grand Secretary. After years of anticipation, Shang Lu finally attained the coveted role, yet he was truly weary. After merely a month in office, Shang Lu again sought to resign. Zhu Jianshen, undeterred, rejected this request as well, while summoning Lu Jian to the cabinet, urging Shang Lu to mentor him for the sake of the Ming Dynasty, requesting him to serve for another 2 years. Shang Lu felt a profound sense of helplessness. His resignation was not mere formality, but a genuine acknowledgement of his limitations. However, with the emperor's insistence, he could only grit his teeth and persevere. Zhu Jianshen was perceptive, and Wanan was a loyal subordinate. But when it came to executing practical matters, Wanan lacked the requisite capability, necessitating the involvement of more talented individuals. Lu Jian was recommended by Li Qing, and Zhu Jianshen trusted Li Qing's judgment, recognizing Lu Jian's qualifications as well. In August, Shang Lu once again petitioned for resignation. In the Qianqing Palace, he implored, "Your Majesty, this old minister has reached an advanced age and cannot continue to share your burdens. I earnestly hope for your grace to allow me to return to my roots." Given his age, Zhu Jianshen found it difficult to reject this heartfelt request and nodded in agreement, saying, "Your contributions are well noted, and I shall reward you." Even the most extraordinary individuals cannot escape the ravages of time. Thus, the once illustrious Shang Lu stepped down from the political stage. However, the realm shall always produce new talents. The departure of Shang Lu would not destabilize the foundations of the Ming Dynasty. The newcomer, Lu Jian, quickly demonstrated his exceptional political acumen and earned the esteem of Zhu Jianshen. He was even granted permission to assist the crown prince in governance on the 10th of each month. Consequently, Lu Jian ascended to prominence within the halls of power, respected even by the 6 ministries and the 9 ministers. In contrast, the crown prince's tutor, Li Dongyang, and the Hanlin Academy editor, Xie Qian, appeared rather inconspicuous. In October, Zhu Jianshen allocated over 1 million taels to General Li Hong, stationed in Fujian, for the recruitment of soldiers and the construction of ships, designating Fujian as the second most crucial naval base. In the spring of the 22nd year of Chenghua, Zhu Qizhen fell gravely ill. Through the tireless efforts of the imperial physicians, he narrowly escaped a dire fate, though he was left with lingering ailments. According to the physicians, the former emperor was afflicted with dementia. Having long confined himself, Zhu Qizhen had indeed become bewildered, sometimes failing to recognize even Zhu Jianshen. Most of the time, he remained in a dazed state, scarcely reading, muttering to himself incomprehensibly, leaving the servants to coax and comfort him. Months later, Zhen'er also fell ill. The imperial physicians lamented the ill fortune of the year and exerted all efforts to save the empress. The empress's esteemed position in the emperor's heart was well known throughout the court and the realm, and the pressure they faced was no less than that of treating the former emperor. Fortunately, diligence bore fruit, and the empress's life was preserved. Zhen'er, while not left with lasting afflictions, never fully recovered. Her health fluctuated, requiring a constant regimen of medication, which deeply troubled Zhu Jianshen. Simultaneously, he was plagued by fears, terrified of losing his beloved sister Wan. Chapter 214. A heartfelt exchange between father and son in Yongning Palace. The emperor urged, "Do not rise, please lie down." Zhu Jianshen gently helped Zhener to lie down and softly inquired, "Are you feeling any better?" "Yes, somewhat better," Zhener fibbed, fully aware that her time was drawing near. "That's good to hear." Zhu Jianshen sighed lightly in relief. "This illness of yours has lingered for quite some time. Almost 2 months now. You must recover soon." Zhener managed a bittersweet smile, responding, "I am sorry to trouble you, Your Majesty." "What are you saying? When did you become so distant with me?" Zhu Jianshen feigned displeasure. Huffing, "I tell you, you must recover quickly, or I shall have to impose a punishment." Zhener gazed up at her young emperor, her face radiating tenderness, and sighed softly. "Time indeed ages us. In the blink of an eye, Your Majesty is no longer youthful. You have wrinkles now. Is that so?" Zhu Jianshen touched his face and then jested. "What? Do you find me less handsome now?" "Handsome, still as handsome as ever." Zhener chuckled lightly, continuing to flatter him. Having spent decades together, it was less accurate to say that Zhu Jianshen spoiled Zhener. Rather, it was Zhener who indulged him. This had always been the case since his childhood. He was treated like a beloved younger brother or a cherished ancestor. Zhu Jianshen grumbled, with the mid-autumn festival approaching. "I command you to be well by then." "I shall obey your command." Zhener winked mischievously. Seeing her playful demeanor eased Zhu Jianshen's heart, and he felt lighter in spirit. "Then it is settled. We shall admire the moon together during the mid-autumn festival," he smiled. "Now that the Ming Dynasty is becoming increasingly stable, the Crown Prince can share some of my burdens. Once you recover, I shall take you on excursions," he continued, pausing to sigh. "People say the Emperor possesses the world and riches beyond measure, yet I have never ventured beyond the capital. They often speak of the paradise above and the beauty of Su and Hang below. We shall visit Su and Hang together." "That is hardly appropriate," Zhener laughed lightly. "How can an emperor leave the heart of the realm so easily? What cannot be done? Such sentiments are merely the rhetoric of those who wish to silence me." Zhu Jianshen retorted with a chuckle. "If they were truly guiltless, why would they fear me venturing into the provinces? Focus on your recovery, and I shall take you along," Zhu Jianshen said, taking her hand and gently rubbing it in his palm, his expression serious. "After toiling for over 20 years, should I not enjoy some respite?" Zhener could not help but laugh, saying, "Of course you should, Your Majesty. It is only natural for you to take a break after your tireless dedication to the nation. If only I could accompany you," Zhener silently added. "Your Majesty, may I ask you for a favor? Speak freely, whether it be 10 or 100 requests. I shall grant them all. First, promise me." "Very well, I promise." Zhu Jianshen responded readily this time. Zhener spoke softly. "I wish for Wang Zhi to enter the palace. Once I am well, allow him to return to Zhongguan village. Is that agreeable?" "Very well." Zhu Jianshen nodded gently. "Thank you, Your Majesty. If you wish to express your gratitude, then recover swiftly, for I am eager to visit Jiangnan," Zhu Jianshen remarked. Zhener paused before adding, "Your Majesty could also bring Sister Shufei along." Zhu Jianshen frowned. "Do you not wish to accompany me?" "Of course I do. How could I not?" Zhener smiled, though her heart ached, realizing the urgency in the emperor's tone. "It is good that you understand my urgency. Recover quickly." "Yes, indeed," Zhener nodded wearily, noticing her fatigue. Zhu Jianshen gently released her hand, saying, "Rest for now. I shall return to see you later." "Yes, Your Majesty, please take care." Gazing at the silhouette of her imperial husband, Zhener could not help but feel her eyes moisten, murmuring softly, "It is truly difficult to part." Zhu Jianshen exhaled a sigh of melancholy and then made his way to the Chonglu Palace. "Father, it is I, Jianshen," he called out to Zhu Qizhen. Zhu Qizhen, not only bewildered but also somewhat hard of hearing, could scarcely comprehend his son's voice. After several earnest calls of father, Zhu Qizhen's clouded eyes regained a semblance of clarity as he nodded and said, "Ah, it is Jianshen. Come, sit down." Grasping his son's hand, he smiled warmly. "You have done well, cleaning up the bureaucratic excesses and reforming the land administration. I have heard you even ventured to the northern frontier and emerged victorious, correct?" Zhu Jianshen felt a mix of helplessness and sorrow, his eyes glistening as he replied loudly, "Yes, we won long ago. Those matters you mentioned are from years past." "Years past," Zhu Qizhen echoed slowly. After a while, he inquired, "What year is it now?" "It is the 22nd year of Chenghua," Zhu Jianshen stated. Noticing his father's lack of response, he reiterated, "The 22nd year of Chenghua." Zhu Qizhen counted on his fingers, then mused, "Has Yuzhong married yet?" "Not yet, but it will be soon." Zhu Qizhen nodded, continuing to murmur, "Wanqing's child is not far from marriage either." What did you say, father? Zhu Jianshen asked, unable to catch his father's quiet musing. Zhu Jianshen did not answer but remarked, state affairs are pressing. I am doing quite well. You should attend to your royal duties. There is no urgency now, Zhu Jianshen declared. Our Ming Dynasty is at peace, and this year, natural disasters have been significantly fewer than in previous years. Yuzhan can take on some responsibilities. Good, good. Zhu Jianshen nodded with satisfaction, then asked, you truly are not busy? No, not busy at all. Then let us share a drink together. Zhu Jianshen chuckled. It has been a long time since I have had wine. Zhu Jianshen, unable to refuse, nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall drink with you. Someone, summon Li Qing. Zhu Jianshen added. He has contributed greatly to our Zhu family. Father, he is not in the capital. He is not even in the Ming Dynasty. Not here. Zhu Jianshen's expression fell slightly, then he smiled again. Then it shall just be the two of us. Indeed. Zhu Jianshen helped him to sit down and called to the entering servants. Quickly prepare the imperial feast and fine wine. A young eunuch hesitated for a moment before saying, Your Majesty, the court physician has advised that the Grand Emperor should not. Prepare it, Zhu Jianshen interjected. Yes, I shall obey, replied the young eunuch, bowing quickly before departing in haste. This was the first time the two of them would genuinely share a drink. After decades apart, they were reunited. The once youthful child had matured into the poised emperor of the Ming, while the former vibrant sovereign now bore the weight of time. Prior to this, the two had scarcely known one another, often failing to recognize each other even when crossing paths in the streets. Although they had grown somewhat closer after Zhu Jianshen's return, their conversations remained superficial, rarely delving into deeper sentiments. Today was a rare occasion for father and son to connect meaningfully. Father, I raise my glass to you. Zhu Jianshen proclaimed, lifting his cup. Zhu Jianshen clinked his cup against his son's and downed his drink in one go, perhaps drinking too hastily. He coughed for a while, his cheeks slightly flushed. Father, you are well. You are well. Zhu Jianshen waved his hand dismissively. The young eunuch lifted the wine jug, glancing at Zhu Jianshen with an inquiring look. Zhu Jianshen nodded slightly in approval. The young eunuch finally felt at ease pouring the wine. Zhu Jianshen raised his cup and said, This drink is to honor you from our father. That cannot be, Your Majesty, Zhu Jianshen hurriedly replied. What merit is there in a father honoring his son? I am unworthy of such regard. You are deserving indeed, Zhu Jianshen insisted, clinking his cup with Zhu Jianshen's before downing the contents in one gulp. After 2 cups, his cheeks were flushed, brimming with warmth. The young eunuch refilled the cups. Zhu Jianshen sighed lightly. In truth, our father wishes to be a good emperor, and he had the opportunity to be one, yet alas, his capabilities fell short. You are commendable, far more capable and accomplished than I, Zhu Jianshen remarked with a light chuckle. Compared to your grandfather, you surpass him in every regard. Our father is lacking, nearly jeopardizing the realm and harming the people. He has failed Emperor Xuanzong and our ancestors. Please do not speak so, Your Majesty, Zhu Jianshen consoled. Victory and defeat are common in warfare. Moreover, the losses on our side were not overly significant, and the Tatars suffered greatly as well. The current state of the northern grasslands owes much to that battle. Zhu Jianshen forced a bitter smile. The battle turned out that way not due to my efforts, but because of the steadfastness of Duke Zhang and the timely interventions of Li Qing and Yu Qian. Had they not fought valiantly to save the situation, the Ming Dynasty would have descended into chaos. Our father is the sovereign, and their merits reflect upon him. Zhu Jianshen defended his father. Regardless of whether standing from a son's perspective or that of an emperor, Zhu Jianshen sought to preserve his father's dignity. It was a matter of political correctness. However, Zhu Jianshen remained indifferent, for to him, matters of reputation held little weight. Come, allow me to toast you once more, he said. I raise my glass to you, my son. With a clink, the father and son drank in unison. Setting down their cups, Zhu Jianshen, filled with remorse, confessed. I have not been a good emperor, nor a good father. I have failed in my duties as a parent, and those years have been hard on you. I owe you an apology. Your Majesty, do not speak so heavily, Zhu Jianshen quickly replied. I have not suffered. My uncle is a good man who has provided me with a fine teacher, and I have lacked for nothing in life. Zhu Jianshen paused, his eyes clouded with the weight of experience. Indeed, he is a good man. I have burdened him, and I have failed in my duty as an elder brother. He raised his cup and spilled a portion onto the ground, sighing, Brother, it is all the fault of the elder brother. One day, I shall visit you, Your Majesty. It is of no concern, Zhu Jianshen lifted his sleeve to wipe away the corner of his eye. This is the first time we have shared our hearts over wine. It is only the beginning. Your Majesty has a remarkable capacity for wine. Indeed, I am quite generous, he added. In the Han Wangfu of Jiaoji, Zhu Qijuan expressed his unease. Are you certain this is sufficient? I still believe we should solidify our position further. Li Qing, maintaining his composure, replied. That child Gao Su was raised under my watch. I would never betray his lineage. Rest assured, your foundation is as solid as a fortress. After a moment, he continued. I shall return in a few years. This is not a one-time transaction. What is there to fear? Zhu Qijuan pondered this and finally conceded. Very well. But let it be known, should you break your word, do not blame me for inflating prices. Rest assured, I am a man of my word and never renege. Chapter 215, Exhaustion of Heart and Strength. Early September. Jinling, the guest hall of the Yongqing Marquis' residence. Li Qing savored his tea, his face bearing the marks of travel, fatigue evident in his demeanor. Zhu Wanqing, by his side, attempted to flatter him, saying, Uncle Li, you truly are punctual. This journey must have exhausted you, hasn't it? Enough with the flattery, Li Qing replied, setting down his teacup. Prepare yourself. I shall take you to the capital. Certainly. Zhu Wanqing responded with a cheerful nod. Uncle, you've traveled a long distance. Perhaps you should rest for 2 days. Our family business is extensive, and I must attend to some matters before I can accompany you to the capital. Very well. Go ahead. Li Qing nodded in agreement. I also have some tasks to attend to. I will return in 2 days. Is it to visit Aunt Li? Zhu Wanqing inquired tentatively. Noticing a change in Li Qing's expression, she quickly added, I misspoke. Li Qing chose not to hold it against her. Focus on your own affairs. I will come back in 2 days. Uncle, this is your home. Please return to stay for the night. I shall prepare a warm welcome for you, Zhu Wanqing insisted. It is merely a residence, just some rooms. Li Qing chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. You need not concern yourself with me. See to your own matters. Very well. Mother, who is that man? The youth inquired. Ah, he is a relative of your father, Zhu Wanqing thought to herself. He held you as a child. Which branch of the Duke of Chao is he from? The youth asked in astonishment. That makes him quite senior. Why all the questions? Zhu Wanqing replied impatiently. You should focus your energy on your studies. Otherwise, you might drive away several tutors. Mother, I truly am not cut out for studying. The youth chuckled awkwardly. I am the only son in our family. I need to help you manage our affairs in the future. It's not the end of the world if I'm not good at studying. Zhu Wanqing, exasperated, retorted, I've been wise all my life. Yet I bore a fool like you. That's just like my father, the youth teased. I find the sound of an abacus far more pleasant than that of reading. It's not that I don't want to study. It's just that I feel drowsy whenever I hear the teacher recite. You wasteful child, Zhu Wanqing said, her brows furrowing as she pinched her son's ear. If you don't study properly, you won't even understand business. With your mind, you might be swindled and still pay others. Mother, I'm not that foolish, the youth argued, but his expression twisted, and he quickly relented. I was wrong. I was wrong. Please forgive me, mother. Humph. Go study, Zhu Wanqing said with disdain. We shall discuss this when your father returns. Mother, don't call me that. I have no son like you, Zhu Wanqing huffed. And remember, this family legacy does not belong to us. I know, it belongs to the Yongqing Marquis. You've told me many times, the youth replied with a grin. But isn't my father going to be the future Yongqing Marquis? At this point, he paused suddenly. Curiosity piqued. Mother, where has my god-grandfather gone? Xiaohao, do you understand anything? Not really. You just need to know that we are safeguarding this family legacy. We must keep our position in mind, Zhu Wanqing said calmly. Go study well, or I might have another child with your father and send you away. Mother, no? Yes. 2 days later, Li Qing returned. Let us go? Yes. All right, Zhu Wanqing replied eagerly. Turning to her son, she said seriously, Xiaohao, greet your grandfather. The youth, Li Hao, bowed awkwardly and called out, Grandfather. Indeed. Li Qing cast a glance at him, then shifted his gaze back to Zhu Wanqing. Let us depart. Winter is approaching, and any further delay will only bring you hardship. Zhu Wanqing nodded and addressed her son. Mother is stepping out to attend to some matters. You must take good care of your sister at home. Mother, where are you going? He inquired. That is not your concern, Zhu Wanqing retorted with a huff. I have already sent word to your father. He shall return shortly. If you wish to inquire, you may ask him. Upon hearing that his father was soon to return, Li Hao instinctively shrank his neck and sighed. Mother, when will you be back? Zhu Wanqing turned to Li Qing. Li Qing shrugged. It depends on your wishes. Should you desire to stay longer, you may have Hunger fetch you. Hunger, Li Hao, was taken aback and asked, you mean my father? Who else could I mean but your father? Zhu Jianshen shot her son a sidelong glance and offered an awkward smile to Li Qing. Li Shu, this rascal is quite mischievous. I shall discipline him properly upon my return. Li Qing nodded. There is no time to waste. Let us be off. Indeed. Seeing that his mother was about to lose her temper, Li Hao turned to Li Qing and asked, Li Grandpa, where are you and my mother going? For how long? Looking at Li Qing, who appeared no more than 5 or 6 years his senior, he felt somewhat sheepish addressing him as grandfather. That is difficult to say. Li Qing replied. Everyone has their own affairs. At your age, it is best to focus on your studies and not give your parents cause for worry. Ah, yes. The young lad replied, feeling slightly indignant, yet not daring to retort. He could only say, Mother, when my father returns, what shall I say? I have already communicated everything to your father in my letter. There is no need for you to say anything, Zhu Jianshen stated. Do you remember what your grandfather just said? Yes, Li Hao replied, somewhat dejectedly. Mother, what is it you are going to do? Must I explain my actions to you? His mother's tone suggested that he was being rather audacious. Indeed, he has often been punished yet remains unrepentant, Zhu Jianshen remarked with a hint of exasperation. Tentatively, she suggested, perhaps, Li Shu, you could help discipline him? Recalling the fear he had felt under Li Shu's guidance, she believed that Li Shu's intervention would be effective. With Li Shu, rebellion was simply not an option. Let us see. If time permits, I may assist in your training, Li Qing chuckled. You know how it is with me. Discipline can be a bit demanding. No matter, as long as he is not rendered lifeless or incapacitated, do as you wish. Zhu Jianshen replied. Very well, Li Qing nodded, then added, we should head into the city before sunset. Let us move swiftly. Li Shu, please slow down, wait for me. Upon reaching the capital, it was already late September, and winter had officially set in. Li Qing unlocked the door and pushed it open, leading Zhu Jianshen into the small courtyard. She had intended to reminisce about the past, but upon surveying the current arrangements, she exclaimed in astonishment, what has changed? The house had long since fallen into disrepair due to lack of occupancy. This was rebuilt under the emperor's orders, Li Qing explained. Zhu Jianshen nodded slowly, letting out a soft sigh. Li Shu, you have worked hard. Such sentiments need not come from you, a young lady. Li Qing chuckled lightly. You shall stay in the west wing. There are bedding and blankets in the cabinet. I will go to the market to buy some food. Let it be my niece who goes, she replied. She is no longer an unmarried girl. Stay at home. What do you wish to eat? Li Qing said. Just have her pick something. My niece is not picky. Zhu Jianshen rubbed her hands together and remarked, it's quite chilly today. I suspect it might snow. All right, just wait. She added. Suddenly, the sound of knocking echoed, prompting Zhu Jianshen to emerge from the eastern chamber and open the door. Upon seeing the visitor, she was momentarily taken aback. Who are you? She inquired. Wang Zhi also paused, quickly realizing his mistake. He clasped his hands in apology. I beg your pardon. Upon seeing the door unlocked, I assumed the original owner of this residence had returned. I hope you can forgive my intrusion. He turned to leave. Wait a moment, Zhu Jianshen interjected. Who might this original owner be? Li Qing, Wang Zhi responded, puzzled. Perhaps you did not purchase the residence from him, or could it be? I am his niece, Zhu Jianshen replied politely, noting his mention of her uncle's name. Please, come in. Uncle Li has returned. But he has gone out to the street and should be back shortly. Is he truly back? A flicker of surprise crossed Wang Zhi's eyes as he bowed. Since there are womenfolk in your household, I shall refrain from entering and will wait here instead. Since you are a guest of Uncle Li, you should come in and wait. Otherwise, he may reproach me for neglecting my hospitality, Zhu Jianshen insisted, stepping aside. Both felt a moment of tension, adhering to their principles of courtesy. Ultimately, Wang Zhi relented, bowing once more, then I shall impose. He entered the small courtyard, heading directly towards the bamboo grove. Avoiding the main hall, the courtyard was modest, lacking distinct front and back areas. With the master absent and only women present, it would be discourteous to enter the house. Zhu Jianshen ceased her insistence, poured him a cup of tea, and retreated to the western chamber to tidy up the bedding. After a short while, Li Qing entered the courtyard and, upon seeing Wang Zhi, was momentarily stunned. After a thoughtful pause, he spoke. Xiaoyun, what brings you here? I apologize for my abrupt visit. I hope you will not take offense, Wang Zhi replied with a bow, smiling as he added. You once mentioned that after parting, We might never meet again in this lifetime. It seems you were mistaken. Li Qing nodded with a smile. Come, let us discuss this in the main hall. After you. He gestured. Indeed. Li Qing led the way inside, calling out, Wanqing. I'm here, Zhu Wanqing responded as she emerged from the side room. This young gentleman is being overly formal and refuses to wait in the main hall for Uncle Li. Li Qing handed her a package of food and drink. First, have something to eat and rest for the night. Tomorrow, I will take you over. Certainly, Zhu Wanqing replied, accepting the package and nodding to Wang Shoren, who returned the gesture. Zhu Wanqing then returned to her chamber, while Wang Shoren followed Li Qing into the main hall. In the Changlu Palace, Zhu Jianshen announced loudly, Father, it is I, your son, Zhu Jianshen. Zhu Qizhen gazed at him in confusion, staring for a long while before managing a shy smile. I cannot recall. Grandfather, do you still remember your grandson? Zhu Yuzhong leaned forward with a beaming face. It's me, Yuzhong. Ah, you've all slipped my mind. Zhu Qizhen knew these were his descendants, yet he held no recollection of them, completely blank on memories of his children and grandchildren. Zhu Yuzhong sighed softly, a frown marring his face as he looked towards his father. Zhu Jianshen, weary and forced to smile, felt the weight of his beloved wife's lingering illness and the burden of his father's fading mind, leaving him utterly exhausted. Chapter 216, A Reunion. Father, what shall we do now? Zhu Yuzhong furrowed his brow. You inquire about my father, and I find myself perplexed. The question posed by my son ignites a tempest of frustration within me, and I exclaim, a group of incompetent fools, unable to remedy anything. What purpose do they serve? I might as well have them all eliminated. Father, please calm your anger. Zhu Yuchong hastily bows. Your Majesty, please, do not be enraged. The attendants kneel in trepidation. Zhu Qizhen, puzzled, questions, what has stirred such ire? Father, do you truly not remember your son? Are you not my child? Have you finally recalled? A flicker of hope dances in Zhu Yuchong's eyes as he gazes eagerly at his grandfather. Zhu Qizhen rolls his eyes, responding, if I were unaware of your identity as my son, would that not render me a fool? Zhu Jianshen feels an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Since the last visit to the royal tombs to pay respects to our ancestors, my father has completely lost his wits, showing no signs of recovery, and has grown even more deaf. Communicating with him has become a genuine strain. With my father in a daze and my beloved wife unwell, I find myself more fatigued than when battling with my ministers. Sighing wearily, Zhu Jianshen commands, summon the imperial physician. I had anticipated that my teacher's absence signified an important undertaking, yet he returned sooner than expected. Wang Shoren jests. It appears it was not such a momentous affair. Yet, that is not entirely accurate. Over the past 2 years, I have indeed accomplished something significant. Li Qing scoffs. You are but a naive youth, unaware of my prowess. Pray, enlighten me, I retort. You lack the qualifications. Li Qing, exuding an air of superiority, replies coolly, perhaps when you become a pillar of the Ming Dynasty, I may share my insights. Such boastfulness. Wang Shoren scoffs. Are you leaving soon? Not for the next few years. There are no pressing matters, and I wish to take my time, to allow myself to find tranquility. Li Qing stretches lazily, murmuring, I shall become a Taoist. Oh, count me in. Wang Shoren expresses interest. Have you abandoned your scholarly pursuits? Li Qing laughs. You truly are unpredictable. One must embrace new experiences to gain fresh insights. Wang Shoren chuckles in return. I now realize that my previous path has become constricted. As you said, one cannot cultivate sages from mere bamboo. Rote learning is insufficient. I must read extensively while traversing the world. That should not be the case. Li Qing murmurs. It has been 2 years. One would expect some growth. He recalls that at 13, he aspired to be the wealthiest in the world, only to lower his sights to being the richest in the nation by 15. While Wang Shoren remains dedicated to the pursuit of wisdom. It is rather perplexing. Could it be that old Wang's principles fail to restrain him? What should not be? Oh, nothing. Li Qing replies with amusement. In your esteemed family, do you believe your father would permit you to become a Taoist? Wang Shoren laughs. I do not intend to be a Taoist forever. I merely wish to experience it. Lately, I have been frequenting Buddhist temples and have gained much from the experience. Did the abbot not turn you away? Not at all. So is it possible? What? Take me along to become a Taoist. Li Qing is impressed. Realizing why old Wang cannot maintain control, were he in the same situation, he too would find it impossible to rein in, to strike yet remain unheeded, to scold yet see no change. Can a father truly extinguish his son's life? Li Qing rolled his eyes and replied with a huff. This matter is beyond my authority. Consult your father. Wang Zhi nodded in agreement. Naturally, I shall seek my father's counsel as well. However, do not leave without notice this time. We do share a bond. And should I rise to sagehood in the future, you too shall bask in its glory, would you not? You are quite a decent fellow. Li Qing suppressed a smile and, with a respectful gesture, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Sage Wang. Wang Zhi returned the courtesy, albeit awkwardly. Not yet, I am not, after a brief pause. He stood to take his leave. Since you have just returned, I shall not intrude further. I will visit again another day. Take care on your journey, Li Qing replied. Uncle Li, who was that young man? Zhu Jianshen inquired with curiosity, pondering how someone of her uncle's life experience could befriend a mere child. An intriguing youth. Li Qing chuckled lightly before adopting a serious demeanor. Tonight, I shall scout the area. If all goes well, I will bring you along tomorrow. Zhu Jianshen, feeling anxious, remarked, Uncle Li, I am aware of your remarkable skills, but within the Imperial Palace, I lack such prowess. What are you thinking? I can be discreet, but you must be forthright. Oh, I am not being secretive, Li Qing retorted. Rest assured. Bringing you into the palace will not be done in secrecy. Will this work? Your elder brother is the emperor. What could possibly be amiss? Zhu Jianshen nodded slightly, her face brightening. Uncle Li, I have prepared your bedding. You should rest now. The young girl displayed commendable filial piety. As night fell, clad in dark attire, Li Qing set forth under the cover of darkness. His journey was uneventful until he arrived at Changlu Palace, where the candlelight had long extinguished. Fortunately, Li Qing remembered the palace's layout and, with agility, slipped into Zhu Jianshen's inner chambers. Hey, wake up. Zhu Jianshen stirred from his slumber, only to find a stranger before him. Bewildered by the audacity of this intruder, his confusion deepened as he realized he was unable to utter a word. Just wait a moment, Li Qing instructed, moving aside to light a candle and bringing it closer to Zhu Jianshen's face. Can you see clearly now? Yes, Zhu Jianshen nodded. Still perplexed, who are you? Are you feeling a bit itchy? Li Qing asked through clenched teeth. I truly forgot. Zhu Jianshen shuddered, fear etched across his features. Even if he could not recall, the ingrained terror remained palpable. Noticing that he was not feigning, Li Qing placed his hand gently atop Zhu Jianshen's head and pressed lightly twice before taking his wrist to transfer a surge of vital energy. Upon contact, Li Qing's brow furrowed deeply. Zhu Jianshen's condition was dire. It is I, Li Qing, the Duke of Yongqing from the Ming Dynasty. Do reflect carefully, he urged, continuing to channel his energy. Zhu Jianshen felt warmth enveloping him, a stark contrast to his usual inability to warm even his bedding, igniting within him a sense of resilience against the chill. He gazed intently at Li Qing, realizing the absence of hostility, so familiar, after a long moment. A flicker of clarity crossed his muddled eyes, and he exclaimed in surprise, Sir, when did you return? Having just returned, I brought that girl with me. Li Qing inquired, Your daughter. Do you still remember? Wang Qing murmured, clarity overshadowing confusion, as he tightly grasped Li Qing's hand, his lips quivering. Sir, pull me along. Rest well, she is in Lianjiaten. If all goes smoothly, I shall bring her here tomorrow, Li Qing replied. Tomorrow, speak to the emperor and ask him to visit Lianjiaten. Very well, Zhu Jianshen nodded repeatedly. I will remember, I will remember. Observing his state, Li Qing felt a twinge of sorrow, coupled with skepticism regarding his words. Do you truly remember? With this inquiry, Zhu Jianshen's confidence wavered. There is ink and paper on the table. Sir, write it on my hand. Certainly. Li Qing retrieved the ink and wrote the characters for Qing and Lian on the palm of Zhu Jianshen's hand, trusting that Zhu Jianshen's intelligence would grasp the profound meaning. This way, there was no fear of being detected by those with ulterior motives. Rest easy, do not feel pressured. If you forget, I shall return tomorrow night and speak directly to him. Zhu Jianshen never slept alone, making it difficult for Li Qing to act. However, seeing Zhu Jianshen's condition, he was unwilling to delay any further. Thank you for your trouble, sir. Zhu Jianshen nodded, tears streaming down his face, his disheveled gray hair and aged, creased visage, along with his dim, murky eyes, appeared helpless and forlorn in the flickering candlelight. Li Qing sighed softly and spoke gently, sleep now, after a good rest. You will see your daughter. As he said this, he lightly tapped Zhu Jianshen twice. Slowly, Zhu Jianshen closed his eyes and soon fell into a deep slumber. Li Qing tucked him in, arranging the covers, sighed once more, and turned to leave. The following morning, Zhu Jianshen slowly opened his eyes, a look of bewilderment on his face. He vaguely recalled having something of utmost importance to do, yet he could not recall what it was. Panic and urgency engulfed him, but the memory eluded him. In despair, he repeatedly struck his head, attempting to jog his memory. This nearly frantic behavior alarmed the servants, who turned pale and cried out, "Quick, summon the imperial physician. Inform the emperor." Zhu Jianshen, weary and hurried, arrived to find his father's condition had worsened, with an intensifying headache. He sat by the bedside, gazing at his utterly dazed father, and grief overwhelmed him as he cried, "Father, it is your son, Jianshen." As the emperor wept, the servants, too, knelt and wept uncontrollably. Upon seeing his son dressed in dragon robes, Zhu Jianshen suddenly recalled something. He opened his hand, shaking first his left hand, then his right, murmuring, "Look, look, pay close attention." On his left hand was the character for Qing, and on his right, Lian. Yet, Zhu Jianshen was too distraught to engage in riddles. Pleading, "Father, please wake up. Look, look." Zhu Jianshen urged, "Guess, you must guess." Zhu Jianshen, overwhelmed by the bewildering characters, felt a mix of sorrow and exasperation. "What am I to guess?" "You can guess. Think carefully," Zhu Jianshen implored, his face beseeching, "Please, guess." Zhu Jianshen was momentarily taken aback, but suddenly a wave of understanding washed over him. He hastily grasped Zhu Jianshen's hand and said, "Father, I have discerned your thoughts. Do not fret. I shall attend to this matter immediately." The audacity of Li Qing knows no bounds. Chapter 217. A profound father-daughter bond. Uncle Li, I observe that the guest room, courtyard, and hall are immaculate and orderly, resembling a place frequently maintained rather than one long abandoned. Does this imply that my elder brother is aware of your secret? Zhu Wanqing inquired. Li Qing chuckled. If you can deduce it, why could he not? Indeed, Zhu Wanqing nodded slightly. Is it the book titled Eternal Longevity in the Ming Dynasty? Li Qing cast her a sidelong glance and remarked, Are you feeling mischievous? Why the rush to speak? Zhu Wanqing's face flushed, by the way. What was the title of that book again? Ask your imperial brother, Li Qing replied, rolling his eyes before returning to his tea, choosing not to engage further. After a brief pause, Zhu Wanqing asked, Uncle Li, will the emperor come today? One would assume so, Li Qing replied, though he lacked certainty. Do not worry. If he does not arrive, I shall seek him out tonight. Ah, Zhu Wanqing nodded, hesitating before inquiring, Uncle Li, is my father well? Li Qing set down his teacup and sighed. Not particularly well. He has become quite muddled. However, he is not entirely lost yet. Zhu Wanqing's expression shifted dramatically, her eyes widening in alarm as she questioned, How can this be? My father is but in his 60s. How could he be so confused? Li Qing fell silent for a moment before responding somberly. His spirit has waned. Your mother's passing has dealt him a substantial blow, and after decades of absence, he returns to a world transformed, devoid of a confidant to share his thoughts. Isolated day after day, even a robust man can succumb to despair. He is not young anymore. After a brief pause, he continued, to speak candidly, your father is nearing his end. You should prepare yourself mentally. What? Zhu Wanqing gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief, rendered momentarily speechless. With a thud, she knelt down, tears streaming down her face. Uncle Li, please, I implore you, save my father. Li Qing, with a sense of helplessness, replied, Why must you torment yourself so? If I could save him, would I stand idle? The reality is that if he remains in this state, he may live a while longer. Should he regain consciousness, it may prove detrimental. Zhu Wanqing's complexion turned ashen, her voice trembling as she pleaded, Uncle Li, are you not akin to a deity? Even you cannot assist him? You overestimate me. Li Qing chuckled bitterly, his demeanor forlorn. I am merely one who has lived long and possesses combat prowess. Otherwise, I am no different from any ordinary person. If I were truly divine, I would not harbor so many regrets. Zhu Wanqing opened her mouth to speak, but fell silent, tears cascading down her cheeks in sorrow. After a long pause, she finally said, Then let us maintain the status quo. No, Li Qing countered, shaking his head. For him, existing in this manner is akin to being a living corpse. After your mother's departure, you have become the most significant person in his life. For him, if he cannot even recognize his beloved daughter, What meaning does it hold to prolong his days? Li Qing sighed, reflecting that his heart had long since perished, and that he had only a month or two left to live. In these final moments of life, it would be best for him to regain clarity. Uncle Li, I know you are filial, but given the limited time left, shouldn't we allow him to depart with dignity? Perhaps even granting him the chance to see his beloved daughter one last time? Zhu Jianshen remained silent. After a long pause, she wiped her tears away and asked, "How much longer does my father have?" "That is difficult to determine," Li Qing replied with a gentle sigh. Since the incident involving Empress Ma, he had refrained from making promises, for the world is rife with uncertainties. Will he make it through this year? Zhu Jianshen's face was streaked with tears, her expression pleading. "I will do my utmost," Li Qing reassured her. "Life and death are the natural course of existence. He is merely going to find your mother." "All right, go wash your face," he urged. "Your elder brother may arrive soon, and we must prepare to enter the palace. You cannot present yourself in this state." "Yes, all right," Zhu Jianshen replied in a muffled tone, wiping her tears as she rose. No longer a young girl, at over 30, she would soon become a grandmother. Despite her heartache, she remained composed. Over the years, she had managed the affairs of the Yongqing Marquisate, overseeing both minor and major matters, which had fortified her resolve. Before long, she returned. Her complexion still pale, but no longer weeping. "Uncle Li, do not be disheartened. We must look forward," Li Qing spoke softly. Zhu Jianshen nodded vigorously, aware that her uncle had endured far more hardship than she. The atmosphere between the uncle and niece grew heavy with unspoken words. After an indeterminate amount of time, Li Qing broke the silence. "He has arrived." Zhu Jianshen paused momentarily, then heard a knock at the door. She took a deep breath and went to open it. As she creaked the door open, she beheld her long-absent elder brother, the emperor. Years had passed since their last meeting. He had grown a longer beard and appeared more mature. Indeed, he looked more worn than her own brother Hong. Unsure of how to greet him, she noted that he was dressed in plain clothes, rather than his customary imperial yellow. Zhu Jianshen did not let her awkwardness linger. He merely hesitated for a moment before smiling at the captain of the guards beside him. "Stay here, and do not enter unless commanded by the emperor." "Yes," the captain replied, casting a glance at Zhu Jianshen before quickly averting his gaze, not daring to utter a word. He began to form a conjecture. Yet his assumptions were vastly removed from the reality of the situation. Initially, Zhu Jianshen felt resentment towards her elder brother for not caring for their father properly. However, upon seeing his current state, she could no longer harbor any thoughts of blame. She forced a smile and invited him in. "Very well," Zhu Jianshen replied as he stepped into the courtyard. The captain of the guards craned his neck to peer inside, only to see the door close abruptly. Nearly catching his head, "Did Li Qing bring you here?" Zhu Jianshen inquired. "Yes," Zhu Jianshen nodded. "Uncle Li is in the parlor. Your arrival is fortuitous." Zhu Jianshen sighed as he hurried towards the parlor. "Li Qing, how is it that you have managed to slip into the palace without a sound?" Li Qing did not lift his eyes as he responded. "What does it matter at this point? We should focus on what truly matters. Is this a detail? You stride into the imperial palace as if it were your own home, and yet I can still manage to sleep?" Zhu Jianshen snorted softly, though he refrained from arguing further on the matter. "You have brought my sister here to accompany the Grand Emperor, have you not?" "Indeed," Li Qing nodded. "Your father does not have much time left. You would not refuse this, would you?" Zhu Jianshen smiled wryly and shook his head. "That is not the issue. However, if she is to enter the palace, there must be a suitable reason." "I have already thought of that," replied Li Qing. "I will enter the palace as a divine physician to treat the Grand Emperor, and she shall be my disciple. Can your medical skills suffice? Do you look down upon anyone? In the past, I have indeed treated many, yet few have truly been healed. It is not that my skills are inferior. I can treat ailments, but cannot save lives." Li Qing countered. "What of the imperial physician?" Zhu Jianshen fell silent. After a moment, he nodded. "Then let it be as you say." Zhu Jianshen pinched the bridge of his nose in exasperation, expressing helplessness. "You truly know how to present me with challenges. Previously, I mentioned you were the personal guard of Admiral Li Hong, and now, sigh, I shall first instruct the guards. Wait here." A quarter of an hour later, Zhu Jianshen returned and said, "All right, follow me into the palace." In the Changlu Palace, Zhu Jianshen awaited anxiously, uncertain of what he awaited, only knowing that an important person would arrive today. As the sun rose higher and still no one appeared, he grew restless, insisting on going out to see. The maids were in a fluster, Although it was not yet the depths of winter, it was quite cold. And considering the Grand Emperor's frail health, a chill could spell disaster for them all. Just then, they saw the Emperor approaching with someone. And the maids felt as though they had seen a savior, hastily passing the hot potato back to him. Your Majesty, the Grand Emperor wishes to go out in this bitter cold. Do not enter without my command. Yes, the maids replied, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly bowing and departing. Zhu Jianshen ceased his commotion, his gaze fixed on Zhu Wanqing, who followed behind Zhu Jianshen, filled with joy yet bewilderment. He knew the person he awaited had arrived, but he could not recall who that person was. Father, Zhu Wanqing called out, tears streaming down her face as she ran forward, smoothing her father's disheveled gray hair. Father, it is me, Wanqing, your daughter. Do you not recognize your daughter anymore? Wanqing, Zhu Jianshen murmured, his clouded eyes flickering with clarity before becoming murky again. My daughter, my precious daughter has come. Do not cry. He trembled as he lifted his hand to wipe her tears, unaware that his own tears were flowing freely. When did you arrive? You must be exhausted from the journey. Are you hungry? He diligently wiped her tears, yet could never seem to clean them away, only making them flow more abundantly. Li Qing turned aside, gazing up at the beams overhead. Zhu Jianshen's eyes too glistened with tears, rendered speechless. Good daughter, do not cry. Do not cry now. Father, I am an unfilial daughter, Zhu Wanqing sobbed, breathless with emotion. What is this you say? My Wanqing has always been dutiful. Be good. Do not cry. Zhu Jianshen's aged hands caressed her face, her brows, her dark tresses, brimming with affection and indulgence. Do not cry anymore. Zhu Wanqing nodded vigorously, a sorrowful smile gracing her lips, yet her composure faltered after a brief moment, tears streaming down her face. A poignant display of the deep affection between father and daughter. To Zhu Jianshen, Zhu Jianshen may not have been an exemplary father, but to Zhu Wanqing, Zhu Jianshen was the finest father in the world. After a long while, Zhu Wanqing's emotions finally settled. Her shoulders still trembled, but she could speak normally again. Father, Uncle Li possesses extraordinary medical skills. He will surely be able to heal you. Yes, I know, Zhu Jianshen replied with a smile. Therefore, you must not cry. When you weep, my heart aches terribly. I won't cry. I promise I won't, Zhu Wanqing said, wiping her face with her sleeve, revealing a radiant smile. You've become a little raccoon. Zhu Jianshen gently wiped away her tears and snot, chiding her softly. Why do you still cry like a child? Little Wanqing never seems to grow up. Chapter 218. Different treatment. Li Qing's sleeve was tugged, prompting him to turn and face Zhu Jianshen. What is it? Is it true that you possess exceptional medical skills? Zhu Jianshen inquired. Li Qing furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Zhu Jianshen, aware that his words were ill-timed but unable to hold back due to the gravity of the matter concerning Sister Zhen, whispered, Zhener is also ill, gravely so. Please examine her as well. The imperial physician was at a loss, and hearing from his sister that Li Qing had miraculous abilities ignited a spark of hope within him. He suddenly recalled that it was through curing Empress Gao's ailment that Li Qing had ascended to prominence. Has she deceived your father? Can't you tell? Zhu Jianshen's hopeful expression visibly faded, and he sighed. Let's give it a try. All right, Li Qing agreed, but prefaced with a warning, I can heal ailments, but not save lives. If her condition is truly dire, I cannot bring her back from the brink. Zhu Jianshen nodded in understanding, a sense of melancholy enveloping him. At that moment, both father and daughter had regained their calm. Zhu Jianshen called out, Sir, please come here. I wish to speak with you. Li Qing stepped forward. What is it? Zhu Jianshen asked. Do you have a method to cure my affliction? Indeed. Then I shall be in your debt, Zhu Jianshen replied. I do not wish to pass away in a state of confusion. Leave that to me. Li Qing reassured him. Rest assured, I will restore your clarity. Wanqing will remain here to accompany you. I shall not leave. Witnessing this exchange, Zhu Jianshen felt a twinge of jealousy, an imbalance stirring within him. Why should the former emperor be treated with such leniency while he, who had diligently served for over 20 years and achieved notable merits, was met with disdain? Why was it that Li Qing could heal the affliction of the former emperor but seemed uncertain regarding Zhener's illness? Zhu Jianshen clenched his teeth quietly. This insolent fellow is pushing the boundaries. Had he not needed Li Qing's assistance, he might have erupted in anger. Was this not a blatant affront to a loyal subject? It was no wonder Zhu Jianshen felt this way. Li Qing's disparate treatment was painfully evident. This was the nature of Zhu Jianshen. Had he been a more cunning emperor, He might have descended into darkness. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward and declared, "You must heal my father's ailment, and you must also attend to Zhen'er's illness." "I will do my best," Li Qing replied. Zhu Jianshen, breaking down, retorted, "Do not merely say I will do my best again." Li Qing furrowed his brow, visibly displeased. "Is this your attitude when seeking a favor? Your Majesty?" Zhu Wanqing also felt a twinge of irritation. "Surely, you should not speak to Uncle Li in such a manner." "Very well." Zhu Jianshen suppressed his anger and replied, "I shall say no more. You will be healed regardless." He was quite infuriated but understood that Li Qing was not one to be trifled with. "Sister, stay with father. I must attend to state affairs." Zhu Wanqing bowed. "Take care, brother." Zhu Jianshen cast a glance at Li Qing, then with a flick of his sleeve, left in a huff. "What is wrong with that child?" Li Qing muttered, perplexed. Regaining his composure, he turned to Zhu Jianshen. "You should rest for now. We shall remain here and not leave. Tomorrow, I will provide you with treatment." Zhu Wanqing chimed in, "Uncle Li is right. Father, do not feel pressured. We will always be by your side. Everything in Jiangnan is arranged. You need not worry." Zhu Wanqing reassured, "Father, focus on your recovery." Zhu Jianshen felt relieved, allowing his daughter to assist him in lying down. "Wanqing, you should rest too. The journey must have been tiring." "All right, I will do as you say, father. Please rest." Zhu Jianshen closed his eyes and soon fell into a deep, peaceful slumber. Zhu Wanqing exhaled softly, unwilling to accept the reality. "Uncle Li, is there truly no hope for father's recovery? He is most aware of his own condition. Did he not just express his desire to not pass away in confusion?" Zhu Wanqing fell silent. After a while, she nodded. "Then I shall trouble you, Uncle Li. It has become second nature," Li Qing replied with a wry smile. "But do not worry." Zhu Wanqing, filled with concern, said, "Uncle Li, enough with the sentimental talk. I dislike it." She forced a smile, but then spoke earnestly. "Our family owes you a debt that I shall never be able to repay." "I do not require repayment," Li Qing replied with a gentle laugh. "As long as you and Hunger live well, calling me uncle is enough. I feel a sense of responsibility towards you." Pausing, he added with self-deprecating humor, "In my generation, I am on par with the fourth, yet the little fatty calls me Qinggu, while the little fatty's great-granddaughter calls me uncle. This hierarchy is truly bewildering." "You also call the fourth like that?" Li Qing rolled his eyes, exclaiming, "What a rascal." Zhu Wanqing stuck out her tongue, sheepishly remarking, "Indeed, he truly is a Taizong. By the way, Uncle Li, you are quite rude." "Fear not. Let us each speak our minds," Li Qing replied. At noon, Zhu Jianshen returned, commanding the preparation of a lavish imperial feast to share with Li Qing and Zhu Wanqing. Zhu Jianshen stated, "I have already given my orders, sister. You and the master shall reside here. There will be no servants to disturb you, as I have instructed them to wait outside. Should anything arise, they shall report to me." "Thank you, your majesty. No outsiders here, just call me brother." Zhu Jianshen added, "I have no siblings, only you as my sister." Zhu Wanqing nodded, "Brother." "Oh." Zhu Jianshen raised his cup, "Let us toast as siblings." "I toast to you, brother." Perhaps due to the absence of conflicting interests or the fact that their father had no other offspring, although the siblings did not interact frequently, they bore no ill will towards each other and silently acknowledged their bond. Setting down his wine cup, Zhu Jianshen remarked, "Father has aged considerably and sleeps less these days. He is yet to awaken at this hour. I fear he may forego sleep altogether tonight. Sister, after lunch, you should rest as well, so you can accompany father with vigor this evening." "My elder brother, burdened with endless responsibilities, I understand." Zhu Wanqing replied, "Do not worry. Sister will take good care of father. You may focus on your affairs without concern." With a bitter nod, Zhu Jianshen then turned to Li Qing, saying, "Sir, allow me to toast to you. I may have spoken too loudly this morning. I hope you do not take it to heart." Li Qing raised his cup to clink against Zhu Jianshen's, replying, "In the afternoon, I shall have no pressing matters. I will visit your imperial concubine." "Ah, splendid." Zhu Jianshen finally smiled. "I will trouble you then." Li Qing nodded, smiling. "In truth, you are rather amiable. You have not burdened me excessively." Zhu Jianshen, inwardly scoffing, dared not reveal his thoughts, instead saying, "By the way, what is required to treat father? Please provide me with a list so I can make the necessary arrangements. After visiting your imperial concubine, we can compile it together." "Very well." Zhu Jianshen nodded, raising his cup to toast Li Qing again, but suddenly recalled something, saying, "This afternoon, you are to examine Zhen'er. I shall not press you to drink." Upon hearing the name Zhu Jianshen realized it referred to her elderly, yet kind sister-in-law who was unwell. She inquired, "Brother, is sister-in-law's condition grave?" "Quite serious. She has been bedridden for several months now," Zhu Jianshen replied, his face etched with worry. "Surely, you have a solution?" "How could I know without having seen her?" "Very well," Zhu Jianshen sighed. "You all proceed with your meal. I lack an appetite, and shall take a stroll outside the hall." Zhu Jianshen hesitated, then turned to Li Qing, saying, "Uncle Li, my brother harbors deep feelings for sister-in-law Zhu. If possible, we must do all we can to save her. Needless to say, should I be able to save her, I shall, even if she were a stranger," Li Qing replied. "The heart of a healer is guided by compassion. This is the teaching of your grandfather Zhang, and also my principle." "Indeed," Zhu Jianshen said, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Uncle Li, our indebtedness to you grows ever greater." "Huh. No need for you, a young lady, to speak such words. As for debts, I would say it is the old Zhu who owes me," Li Qing scoffed. "That fellow has a dark heart. Not the fourth brother. Are you referring to the founding emperor?" "Indeed. I endured quite a bit of his vexation in those days." Years have passed, yet Li Qing still harbored resentment, recalling how he had been peacefully cultivating on the mountain, having neither provoked nor disturbed anyone, when he was unexpectedly captured by the founding emperor, who resorted to both persuasion and intimidation. Zhu Jianshen was astonished. "Uncle Li, you too were frightened?" "At that time, I was rather naive. His aura was so menacing that I feared he might take my head." Li Qing remembered vividly how the founding emperor had deceived him, claiming that unless he could hide away in the depths of the mountains for a lifetime, the court would inevitably capture him. Back then, Li Qing was still innocent, and he believed his words wholeheartedly. Although he had recently cultivated genuine energy and was indeed stronger than most, he was far from the extraordinary being he had become, which led him to fall into the trap set by the founding emperor. Little did he know that entering the court would bind him for over a century, a burden he has carried for far too long and can no longer shed. Zhu Jianshen remarked, "In retrospect, the founding emperor truly had an eye for talent." Li Qing smirked, teasingly asking, "Are you praising the founding emperor or me?" "A dual compliment, indeed." "Li Qing, stop dawdling, let us depart." Li Qing stepped out of the palace gates and called to the distracted Zhu Jianshen. Regaining his composure, Zhu Jianshen glanced around before approaching and whispered, "Sir, this is the Imperial Palace. You must speak with deference. It is not merely a matter of my dignity, but rather to ensure your identity remains concealed. Let us go?" "Your Majesty, that is the correct approach." Zhu Jianshen nodded. "Follow me." Leading the way, Zhu Jianshen remarked, "You must not show favoritism. I have never asked anything of you until now. You must exert yourself fully this time and not hold back. When have I ever shown favoritism? If anything, you ought to disperse and attend to your duties." Zhu Jianshen dismissed the servant who approached to pay their respects before continuing. "You are far more lenient with the Grand Emperor than you are with me. Is that so?" "Indeed, it is," Zhu Jianshen retorted. "You are being excessively disdainful." Li Qing replied, somewhat displeased, "What did you say?" Li Qing, Chapter 219, Warm Snow, Yongning Palace. "Your Highness." Wang Zhi directly presented a bowl of medicine and quickly handed over a cup of tea. "Are you feeling better?" "Fairly well." Zhen'er accepted the tea to rinse her mouth. Wang Zhi hurriedly held out a spittoon and then offered a handkerchief. Zhen'er wiped the corner of her mouth, sighed softly, and asked, "Wang Zhi, have you been well in Zhongwan village?" "I am quite well," Wang Zhi nodded, though a hint of sadness crept in. "It is just that I cannot see you." "Your Highness, alas, I feel remorse for you. Had I known, I would not have recommended you to the Emperor." Zhen'er sighed lightly. "Do not fault the Emperor. He has his own difficulties." Wang Zhi shook her head. "I hold no grudges against anyone. The Emperor has bestowed upon me a grand residence and abundant gold and silver, enough to ensure my lifelong comfort. I have never blamed the Emperor. It is merely a matter of regret. You have given me a second chance at life, yet I cannot serve you." She wiped her eyes. "Your Highness, you will surely recover." Zhen'er smiled faintly, sighing gently. Observing this, Wang Zhi rose to assist her in lying down. "Your Highness, please rest." At that moment, a servant from the outer hall announced, "The Emperor has arrived." Wang Zhi had no choice but to cease her actions and turn towards the entrance, preparing to bow. Shortly thereafter, the Emperor entered. Wang Zhi promptly bowed. "I pay my respects to your Majesty. Long live the Emperor." Her pupils slightly contracted as she recognized a familiar face. Though not intimately acquainted, they had met once before, and that encounter had left a profound impression on Wang Zhi. At that time, she sensed this individual was extraordinary, yet she had not anticipated their reunion in such circumstances. You may rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. Wang Zhi gradually stood, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards Li Qing, perplexed as to how this individual was now accompanying the emperor. Strangely enough, despite the passage of years, this person remained unchanged. Wang Zhi was astonished, and Zhen'er was even more taken aback. Li Qing had entered the court in the 5th year of the Zhengtong era. She had already been in the palace then, albeit still young yet aware of her surroundings. To be precise, Zhen'er belonged to the era of Zhu Jianshen. At that time, Li Qing held a modest position but was capable of stirring the currents of power. The Sun family harbored ambitions and frequently spoke of Li Qing in private, which left a profound impression on her. As for what transpired later, it was impossible to overlook. In particular, those years at the laundry were truly arduous for her. It was astonishing how strikingly similar they appeared. How could there exist such a resemblance between two individuals? Even more so than between a biological father and son? Zhen'er was utterly astonished, nearly losing her composure. She could not fathom it. Clearly, Li Qing had aged. Wang Zhi, you may withdraw, she commanded. Yes, this humble servant takes his leave. Wang Zhi bowed and retreated, momentarily pausing to cast a lingering glance at Li Qing before exiting. Your Majesty, may I inquire about this individual? This is the physician I have summoned for you, Zhu Jianshen replied. Is that so? Zhen'er gazed at Li Qing, her perception of his likeness deepening. She furrowed her brow. Why do you not age, Yongqing Marquis? Zhu Jianshen's expression shifted slightly, and he turned away with a wry smile. It seems Zhen'er has deduced the truth. Did you not discern that she was feigning? Li Qing felt a twinge of irritation. Was this man careless or deliberately obtuse? The matter had reached this point, and denial would serve no purpose. Zhen'er was no fool. Li Qing remained silent, approaching the bedside and stating, "Extend your hand to me." Zhen'er obliged, her previously extinguished hope rekindling at the prospect that this extraordinary individual might indeed cure her. Li Qing took her pulse, frowning, his eyelids drooping as he conducted a series of actions that left Zhen'er and Zhu Jianshen in a state of anxious anticipation, yet they dared not interrupt him. After a considerable pause, Li Qing withdrew his hand and sighed, "My abilities are limited." Zhen'er's flickering hope was extinguished in an instant, and Zhu Jianshen's countenance darkened as he despondently inquired, "Is there truly no remedy?" After a moment's hesitation, he added, "Are you merely concerned for your own safety like the other court physicians?" Li Qing chuckled coldly. "Do you think I concern myself with self-preservation? When have I ever done so?" Zhu Jianshen was momentarily taken aback, violently shaking his sleeves. Alas! Zhen'er did not succumb to excessive disappointment. She understood her own condition, and it was natural for her to be beyond cure. "Your Majesty, do not fret. Aging and mortality are the common fates of humanity. How can I not be concerned?" Zhu Jianshen, unusually agitated, lost his composure. After a while, as his heaving chest began to calm, he instructed, "Zhen'er, you should rest. Doctor, may I speak with you privately?" "Very well," Li Qing acquiesced, following him to the outer hall. Zhu Jianshen inquired, "Speak plainly. How much time does Zhen'er have left?" "I do not know." Li Qing was vexed by such inquiries. Did they truly regard him as a deity? Zhu Jianshen, in anger, declared, "I recognize your diligent service to the Ming, and I respect you, yet do not let it inflate your pride." Li Qing, aware of his inner turmoil, refrained from engaging in argument and replied calmly, "I can treat ailments, but I cannot prolong life. Do not overestimate my abilities." Zhu Jianshen fell silent. Will she live to see the new year? Li Qing pondered for a moment before nodding. Barring unforeseen circumstances, yes, she may. Unlike Zhu Jianshen, who had lost his will to live, Zhen'er was filled with a strong desire to survive. Though her health was poor, with proper care, she could likely endure until the new year. With favorable fortune, it was not impossible for her to see the spring. Then please, exert yourself, do all that you can, and leave the rest to fate. Zhu Jianshen, in anguish, closed his eyes. "I spoke harshly in my desperation. I hope you will not take offense." "I am not so petty," Li Qing reassured him. Li Qing patted his shoulder, saying, "When it comes to matters of the heart, I cannot speak freely. However, as the emperor of the Ming Dynasty, your heart cannot be solely occupied by your beloved. Do you understand?" Zhu Jianshen wearily nodded. "I comprehend. Let me take a look at you. You appear unwell." "No need. I shall take a stroll to clear my mind." Zhu Jianshen removed a jade token and handed it to Li Qing. "With this, You may traverse the palace without hindrance. Please prepare a list. Having said that, he walked away with a forlorn expression. To be candid, Li Qing had never looked down upon the relationship between Zhu Jianshen and Wang Zhi. To outsiders, it seemed a grotesque and even scandalous affair, yet in Li Qing's eyes, it was a remarkable aspect of the Chenghua emperor. During that peculiar period, when no one held faith in the young boy, it was that palace maid who remained steadfast, wholeheartedly caring for him. As the boy matured, he developed feelings of affection and love for the maid, ultimately fulfilling the promise he made in his youth upon becoming emperor. Over the years, he continued to shower her with affection. Their bond had not waned with age or fading beauty, remaining unwavering, just as she had once nurtured him. It was a love that traversed both paths. Despite their considerable age difference, this was not a cause for mockery. Rather, it highlighted the emperor's deep sense of loyalty and affection. In the Palace of Eternal Joy, Li Qing penned a list of required medicinal herbs and dispatched a young eunuch to the Imperial Medical Institute. Once these tasks were completed, it was nearly the end of the hour of sun. At that moment, Zhu Jianshen awakened, and upon not seeing his daughter, he grew anxious. She merely went to rest. Li Qing reassured him. She will come once she has recuperated. Zhu Jianshen nodded, gazing at Li Qing for a while before saying, "Sir, I nearly forgot about you just now. It is of no consequence. I shall cure your forgetfulness, and you will not forget again." Li Qing smiled. "We are here to support you. Simply enjoy this time." "Sir, I am sorry," Zhu Jianshen said. Li Qing patted his shoulder, letting out a slight sigh. "Fortunately, no major disaster has occurred. It is time to turn the page." "Turn the page," Zhu Jianshen murmured, bitterly acknowledging, "Yes, it is time to turn the page." Upon receiving the list, the Imperial Medical Institute quickly sprang into action, and a great weight was lifted from their hearts. Someone had taken on this challenging task, and they felt an immense relief, grateful for Li Qing's gallant assistance. Little did they know the identity of their benefactor. Otherwise, they would have surely honored him with a longevity tablet. At the hour of evening repast, Zhu Jianshen entered from the side hall to assist her father with the meal. And at that moment, all the items Li Qing required were delivered. After confirming the age of the herbs, Li Qing prepared a prescription and instructed the attending maidservants to brew the medicine. Then, holding a silver needle, he approached, declaring, "Let us begin tonight." Seeing him brandishing a half-foot-long silver needle before him, Zhu Jianshen instinctively felt fear and awkwardly suggested, "It is nearly dark. Perhaps we should wait until tomorrow? Surely, you are not afraid of needles, are you?" Zhu Jianshen shot a glance at his beloved daughter, somewhat disgruntled. "Let it be done." "Ah, that hurts." "This is a normal reaction. Bear with it," Li Qing said as he swiftly administered another needle. Through acupuncture, medicinal herbs, and vital energy, Zhu Jianshen's forgetfulness was significantly alleviated, and he regained his spirit and vitality. With the presence of his cherished daughter, he felt a profound sense of comfort and joy. The same therapeutic methods were also employed for Jianan, leading to an improvement in her condition. Her complexion was no longer as pallid, and she had regained some strength. As the days passed and the chill of winter deepened, a particularly heavy snowfall blanketed the day. Zhu Jianshen yearned to venture outside, and Li Qing infused him with vital energy, allowing Zhu Jianshen to accompany him while he prepared a hot pot to indulge his culinary cravings. Unexpectedly, just as the ingredients were being readied, Zhu Jianshen arrived, claiming that Jianan wished to enjoy the snowfall and requested his assistance. Reluctantly, Li Qing, wishing to demonstrate his fairness, accompanied Zhu Jianshen to Yongning Palace. The snow fell thickly, drifting like goose feathers in the wind. Amidst the snow, the couple and father-daughter duo strolled, engaged in light-hearted conversation, cherishing these fleeting moments together. In that instant, the snowfall seemed to take on a warmth of its own. Li Qing lost his appetite for the hot pot. He stepped outside, letting the snow fall upon him, wandering aimlessly, his hair turning white with the cold. The snow was far from warm. It was biting and frigid. The sweet and savory labo porridge was delightful, and Zhu Jianshen savored 2 small bowls with pickled vegetables, bringing joy to Zhu Jianshen. Jianan also had a good appetite, finishing a small bowl of porridge and a piece of osmanthus cake, eliciting a smile from Zhu Jianshen, while Wang Zhi discreetly wiped away tears in the corner. This new year held extraordinary significance. As the year-end approached, Li Qing found himself increasingly busy. To ensure a joyous celebration, immense effort was required. Determined to leave no regrets, he tirelessly shuttled between Chonglu Palace and Yongning Palace. Despite Zhu Jianshen's erratic behavior, he harbored genuine feelings, and Zhu Jianshen still called him Uncle Li. Thus, he felt compelled to shoulder the responsibility. As for Zhener, Li Qing felt indifferent towards her, yet Zhu Jianshen was impressively diligent and a source of comfort to him. Li Qing dedicated himself to treating Zhener, viewing it as a gift to Zhu Jianshen. Although he often wore a stern expression around him, deep down, he held a fondness for this emperor that was profound. On the 10th and 20th days of the 12th month, the new year finally arrived. On New Year's Eve, they kept watch at Changla Palace. The Empress Dowager, the Empress, Consort Shu, Consort Shun, Consort Da, and Zhu Jianshen all gathered. Zhu Qian, displeased, sent the Zhou family and the daughters-in-law away, focusing solely on his beloved daughter during this countdown of life, wishing to avoid any disturbances. Reclining on the soft couch, Zhu Qian said, "Jianshen, you should go. Your father has company, so you should accompany your beloved." Perhaps due to the depth of his own affections, Zhu Qian could empathize with his son's heartache and accorded due respect to this relationship. "Go, and leave no regrets." Zhu Jianshen did not insist, kneeling to bow his head. "Your son takes his leave. Sir, lend me a hand." "Father, it's already dark. I'm not going anywhere. I simply do not wish to lie down." Zhu Qian chuckled. "As it is a vigil, how can one simply recline?" Zhu Jianshen nodded slowly. "Daughter will assist you." "Let me handle it," Li Qing interjected, stepping past Zhu Jianshen. At this moment, Zhu Qian was nearing his end, utterly devoid of strength, and Zhu Jianshen could not support him, wishing to preserve the festive atmosphere. Li Qing sought to avoid disrupting the mood. Li Qing assisted him to the table and took a seat beside him, resting a hand on his shoulder as a steady stream of vital energy surged forth. Zhu Jianshen settled down on the other side of her father, diligently peeling sunflower seeds while her little mouth chattered incessantly. How she longed for the days when Grandpa Zhang was still around. Back then, the whole family was together, and everyone doted on Jianshen. Such happiness. Zhu Qian nodded with a smile, recalling that you were so innocent and carefree, and your mother was still with us. The old man could be cantankerous, yet he was quite amusing. Li Qing shot him a glare but refrained from retorting, instead turning to Zhu Jianshen, remarking that her innocence was nothing but a guise for her mischievousness. "Not at all. Uncle Li, you have no love for the young," Zhu Jianshen protested. Still acting like a child at over 30 years of age, spoiled and petulant, reminiscent of a pampered princess from her youth. Li Qing raised his hand but hesitated before gently tapping her forehead, chuckling. "You were truly adorable back then, quite endearing." "Uncle, you lie?" Zhu Jianshen huffed. "You think I'm cute because you're afraid to hit me. What do I have to fear? You're afraid Grandpa Zhang will beat you." Zhu Jianshen lifted her chin, brimming with pride. "Isn't that right, father?" Indeed, Zhu Qian indulged his daughter. Li Qing found himself chuckling, uncertain if he was amused by Zhu Qian or Zhu Jianshen. As the father and daughter reminisced about those times, Li Qing too felt a pang of nostalgia. If only he could push the timeline back further, to the era of the Hongwu reign under old Zhu. That was the most splendid period. His master, beloved, and friends were all present. Though it was a time of hardship, relentlessly toiling under old Zhu's demands, it was, for him, the epitome of happiness. The three shared fruits and preserves, reminiscing about beautiful memories while awaiting the arrival of the new year. With a whoosh, fireworks erupted outside, illuminating the dark night sky with splendid bursts of color. In that instant, the festive atmosphere intensified. Look, with the chime of bells ringing. Zhu Qian remarked with delight, "It's a new year once again." "Yes, another new year. In the blink of an eye, it's already the 23rd year of Changhua." Li Qing sighed. "Sir, Jianshen," Zhu Qian called gently. The two turned their attention to him. A smile graced Zhu Qian's lips as he confessed, "I'm feeling a bit weary and wish to take a short rest." "Father, please, sleep." Li Qing nodded, his voice warm. "Have sweet dreams." Zhu Qian cast one last glance at his daughter before slowly closing his eyes, his face serene. Zhu Jianshen fell silent, head bowed, her hands tirelessly peeling sunflower seeds until the dish overflowed. She continued, moving on to peanuts. As dawn broke, Zhu Jianshen paused, realizing she had nothing left to peel. "Uncle Liam, father is sleeping so soundly," she pouted with a smile, seemingly seeking confirmation. Li Qing nodded. "Indeed, he sleeps very well." Zhu Jianshen fell silent for a moment. "It's almost time for his medicine. Should we wake him?" "Let him sleep well," Li Qing replied as he lifted Zhu Qian from the soft chair and placed him back on the couch. Turning to Zhu Jianshen, "You've stayed up all night. You should rest now." "I'm not tired. I still need to attend to father's medicine, Zhu Jianshen began, but her words trailed off. Li Qing withdrew his hand, cradling her as he carried her to the side hall, gently placing her upon the couch and covering her with a blanket before returning to the palace of eternal joy. Come in, he instructed. The attending eunuchs rushed in, bowing respectfully as they replied, the divine physician has summoned us. With a calm demeanor, Li Qing declared, quickly, inform His Majesty that the Grand Emperor has passed away. What? The four young eunuchs' eyes widened in shock, their expressions transforming dramatically as they suddenly burst into tears, the piercing wails echoing far and wide. Zhu Jianshen stirred from her slumber, only to realize she was in the western chamber of the Lien family's courtyard. Jianshen, you're awake. Please eat something, said Honggu. Zhu Jianshen, her vacant gaze beginning to focus, inquired, when did you arrive? Li Hong replied gently, I came before the new year, Jianshen. You must eat. You've been asleep for an entire day and night. Has it really been that long? Zhu Jianshen exclaimed, hastily throwing off the covers. It was a heavy snow day, and with only silk stockings on her feet, she attempted to rush outside. Jianshen, where are you going? Li Hong swiftly caught her in his arms, refusing to let her go. Let me go, Li Hong. Release me. Jianshen, why do you persist in this? Li Hong responded with a mixture of sorrow and helplessness. If your father saw you in this state, it would surely break his heart. I will not let him see me, Zhu Jianshen insisted urgently. Father is gravely ill. How can I not attend to him? You must let me go. Li Hong's voice trembled as he said, Jianshen, your father, he has passed away. Please, gather your strength. That is nonsense. You are lying. Zhu Jianshen, like an enraged tigress, struggled fiercely against him, even attempting to bite. Li Hong held her tightly, sorrowfully urging, Jianshen, cry if you must. It will ease your heart. Why should I cry? Zhu Jianshen's eyes blazed with fury. Let me go, or I shall indeed bite you. Then bite me if you wish, Li Hong replied, steadfast in his grip. Honggu, he is merely asleep. Please, let me go. He has little time left, Zhu Jianshen pleaded, stamping her foot in desperation. Li Hong, with reddened eyes, stated, your father has truly departed. I do not believe you. I must see for myself. Let her go. Li Qing entered, drenched in snow. Godfather. Li Qing raised a hand to stop her, addressing Zhu Jianshen. Put on your shoes and wrap yourself in a cloak. I shall take you there. He then turned to Li Hong. You too. Prepare quickly. We must go at once. The morning hall was set in the Hall of Supreme Clarity, the designated place for the Emperor's coffin following his demise. As Zhu Jianshen stepped through the palace gates, she was met with a sea of white mourning attire, the sounds of weeping resonating all around. Li Hong watched his delicate wife with concern, fearing she might succumb to overwhelming emotion and collapse. Surprisingly, she remained remarkably composed, seemingly untouched by sorrow. Jianshen, what is the matter? Li Hong hesitated, his worry deepening. Before long, the three arrived at the front of the Hall of Supreme Clarity. Li Hong, as a loyal subject, mourned openly. However, Li Qing and Zhu Jianshen had no legitimate reason to join in the mourning publicly. They were neither officials nor members of the royal family and were only permitted to mourn at home. Had it not been for Zhu Jianshen's jade token, Li Qing would not have been granted entry. They did not approach the mourning assembly. Li Qing inquired, do you wish to join in the mourning? If so, I can find a way. Zhu Jianshen observed for a long while before shaking her head. No, Uncle Li, let us return. Very well. 27 days after the coffin was laid to rest, Zhu Qian was interred in Yuling alongside his beloved son. A certain Empress Dowager harbored malicious intentions but lacked the courage to act upon them. Zhu Jianshen personally assisted with the coffin, and under Li Qing's orchestration, Zhu Jianshen also joined the funeral procession. Witnessing her father being laid to rest, Zhu Jianshen appeared to find solace. She neither wept nor caused a scene, exhibiting remarkable tranquility. However, upon returning to her small courtyard, she suddenly succumbed to emotional turmoil, lamenting the loss of both her father and mother until she was sickened by her grief. As winter melted into spring, Zhen'er's conditions seemed to improve, igniting a flicker of hope in Zhu Jianshen, though the reality was starkly different. Zhen'er possessed an indomitable will to survive. She clung to life despite her deteriorating health. Her resilience, coupled with Li Qing's exceptional medical skills, fueled her determination to endure any suffering in the pursuit of survival. Despite being subjected to countless needles by Li Qing, she remained unfazed, enduring her agony without surrender, much to Li Qing's astonishment. Yet, human efforts are ultimately no match for fate. Despite Li Qing's proficiency and Zhen'er's fervent desire to live, the inevitable must come to pass. In the summer of the 23rd year of Changhua, Zhen'er succumbed to death, finally departing from this world. Li Qing breathed a sigh of relief, not out of disdain for Zhen'er, but from the unbearable weight of witnessing her suffering. No one understood the extent of her pain better than he did. She passed away in Zhu Jianshen's embrace, who wept uncontrollably until he lost consciousness. Before he could catch his breath, Li Qing was compelled to resume his healing endeavors. Chapter 221. From indifference to unattainable affection in the palace of heavenly purity, Li Qing grasped Zhu Jianshen's wrist. His brow furrowing with concern as he realized the gravity of the situation was far worse than he had anticipated. A throng of individuals, including the Empress Dowager, the Empress, the Crown Prince, the princes, and court physicians, surrounded them, all wearing expressions of anxiety. The collective sentiment among them was a fervent plea for the emperor's well-being, particularly among the physicians, who dreaded hearing Li Qing utter the words, "I am sorry, I am powerless, perhaps the court physicians should take over." The Empress Dowager, having met Li Qing long ago, had little recollection of him, and the tension of the moment left her no room for idle thoughts. "Sir, how fares the emperor's health?" she inquired, her face etched with genuine concern. Her worries were not feigned. First and foremost, he was her only son, and secondly, should anything happen to the emperor, the crown prince would ascend the throne. While the Empress Dowager held a higher rank than the empress, the reality was quite different. As the saying goes, a local official cannot compare to one who is currently in charge. The emperor's affection for his biological mother far exceeded that for his grandmother. Unless she could wield the authority to govern as the Empress Dowager Zhang had, the concubines in the harem would soon find themselves in a precarious position. For the Empress Dowager, her son, the emperor, must remain unharmed. The concubines shared similar sentiments. As long as the emperor was alive, they could continue to enjoy their lives in comfort. But should the crown prince take the throne, their days of ease would come to an abrupt end. A new emperor brings forth a new court, and the same principle applies to the harem. The only beneficiaries appear to be Consort Ji and her son, Zhu Jianshen. However, Zhu Jianshen does not wish for any misfortune to befall his father. His yearning for imperial power is not particularly intense, and Consort Ji is even more indifferent. Despite her husband's lack of affection, she is deeply concerned about him. Those rare nights when he speaks to her serve as her spiritual solace. She does not wish to lose the opportunity to experience that again. Li Qing slowly withdrew his hand and stated, "All irrelevant individuals must leave at once. The emperor requires tranquility. The presence of too many here will hinder my efforts. Depart, all of you." Zhou immediately began to usher people out. Before long, the inner chamber was nearly emptied, leaving only Empress Dowager Zhou, Empress Wang, Consort Ji, and Crown Prince Zhu Jianshen. Empress Dowager Zhou began to bestow titles and promises, saying, "If you can save the emperor, I shall grant you 10,000 taels of gold, 1,000 acres of fertile land, and a noble title. This I can manage." Li Qing ignored her and said, "Ladies, you must also exit. Crown Prince, please relocate. During the acupuncture process, we cannot afford any errors, and I ask for your understanding." Empress Dowager Zhou's expression stiffened, and both Empress Wang and Consort Ji appeared anxious. At that moment, Zhu Jianshen, who had always been indecisive, stepped forward and said, "Grandmother, mother, let us heed the gentleman's words and allow him to treat father in peace." Zhou, filled with concern, urged, "You must save the emperor." "I am about to begin the acupuncture." Li Qing nodded, signaling for them to leave. "Grandmother," Zhu Jianshen tugged at her sleeve and turned to Li Qing, saying, "Please do your utmost to ensure my father's safety." "Indeed," Zhu Jianshen sighed, "let us wait outside." The instant they exited the inner chamber, Zhu Jianshen seemed to undergo a transformation. Truth be told, he was not fully prepared, yet he realized that this burden might fall upon him. He straightened his back, resolutely thinking, "Zhu Jianshen, regardless of your readiness, you must fulfill your duties." Zhu Jianshen groaned softly, his eyes slowly opening, though they appeared vacant and devoid of life. "It is good that you have awakened," Li Qing exhaled in relief. "Your current state is precarious. Do not dwell on sorrowful matters. The deceased are gone, and the living must carry on. You are the emperor of the Ming Dynasty." Li Qing spoke earnestly, yet Zhu Jianshen seemed to absorb none of it. Staring blankly at the ceiling, remaining silent, Li Qing felt a surge of frustration. Were the circumstances not so dire, he would have gladly given him a good shake. Did you not hear my words? Li Qing's gaze turned dangerous. Yet Zhu Jianshen appeared unfazed, sighing once more and gradually closing his eyes. Li Qing raised his hand, but hesitated to strike. At this moment, Zhu Jianshen was indeed in control. The young man, who had been a source of concern for over 20 years, had now become a source of great distress. There was no choice but to placate him. Regrettably, the Zhu Jianshen of the past, whom he had neglected, was now a figure he felt he could not reach. The young man completely disregarded him. Li Qing's words became increasingly heated. Yet Zhu Jianshen remained as unyielding as a block of wood, silent, and even refusing to lift his eyelids. Li Qing nearly lost his temper, but ultimately restrained himself. All right. I admit I may have neglected you in the past, but please, do not remain silent. He softened his tone, yet it proved to be of little consequence. After a prolonged stalemate with no visible results, Li Qing could only say, "She is still lying in the mourning hall, and the funeral arrangements have yet to be made. Will you continue to remain inactive?" This time, Zhu Jianshen responded. He exhaled deeply, releasing a sigh from his throat. "Come here." His voice was so faint that Li Qing could barely hear it, let alone anyone outside. Li Qing conveyed, "Quickly, come here." In a hurried rush, the Empress Dowager, the Empress, the Crown Prince, and Consort Shu entered, and upon seeing the Emperor awake, they were filled with inexplicable excitement. "Your Majesty, Father, take it slow, everyone. Please slow down," Li Qing interjected, urging them to listen to the Emperor. The room fell silent, and all eyes were fixed on Zhu Jianshen. "Zhu Yuzhong, I am here." Zhu Jianshen sighed again and spoke slowly. "Order the Ministry of Rites to oversee the funeral arrangements for the imperial noble consort. There must be no negligence. I shall obey your command." Zhu Jianshen paused for a considerable time before continuing. "Mother, I am here, my son. You must gather your spirits," the Empress Dowager said, wiping her tears and speaking earnestly. Zhu Jianshen's fatigued face showed a hint of irritation. "Do not weep. Listen to me." "Yes, my son. Go on," the Empress Dowager replied, falling silent. "From this day forth, select a crown princess." Zhu Jianshen hesitated briefly, adding weakly, "Choose someone nearby. Do not delay for too long. Empress, Consort Shu, please oversee this." The Empress Dowager was momentarily taken aback, then burst into loud sobs. For she understood that her son was making arrangements for the future. Both Empress Wang and Consort Ji could not help but shed tears as well. Zhu Yuzhong knelt by the bed, gripping his father's hand tightly, his voice tremulous with emotion. "Father, you will be fine. You must be fine." Zhu Jianshen silently turned his head aside, his voice low. "You all may leave. There are matters to attend to." "Your Majesty, leave," he coughed. Li Qing quickly interjected. "Do not trouble the Emperor. Let us follow his orders promptly." "We shall obey," the others replied. The Empress Dowager, still concerned, cautioned, "My son, you must not come to harm." Seeing her son unresponsive, she wiped her tears and left, feeling desolate, following her daughter-in-law and grandson. "Sir, what do you say?" Li Qing leaned forward, declaring, "As long as I am able, I will not refuse. From this point on, I shall rely on you." Li Qing was filled with indignation. "You are barely in your 40s. How can you falter in the face of adversity? You are indeed her man. But you are also the son of heaven of the Ming Dynasty. I am exhausted, so very tired." Li Qing fell silent. After a long while, he spoke softly. "If you are weary, then rest. You owe it to the realm, to your ancestors, and to the people of the world. You have not let anyone down, and you should not be let down either. If you wish to rest, then let us rest. I have but one request: to live, to endure, and never lose hope for life. Understood?" Zhu Jianshen slumped, his weariness stemming not merely from excessive sorrow, but from a deeper fatigue. Since his days as crown prince, the pressure had been immense. Ruling for over 20 years had been a diligent endeavor, and he was indeed weary. As for the matters of the harem, this emperor was truly commendable. He had fulfilled nearly all of Li Qing's fantasies about a sovereign, even surpassing Zhu Jianji in her esteem. Li Qing did not wish to disappoint such a Zhu Jianshen, nor could she afford to. Li Qing spoke softly. "You have spent your entire life in the capital, never straying even a step away. You are the son of heaven in the Ming Dynasty, yet you have never witnessed the myriad beauties of the world. Living, I shall take you to see and experience them." Pausing for a moment, I reflected that she, too, did not wish for you to remain in such a state. Consider it as living for her, as if through you she could explore. Zhu Jianshen's condition was dire, yet not beyond remedy. Over the years, He had exhausted too much of his vitality, but it was not enough to lead him to an untimely demise. At the age of maturity, his body was not so frail. Were Zhu Jianshen to possess even a fraction of Zhao Er's will to live, Li Qing was confident she could restore him to health. No one can awaken a person feigning sleep, just as no one can save a soul yearning for death. Even with Li Qing's exceptional medical skills, encountering such a Zhu Jianshen left her feeling helpless. In recent years, I had little to occupy my time. If you are willing, I could even take you beyond the borders of the Ming, Li Qing said. With me, there is no place in the world that cannot be reached. Zhu Jianshen's eyes gradually sparkled with life, and after a long pause, he said, Then I shall trouble you, dear teacher. Ah, very well, Li Qing sighed in relief. Not waiting for him to continue, when Zhu Jianshen added, 7 days after the coffin is sealed, Zhao Er shall be buried. I must personally see her off. Li Qing, feeling helpless, could only reply, Then you must cooperate with me. Teacher, how is my father's health? Not very optimistic. Li Qing gently shook her head. I shall do my utmost to save him. Zhu Yozhang's face fell, yet he managed a strained smile, saying, Do not fear. You are wholly dedicated to treating my father. I shall not hold you accountable. If you can turn his crisis into safety, the Empress Dowager's promise, I, the Crown Prince, will convince my father to fulfill. After a pause, he continued, Since my father is unwell, you should stay within the palace. Please follow me. They made their way to the side hall of the Qianqing Palace, where Zhu Yuzhang remarked, This is where I once resided. You may stay here. And if you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. Thank you, Your Highness, Li Qing replied with a bow. Having taught him for only a few days so many years ago, I was not well acquainted with the Crown Prince's governance abilities. However, I must say, he truly embodies benevolence and filial piety. At over 100 years old, Li Qing still possessed a keen ability to read people, and Zhu Yozhang's earlier demeanor was certainly sincere. Chapter 222, The Crown Prince's Wedding as a Son. Zhu Yuzhang performed admirably, but as a ruler, I remained uncertain. It ultimately depended on Zhu Jianshen. Li Qing sincerely wished for Zhu Jianshen's well-being. However, should he truly lose his will to live, even her unparalleled medical prowess would be of no avail. This young rascal had given him peace of mind for over 20 years, but now, at this critical juncture, he had caused Li Qing considerable distress. Anger aside, Li Qing could not neglect him. For both the Ming Dynasty and for Li Qing personally, Zhu Jianshen was irreplaceable. In recent days, Zhu Jianshen had been compliant with the treatment, and his complexion had improved significantly. Within just a few days, he had regained some strength and could walk. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager will not be buried for another 2 days. You should rest, Li Qing said, showing him great respect by addressing him as Your Majesty. Zhu Jianshen, with a stern expression, replied coolly, I need no instruction in my affairs. Li Qing's nose almost crumpled in distress. Wait until you recover before we speak again, he said, gritting his teeth. Very well, you must adhere to your treatment regimen over the next few days. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee you will have the strength to accompany her on her final journey. Understood, Zhu Jianshen nodded, departing for Yongning Palace. Upon his return, he bore an expression of utter despondency. Li Qing couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Nonetheless, Zhu Jianshen remained compliant, diligently taking his medicine and undergoing acupuncture treatment, showing no aversion to Li Qing's chi therapy. While the mental anguish lingered, his physical condition showed significant improvement, and the pallor of his dark complexion began to fade. 2 days later, Zhen'er was laid to rest at Wan Yang's grave. This marked the definitive conclusion for the first officially recognized imperial consort in Ming history. Her life had been fraught with sorrow, having been sent to the palace at the tender age of 4, living in constant trepidation. Yet, her existence was not devoid of happiness. At 17, she captivated the emperor's heart, rendering the beauties of the harem colorless, and secured unparalleled favor. Ultimately, she could not be buried alongside him, a lament for Zhu Jianshen. Though he was the emperor, his actions could not be solely dictated by personal preference. As he cradled a handful of earth, his fingers gently opened, and with the scattering of the soil, his heart plummeted into an abyss of despair. Upon returning to the palace, Zhu Jianshen issued a decree in the name of the late emperor, abolishing the practice of burial with the deceased. He placed this benevolent governance upon his tarnished father's shoulders. Subsequently, he released the former Empress Wu from the cold palace, though her title was not restored. She was granted the status of a consort. Thereafter, he entrusted the crown prince with full regency. During this period, Zhu Jianshen personally guided Zhu Yuzhong for over a month, allowing himself to recuperate in the Qianqing palace. Zhu Jianshen did not seek death nor resist Li Qing's treatment. However, he, akin to the former Zhu Jianshen, had lost his zest for life, and his condition was even graver. At the very least, Zhu Jianshen had a daughter he cherished. Zhu Jianshen had many children, yet none possessed the weight of significance, including Zhu Yuzhong. In early July, the crown prince wed. This time, Empress Dowager Zhou adhered strictly to ancestral edicts. The crown princess, Zhang, hailed from Xingji. Her father, Zhang Wan, was merely a scholar. While of humble origins, Zhang was not illiterate, for she was destined to become an empress and could not be a mere village girl. Li Qing attended the grand wedding, where the banquet was splendid. Yet both he and Zhu Jianshen had little appetite. After a brief attendance, they returned to Qianqing Palace. The following morning, the crown prince and his bride came to pay their respects with tea, and Li Qing met the crown princess. Zhang was exceptionally charming, her figure and appearance remarkable, evidently pleasing the crown prince, who was satisfied with the choice made by his grandmother and mother. Your son, or daughter-in-law, pays homage to Father Emperor. Wishing for your swift recovery, they said. Zhu Jianshen accepted the tea presented by his daughter-in-law, taking a sip and remarking, though your father's achievements may be modest, he has raised such a fine daughter-in-law for me. Ah, Yuzhong, your son is here. As a tribute from the countryside, summon Zhang Wan to the Imperial Academy. Let him first serve as a student there, Zhu Jianshen stated. After all, entering the royal family system entailed certain unwritten rules regarding promotion. Zhu Jianshen indeed displayed a certain small-mindedness by granting merely one student of the Imperial Academy. The son humbly accepted the edict, and his consort expressed gratitude for the emperor's magnanimity. Zhu Jianshen nodded slightly, feeling weary, and bade them to withdraw. The couple bowed once more as they took their leave. With a sigh, Zhu Jianshen addressed the scholar. Pray tell, I sense the will of heaven is upon me. Such nonsense, Li Qing retorted with indignation. As long as you do not wish for death, I can save you. Zhu Jianshen lowered his gaze, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips as he inquired, What, dear sir, is the purpose of life? After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing responded, That is a question I cannot answer. Each individual lives according to their own path, and I cannot judge right from wrong. However, for you, it should be to secure the very foundation of life for the common people. After more than 20 years, I have grown weary, Zhu Jianshen mused. Is it too much to declare that the realm of great Ming enjoys a period of peace? It is not. Li Qing affirmed with a nod. Is that sufficient? Li Qing paused in silence before replying. It is enough. I yearn for rest, Zhu Jianshen continued. There are myriad ways to rest. What rationale lies in your method? Li Qing, incensed, retorted, If you perish, what becomes of your legacy? What manner of man are you? This is disheartening. Zhu Jianshen appeared despondent. Disheartening indeed. Allow me to guide you to something more invigorating. Do you not wish to behold the splendor of great Ming? Zhu Jianshen shook his head with a bitter smile. The emperor cannot simply choose to act or refrain at will. Let us continue to live. I shall devise a plan. Li Qing asserted, if one is unafraid of death, what fear remains in living? Even if Zhu Jianshen were to abdicate, as long as he breathes, the civil officials would remain powerless. Firstly, Zhu Jianshen had ruled for over 20 years, his presence instilling a deep sense of authority. His skills and methods had thoroughly conquered the hearts of the officials. While he was alive, they would not dare to stir trouble, nor would the military commanders. Secondly, Crown Prince Zhu Yuzhong was known for his benevolence and filial piety, posing no threat to his father. Although Li Qing was unfamiliar with the prince's governance abilities, he understood his character well, describing him as somewhat dependent. With Zhu Jianshen present, the prince would rely on him. It can be said that Zhu Jianshen currently served as the stabilizing force of Great Ming. He could do nothing, yet as long as he lived, the risk of catastrophe would be mitigated. Of course, it would require Li Qing's diligent support for Zhu Yuzhong to achieve such outcomes, though it would be fraught with complications. Li Qing was unafraid of challenges, yet he lacked the energy for such endeavors. He needed to seek a favorable path for Great Ming from a broader perspective. For remaining ensconced in the court was not an option. Great Ming had progressed to a point where mere clarity in governance would not suffice for prosperity. It had reached its zenith. From flourishing to decline can occur in the blink of an eye. It would not be an exaggeration to say so. This was both the best of times and the worst of times. A single misstep could lead to ruin. On a personal note, Li Qing did not wish for Zhu Jianshen's story to conclude in such a manner. He was truly admirable, and Li Qing desired a more dignified ending for him. Heed my words, survive. Li Qing insisted, preparing to administer a needle. Zhu Jianshen seemed swayed by Li Qing's words, and with the latter's devoted care, his condition improved significantly, gradually restoring some strength, though he remained unwell. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, the weather turned colder. The workload for Li Qing has intensified, and with the winter's harshness, many struggle to endure the season. This period also poses the greatest peril for Zhu Jianshen. If one can weather through, perhaps a complete recovery awaits. If not, all is lost. In such circumstances, mere medical treatment for ailments may prove ineffective. The heart must also be healed. On this day, Li Qing sought out Zhu Yuchang. Surprised by Li Qing's unexpected visit, Zhu Yuchang exclaimed, "Sir, are you not tending to His Majesty?" His expression suddenly changed, and he anxiously inquired, "Is Father Emperor gravely ill?" Observing his concern, Li Qing was further convinced of Zhu Yuchang's filial piety and reassured him, "Do not worry, Your Highness. The Emperor's health remains stable." "That is good to hear," Zhu Yuchang sighed in relief. "Why have you come to see me, sir?" After a moment's pause, a look of realization crossed his face, and he smiled. "If Father Emperor's health is improving, your contributions are indeed monumental." "I am not here to seek accolades," Li Qing replied, waving his hand. "I have a significant matter to discuss with you." "Speak on," Zhu Yuchang urged. "I ask that you dismiss those present," Li Qing requested. Zhu Yuchang glanced at Li Danyang beside him and remarked, "Li Qing is not an outsider." Li Qing smiled but remained silent. Noticing the exchange, Li Danyang bowed and said, "Your Highness, I am unwell and must excuse myself for a moment." "Very well," Zhu Yuchang nodded, then invited Li Qing to sit. "Now can we speak?" Li Qing inquired. "Would you be willing to assume the throne?" Zhu Yuchang abruptly stood, exclaiming, "Did you not say that Father Emperor's health is well?" "The Emperor's health is stable. Yet he is unfit to govern," Li Qing clarified. "You startled me," Zhu Yuchang said, casting a disapproving glare at Li Qing. "Father Emperor's health is compromised. I shall simply endure for his sake. It is the duty of a son and a subject to alleviate his burdens. To utter such rebellious words is unacceptable. However, considering your significant role in treating Father Emperor, I shall overlook it this time. But let there not be a next instance, or—" He dramatically swept his robe, declaring, "I shall not be lenient." Li Qing countered, "What if it is your Father Emperor's desire to abdicate? How can that be possible?" Zhu Yuchang replied, bewildered. "There is nothing impossible. If you doubt, you may inquire of him," Li Qing stated calmly. "I am merely a wandering physician. Is it truly necessary to take such matters to heart?" Zhu Yuchang paused, slowly nodding. He believed Li Qing's words. Indeed, a mere physician would have no reason or courage to meddle in such affairs. "This cannot be done." Zhu Yuchang shook his head. "Father Emperor is merely in poor health. If I were to ascend the throne, how would the world perceive me? They would surely think I have coerced Father Emperor into abdication." Zhu Yuchang lamented. "I fear that generations hence would view it in the same light. This would be the height of filial impiety. Wherefore do you conjure such grand philosophies?" Li Qing rolled his eyes. "Come, follow me." "Where to?" Zhu Yuchang inquired. "To the Qianqing Palace to speak with your Father Emperor directly," Li Qing instructed. In the Qianqing Palace, Zhu Jianshen directly asked, "My son, are you prepared to stand on your own?" "Why do you say this, Father Emperor?" Zhu Yuchang inquired. "Your father is aging," Zhu Jianshen replied. Zhu Yuchang shook his head. "Father Emperor, you are in the prime of your life. How can you claim to be old?" After a moment of silence, Zhu Jianshen mused, "My heart has aged." At this point, Zhu Yuchang was at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "I understand the hardships you have endured, Father Emperor. For over 20 years, you have ruled with diligence and unwavering commitment. It has indeed been arduous. I am willing to share your burdens until your health is fully restored." Zhu Jianshen felt a sense of helplessness and smiled wryly, saying, "What are you afraid of?" "I am not afraid," replied Zhu Yutang. "It is my duty as a son to alleviate the worries of my father, the monarch. That is not what I am asking." Zhu Jianshen retorted, "I inquire as to why you do not dare to assume the throne. You are the crown prince and possess this qualification. You may rest assured. I am not testing you." Zhu Yutang nodded, understanding. "However, such a notion has never existed. My father is in the prime of his life. Should he abdicate now, the world would merely believe that I colluded with the officials to force his abdication." Li Qing scoffed. "So, According to your reasoning, you will only take the throne after your father has passed. Is that correct? Zhu Yutang was momentarily speechless. Then his anger flared. How dare you? You audacious fool. Zhu Jianshen was even more enraged. You cowardly scoundrel. I was never pleased to name you as crown prince. You possess not an ounce of responsibility. Zhu Yutang's chubby face turned crimson. I am not that kind of person. Then why do you hesitate to take the throne? Zhu Jianshen demanded. My father is in the prime of his life. To hell with your prime. I am on the brink of death. Zhu Jianshen shouted furiously. Father, please calm your anger. Zhu Yutang pleaded, moving to soothe his father's chest, only to be pushed away by Zhu Jianshen. With no other option, Zhu Yutang knelt in apology. Father, it is not that I am unwilling to bear this burden. It is simply, he grimaced, if I were to do so, I would be deemed unfilial and disloyal. Li Qing remarked coldly, is your loyalty and filial piety more significant than your father's life? To prioritize your loyalty at the expense of your father, what kind of loyalty is that? Zhu Yutang, in a fit of rage, retorted, I am speaking to my father. Who are you to interject? Li Qing shook his head, lacking the interest to engage in banter with the crown prince. Zhu Jianshen gestured, a forced smile on his face. Zhu Yutang, come here. Without hesitation, Zhu Yutang approached with a bold face. Smack! The sound echoed through the hall, crisp and resounding. Zhu Jianshen struck with great force. His anger palpable. Not only was it due to his son's reluctance to allow him to retire, but more so because his son lacked the courage to shoulder the responsibilities of a ruler. Zhu Yutang was taken aback, turning in circles, then squatting to the ground, bewildered. Ultimately, Zhu Jianshen was physically exhausted. The force of the slap had inflicted damage upon himself as well, leaving him panting, partly from fury and partly from overexertion. Zhu Yutang, with his resilient spirit, shook his head, disregarding the sting on his face, and hurriedly approached, expressing concern. Father, are you all right? Truly filial. Zhu Jianshen closed his eyes in pain and lamented, what sins did I commit in my past life to have borne such a wretched son? I am unfilial. Zhu Yutang replied, his eyes reddening. Please do not let your health be compromised by anger. I understand that your health is not well, and I assure you, I do not wish to provoke you, father. However, Zhu Yutang continued, I am not afraid of hardship. How about this? You focus on your recovery for as long as necessary, and I shall handle all state affairs. Whenever you are well again, I will continue in my role until then. Does this seem acceptable? Are you feeling wronged? Zhu Jianshen asked. I dare not. Zhu Yutang replied, indeed feeling quite aggrieved. Zhu Jianshen sighed softly and inquired, do you dare to take decisive control? I do not dare, Zhu Yutang admitted. Indeed, you lack the courage. Zhu Jianshen, feeling the weight of bitterness, remarked, perhaps it would be wiser for you to forego the role of crown prince and embrace that of an emperor. This realm shall ultimately be entrusted to you. Be bold. For timid souls rarely achieve greatness. Zhu Youxiang, his round face contorted in worry, implored, Father, I am not yet prepared. Might you grant me a bit more time? You will never be prepared, Zhu Jianshen replied sternly. Whether it be 1 year, 5, or even 10, you will perpetually feel unready. Should I truly relinquish my duties? What will you do then? After over a decade as crown prince, and still you are unprepared? Zhu Youxiang found himself at a loss for words, sighing deeply, Father. Even if I were to acquiesce, the ministers would never consent. I am asking you. Zhu Jianshen insisted. I shall heed your words, Father. Zhu Youxiang nodded slowly, his resolve wavering. A smile finally graced Zhu Jianshen's face, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of satisfaction. It was a rare moment indeed. Father, please do take care of your health, Zhu Youxiang urged. Very well, Zhu Jianshen waved his hand dismissively. You may take your leave for now. Do not make this public just yet. I shall announce it personally at tomorrow's court meeting. As you command, Zhu Youxiang replied, bowing deeply before casting a resentful glare at Li Qing as he departed. Zhu Jianshen gazed at the ceiling for a long time before asking, Sir, can you assist me in leaving this place? Certainly, Li Qing nodded. However, you cannot simply vanish without a word. That would lead to chaos. It is imperative that someone is informed of the details. Zhu Jianshen chuckled ruefully. You have seen the state of the crown prince. To place him on the throne would be akin to signing his death warrant. If I were to suggest he embark on a journey of exploration, I fear he would refuse outright, perhaps even with great anger. It need not be conveyed directly to him, Li Qing suggested with a smile. It could be communicated through the crown prince's mother. Zhu Jianshen pondered this for a moment before nodding in agreement. That is indeed a splendid idea. Li Qing, relieved by Zhu Jianshen's acceptance, chuckled lightly. Then it is settled. Focus on your recovery and leave the other matters to me. Very well. The following morning, after attending to Zhu Jianshen's health, Li Qing returned to Lianjiaten. The circumstances were predictable. Zhu Jianshen was set to pass the throne to the crown prince, who would then decline, with the ministers attempting to dissuade him. This would unfold repeatedly until a compromise was reached. After all, that group held little affection for Zhu Jianshen as emperor. Yet, the reality diverged from Li Qing's expectations. He had underestimated the ministers' resolve, particularly among the scholars. While they harbored disdain for Zhu Jianshen, they could not accept such an action. These learned individuals, steeped in literary tradition, held a deep reverence for propriety and law. With the emperor's vitality still evident, he could not simply abdicate the throne, even if one were to concede that the emperor's time was near. The crown prince could only ascend after the emperor's passing. The principle of succession dictates that a son inherits only after his father has died. Such scenarios, though rare, do exist, like the case of the northern expeditions and the ascension of Jingtai. However, this was predicated upon the notion that a nation cannot survive without a ruler, especially in times of instability. To draw a parallel from history, the Tang Dynasty offers a notable example: Li Yuan and Li Shimin. The issue at hand, however, was that Li Yuan was compelled to abdicate. Despite the enduring legacy of Emperor Taizong, his actions in this regard were deemed shameful by the literati, marking it as an act of great treachery. The Ming Dynasty governed with the principle of filial piety, placing great emphasis on this virtue. How could they possibly acquiesce? The reality was that after 3 refusals and 3 concessions, the crown prince ultimately agreed, while the officials remained obstinate, even openly rebuking the crown prince for his apparent lack of filial devotion in the court. Zhu Yozong felt a deep inner turmoil, but found himself unable to voice it. In the end, Zhu Jianshen issued an imperial decree. Yet, even so, the officials continued to resist. Unable to defy the decree, they all knelt at the palace gate. As the sound of the bell echoed, Wang Zhi entered, finding Li Qing languidly reclining in a chair, eyes half closed as if in a light slumber. He clasped his hands and said, "I apologize for disturbing your tranquility." "Not at all," Li Qing replied, slightly rising and tapping the table. "Come, take a seat." Wang Zhi approached and sat down, remarking, "It has been quite some time since you returned. I thought perhaps you had ventured far afield again." Li Qing chuckled. "I have been rather busy lately, but indeed, I am about to embark on a journey." "Oh," Wang Zhi's eyes brightened. "May I accompany you?" "Why would I take you along?" Li Qing rolled his eyes. "I am not your father and have no desire to be seen as a trafficker of souls." "My father has granted me permission to travel," Wang Zhi replied, then boldly added, "I will cover all expenses for the journey." Li Qing scoffed. "Do you think I am in need of your meager contributions?" Pausing, he then curiously inquired, "By the way, how did you persuade your father to allow you this journey?" Though Wang Zhi had only a limited acquaintance with Wang Hua, he understood him well enough. He was humble, well-mannered, and a quintessential gentleman of letters. Such a person would never indulge his son so freely. Li Qing was perplexed by how Wang Zhi had managed to sway Wang Hua. "Well," Wang Zhi chuckled sheepishly, "my father did agree, but with conditions. I have turned 16 this year, which is the age for marriage, and, well." "I see," Li Qing responded, amused. "However, with your parents still living, this journey is not in keeping with the behavior of a dutiful son." "Ah, one must not interpret it so rigidly. There is indeed a saying that one should travel with purpose," Wang Zhi argued, adding, "Furthermore, this journey is not solely for my personal pleasure. I am also fulfilling my father's wishes." He scratched his head, a bit embarrassed, and confessed, "My fiancée resides in Nanchang, and I am going to marry her." Well. Li Qing laughed and chided. "So you are off to wed, are you?" "Sort of," Wang Zhi blushed slightly, "but I also wish to explore along the way." Clearing his throat with enthusiasm, he declared, "I intend not only to read thousands of books, but also to travel thousands of miles." "You are quite amusing," Li Qing chuckled. Then reconsidering, thought that it would be less tedious with this young man as a companion, as they had no set destination. Noticing Li Qing's silence, Wang Zhi thumped his chest. "I have considerable family wealth. If you take me along, we shall indulge in the finest cuisine, the most exquisite wines, and the most comfortable inns." "Very well," Li Qing nodded, "but I must wait for another person." Wang Zhi was taken aback. "Who are you waiting for?" "You will know in due time," Li Qing replied enigmatically, then added, I have one more condition. Speak. You cannot bring anyone else. It must be just you. Otherwise, the deal is off, Li Qing stated. Wang Zhi appeared troubled. But what if I need to visit my future father-in-law? Li Qing, with a hint of irritation, remarked. It's rather ambitious of you to aspire to be a sage while struggling with such a trivial matter. You could always hire someone temporarily. Is that really appropriate? Wang Zhi hesitantly replied. Li Qing shrugged. Well, if that's the case, we might as well part ways. Wait, Wang Zhi exclaimed, urgency creeping into his voice. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, All right, I'll speak to my father about it. Then, with a note of suspicion, he asked, Are you truly a Taoist? Wang Zhi was drawn to Li Qing, both for their engaging conversation and his desire to experience the essence of Taoist culture. Of course, Li Qing responded confidently, patting his chest. Nanchang isn't far from Longhu Mountain. If you're not in a hurry to marry, I could take you there for a few days. Staying on the mountain would be no trouble at all. Really? Wang Zhi felt a surge of excitement. Li Qing proudly stated, We have connections with the heavenly masters of Longhu. Excellent. Wang Zhi eagerly stood up. I shall inform my father immediately. He took a few steps but paused, asking, When is the person you're waiting for expected to arrive? It's hard to say, but it shouldn't be too long, Li Qing replied. All right then, Wang Zhi nodded slightly, clasping his hands in farewell. I bid you farewell. Take care, Li Qing said, stretching lazily as he noted the time approaching midday, and set off towards the palace. What on earth is going on now? Seeing the officials kneeling at the palace gate, Li Qing was perplexed. Could it be that another significant event has transpired? He paid little heed to the kneeling crowd, presenting his jade tablet and hurriedly entering the palace. In the inner hall of Qinxing Palace, Zhu Jianshen reclined against the headboard, feigning sleep. Upon seeing Li Qing enter, he waved away the attendants and skillfully turned over. Let us begin, he said. With a playful slap on his backside, Li Qing inquired, Are you aware of the officials kneeling at the palace gate? I am, Zhu Jianshen replied, propping himself up and casting a glare at Li Qing. You have become increasingly audacious. Li Qing refrained from responding, asking instead, What has happened? What else could it be? It's about the succession of the crown prince, Zhu Jianshen grumbled. Li Qing was taken aback. They actually oppose it? Do you think it's that simple to just walk away from it? Zhu Jianshen said in a low voice. I have made it clear that being an emperor isn't merely a matter of desire. It's not a child-esque game. That shouldn't be the case. With your social standing. What about my social standing? Zhu Jianshen exclaimed, becoming somewhat agitated, then broke into a cough. Li Qing quickly soothed him, saying, There, calm down. Once Zhu Jianshen's coughing subsided, Li Qing reflected, It seems I have underestimated their resolve. At that moment, he felt a sense of satisfaction. What shall we do now? Zhu Jianshen asked, furrowing his brow. You must devise a solution. Zhu Jianshen was in a position of authority, and Li Qing had no choice but to defer to him. There's no need for haste. They are neither as incompetent as you think nor as noble as you hope. Li Qing chuckled. They have made their efforts. Yet if the emperor is resolute, they will have no choice but to comply, and they will bear no guilt. They will maintain their dignified facade. Are you suggesting that as long as I am resolute, they will acquiesce? Zhu Jianshen asked, looking perplexed. Li Qing rolled his eyes. Do you truly believe they are reluctant to part with you? Enough, enough, Zhu Jianshen interrupted, coughing again. Li Qing hurriedly assisted him in regaining his composure. After a while, he said, Let us begin the acupuncture. Very well. Zhu Jianshen reclined once more, stating, Before I depart, I must see Zhener. Why are you so persistent? Li Qing nodded in agreement. Very well. After a moment of silence, Zhu Jianshen continued, Esteemed teacher, I have contemplated much in recent days and have come to a realization. I am the son of heaven of the great Ming and cannot allow personal desires to overshadow the legacy of my ancestors and the stability of the realm. Li Qing paused, astonished. You truly understand now? Indeed, Zhu Jianshen replied. Li Qing, filled with joy, exclaimed, You have not disappointed me. You are remarkable. Be a good emperor. You are more than capable. In his excitement, Li Qing's words became somewhat disjointed. Zhu Jianshen huffed. When did I say I would continue as emperor? What? Li Qing was momentarily taken aback, then grew furious. Are you jesting with me? Zhu Jianshen frowned, feigning a cough. Li Qing, suppressing his anger, retorted. What are your true intentions? The crown prince, though benevolent and filial, was also somewhat weak. Zhu Jianshen sighed. You see, I am truly exhausted. If I were to pass away, do you think he could govern effectively? Li Qing nodded slowly, urging him to continue. I am indeed weary and fatigued, Zhu Jianshen confessed. Yet I cannot completely relinquish my duties. Pausing, he added, I wish to take some time to relax. I promised Jin'er I would take her to explore the mountains and waters. Though she is no longer with us, I do not wish to break my promise. As you said, I shall carry her wishes and experience the beauty of the land on her behalf. Zhu Jianshen declared, after my respite, I shall return to oversee matters. For even if I do not directly manage affairs, my presence alone can instill a sense of awe. Li Qing praised, that is indeed a splendid idea. You have thought this through well. The crown prince has some deficiencies in character, but with your wisdom, even if you step down, you can still influence state affairs in times of crisis. You are truly a thoughtful child. Li Qing's demeanor softened further as he transmitted his vital energy to alleviate Zhu Jianshen's discomfort. As Li Qing had anticipated, after 3 days of the ministers kneeling in vain, witnessing the emperor's steadfastness, they reluctantly withdrew to their offices, citing the need for governance. Observing this, Zhu Jianshen issued another decree, appointing the crown prince to the throne. This time, the ministers did not object. They had made their efforts and sought to persuade him, yet the sovereign's will was resolute, leaving them with no grounds for complaint. Zhu Yuzhong ascended the throne. In a display of dissatisfaction, the Ministry of Rites, upholding their customs, deliberately conducted the enthronement ceremony in a hasty manner. Consequently, Zhu Yuzhong found himself caught in a challenging position. Regarding the ministry's discourtesy, he felt unable to voice his grievances. As their actions were a testament to their loyalty to his father, he had no justification for reproach. The burden of being an emperor is indeed arduous. Newly enthroned, Zhu Yuzhong could not help but gaze skyward and sigh. Father, you have caused me great suffering. In the Cunning Palace, Empress Dowager Zhou was nearly beside herself with rage, exclaiming, my son is so foolish. The concubines, including Consort Chun, Consort Da, and Consort Hui, were filled with sorrow, their hearts heavy with grief. They understood that soon they would have to vacate their quarters, as the new emperor, a youthful lad of 18, would surely seek to expand his harem. However, they were not to be banished from the palace entirely. They would retain their places and live without worry, though prime spaces would need to be relinquished. On the surface, Consort Ji appeared to be the greatest beneficiary, yet she was far from pleased. On the contrary, she felt a twinge of anxiety. A mother knows her child better than anyone else. She understands her son's grand ambitions, talents, and strategies, yet none can rival those of the emperor. The emperor is merely unwell, and, compounded by the devastating loss of Wang Zhi, he finds himself disheartened. However, one can never predict when he might regain his resolve. Should the emperor decide to reclaim his throne, her son would be in peril, for that is the coveted seat of the 9-5 Supreme. She cannot fathom that the emperor would remain indifferent. Should circumstances shift, it would not be surprising if her son were deposed, or worse. Historically, during the Tang Dynasty, Emperor Xuanzong executed 3 of his sons in a single day, a tale immortalized in plays. Concubine Ji does not wish for her son to ascend the throne prematurely. Rather, she desires for him to serve diligently as the crown prince, so that, after the emperor's reign has concluded, he may naturally inherit the imperial mantle. Yet, as but a woman, what influence does she truly possess? In the Hall of Supreme Clarity, she implored, do not weep, I am still alive. Your Majesty, call me the retired emperor. Concubine Ji wept, retired emperor, please allow Yuzhong to resume his role as crown prince. I beg you. Zhu Jianding scoffed. How can an emperor return to being a crown prince? Is this a mere game? But Yuzhong still has much to learn and needs refinement. Do not speak further. Zhu Jianding interrupted her. This matter is settled and cannot be altered. Otherwise, where would the dignity of the court lie? After a pause, he softened his tone. I understand your concerns. You fear that one day I might desire the throne again and cast Yuzhong aside. Rest assured, I shall never do so. With a sigh of relief, Zhu Jianding took her hand and gently said, a mother knows her child best. Yuzhong's temperament is something you are most familiar with. If I were to truly depart this world, do you believe he could fulfill the role of emperor? He will do his utmost, Concubine Ji replied. Will doing one's utmost suffice to be a good emperor? Zhu Jianding replied with a wry smile. He lacks both ability and character. Ascending prematurely is for his own benefit. I am still alive, and the court will not descend into chaos. After a moment, he sighed softly. In such a case, when I am gone, Yuzhang will not be left utterly helpless, will he? Speak no more ill omens, concubine Ji said, covering his mouth with her hand. Realizing she had overstepped, she quickly knelt to apologize. Zhu Jianshen, however, gently pulled her back, chuckling, "We are not so formal, my dear." He embraced her, whispering sweet nothings. Leaning against him, she listened quietly, her heart fluttering with joy and bashfulness. Gradually, her anxious heart began to calm. "Call me your husband." Concubine G's face flushed, and she softly murmured, "Husband." Zhu Jianshen raised his hand and affectionately brushed her nose, sensing the moment was right. "Little Ji, could you assist your husband with a task?" Concubine Ji could hardly withstand such a request. She was so blissful that she felt faint. At this moment, if her husband asked her to leap from a cliff, she would gladly comply without a hint of hesitation. "Whatever you say, husband," she replied softly, "as long as it is within my ability, I would have no regrets. Even in death. Such talk. How could your husband ever wish for your demise?" Zhu Jianshen laughed heartily. "It is a simple matter, nothing more than a single phrase." Chapter 1. Zhu Yuzhang's indifference. May our emperor live long, long, and forever. All ministers, be at ease. Zhu Yuchang sat regally upon the dragon throne, gazing down at his ministers. Although nearly a month had passed since his ascension, he still felt somewhat out of place. Having been the crown prince with his father still alive, he was suddenly thrust into the role of emperor without any preparation. He harbored no fear of hardship or fatigue, yet the weight of responsibility loomed heavily over him, and he dreaded the thought of failing in his duties as emperor. Zhu Yuchang yearned to consult with his father, but alas, his father had retreated to the empress's chambers and would not see him, leaving him feeling like an abandoned orphan. "Your Majesty, the eunuchs remind you of your duties," a voice whispered. Zhu Yuchang steadied himself and inquired, "Are there any petitions from the ministers?" "I have a petition to present," came the voice of Wannan, stepping forward. Zhu Yuchang furrowed his brow slightly and nodded, granting permission. Wannan clasped his hands respectfully. "Your Majesty, it has been nearly a month since your ascension, yet certain matters remain unaddressed. Have I not already granted a general amnesty? What else needs attending to?" Zhu Yuchang interrupted, expressing his displeasure with the minister. Wannan's countenance faltered, yet he persisted in his bureaucratic manner. "It is well known that your Majesty is benevolent and loves the people. However, the matter I wish to address pertains to the elevation of the Empress, the revered Empress Dowager, and the Grand Empress Dowager." The ministers exchanged glances, internally criticizing Wannan's obsequiousness while outwardly nodding in agreement, as was customary. With the crown prince now emperor, it was only fitting that significant figures in the harem also be elevated in status. In truth, this matter was not of great urgency. A simple imperial edict could suffice without elaborate ceremonies. However, given the new emperor's recent ascension, it was prudent to maintain decorum, as such formalities would not incur substantial costs. Zhu Yuchang nodded slightly. "You make a valid point, my minister. After court, the Ministry of Rights and the cabinet may discuss the procedures for the elevation." In the Kuan-Ning Palace, in a side chamber, Zhu Yuchang knocked twice on the door, calling out, "Father, Mother, I have important matters to discuss with you." "What is it?" came the distant voice of Consort Ji. "Mother, it concerns your elevation to the revered Empress Dowager," Zhu Yuchang replied with a wry smile. Feeling that while the harem should not meddle in governance, it was unreasonable for a son who had just become emperor to be denied an audience with his mother. He knocked again, more insistently. "Mother, please open the door." Finally, the door creaked open, and Consort Ji inquired, "Aside from the elevation, what else is there? Where's father?" Zhu Yuchang peered inside. "Your father requires rest," Consort Ji said, her gaze evasive, blocking Zhu Yuchang's view. Initially, Zhu Yuchang had no particular thoughts, but seeing his mother so anxious raised his suspicions. "I must see father." "You cannot see him," Consort Ji exclaimed, her voice rising in agitation. Zhu Yuchang's concern deepened, and he spoke solemnly. "Mother, father's health is of utmost importance to the nation. What is his condition?" "He is well," Consort Ji replied, unable to deceive him without betraying her own anxiety. "I must see father." "No, you cannot," she insisted, blocking his path. "The physician has stated that your father must not be disturbed. A brief meeting would not disturb him," Zhu Yuchang countered, pausing abruptly. "By the way, I have not seen that physician in some time. Where is he?" He, Consort Ji stammered, growing increasingly flustered, unsure how to explain. The countenance of Zhu Yuchang shifted subtly as he performed a bow, uttering, "I beg your pardon, mother." He advanced 2 steps, pushing past his mother and dashing inside. Despite her attempts to obstruct him, Ji Shufei found herself unable to withstand her son's momentum. After stumbling back, she turned around only to discover that he had already entered. Zhu Yuzhong paid no heed to the calls of his mother, striding purposefully forward. As he traversed the hall, he noticed the absence of any servants, which only heightened his anxiety. He hurried towards the inner palace, only to find it equally deserted. Father, where is father? His mind swarmed with questions. At that moment, Ji Shufei followed him in, fully aware that she could no longer conceal the truth, and decided to lay everything bare. Yuzhong, my dear, I must tell you something. You ought to brace yourself. Zhu Yuzhong froze momentarily. Then his expression shifted dramatically. He sank to the ground and lamented, Father, no, it is not as you think. Ji Shufei quickly interjected, Your father is safe. He is unharmed. Tears welled in Zhu Yuzhong's eyes, and upon hearing her words, he instinctively reined in his emotions, only to become more perplexed. Mother, what on earth is going on? This was the first time he had spoken to her in such a manner, truly exasperated. I have pressing state matters to report to father. I implore you not to hinder me further. Ji Shufei, feeling guilty, turned her gaze away. Your father is not here. Where is he? I do not know. Zhu Yuzhong was left in utter disbelief. Taking a deep breath, Ji Shufei confessed, Let me be frank with you. Dear, your father is not in the palace, nor in the capital. He is traveling the world. What? Zhu Yuzhong was taken aback. After a prolonged silence, he closed his eyes in despair and exclaimed, Mother, how could you be so foolish? Ji Shufei, too, felt a pang of regret. In her state of confusion, she had hastily acquiesced to his father's wishes, and now, she was riddled with anxiety, yet dared not reveal the truth to her son, choosing instead to delay. Her intention was not to avoid her son, but rather the fear of facing him. Ji Shufei spoke nervously, My dear, it is not that I wish to deceive you. It was your father who instructed me to act thus. Where has he gone? I just told you. Ji Shufei averted her gaze. Her voice barely above a whisper, I do not know. Alas! Zhu Yuzhong cried in frustration, stamping his foot. What did father say before he left? Did he leave no instructions? Oh, yes, he did leave instructions. Ji Shufei suddenly recalled. Wait a moment, I shall fetch it. She hurried to the bedside, retrieving a letter from beneath the pillow, and turned to hand it to Zhu Yuzhong. This is what your father left for you. Zhu Yuzhong hastily took it, tearing open the envelope and unfolding the letter to read. Zhu Yuzhong, by the time you read this letter, your father will no longer be in the capital. Do not attempt to find him. You will not succeed. As the saying goes, lean on a mountain, and the mountain may crumble, rely on a river, and the water may flow away. As an emperor, one must be prepared for solitude. You are the son of heaven of the Ming Dynasty. The prosperity of the Ming realm and the welfare of the people depend upon you. Their rise and fall rest in your hands. For over 20 years, the emperor has ruled with diligence and reverence, perpetually treading upon thin ice, relying on the blessings of our ancestors to ensure the continued prosperity of the Ming Dynasty. After 2 decades of reign, the emperor has grown weary. Now he entrusts the empire and its people to you. Do not become complacent. The emperor is well. Do not worry. This letter, though less than 200 words, struck Zhu Yuzhong like a thunderbolt, causing more distress than enduring 200 slaps. Stunned, Zhu Yuzhong let the letter slip from his fingers, falling gracefully to the ground as if he were in a daze. Yuzhong, my son, exclaimed Empress Ji Shufei in panic, abandoning all decorum as she patted her son's chubby cheeks, urging him not to frighten her. Mother, Zhu Yuzhong murmured, did my father say anything else besides this letter? No, replied Empress Ji Shufei. Your father said he would give you this letter if you were aware. There was nothing more. Really nothing more? Nothing at all. Zhu Yuzhong's face contorted in anguish, and after a prolonged silence, he slowly regained his composure. Mother, when did father leave? On the 3rd day after your ascension, he departed. And how many guards did he take with him? None, it seems, Empress Ji Shufei answered. He left with that renowned physician, stating he was going on a private inspection. No guards? Zhu Yuzhong's eyes widened in shock before he managed to calm himself slightly. If he was indeed disguised, it meant no one recognized his identity. Yet, it was still a perilous situation. He paced restlessly, feeling utterly powerless. Finally, he sighed in resignation. Alas, mother, you have truly put me in a difficult position. Empress Ji Shufei sought to comfort him. Do not be too disheartened. Yuzhong, your father intends to temper you. Besides, he will return, will he not? When will he return? I do not know, she admitted, her expression awkward. Your father did not say. After a long silence, Zhu Yozong spoke with a grave demeanor. Mother, this matter must not be disclosed to outsiders. I understand. Empress Ji Shufei nodded, though her son's words sparked her concern. This secret cannot be concealed indefinitely. Leave this matter to me, Zhu Yozong sighed. In any case, you know nothing. The former emperor is on a private inspection, and only I am aware of it. It is I who sent him. Empress Ji Shufei felt both moved and guilty. Yozong, it is I who have brought you trouble. Do not speak like that, mother. Zhu Yozong had begun to accept his reality. There are no faultless parents in this world. How could a son blame his mother? He feigned lightheartedness. If it cannot be hidden, I shall find a way to cope. Really? Of course. Zhu Yozong nodded with confidence, proclaiming, I am the emperor. That is reassuring. Empress Ji Shufei relaxed, unaware that beneath her son's confident facade lay a heart riddled with insecurity. In that moment, Zhu Yozong felt utterly alone, an isolated figure. The carriage creaked as it moved forward. Inside, Zhu Jianshen rested with closed eyes, while Wang Zhi fidgeted anxiously. He could hardly believe that he was now in the presence of the emperor. No, the retired emperor. Wang Zhi never imagined that the person Li Qing awaited was the Ming Dynasty's Changhua emperor. This was indeed exhilarating. Wang Zhi had encountered Zhu Jianshen only once. Yet the encounter left a profound impression on him. How could it not, with that distinctive visage of a bushy beard and a dark countenance? Young man, why do you gaze at me so intently? Zhu Jianshen, with his eyes closed in repose, suddenly uttered, startling Wang Zhi into a quick diversion of his gaze. Despite his rebellious nature, Wang Zhi had not yet reached the absurdity of jesting with the former emperor of the Ming Dynasty. Clearing his throat, he called out, Sir, it is my turn to drive the carriage. Chapter 2. The money-spending sprite Wang Zhi, though rebellious and unconventional, found it difficult to transcend the constraints of his era. After all, he was in the presence of the emperor, who could remain unfazed. Only Wang Zhi could manage such composure, for anyone else would likely have fled in haste. With the city approaching, there was no need to change drivers. Outside, Li Qing's voice rang out. Prepare the silver. I intend to indulge extravagantly. Very well, Wang Zhi replied, feeling the growing emptiness of his satchel and experiencing a twinge of concern. At this rate, by the time they reached Nanchang, he would likely lack the funds to procure a betrothal gift. I have considerable family wealth. He recalled his earlier boasts, wishing he could slap himself for such bravado. Just then, Zhu Jianshen slowly opened his eyes and said, Wang Zhi, your servant, no, commoner, is here. Wang Zhi snapped back to attention, cupping his hands in respect. What are your commands, your majesty? Do not be anxious. I am merely here for leisure. Treat me as a wealthy gentleman. Zhu Jianshen smiled, waving his hand. I have heard that your ambition is to become a sage. After all, a sage is still but a man, Wang Zhi replied sheepishly. Ambition is commendable, Zhu Jianshen remarked. Then inquired, and what comes after becoming a sage? Wang Zhi scratched his head, uncertain. Is there even a need to ponder? It is undoubtedly to serve the court. Zhu Jianshen, feeling a bit bored, began to contemplate the recruitment of talent for the imperial court. He did not believe Wang Zhi could become a sage. For such a title was not meant for everyone. Otherwise, it would be as common as cabbages. Nevertheless, through their interactions, he had come to recognize the youth's extensive knowledge spanning history, military strategy, Confucianism, and Buddhism. Despite his youth, Wang Zhi possessed a vast and eclectic understanding, exhibiting his own insights rather than following the crowd. Undoubtedly, he was a talent. In Zhu Jianshen's eyes, Wang Zhi was at least of the caliber of Wang Hua, a person of merit whom he naturally appreciated. As the carriage creaked and groaned, accompanied by Zhu Jianshen's incessant chatter, they finally entered the city. It was now October, and as winter approached, the temperatures were gradually dropping. However, upon reaching Hangzhou, it was not particularly cold for Wang Zhi, especially for someone like Zhu Jianshen, who had grown up in the capital. Upon disembarking, the three settled into an opulent inn. Esteemed guests, will you be dining or lodging? A diligent attendant approached. The trio, clad in luxurious attire with an air of distinction, clearly hailed from affluent families. Li Qing waved his hand grandly. We shall lodge. First, prepare a private room and serve all your signature dishes, along with several jars of your finest wine. And start heating the bathwater. I have plenty of money. This display of ostentation delighted the attendant, but left Wang Zhi in despair. In less than a month, They had already spent nearly 1,000 taels. Who could withstand such extravagance? Wang's family was well off, though not exceedingly wealthy. His father had bestowed upon him a total of 3,000 taels, of which 2,500 were earmarked as a dowry, not meant for his travel expenses. Now that he had just arrived in Hangzhou, with Nanchang still a considerable distance away, he had already exhausted 1,000 taels. At this rate, how could he possibly afford a bride? Ahem. Wang Zhi tugged at Li Qing's sleeve and whispered, "Sir, did you not mention that we would also be traveling to Jiangnan?" "Indeed, and what of it?" Li Qing replied. "If we intend to go to Nanchang, we shall not make it before the new year." Wang Zhi, feeling a bit awkward, added, "Should we not reconsider our expenditures?" Li Qing, taken aback, replied, "Did you not claim to possess ample family resources?" "I do have some means," Wang Zhi admitted, "but I had no inkling of your extravagant spending." Clearing his throat, he continued, "Frugality is a virtue. I concede, I may have exaggerated my wealth. My finances are rather ordinary." "Ah," Li Qing responded, looking troubled. "I am not particularly concerned, but it wouldn't be right for him to suffer." Wang Zhi paused, then resolutely nodded. "Then let us not be frugal." He was determined. He would not allow his esteemed friend to endure hardship, and he believed his father would understand. At worst, the dowry would be modest, and they could make amends later. Culinary delights of Jiangnan are exquisite and flavorsome, yet the portions do not compare to those of the north. Moreover, the cost of living in Hangzhou is no less than that in the capital, and may even exceed it. A lavish feast, complemented by Shaoxing's renowned wine, cost them 50 taels, not including lodging. Li Qing and Zhu Jianshen relished their meal and drink, and Wang Zhi enjoyed himself as well, but soon after, a pang of regret struck him. Little did he know, Li Qing was eager for more amusement. The next morning, he proposed a visit to Westlake. Zhu Jianshen, naturally, had no objections, for he had come to enjoy himself. To forego entertainment would render the trip meaningless. "Hold on a moment," Wang Zhi interjected, feeling overwhelmed. "It is winter now. Westlake offers little in terms of entertainment, and it is quite cold. What if we catch a chill? Perhaps we should reconsider." "Fear not. I shall ensure we remain warm," Li Qing assured, patting his chest confidently. Wang Zhi thought his finances insufficient to reach Nanchang. Indeed, winter's Westlake was desolate. On the lake's surface, aside from Li Qing's small boat, there was no other vessel in sight. Inside the cabin, a stove crackled, supporting a hot pot filled with an abundance of fresh fruits, vegetables, and meats, while a fine bottle of wine warmed nearby. Truly a sumptuous experience. The day was splendid, and the sunlight danced upon the lake's surface, creating a shimmering spectacle. Though they had missed the ideal season for boating on West Lake, the beauty was still remarkable. The sky was a deep azure, and the waters were crystal clear, a truly splendid sight. After a hearty meal, the three felt warmed and emerged from the cabin to admire the scenery of West Lake. Zhu Jianshen sat at the bow of the boat, gazing at the boundless expanse before him, no longer surrounded by the grandeur of the palace. The expansive view opened his heart, lifting his spirits and bringing him joy. Above there is paradise, below there are Suzhou and Hangzhou. Truly, I am not deceived, he exclaimed. In such a season, with such scenery, how delightful it would be to row and gather lotuses in the spring or autumn. Zhu Jianshen sighed softly, lamenting the 2 decades he had spent as the emperor without ever experiencing the breathtaking landscapes of his realm, a true pity. Approaching middle age, this was his first venture into Jiangnan, and today he finally comprehended the exquisite beauty of the Ming Dynasty. Li Qing chuckled, there are countless splendid places to explore. This time, let us indulge ourselves thoroughly, without a hint of regret. When spring and autumn arrive, we shall return to revel in the sights once again. Indeed, splendid. Zhu Jianshen laughed heartily, feeling a wave of joy wash over him. After spending over half a month in Hangzhou, with accommodations, boat rentals, and daily feasts accompanied by fine wine, he had spent upwards of 1,000 taels. Wang Zhi felt quite overwhelmed. At this rate, not only would they fail to reach Nanchang, but they would also deplete their funds before the new year. Li Qing is truly a money-spending spirit. In early winter, the trio arrived in Jiangnan. By this time, Wang Zhi had a mere 700 taels left. This cannot continue. I must be forthright, he said gravely to Li Qing. I only have 700 taels remaining. We cannot afford to be so extravagant. Fear not. Once we reach Jiangnan, money will no longer be a concern. Li Qing reassured him, patting his chest confidently. I possess ample family wealth. We could spend lavishly without exhausting it. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhi sighed in relief, astonished. You are from Jiangnan? Does it not seem so? Li Qing replied, smiling. Not quite. Wang Zhi shook his head. When I saw you enduring the cold so well in the capital, I assumed you were a native of that city. I am simply robust and able to withstand the chill. Li Qing laughed, then added, now that we are here, I shall take care of the expenses. What are you two whispering about? Zhu Jianshen approached them. Nothing much. Li Qing smiled, then asked, since we are here, shall we stay at your residence for a few days? Zhu Jianshen pondered for a moment before nodding. That could work. The Yongqing Marquis' residence still accommodates my sister. As the elder brother visiting Jiangnan, it would be remiss not to pay a visit. Then let us proceed. As they approached the gate bearing the gilded characters of Yongqing Marquis' residence, Wang Zhi was taken aback. You are a descendant of the Yongqing Marquis? The name of the Yongqing Marquis was renowned, and although Wang Zhi was not a man of the officialdom, his father frequently spoke of the Marquis' illustrious deeds. Consequently, Wang Zhi had developed a certain understanding of the Yongqing Marquis. He could hardly believe that this extravagant spender before him was indeed. Wait a moment. He suddenly recognized something amiss. The Yongqing Marquis also bore the name Li Qing. It is rather unusual for a descendant to share a name with their ancestor. I merely share a close friendship with the godson of the Yongqing Marquis, and fortuitously, we share the same name, Li Qing awkwardly explained, failing to grasp the implication. Is that so? Wang Zhi remained skeptical, but did not doubt Li Qing's true identity. It was not his fault. Anyone would struggle to connect the two Li Qings. Ding ding ding. Li Qing knocked on the door. Moments later, a servant appeared and inquired, May I assist you? We are looking for Madame Li, Li Qing replied. I am surnamed Li and have an acquaintance with Madame Li. Li Hong spent most of his time away, with only Zhu Wanqing as his legitimate wife. The household staff was not numerous, and after Zhu Wanqing took charge, she would rotate the servants each time Li Hong returned for safety's sake. The servant, noticing the exceptional demeanor of the three, said, Please wait a moment, before turning to report within. Before long, Zhu Wanqing approached, accompanied by a servant. Upon seeing Li Qing, Zhu Wanqing first felt a surge of joy, only to be taken aback upon realizing that the emperor was also present. As for Wang Zhi, she paid him little mind. Aren't you going to invite us in? Zhu Jianshen inquired with a smile. Please, do come in, Zhu Wanqing responded, somewhat excitedly, hastily ushering the three into the residence. She instructed a nearby servant, quickly informed the steward to prepare a sumptuous feast. Yes, madam, the servant replied, not daring to delay given the importance of the guests. The presence of both relatives brought Zhu Wanqing great joy, and she softly remarked, Uncle Li, how did you manage to bring the emperor as well? Not welcome? Of course not. My dear niece is overjoyed. Wang Zhi had met Zhu Wanqing before, yet he found the dynamic among the three rather peculiar, sensing an intimate connection that remained unspoken. Chapter 3. Troublemaker Wang Zhi pondered but could not decipher their relationships, so he decided to let it be. At the very least, he was relieved to confirm that he would not be spending any more money. This was indeed fortunate news, as his 700 taels were spared. As the food and drink were served, they engaged in convivial conversation. Wang Zhi felt more comfortable with Li Qing than with Zhu Wanqing or Zhu Jianshen, opting to remain silent and focus on feasting as if he hadn't eaten in 3 days. You haven't been starving along the way, have you? Li Qing teased. You spend so freely. If I don't keep track, how will I manage? Wang Zhi inwardly scoffed, responding with a forced smile, I'm merely in the process of growing. With Wang Zhi present, Zhu Wanqing refrained from direct address and chose to speak in riddles, yet communication flowed undeterred. Since you are here, let us celebrate the new year together, Zhu Wanqing suggested. The coastal pirates in Fujian have been quite troublesome this year. Last month, Honggu wrote, saying he wouldn't return for the new year. It would be dreadfully dull for me to be alone, so please, do stay. Understanding who held the decision-making power, she turned to Li Qing. Uncle Li, what do you think? Li Qing glanced at Wang Zhi, awaiting his input. I have no objections. Wang Zhi chuckled, as long as I'm not the one footing the bill. With winter fully upon them, it was customary to present additional gifts aside from the betrothal gifts when visiting Nanchang. Wang Zhi, feeling financially constrained, preferred to economize. After all, with no marriage on the horizon before the new year, staying here for a while seemed reasonable, especially as it presented an opportunity to enjoy the hospitality of the affluent Li Qing. Then let us celebrate the new year here, Li Qing declared with a smile. What say you, your majesty? Zhu Jianshen was indifferent. Yet he found the title Your Majesty irksome, as it felt as trivial as a dog's name. Just call me Old Zhu, he replied. Very well, Little Zhu. It's Old Zhu. Zhu Jianshen's expression darkened further. Li Qing chuckled. Old Zhu is a title you can use? Zhu Jianshen was at a loss for words. Zhu Wanqing quickly intervened. Uncle Li, you truly should be addressed as Lord instead. Wang Zhi was astonished by Li Qing's audacity in speaking so casually to the former emperor. Even more surprising was the fact that the former emperor appeared only slightly displeased. How odd. Just who was this Li Qing? Wang Zhi fell into deep contemplation, rationally analyzing that in contemporary times, the only individual who could converse with the Emperor Emeritus in such a manner, without incurring his wrath, was the illustrious Duke Yongqing, Li Qing. However, the quandary lay in their age disparity. More critically, this Lady Li was the legitimate wife of General Li of the Navy. If Li Qing were indeed Li Qing, then Lady Li ought to address him as godfather. Previously, while in the capital, Lady Li referred to him as Uncle Li, suggesting a genuine uncle-nephew relationship. Yet, the conundrum persisted. Wang Zhi suddenly snapped back to reality, stammering, What? What are you doing? Li Qing chuckled, remarking how he had just been ravenous like a starving wolf, yet now hesitated to eat. I will eat. I will eat, Wang Zhi replied sheepishly, resuming his meal with chopsticks. He inwardly shook his head, realizing the complexities of their relationships were far too convoluted to untangle at that moment. He resolved to inquire directly with Li Qing when the opportunity arose. It wasn't just him. Even Li Qing found the situation perplexing. He was the closest of friends with Li Jinglong, whose great-grandson called him godfather. To add to the confusion, Zhu Wanqing had undergone a generational leap, addressing him as Uncle Li instead of godfather, thus complicating matters further. One could say each had their own interpretation of familial ties. Wang Zhi, with a mind trained for sage-like wisdom, found himself utterly befuddled by this intricate web of relationships. It was no wonder he felt lost. Anyone would be equally perplexed. At that moment, young Li Hao, who had heard that guests had arrived at home, approached and, upon seeing Li Qing, promptly bowed in respect. Greeting, Grandfather Li. Though Li Hong had not divulged details during his last visit, he had nonetheless issued a cautionary warning and extended a warm paternal affection, prompting young Li Hao to regard Li Qing with newfound reverence. Wang Zhi felt a sense of relief wash over him. Finally, the relationships seemed to align correctly, alleviating some of his obsessive compulsions. Yet, in the next instant, he found himself bewildered once more. Li Hao, noticing the familiarity between Zhu Jianshen and Li Qing, also called out, Grandfather. Zhu Wanqing, upon hearing this, furrowed her brows and scolded, What nonsense! You should address him as uncle. Wang Zhi's head spun with confusion. How can he be addressed as uncle? He was tormented by the chaotic nature of this family's relationships. Furthermore, even if Li Qing were indeed Li Qing, he should not be of a generation older than the Emperor Emeritus. Clearing his throat, he interjected, Your Majesty, esteemed sir, madam, please continue your conversation. This is my first visit to Jiangnan, and I wish to explore the surroundings. Wang Zhi stood and bowed. Zhu Wanqing smiled and replied, Why not wait until after the meal? There's no hurry. No, I am quite full, Wang Zhi insisted, for his mind was consumed by the tangled relationships within this family. If he did not take a stroll to alleviate his thoughts, he would feel quite suffocated. I shall take my leave for now, he declared. Remember to return before dark. And do not wander into brothels. Li Qing cautioned with concern. Understood, replied Wang Zhi. Xiao Hao, please take a seat. Zhu Jianshen gestured towards an empty chair. Hello, uncle. Li Hao greeted as he settled into Wang Zhi's seat, showing no sign of disdain, and, after rolling up his sleeves, began to eat with Wang Zhi's chopsticks. Li Hao? Zhu Wanqing disapproved of her son's careless demeanor. Mother, what have I done wrong? Li Hao retorted, feigning innocence. Calm down, Wanqing. I find Xiao Hao's character rather agreeable. Zhu Jianshen chuckled, interjecting before his sister could explode. Li Hao, sensing a kindred spirit, patted his chest, and said, Uncle, you understand me. Zhu Wanqing was in a foul mood. Were it not for Uncle Li, her elder brother would have insisted that her son experience the nurturing discipline of a mother's hand. She took a deep breath and said, Uncle Li, At my age, is it too late to have another child? Well, it isn't too late, but it's unnecessary. Li Qing chuckled. Little Hao is already so grown up. In a few years, you'll be holding a grandchild. Indeed, Grandpa Li speaks the truth. Li Hao chimed in, Mother. The responsibility of expanding the Li family should be entrusted to me. I shall marry more. Enough. Yes. Upon witnessing his mother's ire, Li Hao smartly withdrew, retreating with a cleverness that belied his years. Zhu Wanqing sighed in distress. This child is hopeless, neither studious nor martial. He only enjoys playing with his abacus. Zhu Jian pondered for a moment and remarked, Li Hong is still young and in good health. He has ample time ahead. Since little Hao shows no interest in an official career, there is no need to force him. Being a wealthy gentleman is not a bad fate. As you have said, nurturing a grandchild can wait. After a brief pause, he added, if feasible, it would be prudent to develop a successor for a career in the official realm. To carry on Li Hong's legacy, for both the sake of the teacher and for the Ming Dynasty. Zhu Wanqing contemplated his words and replied, elder brother makes a valid point. However, Li Qing interjected, let us leave it to fate. If our grandchildren possess the desire and capability, they should be nurtured. If not, there is no need to impose. Rest assured, Uncle Li, Wanqing understands the stakes. Zhu Wanqing nodded, though her brows furrowed, her face etched with a mix of concern and disappointment. Indeed, Li Qing smiled reassuringly. It is not uncommon for youth to be rebellious. Take Wang Zhi, for instance. He is a few years older than little Hao, yet he exhibits far more defiance. Fearing comparisons, Zhu Wanqing felt a wave of relief wash over her. Although her son was somewhat unruly, at least he did not cause her trouble or roam about recklessly. Uncle Li, since he is so unmanageable, do you not fear for his safety if you let him out? Zhu Wanqing inquired. That should not be a concern. He is about to be married, after all, and is not a fool, Li Qing replied, though a hint of uncertainty colored his words. This young man was fond of reasoning, but one must hope he does not encounter someone formidable and gets himself into trouble. In southern Jili, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and the sons of high officials do not rank highly here. He was taken from Wang Hua, and if Wang Zhi were to be bullied, it would reflect poorly on him. Li Qing rose and said, I shall seek him out. You siblings have not seen each other in days, and should have a good talk. Where could this fellow have gone? After visiting brothels, theaters, and tea-houses, Li Qing returned home empty-handed, growing increasingly anxious as time passed. Where could he be? Suddenly, he recalled Wang Zhi's previous mention of Buddhist culture and promptly made his way to the nearest temple. Upon arriving at the temple entrance, he spotted Wang Zhi rushing out. Muttering angrily to himself, his 6 roots are impure, and I am to blame? Xiao Yun. Wang Zhi halted in his tracks, turning back upon seeing him, and shouted, Teacher, run. Li Qing was momentarily taken aback, as he had yet to complete his words when 7 or 8 ferocious monks emerged, each wielding a long staff, their demeanor suggesting they were ready to devour someone. Upon noticing the crowd pursuing them, Wang Zhi, without a moment's hesitation, took to his heels. Li Qing, perplexed by the unfolding chaos, instinctively understood that Wang Zhi was about to face a beating and hurriedly followed suit. His speed was commendable, allowing him to swiftly catch up with Wang Zhi, demanding, What on earth have you done to provoke them? Wang Zhi, whose physique was rather frail, gasped for breath as he replied, I swear it's not my fault. I merely lit some incense and chatted with a high monk, and then they turned hostile. Stop. You there, halt. Li Qing glanced back to see the pursuers closing in. Nonsense. Li Qing retorted, Are you trying to deceive me? If you don't speak the truth, I shall not vouch for you. Wang Zhi, already lacking strength, found himself further exhausted by Li Qing's interrogation. His stomach churned, and his legs felt weak, leading him to confess, I just had a brief chat. I truly did not intend for that esteemed monk to renounce his vows. Li Qing, half annoyed and half impressed, realized the audacity of Wang Zhi's words about the monk's potential apostasy was quite extraordinary. Clearly, that monk held significant renown, likely serving as the temple's financial backbone. Otherwise, those monks wouldn't have been so enraged. What a troublemaker you are, Li Qing gritted his teeth, finally grasping the extent of Wang Zhi's predicament. Chapter 4. This book, this paper, this writing. Wang Zhi found himself being dragged by Li Qing in a frantic run, nearly lifting off the ground with each pull. Though the tugging caused him pain, he dared not complain, knowing that being caught would result in even greater suffering. The winter sky darkened swiftly, transforming from light to shadow within mere moments. After sprinting 2 blocks, Li Qing managed to shake off the group of furious monks. Gasping for air, Wang Zhi crouched down, panting heavily, drool escaping his lips. You truly possess a wretched constitution, Li Qing teased. With such frailty, how dare you stir up trouble? If I hadn't arrived in time. You would have either met your demise or faced grave consequences. I had no idea monks could be so fierce, Wang Zhi exclaimed, struggling to catch his breath. Isn't it said that the Buddha is compassionate? Who could have foreseen this? Besides, it wasn't intentional. Rolling his eyes, Li Qing retorted, haven't you heard of the wrathful Vajra? Ah, indeed, Wang Zhi chuckled sheepishly. Those hefty monks did have a semblance of that energy. Do you still have the audacity to laugh? Li Qing was irate, feeling the urge to strike Wang Zhi. This fellow was truly exasperating. Had he known this would transpire, he would never have brought him along. It's dark now. Let us return. In the future, do not venture out alone, Li Qing admonished. If you find yourself bored, I shall accompany you. But if you were to get beaten to death, how would I explain it to your father? Very well, Wang Zhi replied dejectedly. Upon returning to the Ho residence, the meal was prepared, and the emperor awaited their arrival. Wang Zhi felt a twinge of guilt as he offered apologies to everyone. However, Zhu Jianshen was not the slightest bit upset. In fact, seeing Li Qing in such a flustered state brought him a peculiar delight. He had seldom witnessed this side of Li Qing. Reflecting on the grievances he had endured over the years, he felt a wave of relief, finding Wang Zhi increasingly agreeable, and smilingly said, "Let us eat." After dinner, Li Qing sought out Wang Zhi alone, genuinely concerned that the latter might create further trouble. "I shall take you to a splendid place," he said. "I certainly will not visit a brothel," Wang Zhi replied. "Even if you drag me, I refuse to go." Li Qing gritted his teeth and said, "There is a library in the residence, housing a collection of precious texts. Are you interested?" "Books are books," Wang Zhi replied, awkwardly nodding. "What kind of books?" "The foremost tome throughout history." Wang Zhi, puzzled, inquired. "Just one?" "To be precise, one volume." "Oh." Wang Zhi's interest piqued. "Then I must see it. Follow me." In the library, Li Qing retrieved a fire starter and ignited the lamps one by one. Before long, the room was illuminated. Wang Zhi gazed in astonishment at the densely packed shelves. A complete edition of the Yongle de Dian? He wondered. At that moment, he comprehended why Li Qing referred to it as the foremost book in history. Indeed, during the reign of Emperor Taizong, vast resources were expended to compile this monumental work, making it an unparalleled historical achievement. To call it the world's greatest book was no exaggeration. "Oh my!" Wang Zhi exclaimed, feeling as if he had stumbled into a treasure trove. His eyes sparkled as he darted from one shelf to another, overwhelmed by the dazzling array of texts. Unsure of where to begin. "Stop dawdling, choose quickly," Li Qing urged, beginning to extinguish the lamps. In truth, the lamps were positioned a safe distance from the shelves, and the library was constructed predominantly of bricks, with large water-filled basins beneath each lamp, significantly reducing the risk of fire. However, Li Qing cherished this collection too deeply to take any chances. "Please, sir, allow me to wash my hands," Wang Zhi said, recognizing the value of the books. He hurried to the basin, cleaned his hands, and dried them with a handkerchief before selecting a volume. "There is a private chamber next door. Let us read there." "Excellent," Wang Zhi replied cheerfully. Upon entering the adjacent room, Li Qing lit a few more lamps and reclined on a nearby chaise. "You may stay here for a while. Do you not wish to read thousands of books? Here, there truly are thousands." "Such generosity," Wang Zhi exclaimed, elated. He possessed a few volumes of the Yongle de Dian, which his father had acquired at great expense, but he never imagined Li Qing would possess the entire collection. The thought of gathering a complete edition of the Yongle de Dian was awe-inspiring. How much wealth would that require? "I am quite well off." Wang Zhi couldn't help but recall his earlier boasts, feeling a flush of embarrassment. In comparison, the Wang family was rather impoverished. "Sir, may I truly spend all day reading here?" Wang Zhi asked. Li Qing nodded, saying, "These books are exceedingly precious. Take care while reading. Any damage would constitute a tremendous loss." "I understand," Wang Zhi replied, serious. "Such kindness from you. Sir, how could I be reckless? With such precious texts, I shall exercise the utmost caution." "Very well, read at your leisure. If you tire, feel free to rest on the bed." Li Qing stretched and closed his eyes. Wang Zhi, astonished, asked, "Sir, you will also sleep here?" "Indeed," Li Qing replied candidly. "I worry you might be careless. Should anything happen to the classic, no amount of money could replace it." "Understanding, but aren't you cold without a blanket?" "I can endure the chill," Li Qing scoffed. "Very well. I shall read my book then." "Oh," Wang Zhi nodded reluctantly, then recalled something and inquired, "Sir, I have a question that perplexes me. What is your relationship with Madame Li? And what of the Emperor? If you do not wish to discuss it, then be gone. Li Qing sat up, irate, saying, if you keep prattling on, do you believe I will toss you out? Must I refrain from asking? Wang Zhi recognized he had overstepped, albeit unintentionally, causing Li Qing unnecessary distress. Had Li Qing not arrived in time, he would have faced a hefty beating. Alas, one can only lament the abundance of unreasonable individuals in this world. Wang Zhi sighed softly, gently opening the grand tome. As he beheld the script, his pupils abruptly contracted. How exquisite the characters! Wang Zhi was astounded. Is this not a printed copy? The paper, the calligraphy, every stroke surpasses even that of my father, who was an aficionado of the art. No, must you continue endlessly? Li Qing was nearly driven to his wit's end. Must you always react with such surprise? No, I truly did not intend to. Wang Zhi, aware of his misstep, repeatedly apologized, then asked, Sir, is this grand tome entirely handwritten? Indeed. This. How much must it have cost? Wang Zhi was astonished once more. It is wealth that rivals nations. Even more astonishing was the impression that these tomes belonged to Li Qing himself, as if since his entry into the Gofu, he had taken up residence in Wang's home, behaving as if he were the master, free to utilize everything in the estate. Sir, you must be the esteemed Duke Yongqing, correct? Li Qing, feeling guilty and vexed, retorted, I shall ask you once more, do you wish to read or not? Yes. Wang Zhi, sensing his genuine ire, dared not provoke him further. One who could boldly retort even to the emperor instilled a certain trepidation. Sir, do rest. I assure you I shall not intrude again. That is more acceptable. Li Qing reclined once more, languidly stating, do not stay up too late. There are still a couple of months until the new year, and time is ample. Should you wish, you may read here daily. He was indeed wary of this fellow. Having just arrived, he was already pursued. If he did not keep a watchful eye, it was not impossible to be met with a fatal end. Better to let him read, considering it a contribution to the nurturing of talent for the Ming Dynasty. The following day, as dawn barely broke, Li Qing awoke softly. He noticed Wang Zhi still asleep, blissfully unaware, and approached to nudge him. Hey, rise and shine. Wang Zhi turned over, mumbling, allow me to sleep a little longer. No, rise quickly. Li Qing directly pulled off the covers. The plans of the day begin at dawn. And being young, one cannot afford to indulge in sloth. This is for your own good. Wang Zhi, bleary-eyed, found himself dragged from his slumber, nearly at his wit's end. In this frigid weather, why wake so early? The sun has yet to rise. He attempted to reclaim the covers, but Li Qing's agile movements thwarted him completely. Wang Zhi, exasperated, exclaimed, you refuse to sleep and deny others their rest as well? Correct. Li Qing, relieved of his vexation, replied, your constitution is far too feeble. Since your father entrusted you to me, I must take responsibility for your well-being. Come, I shall take you to strengthen your body. I do not wish to go. Think again. Li Qing brandished the Yonglur Dan, the threat implicit. Very well, I shall accompany you. That is the spirit. Li Qing smiled and remarked that the youth must be full of vitality and energy. As soon as he stepped outside, Wang Zhi shivered and turned to go back, only to be caught by Li Qing, who insisted, come here. With his hands clasped in front of his chest, mimicking the shape of a watermelon, Li Qing chanted, a watermelon, round and round. He then held one hand to support the imaginary fruit while slicing it in half with the other. Subsequently, he pushed one half toward Wang Zhi and then the other, saying, here is your half, and here is his. Then, with a push of his palms to the left, he offered it again, only to be met with refusal. He quickly turned to the right, offering it once more, but received the same response. Do I have flowers on my face? Li Qing asked, noticing Wang Zhi staring intently without following along. Annoyed, he exclaimed, are you watching my movements? Wang Zhi, appearing somewhat bewildered, replied, sir, are you certain this will strengthen the body? Of course. Now follow along. Could we perhaps try a different approach? Certainly. Li Qing chuckled. Let us go for a run instead. Just 5 miles will suffice. A watermelon, round and round. Wang Zhi hurriedly mimicked Li Qing's earlier motions, shaking his head and reciting, slice it in half, your half, his half. Here is yours, you don't want it. To his surprise, Wang Zhi exhibited genuine talent. After a single demonstration from Li Qing, he had memorized the movements, executing them with commendable precision, a rare and commendable feat. Li Qing's eyes sparkled with delight. Though a bit mischievous, he is indeed a promising student. Chapter 5. Some rejoice, some worry. Wang Zhi, somewhat frail, quickly grew weary after a mere quarter of an hour. Perhaps we should cease for today, he suggested, his face betraying his fatigue. Li Qing, not insisting further, nodded in agreement. That's fine, but from now on, we must rise early each day for exercise. Every day with this? Certainly not. This is merely the most elementary stage. Wang Zhi protested. Is that truly necessary? Li Qing replied earnestly. It is indeed vital. Becoming a sage is no small feat. One cannot do so without a robust physique. Are you afraid I might cause trouble, thus employing this method to drain my energy, so I lack the strength to wander aimlessly? Wang Zhi questioned, suspicion evident in his tone. Li Qing, somewhat exasperated, thought to himself, this lad is far too clever to deceive. Indeed, he harbored such thoughts. Li Qing retorted, your reasoning is reversed. You are measuring a gentleman's heart with a petty mindset. Of course, you may choose to disregard my advice, but don't expect to peruse the Yongle encyclopedia again. Unable to counter reason with reason, Li Qing opted for a direct threat. The allure of the Yongle encyclopedia was too great. Although Wang Zhi recognized Li Qing's ploy, he felt compelled to comply. Very well then, Wang Zhi conceded. Could we perhaps start a bit later? I would like to sleep a little longer. Li Qing firmly refused. At your young age, why indulge in sloth? How can you sleep at this age? Wang Zhi sighed, eventually conceding, then I shall defer to your wishes. Exactly. I'm doing this for your own good, Li Qing cheerfully declared. Now, let us go have breakfast. Wang Zhi complied. Aside from the early morning watermelon cutting, he spent the day immersed in the library, poring over the Yongle encyclopedia. The more he read, the more he cherished it. The paper and calligraphy were of the highest quality, devoid of any blemishes. Although the characters were penned by many hands, each style could be regarded as the work of a master calligrapher. It was simply exquisite. Not only was the content beautiful, but the script was as well. Wang Zhi gazed in increasing astonishment. His astute mind began to falter. In his view, the Yongle encyclopedia was indeed a marvel. Over 10,000 volumes. All handwritten. What immense manpower and resources must have been expended. While he did not doubt the wealth of the Duke of Yongqing, such a monumental undertaking could not possibly be accomplished in a day. It would require, at the very least, several years. The time investment alone was considerable, but what baffled him further was how the Duke managed to engage so many calligraphic masters. This was simply inconceivable. Indeed, wealth can facilitate many endeavors. Yet this particular task could not be resolved by mere riches alone, unless, of course, this was the original manuscript of the Yongle encyclopedia. Yet, that could not be the case. The Yongle emperor had invested vast sums and years to produce such an extraordinary work. How could it have ended up in circulation? Even if the Duke of Yongqing were a senior figure during the Zhengtong, Jingtai, and Changhua eras, such a discovery seemed implausible. Suddenly, Wang Zhi recalled an even more astonishing thought. There was not merely one Duke of Yongqing in the Ming Dynasty. What could this mean? His mind swirled with confusion, as he felt he had stumbled upon a monumental secret, yet it was too absurd to comprehend. It truly was a tangled web of mysteries, he sighed. He prided himself on his intellect, having rarely encountered a puzzle he could not solve. Yet this time, it left him with a throbbing headache. The more he pondered, the more chaotic his thoughts became. This feeling of inadequacy was decidedly unpleasant. Wang Zhi inquired multiple times with Li Qing, only to be rebuffed each time. He had a premonition that Li Qing was aware of the truth, but chose not to share it with him. This left Wang Zhi, who had an obsessive nature, in a state of deep frustration. Unfortunately, his reasoning fell flat with Li Qing, who threatened him with the encyclopedia or with physical force if he pressed too hard. All of Wang Zhi's logical arguments were met with the resilience of cotton against a fist, causing him great discomfort. Over time, he ceased his inquiries. With the Yongle encyclopedia at his disposal, a sumptuous array of dishes, and without spending a single coin, what more could he desire? Thus, he decided to let go of his puzzlement. A mediocre mind would fret, but Wang Zhi was no ordinary man. As the days passed, he astonishingly found his vitality much improved. Now, he could slice watermelon for a quarter of an hour without feeling fatigued, remaining spirited throughout the day. Gradually, without Li Qing's prompting, he began to rise at the appointed hour. Occasionally, when Li Qing indulged in a lie-in, he would relish slicing the fruit by himself. His days were filled with early rising, morning exercises, reading, and retiring early. Wang Zhi's life became rich and orderly, transforming his entire demeanor into one of vitality. Li Qing observed this with delight, remarking that this was the very essence of youth. Wang Zhi was undoubtedly intelligent, yet he felt he had revealed his brilliance too soon, believing it was not advantageous. For now, this state of affairs sufficed. Zhu Jianshen also led a regular life, often engaging in conversations and games with his sister, visiting tea houses to listen to stories, attending operas in the Pear Garden, and occasionally exchanging a few words with his nephew. The days of fulfillment pass swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, the new year approaches. In the imperial palace of the capital, Zhu Yuchang finds himself in a state of unease. It is not solely due to the weighty affairs of state. His father, the emperor, has laid a solid foundation, which inadvertently alleviates much of his burden. While Zhu Yuchang does not possess extraordinary talents, he manages to navigate his responsibilities adequately. What troubles him, however, is the impending new year. At that time, the princes, princesses, the emperor's consorts, and the entire family of the imperial grandmother will gather for a grand reunion. It seems that the secret of the emperor's absence from the palace will be difficult to conceal. Zhu Yuchang is distressed. This issue is not merely complicated, and a misstep could potentially lead to great turmoil. With only a few days left to keep the secret, Zhu Yuchang resolves to confess. In Kuaning Palace, alone with his grandmother, Zhu Yuchang takes a deep breath and states, "Imperial grandmother, I have something to discuss with you. Come, sit down." The delicacies from the imperial kitchen are still warm, she says, pulling her grandson to a seat, showering him with warmth and concern. "Imperial grandmother, I am not hungry." Zhu Yuchang replies, his mind far from thoughts of food and drink, and he speaks solemnly. "Imperial grandmother, my father is not in the palace." "Not in the palace?" The imperial grandmother, Zhou, is momentarily taken aback, puzzled. Seeing her confusion, Zhu Yuchang steels himself and reveals, "The late emperor has gone for a respite. I do not know where he has gone." "What?" Zhou gasps, her body trembling, and a pastry slips from her hand. After a moment, she asks in shock, "When did this happen?" "On the third day of my ascension, my father left the capital," Zhu Yuchang admits, a hint of guilt in his voice. Zhou pauses, then suddenly comprehends the gravity of the situation, her emotions spiraling out of control as she exclaims, Have you lost your mind? How could you commit such an act of treason? You." Her anguish is palpable, mingled with pity, but above all, there is fury. "You have caused your father's demise, haven't you?" Zhou's lips quiver as she accuses him. You wretched parricide, I shall confront you." Zhu Yuchang is startled by her vehement reaction, never expecting her to think so harshly of him. He quickly reassures her, "Imperial grandmother, you misunderstand. I would never act against my father's well-being. This is a letter he left behind. Please, take a look." He hands her the envelope, cautioning softly, "Imperial grandmother, please keep your voice down. We cannot let the servants hear this news of my father's solitary journey, for it may disrupt the court." Zhou snatches the letter from him, recognizing her son's handwriting, which brings her a slight sense of relief. However, reflecting on her grandson's usual demeanor, she finds it hard to believe he would be capable of such heinous acts. Zhu Yuchang has resided in the side palace of Qianqing for several years, and Zhou has had ample interaction with him, gaining some understanding of his character. Upon further contemplation, regardless of the crown prince's temperament, he has already ascended the throne. There would be no reason to engage in such treacherous acts. Such deeds, once revealed, would lead to irreparable ruin. To her knowledge, her grandson is not of a ruthless nature. Even if he were inclined, he lacks the audacity. A quarter of an hour later, Zhou folds the letter away and asks, "Where has your father gone? When will he return?" Zhu Yuchang fabricates an answer, perhaps by the end of next year. He realizes that without providing a time frame, Zhou would become increasingly suspicious. While the concubine Ji might feign ignorance, Zhu Yuchang cannot afford to do so. Sometimes, a falsehood is more readily embraced than the truth. One might question how the emperor, in his advanced years, could embark on a journey without informing the crown prince of his return date. As the year draws to a close, the empress dowager feels a pang of concern, thinking it a long time since the emperor's health has yet to be restored. "Why did you not inform me sooner?" The crown prince replies, "Forgive me, grandmother, but father has forbidden it. He said he would speak of it when the time comes." This statement from Zhu Yuchang is not entirely fabricated. It reflects the emperor's words to the empress. Surely, it is permissible for him to relay such sentiments, is it not? Who else is privy to this matter? Until now, it has been known only to me, Zhu Yuchang states. The Empress Dowager, troubled, paces back and forth with the letter in hand, then inquires, "How many guards did he bring?" "I am uncertain, as my father departed quite unexpectedly, only mentioning it verbally and leaving a letter in secret before he left that very day." Zhu Yuzhong hesitates to reveal the truth. The emperor, disguised and traveling incognito, accompanied only by a physician. Should this information be disclosed, it would surely incite a tempest in the palace. The Empress Dowager, feeling a rush of indignation, wishes to chastise Zhu Yuzhong. However, considering that her eldest grandson is now the emperor, it seems inappropriate to voice her reproach. Furthermore, the matter has reached a point of no return. It is too late for lamentations. All she can do is sigh. How foolish he is. Zhu Yuzhong attempts to console her. "Grandmother, the passing of concubine one has greatly affected father. He has borne much over the years. A brief respite to rejuvenate his spirit is not unwarranted." The Empress Dowager retorts, "An elderly woman has him so distressed. What good does it do to speak of it now?" The new year approaches. She furrows her brow in contemplation, then states, "For the moment, we need not worry about the officials. This is your inaugural year as emperor in a time of transition. Your father's absence will not raise suspicion among them. The primary concern lies with the princes, princesses, and your father's consorts, as well as the palace attendants. Here's my suggestion," she continues. "I shall relocate to reside alongside your father and mother. You will manage the inner court with the princes and princesses." Zhu Yuzhong breathes a silent sigh of relief and nods. "Your foresight is commendable, grandmother. With this arrangement, it shall not be difficult to navigate the festivities of the season." However, the Empress Dowager counters, while masking this new year may be feasible, the real challenge lies in enduring until the end of next year. Zhu Yuzhong falls silent, a bitter smile gracing his lips. We can only hope for Father South's early return to court. His heart aches. "Father, where have you truly gone?" Meanwhile, Zhu Jianshen, relishing the feast, picks up his chopsticks and retrieves slices of meat from the hot pot, dipping them into the sauce and exclaiming, "Ah, the dragon meat from the heavens and the donkey meat from the earth, spicy, fresh, and utterly divine." Chapter 6. A lack of understanding. The broth bubbles and steams, filling the room with its enticing aroma. Zhu Jianshen indulges heartily, his lips flushed from the spice, his excitement palpable. Not only he, but Wang Zhi also finds himself swept up in the feast. His health has improved significantly of late, and his appetite has surged. In less than 2 months, he has gained over 10 pounds, looking far more robust than before. With the grand banquet accompanying the Yongla Dian, he has become utterly absorbed in the delights of the table. "Sir, why do you not partake in the donkey meat?" Wang Zhi inquires, noticing Li Qing's preference for lamb, fish, spinach, and cabbage, while he steadfastly avoids the donkey meat, piquing Wang's curiosity. Li Qing merely smiles. "I am unaccustomed to it." "You are truly missing out. It is delectable," Zhu Jianshen exclaims with delight. Li Qing casts him a sidelong glance, but refrains from further comment. A quarter of an hour later, Li Qing could no longer eat, lazily leaning back against the chair, a look of contentment on his face. Zhu Jianshen, noticing him set down his chopsticks, cheerfully remarked, "Sir, there is one last performance at the Pear Garden today. It's not to be missed." "Burp, let us go?" Li Hao said with a hopeful expression. "I want to go too." "Do you wish to be beaten?" Zhu Wanqing retorted coldly. "Grandfather, look at my mother," Li Hao pleaded. "Going to the Pear Garden is not like going to a brothel. What is the harm?" "Do you still wish to visit a brothel?" "How outrageous!" Zhu Wanqing exclaimed, her brows furrowing in anger as she seized his ear, twisting and tugging. Li Hao grimaced in pain, yet feigned calmness. "Grandfather, uncle, you go to the Pear Garden. I'll just take the beating." Li Qing and Zhu Jianshen exchanged amused glances, while Wang Zhi couldn't help but chuckle. The recent gloomy weather had given way to a rare sunny day, stirring a desire in him to step outside. "Take me along." "Very well, let us go." Li Qing raised his chin and led the way. The melodies from the Pear Garden were certainly not as refined as those from the music academies, yet the lively atmosphere, accompanied by sunflower seeds, roasted peanuts, and fragrant tea, was filled with the warmth of life. Zhu Jianshen found great pleasure in listening. Li Qing glanced at Wang Zhi, who was listening intently. However, unlike Zhu Jianshen's pure enjoyment, he appeared to be deep in thought. As for what he was contemplating, Li Qing could only speculate. The new year had arrived, with fireworks and a festive dinner. Wang Zhi, as an outsider, felt a deep sense of warmth. However, he withdrew during the vigil. opting instead to remain in the library. Zhu Jianshen was exceedingly happy, even though her husband was not home this year. Having Uncle Li and her elder brother to celebrate with was quite wonderful. Li Hao, unable to endure, returned to sleep shortly after midnight, leaving only the siblings and their elder Li Qing in the main hall. Brother, you just ran out like this. Can the court remain stable? It's nothing to worry about. Zhu Jianshen chuckled. I have done enough over the years. My foundation is solid. That troublesome lad is just a fool. He won't falter much. Who speaks so of their own son? Zhu Jianshen shot him a disapproving glance. Sister is concerned about you being alone. In the capital, uncertainty is inevitable. Zhu Jianshen scoffed. If he cannot manage this, then he should not be an emperor. How can you say that? He is already the emperor. Can you really unseat him? Li Qing smirked. Enough. Don't provoke me, Zhu Jianshen laughed. I certainly cannot unseat him. His ascendance is a fait accompli. If you are worried, then you can assist him. I shall not return to the throne. Li Qing chuckled. With you around, I shall not join that fray. I have lingered in the court long enough. It is time for me to find something to do down below. The affairs of state will rely on you too. Alas, my health, Zhu Jianshen observed Li Qing's expression and sighed, is already riddled with ailments. It may not hold much longer. Keep a calm mindset. Refrain from indulgence. And you should have at least 5 years. No, 8, or even 10. Li Qing declared. Keep boasting, Zhu Jianshen retorted. Why don't you say I could live forever too? Li Qing chuckled and said, I truly cannot help it. Do not test me. I have no desire to deceive you. Were you not just deceiving me? Came the retort. Certainly not. As long as you behave, living for another decade or so is no issue, Li Qing replied earnestly. However, Zhu Jianshen shook his head, saying, I take life one day at a time. At present, I have no aspirations for immortality. What is there to envy about eternal life? Forgive my indiscretion. I shall drink a cup as penance. Very well, perhaps just a sip, Li Qing replied, disinterested in quarreling further. A token gesture will suffice. Suddenly, Zhu Jianshen appeared distressed, snatching her elder brother's cup and admonishing, no more drinking. Zhu Jianshen clicked his tongue and nodded with a smile. All right, I shall refrain. That is more agreeable. Zhu Jianshen huffed, then added, Uncle Li, with Honggu away, I am rather lonely at home. Why not stay here until my brother decides to return to the court? That is not feasible, Li Qing shook his head. We have embarked on our journey to explore the world. Remaining here would be a waste of time. Uncle Li, Zhu Jianshen said, exasperated, then turned to Zhu Jianshen. Brother, the Ming Dynasty is vast. I wish to see it all. Zhu Jianshen pouted and reluctantly said, Very well then. But if it is convenient, could you return before heading back to the court? In terms of status, she was now a grand princess. Yet this title could not be publicly acknowledged. With both parents gone, only her elder brother remained, whose health was fragile, and Uncle Li was elusive. Often away from his husband, she cherished familial bonds all the more. No problem, Zhu Jianshen declared. Even if it is not on the way, I will visit my sister before departing. All right, Zhu Jianshen's face brightened. Since my brother wishes to see the beautiful landscapes, I cannot linger too long. But at the very least, let us celebrate the Lantern Festival and enjoy some tangyuan before you leave. Agreed, no problem at all, Zhu Jianshen answered cheerfully. On the first day of the new year, Li Qing arose early. Snow had fallen the previous night, and the soft snow crunched delightfully beneath his feet. Just as he reached the door, Wang Zhi hurried after him, cheerfully exclaiming, Sir, shall we go together? Did you not keep vigil? Li Qing inquired in astonishment. I did, Wang Zhi replied with a smile. I have grown accustomed to rising at this hour. I wake at the appointed time. Li Qing expressed his approval. That is the spirit. The youth should be full of vigor. Despite the considerable age difference between them, they often found much to discuss. Sir, after the 15th, I must go to Nanchang. Wang Zhi said earnestly. I am deeply grateful for your hospitality during my stay. Do not mention it. We are friends, and there is no need for such formality. Li Qing said with a smile and a wave of his hand. However, Wang Zhi appeared somewhat perplexed. On the surface, Li Qing was merely of age, perhaps a few years his senior, and even if he were a decade older, it hardly constituted a friendship across generations. Just as he was about to speak, Li Qing interjected, After the Lantern Festival, we shall go together. You are going as well? Wang Zhi exclaimed in surprise, then shook his head. There is no need for you to accommodate me. The health of the great emperor is paramount. I am now 17 and no longer a child. Did I not promise to take you to Longhu Mountain? Li Qing replied. I am a man of my word, and while we have no specific plans, Nanchang is also a splendid destination. After a brief pause, I expressed my desire to take him to the mountains, allowing him to be steeped in the essence of Taoist culture. If Wang Zhi were to embrace such teachings, it would indeed be a splendid outcome. After another moment, I inquired, esteemed sir, as a Taoist, what do you consider to be the core philosophy of Taoism? Li Qing pondered before responding, to be open-minded. Wang Zhi repeated this phrase several times, and suddenly burst into laughter. Sir, you have revealed your vulnerability. What do you mean by that? Li Qing asked in astonishment. In other matters, he would not have posed such a question, for he could not contend with reason. However, this was different. He was a Taoist, and this principle must be deliberated. Wang Zhi's smile faded as he remarked, Sir, it appears you are not as open-minded as you claim. Li Qing was momentarily taken aback, left speechless. Wang Zhi continued, in my humble opinion, you seem more like a Confucian scholar, cultivating oneself, harmonizing the family, governing the state, and bringing peace to the world. This is what you actively practice. Is that so? Or is it not? Li Qing chuckled in silent disbelief, eventually self-mockingly confessing, it seems I am not a competent Taoist. Oh, quite the contrary, Wang Zhi replied. Your assertion reveals a lack of openness. To live authentically and naturally is indeed the essence of being open-minded. You are impressive, Li Qing conceded. He realized that in matters of Taoist philosophy, he still could not match Wang Zhi's reasoning. He began to understand why that eminent monk had chosen to return to secular life. It must have been due to a shift in mindset, overwhelmed by Wang Zhi's discourse. Xiao Yun, Li Qing said earnestly, you must understand that not everyone adheres to reason. Some individuals and matters defy logic, yet harbor profound truths. Zhu Jianshen's doctrine of preserving heavenly principles while extinguishing human desires appears overly idealistic to me. In this world, the majority are indeed mundane. Wang Zhi nodded slowly, reflecting, I too have come to realize that Zhu Jianshen's theories are not absolutely correct. Yet he is not entirely in the wrong. Indeed, Li Qing conceded with a smile, I cannot out-argue you in reasoning, but mere reasoning is insufficient. Naturally, Wang Zhi agreed, playfully adding, as the saying goes, to speak without practice is mere pretense, to practice without speaking is foolishness, to both speak and practice is true mastery. Li Qing laughed, nodding in agreement, this is quite reasonable, it is a common truth. Wang Zhi expressed a hint of regret, sighing, since that occasion, I have not experienced another moment of inspiration. Any fleeting ideas have swiftly eluded my grasp. You are overly concerned with gains and losses, which leads to this predicament. Li Qing reassured him, haste makes waste. You too are struggling with openness. Wang Zhi paused, then burst into laughter, nodding in acknowledgement. Chapter 7. Ascending Mount Longhu again. The sesame-filled tangyuan were delightful, and Li Qing relished 2 small bowls. In the cabin, Zhu Jianshen reclined in a chair, idly stroking a brocade pouch, lost in thought. Li Qing mirrored his state, albeit with his legs crossed casually. Wang Zhi, deprived of the Yongle encyclopedia, found himself increasingly bored. With silence enveloping the two, he sought a topic of conversation. Sir, where did you go the other day? I visited my family, Li Qing replied, putting away the pouch and rising to exit. Wang Zhi followed him to the bow of the boat. Early spring brought a heavy mist over the river. A gust of wind swept in, carrying the damp, chill-laden air, causing Wang Zhi to shiver involuntarily. As spring approaches, an unexpected chill lingers, even more so than before the new year. Despite your extensive reading, are you unaware of the term late spring chill? Li Qing seizes the rare opportunity to tease him. Wang Zhi merely smiles and replies, Sir, do you truly have no connection to the Yongqing Marquis? After all, with the Yongle de Dian no longer in sight, Wang Zhi feels no fear of threats. Li Qing remains silent, gazing at the scenic riverside for a long moment, before finally stating, do you genuinely wish to know? Indeed. When you become a pillar of the nation, I shall reveal it to you. Wang Zhi, in truth, already harbored a vague answer. Yet the absurdity of it rendered him unable to convince himself of its truth. However, only that answer could tenuously explain the matter. Never mind. If you do not wish to speak, there must be a reason or perhaps a burden behind your silence. I shall refrain from asking. Wang Zhi sighed and inquired. Upon arriving in Jiangxi, will you go directly to Longhu Mountain with the emperor? If you are eager to marry, you should focus on that. Li Qing replied. The purpose of this journey is to allow you to relax. We are not in a rush. I am not in a hurry either. The matter of marriage can be postponed, he said. Although Wang Shoren's expression grew awkward, I am a bit short on funds. Li Qing chuckled and said, do not worry. I shall cover the expenses. Ah, then I shall let you bear the cost. Wang Shoren felt somewhat embarrassed. They had agreed that he would foot the bill. Yet who could have anticipated Li Qing's extravagant nature? It is I who have broken my promise. Ah, there is no need for that. Li Qing shook his head. My family is quite affluent. This sum is hardly significant. It is merely a matter of reciprocity. I shall treat you next time. He then produced several banknotes, each worth 1,000 taels of silver. Here, take this. What is the meaning of this, sir? Wang Shoren refused. You just said it is a matter of reciprocity. Why then offer this? I understand you value friendship over money, but since you consider me a friend, this is not a repayment. You are to be married, and this is your gift. Li Qing smiled warmly. Aware of the substantial expenses incurred, Wang Shoren's budget for the bride price had already diminished significantly. Li Qing could not allow him to be financially strained during such a momentous occasion. Wang Shoren hesitated. Accepting the money seemed excessive. Yet refusing it might imply he did not regard Li Qing as a true friend. Ultimately, he accepted the funds. Have you started a family then? I have been married before. Before? Wang Shoren scratched his head and asked, what of your wife? Li Qing fell silent for a moment, then sighed. She has passed away. Wang Shoren had intended to return the gift on the day of Li Qing's marriage, but upon hearing this, he felt it inappropriate to say anything further. I am being presumptuous. Li Qing gently waved his hand. Have you seen your fiancée? No. Wang Shoren shook his head slightly, a hint of worry crossing his brow. This marriage had been arranged by their elders, and though it was a matter of parental decree, he hoped they were truly compatible. That is uncertain, Li Qing teased. With your exuberant nature, most young ladies would struggle to tolerate you. Well, I am not that unbearable, am I? Wang Shoren felt reasonably confident in himself. Li Qing smiled, not refuting him. Youth often carries an inexplicable confidence, and indeed, Wang Shoren possessed genuine talent and learning. His temperament may have been exuberant, yet he was not devoid of reason and understanding. If she were not pleasing to the eye, would you reconsider your marriage? To judge a person solely by their appearance is hardly the conduct of a gentleman. Wang Shoren rolled his eyes, thinking, has the teacher such a low opinion of me? Haha, my mistake. At that moment, Zhu Jianshen emerged and inquired, what are you two discussing? Wang Shoren, with a hint of shyness, clasped his hands and replied, we are conversing about my matrimonial affairs. Zhu Jianshen paused for a moment, then expressed his envy, saying, ah, to be young is truly wonderful. He removed a jade pendant and said, take this as a token of my goodwill. What? Wang Shoren was taken aback by the unexpected kindness. Just accept it. Li Qing interjected, you ought not to refuse such a gift. Indeed, Wang Shoren replied as he carefully accepted it and tucked it away in his bosom. Zhu Jianshen continued, once you are married, you must temper your disposition. In a household, mutual understanding is essential. In the realm of marital harmony, Wang Shoren was as naive as a blank canvas, unable to articulate his reasoning, and could only nod in agreement. Traveling by water was swifter and more comfortable than by land. As they drifted along the river, the three of them enjoyed tea and conversation in a leisurely manner. In mid-February, early one morning, the trio arrived at the foot of Mount Longhu. Wang Shoren was filled with anticipation, rubbing his hands together as he asked, teacher, do you truly know the celestial master of Longhu? Li Qing retorted, now that we are here, do you think I would lie? Let us proceed. Very well. Wang Shoren exclaimed, brimming with excitement, for he had awaited this day for a long time. Whether it was due to his recent rigorous training or the prospect of fulfilling his desire, he felt an inexhaustible energy coursing through him. Zhu Jianshen, though not as physically capable, managed to keep pace with the aid of Li Qing's vital energy. Along the way, they encountered a young Taoist priest from Longhu. Are several gentlemen here to offer incense? Li Qing nodded and inquired, which Zhang celestial master is present today? Upon hearing this, the young priest's brow furrowed slightly. It was indeed somewhat unacceptable for those coming to pay respects at Longhu Mountain not to know who the current celestial master was. Even Wang Shoren began to ponder. Isn't he supposed to have connections with the celestial master? Surely he is not boasting? The young priest quickly masked his surprise, as it would be improper to show disrespect to those who came to offer incense. Furthermore, the demeanor of the gentlemen indicated they hailed from distinguished backgrounds. Longhu Mountain was not affluent, and it was rare for someone to come to offer incense. Surely they needed sustenance as well. Are you gentlemen not from this area? The priest inquired. We have traveled from the capital of Jiangnan solely to visit Longhu Mountain, Wang Zhi responded. Upon hearing this, the young priest became more amiable. Smiling as he said, "Please follow me." Along the way, he answered Li Qing's question, stating, "The current celestial master of Longhu Mountain is the great true person of preservation and guarding." Li Qing and Wang Zhi seemed to take little notice. But Zhu Jianshen appeared to have a realization, as if recalling something. The three were led to a quiet chamber designated for incense offerings, where the young priest cheerfully suggested, "Gentlemen, after your long journey, why not take a moment to rest here before the afternoon? Your celestial master is on the mountain, is he not?" "Indeed," the priest nodded. Wang Zhi interjected, "This gentleman is a friend of your celestial master." As he spoke, he observed Li Qing's expression, eager to see if he would betray any sign of alarm. Li Qing remained composed, nodding calmly as he affirmed, "He speaks the truth. I am acquainted with your celestial master. I am also a Taoist." "A friend of the celestial master?" The young Taoist, puzzled, inquired, "Who might you be, my friend?" "I hail from Wudong." "You speak quite boldly," Wang Zhi thought to himself. The young Taoist, observing Li Qing's earnest demeanor, which was devoid of jest, dared not act presumptuously. He performed a respectful gesture, saying, "Please wait a moment, esteemed Taoist. I shall inform the celestial master." Once the young man departed, Wang Zhi remarked, "Aren't you concerned about being exposed? You claim to be from Wudong, yet did we not come from the capital?" Li Qing rolled his eyes, explaining, "What I meant was that I am a Taoist of Wudong Mountain, not that I originated from there. Do you comprehend?" Wang Zhi, slightly embarrassed, reflected on the fact that, despite Li Qing's youth, his experiences were remarkably profound. A Taoist from Wudong, a close acquaintance of General Li, and an individual familiar with the late emperor. Such a background is seldom encountered in a lifetime. Li Qing merely smiled, remaining silent. The previously quiet Zhu Jianshen finally spoke. "I have met that celestial master." "You have?" This time, it was Li Qing who was astonished. "Did you visit incognito?" "What nonsense!" Zhu Jianshen retorted. "Are you unaware that the celestial master of Longhu must be sanctioned by the court? The title of the Grand Master of preserving harmony and upholding the Tao was bestowed upon him by none other than myself." "Ah, indeed." Wang Zhi suddenly recalled this detail. Expressing concern, "Your Majesty, he wouldn't recognize you, would he?" Zhu Jianshen pondered for a moment and shook his head slightly. "The likelihood is quite low. He received his title in the 13th year of the Chenghua reign, which has now been a decade. How could he possibly remember? Moreover, although we have met, it was but a fleeting encounter, and he would not have dared to scrutinize me closely." Wang Zhi considered this and felt reassured, responding with a smile. "Your Majesty speaks wisely." Li Qing, however, interjected, "It matters not. Even if he does recognize me, it is of no consequence. I shall simply greet him." Upon hearing Zhu Jianshen mention that the current celestial master was conferred in the 13th year of Chenghua, Li Qing instantly realized who it was. Wang Zhi secretly scoffed, believing Li Qing to be boasting. Before long, the young Taoist returned, stating, "Esteemed gentlemen, please follow me. The celestial master wishes to meet with you." Noticing Zhu Jianshen appeared somewhat fatigued, Li Qing suggested, "Let him come to us. We shall wait here." The young Taoist replied, and when he hesitated, Li Qing added, "Inform the celestial master that my surname is Li and that I hold a high rank among the Taoists of Wudong." He then produced 2 banknotes of 1,000 taels each, saying, "This is our offering." Very well, the young Taoist accepted the notes, uttering, "Please wait a moment." Once the young man had distanced himself, Wang Zhi could not contain his curiosity and inquired, "Esteemed sir, what rank do you hold among the Taoists of Wudong?" Li Qing chuckled, replying, "Let me put it this way. Everyone who sees me must address me as elder brother." Chapter 8. Li Qing did not boast Wang Zhi believed Li Qing was exaggerating. Yet he possessed no evidence to substantiate his claim. Soon after, Zhang Tianshi arrived, and the truth of Li Qing's assertions would soon be revealed, heightening Wang Zhi's anticipation. Zhu Jianshen, on the other hand, harbored no doubts about Li Qing and chose to close his eyes, appearing calm and composed. In the realm where the emperor reigns supreme, what matter is his identity? After ruling for over 20 years, he stands as the supreme sovereign above millions. And what of Zhang Tianshi? In an official setting, he too would bow and pay his respects, exclaiming, "Long live our emperor! Long live our emperor, for eternity." The waiting time always seems interminable. Before long, Wang Zhi grew somewhat impatient and inquired, "Sir, will Master Zhang truly arrive?" Of course, Li Qing declared with pride. Not only will he come, but he will also extend a high-standard reception for us. You do love to boast, Wang Zhi teased. Are you not afraid of being proven wrong soon? Li Qing chuckled. How about we make a wager? On what? Wang Zhi asked. Li Qing pondered for a moment and replied, You shall heed my words, whatever I ask of you, as long as it does not contravene the natural order or the laws of the Ming. And if you lose? The same applies to me. Very well, I accept. Count me in, Zhu Jianshen chimed in, knowing that following Li Qing's lead was surely a safe bet. Wang Zhi winked at Li Qing and laughed. It seems even the emperor does not trust the master? No, I trust him, Zhu Jianshen stated. I am betting against you. Then let us await the outcome. Approximately 15 minutes later, Li Qing suddenly exclaimed, Someone is coming. Wang Zhi perked up, immediately peering outside, yet saw no one. Where? You are deceiving me again, sir. He retorted, speechless. Li Qing huffed. When did I deceive you before? Just as he spoke, the young Taoist who had been guiding them ushered in a figure clad in a deep blue robe, exuding an air of ethereal grace. Upon seeing the newcomer, Li Qing could not help but smile knowingly. Indeed, it was an old acquaintance. The current Master Zhang was none other than Zhang Yuanqing, the one he had initially met under unexpected circumstances. Master, this is the friend seeking an audience with you, the young Taoist announced. Upon recognizing Li Qing, Zhang Yuanqing's pupils dilated in shock. After many years, Li Qing had not changed in the slightest, remaining exactly as he had been. Soon, however, he regained his composure. To be chosen by the immortal Zhang Lada as a close disciple could not be the fate of an ordinary person. Zhang Lada had lived for over 2 centuries, and Li Qing had inherited his teachings. Thus he could not be judged by ordinary standards. Dao friend, it has been a long time. Zhang Yuanqing performed a respectful gesture, still unable to conceal his astonishment. Li Qing rose to return the courtesy and smiled. It has been many years. Your cultivation has deepened remarkably. I am humbled. Zhang Yuanqing replied with a wry smile. Compared to you, my modest skills are but a mere glimmer of light. As they spoke, Zhang Yuanqing noticed the composed Zhu Jianshen and was struck once more. The man with the bushy beard and dark complexion appeared strikingly familiar. Suddenly, he remembered something that left him momentarily stunned. The emperor. No, should I say the retired emperor? He thought. But how could the retired emperor be here? And how has Dao Friendly come to be associated with him? What is the meaning of this? Dao friend, who are these two? He finally asked. They are my dear friends, Li Qing replied with a smile. What? Are they not welcome? Of course, they are welcome. Zhang Yuanqing exclaimed warmly. If they are friends of yours, then they are friends of mine as well. Ah, Dao friend, having come from afar, I have been remiss. Come, let us proceed to the master's residence to reminisce. The young Taoist beside them was astounded. He had never witnessed the celestial master treating another with such deference. It was not mere courtesy, it was practically sycophancy. Wang Zhi, equally taken aback, could sense this shift. How could he not? Li Qing's assertion of having a rapport with Master Zhang was not mere boasting. Rather, it was an exercise in humility. From their discourse, it was evident that Li Qing was indeed a notch above Master Zhang. While Wang Zhi grappled with his astonishment, he was also plagued by discontent. On one hand, he had lost a wager. On the other, events were spiraling into a realm of absurdity. Li Qing was shrouded in layers of enigma, unfathomable and elusive. Nothing associated with him seemed rational. This left Wang Zhi in a state of vexation as he endeavored to unravel the mystery on his own, only to find himself increasingly confounded with each inquiry. The trio was ushered into the celestial master's abode, receiving treatment far exceeding that of esteemed guests. Even Master Zhang's family made an appearance. Yet, what left Wang Zhi utterly astonished was that Master Zhang had invited Li Qing to deliver a lecture to the Taoists of the celestial master's residence. It was utterly inconceivable, akin to inviting someone to disrupt one's own gathering. Had Master Zhang lost his senses? Clearly not. One does not ascend to the rank of celestial master with a disordered mind. Wang Zhi was at a loss, his mind a tempest of confusion. Sir, might you shed some light on this? He inquired. I cannot, Li Qing replied with a smile. Aren't you deeply enamored with Taoism? Long has Longhu Mountain been a bastion of tradition. It would be a pity not to explore it during your rare visit. Why then do you insist on clinging to me? With a resigned sigh, Wang Zhi conceded. Very well, I shall go. Indeed, do so, Li Qing nodded. Zhu Jianshen, puzzled, asked, Are you not concerned he might cause further trouble? Not at all. With me present, He shall not face any repercussions, Li Qing replied with a smile. He is not like the average man. Perhaps, in our Ming Dynasty, we might truly witness the emergence of a sage. As he spoke, Li Qing suddenly recalled something. It seemed that indeed, a sage had arisen during the Ming. Time had dulled the memories of posterity, and he could not quite recall the sage's details. Only vaguely remembering that he too bore the surname Wang, though it did not seem to be Wang Shoren. You hold him in such high regard? Zhu Jianshen exclaimed. Although Li Qing's words carried a hint of jest, such lofty praise had never before graced Wang Shoren's ears. Regaining his composure, Li Qing remarked, "A sage is still but a man. If other dynasties can produce them, why not the Ming?" "That is a fair point," Zhu Jianshen chuckled. "Having just lost a bet, he still owes me a favor. I must make the most of it." "Oh, pray tell?" Zhu Jianshen continued. "Such a person must surely be utilized by the court. To cast him aside would be a waste. Do you wish for him to participate in the imperial examinations? What else could be done?" Zhu Jianshen retorted. Li Qing pondered. "It is not entirely out of the question, but he is still quite young. Entering the examinations too early may prove detrimental." "Not at all," Zhu Jianshen insisted. "After these days of acquaintance, I have come to understand him somewhat. His character is rare and commendable. Though young, he is well-read and possesses a remarkable memory. His father was a top scholar. With such credentials, how could he possibly fail?" Zhu Jianshen laughed for him. Achieving fame in the examinations would be as effortless as reaching into his own pocket. "Very well," Li Qing nodded. However, he had come to marry a bride. One could not expect him to participate in the provincial examination at this moment, could one? "Look at what you are saying. Am I such a person?" Zhu Jianshen retorted, exasperated. "Of course, I intend to marry a wife, but I would not be so hasty." "That is good," Li Qing mused. "As you mentioned, he possesses vast knowledge and a remarkable memory, yet such individuals do not necessarily excel in the imperial examinations." "You are overthinking," Zhu Jianshen disagreed. "His father, Wang Hua, is a top scholar. It may be one thing for others, but a son raised by a top scholar should be adept at the examinations." "I cannot concur with your assertion." Li Qing chuckled. "If you were a conventional individual, I would not say this. The issue is that the top scholar seems unable to restrain his son." "You overthink," Zhu Jianshen countered. "If he truly were unable to manage, Wang Shoren would not be the person he is today." Li Qing pondered this and nodded. "I hope you are correct." Later that evening, after a stroll, Wang Shoren finally returned. His first words were, "Sir, could you speak to Master Zhang and request that I become a Taoist?" "No." Before Li Qing could respond, Zhu Jianshen interjected, his voice rising in alarm. "What nonsense! If your father were to hear this, he would be utterly furious." "Your Majesty, you exaggerate," Wang Shoren replied sheepishly. "I have inquired, and Taoists from Longhu Mountain are permitted to marry and have children." "I do not agree," Zhu Jianshen declared. "You are not his father. So why do you object?" Li Qing stifled a laugh. "Li Qing, what do you say?" he prompted. Li Qing suppressed his amusement and replied, "I too do not agree." "You two are quite something," Wang Shoren thought to himself, asking, "Why not?" Zhu Jianshen replied, "At your age, you should be focused on the imperial examinations, on achieving high honors like your father did, rather than contemplating becoming a Taoist. You lost a bet this morning, and I am now presenting a condition." Zhu Jianshen continued. "After you marry, you shall prepare for the imperial examination." "Your Majesty, will you heed my words?" Zhu Jianshen interrupted him. "I will listen," Wang Shoren replied. Who would dare not listen? Even if the bet had not been lost, it must be heeded. Defiance would be unthinkable. Although Zhu Jianshen was now a retired emperor, his words still held weight, and even the current emperor would think twice. Wang Shoren's dreams of becoming a Taoist were swiftly dashed. With no other recourse, Wang Shoren pleaded, "Sir, your Majesty, could we extend our stay a little longer?" Li Qing teased, "Have you forgotten about marrying a bride? Having come this far, I wish to learn more." Wang Shoren expressed, "I have no objections," Li Qing affirmed. "And you, your Majesty?" Zhu Jianshen nodded. "The scenery of Longhu Mountain is quite pleasant. Staying a little longer would be agreeable. However, you must adhere to my words afterward. Once married, you shall prepare for the provincial examination." "Very well," Wang Shoren acquiesced, albeit reluctantly. He dared to rebel against his father, but would not against Zhu Jianshen. Observing his demeanor, Zhu Jianshen began to weave grand visions of promotions, titles, and the like. Yet, Wang Shoren appeared unmoved, still lamenting his inability to pursue the path of a Taoist. Zhu Jianshen fumed in frustration. Chapter 9. The youth of the Ningguang mansion Wang Zhi refrained from mentioning his aspiration to become a Taoist priest, yet his enthusiasm for Longhu Mountain remained undiminished. Engaging in discussions and sharing stories, he swiftly established a rapport with Zhang Yuanqing. Fortunately, with Li Qing's presence, he was spared from beatings or being expelled from the mountain. Li Qing did not hinder Wang Zhi's thirst for knowledge or his desire to express himself. Since he wished to learn, let him learn, as it was ultimately beneficial. At Longhu Mountain, apart from special occasions, there were no restrictions on consuming meat, and with Li Qing, the esteemed senior disciple of Wudong Mountain, they enjoyed sumptuous meals daily. As spring blossomed, the mountain's scenery was delightful, and living in the company of these Taoists, rising early, retiring early, listening to the teachings of the celestial master and Li Qing, was monotonous yet tranquil. Days spent on the mountain seemed devoid of significance, yet paradoxically, this very state of existence brought about a profound transformation in Zhu Jianshen's mindset. He became more at ease, shedding his stubbornness and obsession. Li Qing observed this change with relief, as his primary purpose for coming to Longhu Mountain was to help Zhu Jianshen find clarity. Life is fundamentally about one's attitude, especially for someone like Zhu Jianshen, who once possessed an abundance that many envied, yet failed to realize that having too much can lead to substantial internal strife. Approaching middle age, Zhu Jianshen found himself ensnared in his own circumstances. How could he maintain an objective perspective? Indeed, he was intelligent and capable, yet the more capable he was, the deeper he sank into his troubles. Zhu Jianshen accomplished much and did it well, and Li Qing wished to relieve him of further burdens. His singular desire was for Zhu Jianshen to live well, a fitting return for over 20 years of investment in him. As Zhu Jianshen's mindset improved, so too did his physical condition. Although he could not compare to the robust Li Hong, he had managed to restore his health to a level commensurate with his age. The leisurely days passed swiftly, and before long, it was late March, with summer just around the corner. It was then that Wang Zhi finally remembered a significant matter to attend to. His fiancée had been waiting for 6 months, and he could no longer delay. "Sir, I must depart for Nanchang," Wang Zhi announced. "Be on your way," Zhang Yuanqing urged, eager for him to leave, for this young man was quite contentious, and he could not best him in debate. Were it not for Li Qing's presence, he would have expelled him long ago. To his surprise, however, Li Qing interjected, "If that is the case, let us go together." Zhang Yuanqing hastily attempted to retain him. "Li Daoist, why not stay a few more days? I have some matters of practice I wish to discuss with you." Li Qing pondered for a moment and replied, "How about this? I shall return next year, and we can have a thorough exchange then." Having been treated to ample food and hospitality, Li Qing felt it would be unkind to be too unfeeling. Yet, Zhu Jianshen could not remain away from the capital for long. Living on the mountain indefinitely was not practical, and now that his mindset had settled, there was no need to waste further time. Li Qing smiled and remarked, "You may not be aware, but young Wang is to be wed. Life's significant matters cannot be delayed. I have made a promise to his father, and I ask for your understanding, Zhang Daoist." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuanqing could not insist any further and offered a respectful bow, saying, "Then we shall make plans to meet again next year." "Indeed, very well." Li Qing returned the gesture and took his leave. "Safe travels, Daoist Li." "Sir, may I discuss a matter with you?" Wang Zhi inquired, hastening alongside the horse-drawn carriage. "What is it?" Zhu Jianshen replied, "Aren't you a Taoist from Wudong Mountain? Could you assist me in composing a letter of recommendation?" "Ah, Your Majesty. Will you allow me to finish?" Zhu Jianshen retorted with a cold snort. "Abandon this notion. I shall not permit you to become a Taoist." "I'm not asking to become a Taoist, merely to have my name recorded," Wang Zhi protested with a hint of grievance. "While preparing for the provincial examination, I could also learn the ways of the Tao. Is that not permissible?" "Absolutely not," Zhu Jianshen declared, resolute and unyielding. "One cannot achieve greatness with a divided mind. Despite your extensive study of the classics, you should aspire to serve the court rather than pursue the path of a Taoist. As Mencius stated, in poverty, one should cultivate oneself. In prosperity, one should benefit the world." Li Qing is also a Taoist, yet if he were to remain idle on the mountain, what would become of the Ming Dynasty? He abruptly ceased speaking, realizing he had misspoken. Wang Zhi, however, pressed on, "Your Majesty, please do continue. You wish for me to speak freely? That would be quite undignified." Zhu Jianshen retorted with a huff, "Should you mention the Taoist matter again, I shall deliver a resounding slap to your face." "Your Majesty, What relevance does Li Qing have to the Ming? Wang Zhi queried. Do not pry into matters of the Tao. Come now. It is merely idle chatter to alleviate the boredom, Wang Zhi insisted. Zhu Jianshen chuckled. A slap to your face could also serve to relieve boredom. He recognized that he could not outwit Wang Zhi, and seeing that even Li Qing was not a match for him, he resorted to brute force, intending to suppress him. Wang Zhi felt helpless. He was not contending with a mere ruffian, but with the emperor of the Ming Dynasty. In this era where imperial authority reigned supreme, the emperor's word was law, a notion deeply ingrained in the populace, and Wang Zhi was no exception. In a world where heaven, earth, sovereign, parent, and teacher were revered, the sovereign was held above all. How could Wang Zhi argue against that? He could only remain silent. Finally, tranquility enveloped them as Zhu Jianshen exhaled in relief. In early April, as summer approached, the three arrived in Nanchang. Li Qing entrusted the task of driving the carriage to Wang Zhi, as he was unfamiliar with the route to his father-in-law's home. In truth, Wang Zhi was also unacquainted with the way, having never been there before. He decided to seek out the most prominent landmark in Nanchang, the Ningguang mansion. His father had instructed him to head north along the main road from the mansion for approximately 20 miles. Then turn left and continue for another 7 or 8 miles to reach his prospective father-in-law's residence. This was easy enough to inquire about, as many locals were familiar with the Ningguang mansion. After gathering directions, Wang Zhi proceeded leisurely towards the mansion. The climate in Nanchang was peculiar. Though it was merely early summer, the heat was unbearable. Li Qing seemed unaffected, but Zhu Jianshen, lacking any genuine energy, felt as if he were in a sauna. Beads of sweat forming on his brow. I can't endure this any longer, Li Qing. Please fetch some ice to cool us down. This carriage feels like a steamer, and I am on the verge of being cooked alive, Zhu Jianshen gasped, wiping the sweat from his brow. Li Qing rolled his eyes in exasperation. In this unfamiliar place, where am I to find ice? Just endure it for a while longer. Endure? I can barely manage, Zhu Jianshen lamented, feeling faint. Caught between a fear of cold and heat, his tongue nearly lolling out. Have you lived this long without ever visiting Nanchang? Li Qing replied with a wry smile. I have been here before, but that was a long time ago. The last time I visited, Ningguang was still Zhuquan. I am indifferent. Hasten to fetch me some ice, for I can scarcely endure any longer. Zhu Jianshen, in a fit of temper, commanded. Li Qing called out to the outside. Xiao Yun. Inquire about the nearest upscale brothel. Sir, I am not that sort of person. Li Qing exclaimed. I am not intending to visit a brothel. Both spoke simultaneously. Li Qing, at a loss for words, clarified. What I meant was to procure some ice at a high price from the brothel. You may inquire yourself, Wang Zhi interjected. Halting the carriage, we are nearing the Prince of Ning's residence, and it is not far from my father-in-law's house. It would not bode well if this reached his ears. Li Qing remarked. Zhu Jianshen is as overheated as a dead pig, groaning incessantly yet refusing to move. Wang Zhi, feeling embarrassed, rendered Li Qing helpless, compelling him to take matters into his own hands. However, just as he disembarked from the carriage, he encountered a grand procession approaching. Initially, he presumed it to be a wedding party, but soon realized who it truly was. 16 bearers carried a palanquin, and here, aside from the Prince of Ning, there was likely no one else. Li Qing turned back, lifting the curtain, and jested, the Prince of Ning has arrived. Shall we borrow some from him? Zhu Jianshen pondered briefly, then shook his head, saying, Never mind, I do not wish to reveal my identity. It would only lead to trouble. You go and buy some. You wish to conceal your identity, yet expect me to run errands. How very clever of you. Li Qing grumbled, exasperated. Very well, I shall await your return. In the midst of their conversation, the Prince of Ning's entourage drew near. The road here was narrower than that of the capital, yet it was passable. Wang Zhi maneuvered the carriage to the side to grant them passage. Although the servants accompanying the prince could have squeezed through, perhaps due to their habitual arrogance or concern for the prince's safety, they insisted that Wang Zhi turn back. With only one main road and the scorching summer heat, Wang Zhi was reluctant to retrace his steps, especially considering the discomfort of the elderly emperor. He approached, intending to reason with them, but before he could utter a word, he received 2 sharp slaps. Li Qing was equally unprepared for such brazen hostility. Not allowing him to speak, they resorted to violence, and his expression darkened immediately. He stepped forward to pull Wang Zhi back and called toward Zhu Jianshen in the carriage. Come out and manage your people. If you do not intervene, I shall take it upon myself. Zhu Jianshen, sensing Li Qing's fury, listlessly emerged from the carriage. Casting a glance at their carriage, he dejectedly stated, "Let your lord emerge to speak." Presumptuous. Before the Prince of Ning could express his anger, his servants were already incensed. Zhu Jianshen, appearing helpless, inhaled deeply and declared, "Zhu Jianpei, come forth." It is worth noting that Zhu Jianpei was a contemporary of Zhu Zhanji. Thus, Zhu Jianshen ought to address him as the Prince of Ning. But such a courtesy would only be extended in moments of joy. In times of displeasure, what was he really? Clearly, Zhu Jianshen was far from pleased. As the retired emperor, he was nearly sweltering, while this minor prince remained utterly at ease. After Zhu Jianshen ascended the throne, various princes had come to the capital to pay their respects, including Prince Zhu Jianpei. Zhu Jianshen believed that once the latter made an appearance, matters would be resolved. Indeed, someone appeared, but it was not the Prince of Ning. Instead, it was a youthful boy, seemingly no older than 12 or 13, about the same age as Li Hao. The boy opened his mouth to curse, "You wretched thing! Do you presume to speak my grandfather's name?" Zhu Jianshen was so enraged that he felt as though steam were rising from him, already in a foul mood. The scolding of a mere child sent him into a fury. "Do you know who I am?" he bellowed. The obstinate youth, unafraid and spoiled like a little tyrant, was undeterred by Zhu Jianshen's outburst. For every insult hurled at him, he returned tenfold. This only fueled Zhu's ire, prompting him to summon his servants to deal with the insolent child. In Nanchang, the Ningguang mansion was the law. Li Qing, bring that little rascal to me." Zhu Jianshen trembled with rage, gritting his teeth. "I shall teach him a lesson." Chapter 10. Sir, have you attained the status of a celestial being? Wang Zhi discerned that the opposing party clearly did not recognize the retired emperor. Even if he were to reveal this, it would only exacerbate the situation. The imminent clash could not be averted, and notifying the authorities would be futile. Moreover, the local officials might not even be acquainted with the retired emperor. The adversaries numbered in the dozens. They were no match for him. If the retired emperor were harmed, or even startled, it would be a grave offense. "Sir, let us concede," Wang Zhi suggested quietly. Before Li Qing could respond, the youth retorted defiantly, conceding now might be too late. Li Qing chuckled coldly. "Ah, little 17. Your elder brother has played you for a fool. Yet, even Zhu Zhanji has pardoned you for your past smuggling escapades. Your descendants' arrogance today shall not escape my subordinates' wrath. No retreat, not a single step." Li Qing declared icily, "I wish to see what he can do." Wang Zhi, feeling the urgency, disregarded the pain on his face and the frustration within him, and urged in a hushed tone, "A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. The retired emperor is still present, and I assure you, there will be no unforeseen incidents while I am here." Li Qing cracked his knuckles ominously and instructed, "Xiao Yun, you and the others return to the carriage. I shall handle the rest." "Sir, Xiao Yun, come here," Zhu Jianshen beckoned, refraining from calling Wang Zhi by his full name to avoid drawing attention to him, as Wang Zhi's father-in-law resided nearby. They were merely spectators in this unfolding drama. Wang Zhi thought to himself, in such a situation, not even Confucius or Mencius could be of help. I have heard that Confucius is quite formidable, yet he would still be no match for dozens. The weight of anxiety bore down on him. Had I known, I would have descended the mountain sooner. As Wang Zhi pondered, the youth, now filled with fury, shouted, "Strike him." With the young master's command, the servants were emboldened. In the Ming Dynasty, aside from the emperor, the princes held the greatest authority, and in Nanchang, the Ningguang was akin to a local sovereign. The first group of 7 or 8 servants surged forward, fists raised, aiming at Li Qing. In the next moment, the world around them blurred, their chests tightened, and a great force propelled them into the air, the scenery whirling past them. Bang! The servants who had been thrown back crashed into several others, causing a cacophony of groans and cries of pain as they writhed on the ground. Li Qing had shown remarkable restraint. Had it not been for his recognition of these individuals as dependents, he would have inflicted far more serious injuries upon them. Quite interesting. The youth, far from being dismayed, was emboldened. He waved his hand. "All of you, come at once. Do not maim him. I want to recruit him as my guard." Li Qing was so enraged that he burst into laughter. With a formidable speed akin to a galloping steed, he charged forward, effortlessly clearing a path through the throngs of dozens who had surged towards him. Indeed, Li Qing had not even lifted a finger. He merely barreled through, creating a way. It was astonishingly swift, so much so that no one could react, including the deeply concerned Wang Zhi. Before he could utter a word, Li Qing had seized him, delivering several resounding slaps. Then, treating him like a chick, he hoisted him onto the cart. Meanwhile, Zhu Jianshen had already removed his boots, feeling the sharp sting. Li Qing wrinkled his nose and retreated, and soon after, Wang Zhi leaped down from the cart, only to be met with a cacophony of slaps and cries resembling that of a slaughtered pig. "Sir, you are far too ferocious," Wang Zhi exclaimed, his jaw nearly dropping at the sight of the wailing masses on the ground. Had it not been for the fiery pain on his face, he might have thought he was dreaming. Moments earlier, while anxiously observing the situation from the cart, he had been dismantling planks, but before he could retrieve a suitable weapon, Li Qing had concluded the conflict. In less than 10 breaths, dozens of burly men lay incapacitated on the ground. This was nothing short of extraordinary. Today, he had truly witnessed Li Qing's valor. "Sir, have you attained the status of a celestial being through your cultivation?" Wang Zhi marveled. Li Qing shook his head, replying, "There are no celestial beings in this world. I am merely a capable fighter." "But you," Wang Zhi began, only to see Li Qing stride forward, seizing a servant of the Ning Wang's household by the collar and lifting him effortlessly. He hurried to catch up, saying, "Sir, do not kill him. He was merely performing his duty." Li Qing retorted, "Wasn't it he who struck you just now?" Wang Zhi glanced at the man and nodded. Indeed, it was him. "Strike him back," Li Qing commanded. "Perhaps that is not prudent," Wang Zhi replied, shaking his head slightly. "One should not repay grievance with grievance." Li Qing scoffed. "How foolish of you to have read so many sage texts. If you repay enmity with virtue, how do you reciprocate kindness?" Wang Zhi was rendered speechless. "Tell me, do you feel anger in your heart after being struck?" Wang Zhi touched his burning face and nodded gently. "Yes, I feel anger." "Then let it out. Strike him." The servant nearly wet himself in fear, pleading with Wang Zhi. "Hit me, please." Wang Zhi raised his hand, but did not bring it down. He forced a wry smile and shook his head. "I no longer feel anger." Seeing the man in such a state, he truly could not summon the ire. Li Qing relaxed his grip, and the servant collapsed to the ground, closing his eyes in a feigned death. On the cart, Zhu Jianshen continued to reprimand the youth, swinging his arm with fervor as the boy's throat threatened to rupture from his cries. Yet no servant came to his aid. Wang Zhi furrowed his brow and asked, "Sir, this situation has escalated greatly, and the authorities will soon arrive. If we wish to leave now, it may be too late." He paused, realizing that they were right in front of the Ning Wang's estate, which would likely expose the identity of the retired emperor. "So what if it does?" Li Qing responded nonchalantly. "I have nothing to hide. It is of no consequence." Wang Zhi nodded slowly, sighing. "I never anticipated such a turn of events." "Fear not. It will not hinder your pursuit of marriage," Li Qing said with a smile. "With the two of us here, no one dares to interfere with you. I am not afraid of being implicated. I am merely startled by the royal presence. There is no need for concern. He is not so fragile." Li Qing chuckled and waved his hand, saying, "You should return to the carriage. I will fetch some ice from across the street so we can cool off." The sound of slapping echoed as Zhu Jianshen panted, vigorously waving the soles of his shoes. The sweltering heat left the young man clad in thin attire, his backside brutally beaten, blood seeping through, a truly pitiable sight. It is no wonder that Zhu Jianshen was so ruthless. The youth had insulted his ancestors, dragging even the old Zhu into the fray. Zhu Jianshen had disclosed his identity, yet the boy refused to believe him. Encountering anyone on the street, he declared himself the Grand Emperor of the Ming Dynasty. It was beyond reason for anyone, let alone a youth, to accept such a claim. "You are dead. You are finished." The boy, in a fit of temper, showed no signs of yielding even in such dire circumstances. "Enough. Rest for a moment," Li Qing interjected, entering with a basin of ice, teasing, "Don't turn around and wear yourself out further." The young rascal cursed Zhu Jianshen under his breath, discarding his boots. He took a handkerchief, rubbed it on the ice, then wiped his face, groaning, "I feel unwell." The boy, both in pain and howling, his voice hoarse, still refused to back down, shouting, "You bastard, you." Li Qing raised his hand and touched the youth lightly, rendering him speechless and immobile. Wang Zhi, taken aback, exclaimed, "What kind of technique is this?" Zhu Jianshen, gasping, picked up a piece of ice and rubbed it in his palm. He then lifted the curtain to peek outside, stating, "We cannot leave now. I suspect the officials and the Ning Wang's men will arrive shortly. It seems we cannot avoid revealing our identities." Revealing may be for the best, Li Qing replied. Your departure from the capital cannot remain concealed any longer. Once exposed, the emperor may find some relief. Otherwise, there will undoubtedly be criticisms. He paused, adding, the arrogance of the feudal princes is not an isolated incident. Following this event, there will be a legitimate reason to restrain them upon your return to the capital. Zhu Jianshen nodded slowly. You speak truthfully. It is indeed time to impose some order. They may find comfort, but it is the name of the Zhu family that suffers. What are you looking at? I am speaking of you. As he spoke, he swung his hand once more. This time, the youth's gaze lost its fierceness. A flicker of fear crossed his face. Could this dark-faced, middle-aged man truly be the Grand Emperor? He felt a surge of anxiety. Someone is coming, Li Qing suddenly announced. Zhu Jianshen and Wang Zhi glanced outside, soon spotting over a dozen constables approaching. Wang Zhi remarked, they do not recognize the Grand Emperor's identity. They will act according to the law. We cannot engage them physically, can we? Why should we resort to violence? We have a hostage here, Li Qing replied with a smile. With this brat in tow, do you think the constables would dare to act forcefully? Let us stall until Prince Ning arrives. Everything will be clarified then. Indeed, Wang Zhi nodded, his worries alleviated. However, following this incident, he feared he could no longer visit his future father-in-law. After all, his prospective father-in-law was also a civil servant, currently a counselor in the Ministry of Revenue, and Wang Zhi was concerned about implicating him. Zhu Jianshen, sensing his unease, said, on your wedding day, I shall attend and share a drink. Everything will be resolved. Wang Zhi waved his hands repeatedly. I cannot dare to ask that of you. There is no need for such hesitation. Accept what is offered, Zhu Jianshen insisted. Zhu Jianshen remarked that if one wishes to express gratitude, then after marriage, one should diligently pursue studies and prepare for the provincial examinations. I have great faith in you. Wang Zhi, feeling reassured, clasped his hands and replied, the humble citizen shall abide by your words. Zhu Jianshen smiled and added, in the future, I hope you will refer to yourself as a subject. Wang Zhi, deeply honored by such gracious kindness, could no longer voice his desire to become a Taoist, and even his thoughts of learning martial arts from Li Qing were suppressed. At that moment, the constables approached. Those inside, upon hearing, hastily released the young master. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. Quiet. Li Qing lifted the curtain and shouted at them. We shall not release anyone until Lord Ning arrives. Should you dare to force your way, prepare to collect his body. Upon hearing this, the head constable broke into a cold sweat and quickly said, calm down, calm down. Young hero, you are still so young. Please, are you still going to shout? The head constable hurriedly covered his mouth, his expression comical, as if on the verge of tears. Chief, what shall we do? Please, summon Lord Ning, he muttered through clenched teeth. Since the servants of Lord Ning had informed us, it seems, what nonsense. Hurry. Chapter 11. Lord Ning, how imposing you are. Li Qing maintained his composure, and the constables were compelled to do the same. Thus, both sides remained in a tense stalemate, the atmosphere eerily quiet. After approximately half an hour, the entourage from Lord Ning's residence arrived first, surrounding the carriage. The aged Lord Ning, Zhu Jianpei, who was 69 years old, personally appeared. Supported by his servants and leaning on a cane, he approached, trembling as he spoke. Brave hero in the carriage, feel free to voice your desires, but do not harm my grandson. Inside the carriage, Li Qing stretched lazily, propping up his leg, and said to Zhu Jianshen, now, it is your turn to perform. Zhu Jianshen, remaining inside the carriage, merely lifted the curtain to reveal his face. Zhu Jianpei, do you still remember me? Who are you? Zhu Jianpei squinted, taking a few steps forward before he could see clearly. He stared intently for a long while, and suddenly, his body trembled, causing his fine pearwood cane to clatter to the ground, and he himself fell forward. Be careful, my lord. A servant, quick to act, caught him, but was pushed away by Zhu Jianpei, who, after a moment of disbelief, gasped, Your Majesty. No, how could the retired emperor come to Nanchang? The old Lord Ning was perplexed. After so many years, his memories of the Changhua emperor were somewhat hazy, and Zhu Jianshen had undergone significant changes, making it difficult for him to ascertain the identity of the person before him. Zhu Jianshen coldly stated, Let us speak at Lord Ning's residence. Impudent. Outrageous. The servant, even while supporting the elderly Lord Ning, retained an arrogant demeanor, completely disregarding Zhu Jianshen, and huffed. One does not bow before a king. Silence. Zhu Jianpei bellowed, trembling. Yes. The servant replied, lowering his head in dismay. Zhu Jianpei then scrutinized Zhu Jianshen for a moment and slowly nodded. Then, as you say, let us proceed to Lord Ning's residence. Not to mention the imposing presence of a high-ranking individual. The fact that his beloved grandson was in their hands meant Zhu Jianpei dared not oppose him. Furthermore, Zhu Jianshen's suggestion to discuss matters at Lord Ning's residence indicated that they were not mere robbers seeking ransom. As such, brigands would not have the audacity to act so boldly. Thus, only one possibility remained. Before me stands the esteemed Emperor Chenghua of the Ming Dynasty, now the revered retired sovereign. The mere thought of this possibility sends shivers through Zhu Jianpei's heart. Should his grandson dare to confront the retired emperor, he, as the Prince of Ning, would be utterly incapable of safeguarding his lineage, and perhaps the entire branch of the Ning royal family would suffer repercussions. Yet, he cannot fathom why the retired emperor, who was supposed to be ailing, would venture into the territory of the Prince of Ning. Is there to be yet another reduction in fiefdoms? That cannot be, for the 3 military garrisons have already been diminished, their salaries slashed significantly, and the hereditary titles have been curtailed, leaving only the princely title intact to avoid further ramifications. If further reductions were to occur, survival would become untenable. Zhu Jianpei, enveloped in confusion, is gripped by a mixture of astonishment and fear. He cannot comprehend the retired emperor's presence in Nanchang, nor the motives behind this visit. Yet he no longer questions the identity of the retired sovereign. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Jianpei clasped his hands in reverence and stated, I humbly request your esteemed presence to proceed. In broad daylight, amidst the bustling streets, he refrains from disclosing Zhu Jianshen's identity. Yet he feels that allowing the retired emperor to enter the royal manor in a carriage would be an egregious oversight. Thus he resorts to cryptic utterances. No need. Instruct your men to step aside, Zhu Jianshen curtly replied, drawing the curtain and falling silent. Zhu Jianpei hastily commanded, quickly, disperse and escort his majesty. Yes, my lord. The household servants promptly complied, clearing a path, while one stepped forward to guide Wang Zhi. Drive on. Wang Zhi gently shook the reins, slowly making his way to the Prince of Ning's residence. The soon-to-be septuagenarian Zhu Jianpei dared not to sit in a sedan chair. Relying on a cane with one hand and a servant's support with the other, laboriously trailing behind. If he were to ride in a chair carried by 16 men, it would betray a status even higher than that of the retired emperor. The typically lethargic old Prince of Ning found himself surprisingly agile. Fearful of lagging behind the carriage and provoking a situation where his descendants would display their ignorance by offending the retired emperor. What shall we do now? Report it. There's a reason the captain has attained his position. Consulting him in times of trouble is prudent. Along the way, the youth, once brash and bold, now resembled a frightened bird, his complexion pale, lips trembling, fully aware that he had stirred a grave calamity. Though he could not speak, he could hear his grandfather's tone, laden with reverence, unmistakably indicating that this stern-faced middle-aged man was indeed the retired emperor of the Ming Dynasty. He had audaciously insulted the retired emperor, and by extension, his ancestors as well. Cold sweat cascaded down the youth's brow as he calculated the familial lineage, realizing they too were his forebears. To insult his own ancestors was an unforgivable sin. What was to be done? Panic ensued, as he wished to plead for forgiveness but found himself voiceless, teetering on the brink of despair. At the Prince of Ning's residence, Zhu Jianshen was the first to alight from the carriage. Following closely was Li Qing, who called to Wang Zhi, Let us go, Xiaoyan, now that we have arrived. We shall stay at the Prince of Ning's manor for a few days. Wang Zhi nodded, dismounted, and joined Li Qing and Zhu Jianshen, while the youth in the carriage was left unattended by the trio. Zhu Jianpei remained indifferent, despite the fact that this was his most beloved grandson. In comparison to the entire lineage of the Ning Wang, he was not irreplaceable. If the situation were truly irreparable, sacrificing his grandson to appease the Taishang Huang was not out of the question. Zhu Jianpei hastened his steps and, upon reaching the entrance, paused momentarily to instruct his servant with urgency. Quickly go to the Board of Rites and summon the minister to the Wangfu, and convey that a person of great significance has arrived. Right away. Yes, my lord. Zhu Jianpei inwardly sighed, praying that the Ning Wang lineage would weather this storm. The Board of Rites was predominantly established in the territory of the first feudal prince of the Ming Dynasty, during Zhu Di's tenure as a prince. It was located in Beiping, The Board of Rites in Jiangxi was situated in Nanchang, not far from the Ning Wangfu. If one rode swiftly, a round trip would require less than a day. The Taishang Huang's discreet visit was a matter of considerable gravity. Zhu Jianpei dared not broadcast it. Yet he could not conceal it entirely. The minister, being of a rank that governed the administration of an entire province, was certainly entitled to be informed. After dispatching the servant, Zhu Jianpei quickly rejoined the gathering, maintaining a cautious demeanor and a humble expression. However, Zhu Jianshen showed him no courtesy, his face perpetually cold, refusing to engage in conversation. It was not until they arrived at the main hall of the second courtyard of the Wangfu that Zhu Jianpei dismissed his servants and, upon bowing deeply to Zhu Jianshen, finally spoke. I have long heard of the many talented individuals in Jiangxi. I come here to gain insight. But alas, the Taishang Huang referred to himself as a. Zhu Jianshen slightly shook his head, coldly retorting, Ning Wang, your arrogance is quite formidable. This old minister is guilty. Please, Taishang Huang, administer your punishment. Zhu Jianpei trembled, pressing his forehead to the ground. Indeed, you are guilty. Zhu Jianshen scoffed. I ask you, is the Ning Wang you or your grandson? It is the old minister. Then why does he enjoy the ceremonial retinue of the Ning Wang? Zhu Jianshen slammed his hand on the table. Such ceremonial propriety cannot be treated so frivolously. Zhu Jianpei stood resolutely, not daring to offer a single defense. The old minister acknowledges his fault. It is my excessive indulgence of my grandson that has breached the ceremonial norms. At the same time, he felt a tinge of relief that it was merely a breach of etiquette and not an act of usurpation. Otherwise, the situation would have been beyond redemption. Zhu Jianpei's primary concern was the extent to which his grandson had offended the Taishang Huang. If it were merely a matter of ceremonial retinue, it would not be considered a grave error. Little did he know his grandson had verbally assaulted the Taishang Huang and had even prompted his servants to act. The servants, fearing retribution from the young lord, reported only that they had encountered a bully demanding the Ning Wang's personal attendance, omitting the true circumstances. This too was a consequence of Zhu Jianpei's indulgence, as the servants were apprehensive of revealing the truth that might provoke retaliation from the young lord. Every fault lay with the lax upbringing of the old minister. Whatever punishment the Taishang Huang decreed, he would accept willingly. Zhu Jianpei, now nearly 70 years old, bowed his head repeatedly, appearing quite pitiable. Zhu Jianshen let out a derisive laugh and said, You may rise. Yes, thank you, Taishang Huang. Zhu Jianpei trembled as he attempted to stand. Unsure whether it was due to fear, an act of feigned helplessness, or physical frailty, he struggled to rise. Zhu Jianshen cast a nonchalant glance at him. Teasing, do you require my assistance? And no, I would not dare. Zhu Jianpei, panting heavily, managed to rise to his feet. After a swift journey alongside the horse-drawn carriage, he found himself utterly exhausted, his legs trembling, a mixture of fear and fatigue coursing through him. Tentatively, he inquired, Your Majesty, has that rascal Zhu Qinhao offended you? Zhu Jianshen let out a derisive laugh, responding languidly, Why not ask him yourself to uncover the truth? Zhu Jianpei, feeling somewhat awkward, nodded and said, Your Majesty has endured considerable hardship on this journey. Allow me to arrange for lunch, so you may restore your strength before dealing with that impudent wretch. If it pleases you. Very well, you may go, came the reply. Yes, I take my leave, Zhu Jianpei responded, exiting the hall. As a gust of wind met him, he realized that cold sweat had soaked his garments. Approaching 70, this was the first time in his life he had felt such trepidation. That little rascal would certainly require a proper reprimand. Leaning on his cane, he trudged away. Grandfather, I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Zhu Qinhao, stripped of all arrogance, displayed a demeanor of fear. Though still young, he grasped the gravity of his transgression. Zhu Jianpei spoke sternly. I ask you, what exactly did you do? Speak honestly. If there is even a hint of falsehood, I cannot save you. Zhu Qinhao, thoroughly frightened, recounted everything in detail, revealing his exchange of insults with the emperor, even cursing their ancestors. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jianpei felt darkness encroach upon his vision, nearly collapsing. Grandfather, you must not fall ill. Zhu Qinhao, alarmed, disregarded his own pain and hurried to support him. If the old man were to perish, no one would be left to save him. No, no, Zhu Jianpei gasped. Do not call me grandfather. You are the one who is my grandfather.